At this point he still harbored a sliver of hope, asking, which shop's goods are missing? Jin Xiangho closed his eyes, his face full of despair, and said, what do you mean, which one? All the shops have lost their goods. The stewards will be coming in soon. If you have any doubts, ask them yourself. I don't know the details. Gu Yunzi felt utterly dazed. How can they all be gone? I've never heard of such a thing happening in other households. In other homes, wasn't it just one theft? I never heard that all their shop goods disappeared. Jin Xiangho was at a loss as to how such a thing had happened in his home. It seemed that ever since Gu Yunzi pushed Shěn Lí down, everything at home had gone wrong. Oh no, it might have been earlier. When was it? It was when Gu Yunzi brought He Minjing and her 3 children back, when he repeatedly abandoned his new wife to favor those 3. The household had long been different from before, he just hadn't noticed. Now that disasters have befallen the family, who knows if it isn't a calamity star entering the house? With this thought, Jin Xiangho's dissatisfaction with Gu Yunzi deepened. Previously he thought his son was decent, but now he seemed to be nothing but a troublemaker. Jin Xiangho was lost in his own thoughts and didn't answer Gu Yunzi. Meanwhile, Jin Xiangho's wife felt dizzy and had no time to respond to her son. Soon the stewards rushed in, wailing and lamenting, looking more distraught than if their own parents had died. Of course their shops had held many goods. Who knew how they had vanished? What if the masters suspected them of embezzlement? How could they compensate for those items? All they could do now was cry, and the louder the better, to convince the masters that the goods were truly gone. Hearing their wailing, Jin Xiangho felt irritated and couldn't help but shout, what are you crying for? Why don't you hurry up and explain what happened? Where are the shop goods? Where did they go? The stewards, whether sincerely or not, cried even louder upon hearing Jin Xiangho's question, for they noticed that the master was only wearing an inner garment, meaning the mansion had been robbed again, and he might expect them to supply goods from their shops. If so, their losses came at the worst time. Besides crying, they truly didn't know how to cover up this matter. Annoyed by their cries, Jin Xiangho directly named one. Uncle Gu, you speak. You are an old servant of the mansion. My father gave you the favor to manage shops, and you've done well all these years. What has happened now? The one named was already in his 50s or 60s. Wearing fine silk clothes, he felt uncomfortable, as if the fabric burned his skin. Who knew such a thing would happen again in the mansion? Looking at this, these servants seemed more like the masters than the actual masters. Uncle Gu's heart trembled. He kowtowed twice to Jin Xiangho and said, Master, this servant doesn't know what happened either. I got up as usual and went to the shop, but before I entered, the clerk rushed out and said everything inside was gone. Master knows that I manage the jade shop. I report accounts to the madam every half year. I truly wouldn't dare to do anything wrong. I don't know how it happened. When I woke up, the shop's goods were gone. The others, fearing they'd be singled out, quickly chimed in. Yes, it's the same for us. We just went to the shops as usual. No one could have foreseen such a thing. There wasn't a single trace in the shop. I haven't dared to report to the officials yet. I came to ask for your instructions first. For a household like this, reporting to officials would be a disgrace. So when trouble occurred, they always consulted the master first before deciding what to do. Jin Xiangho's vision went dark. You say there wasn't a trace and everything inside was stolen? Uncle Gu's face was bitter. He looked up at Jin Xiangho and said mournfully, Master, I served the old master for so long, and then was graciously given charge of the shops. All these years I've been diligent, never slacking. I truly don't know what happened. Jin Xiangho knew these people couldn't all be involved in a large-scale theft. Even if they stole, they would only take a little secretly. How could they have taken everything at once? That would be like slapping themselves in the face. But even so, he had no reason to be pleased. Although the underlings hadn't betrayed him, the family's possessions were truly gone. Gu Yunzi's gaze scrutinized these old servants who had been with the family for years. Watching them tremble on the ground, his brows knitted into a knot, and he felt as if he couldn't breathe. The more genuinely they cried, the more sorrowful he felt, because it only proved that the family's goods were indeed all gone. He, the heir of the Jin Xiangho mansion, was now an heir in name only. Thinking of the words he had said to Shěn Lí, his face burned with shame. If Shěn Lí had actually come back with him, her belongings might have been stolen too. While Gu Yunzi was brooding, he didn't notice that Jin Xiangho's wife, who had been feeling unwell, collapsed. Since no one noticed, no one caught her as she fell. Only the sound of her fall drew the attention of all the men in the room. When they looked, Jin Xiangho's wife lay on the ground, her face pale, seemingly breathing in but not out. Gu Yunze was stunned, then rushed over, and with alarm lifted his mother and held her against his chest. "Mother, what's wrong? Mother!" Jin Xiangho turned and saw this, startled, and hastily ordered, "Quick, summon the imperial physician. Have him come." The stewards kneeling on the ground scrambled to their feet and scattered like birds, shouting, "Hurry, call the physician. Hurry." The scene ends. What was supposed to be a morning of confrontation and accusation came to an abrupt end when the Marchioness of Jinxiang suddenly collapsed. Shěn Lí naturally could not have known about the incident at the Marchioness of Jinxiang's residence so quickly. She felt her current life was utterly carefree, drinking tea every day, fishing by the pond. She could not understand why in a pond where she had never caught a single fish were suddenly biting her hook. Shěn Lí was not foolish, though she could well guess the machinations behind it all. Though she found it ridiculous that Xie Chun continued to have her monitored, she accepted it with good grace. Indeed, only after one possessed true strength would, no matter what man tried to curry favor with her, cause her the slightest discomfort or hesitation. Because no matter what the outcome, she could bear it. The incident at the Marchioness of Jinxiang's residence occurred in the morning. Su Yao arrived in the afternoon. Seeing Shěn Lí sitting under the shade of a tree fishing, she clicked her tongue in amazement. "Your life is truly carefree, still fishing here. What is it? Did you catch anything?" Because Su Yao knew there were no fish in Shěn Lí's pond, her words carried a teasing tone. Shěn Lí raised an eyebrow at her and gestured to Billion, who stood nearby, to show Su Yao the fruits of her labor. Billion had already grown accustomed to Shěn Lí's increasingly relaxed demeanor. Smiling, she tilted the bucket towards Su Yao and said, "Mrs. Chui, please look. These are the fish our young mistress caught this morning. You've come at just the right time. She was just saying the fish should be cooked for lunch." Su Yao had assumed Shěn Lí had not caught any fish. Looking down, she saw the bucket crammed full of fish, and not small ones at that. She could not help but stare in astonishment, looking at Shěn Lí with disbelief. "What's going on with your pond? The last time I came over, it wasn't like this at all. I fished for ages, and not a single fish took the bait. It was obvious the pond had no fish in it. How did you catch so many? Could it be that the fish in this pond actually recognized people?" Shěn Lí naturally could not say that someone had placed the fish there. She smiled and said, "Exactly. First meeting strangers, second time becoming familiar. When you came before, these fish were not yet familiar with you. Now that you've come, they should recognize you. Why don't you give it a try? Maybe you'll catch something this time too." Su Yao felt her brain could not quite keep up. Furrowing her brow, she said, "I have never heard of such a saying. You're not trying to fool me, are you?" Shěn Lí replied with utmost seriousness, "How can there be no such saying? You cannot claim something does not exist simply because you have never heard of it." Seeing her solemn expression and sensing no deception, Su Yao could not help but reach for the fishing rod in Shěn Lí's hand. Hesitantly, she said, "All right then, let me try." Shěn Lí struggled hard to suppress her laughter as she handed over the rod. Seeing the suppressed mirth on Shěn Lí's face, Su Yao finally understood. She tossed the rod she had just received straight at Shěn Lí and said, "Fine. I rushed all the way here to bring you good news, and you treat me like this. After all the trust one placed in you, I actually believed what you said, but that look on your face makes it obvious you were lying to me." Now she had figured it out completely. Seeing Shěn Lí's laughter that no longer tried to hide, she said with sudden realization, "Oh, I understand now. The fish in your pond definitely weren't there before, right? The ones you caught, did you buy them and put them in yourself?" Shěn Lí shook her head at her quite sincerely this time. "No." Su Yao looked at her and no longer believed her. She huffed and said, "How could it not be? Then where did the fish come from?" Shěn Lí blinked. "In any case, I didn't buy them. Because a certain prince had put them there naturally, they were not her doing." Su Yao absolutely did not believe her anymore. She turned her head away, refusing to pay her any more attention. Seeing this, Shěn Lí hurried over to coax her. "Oh no, I was wrong, all right. The fish really were put there by me. I shouldn't have teased you. I was wrong. Please don't be angry, all right? Yao dear, Yao, please don't be angry anymore." Shěn Lí coaxed her for a long while before Su Yao was no longer so angry. Seeing this, Shěn Lí wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, feeling that this Su Yao was even harder to deal with than a horde of zombies. "All right, Yao is no longer angry. Since you're not angry anymore, can you tell me what news you brought me?" Su Yao was finally satisfied seeing her like this, and she had indeed come specifically to tell her this. Unable to hold back any longer, she picked up Shěn Lí's fishing rod, wanting to see how many fish she could catch from it herself. Billion brought a fresh chair for Shěn Lí to sit down. Only then did Su Yao say, "I only just came back from my parents' home and learned of this matter. I hadn't even stepped through my own door before I couldn't resist coming straight here to tell you." She leaned in mysteriously towards Shěn Lí. "Do you know? There has been another theft in the capital." Shěn Lí naturally already knew about the theft, but she still showed a surprised expression on her face. "What? Another theft? How many times has this been now? Those people are truly too unlucky. Whatever heaven-defying thing must they have done to keep having their belongings stolen?" Su Yao nodded in strong agreement. "I think so too. But this time it's still the Marchioness of Jinxiang's residence and the Duke of Baoguo's residence that were robbed." Shěn Lí showed surprise once again. "The Marchioness of Jinxiang's residence. How is it them again? Do they still have anything left to steal?" Shěn Lí's acting was flawless. Even Su Yao noticed nothing amiss, perhaps because she had never once suspected her from the very beginning. Su Yao said, "This time not only was their home robbed, but even the goods in their capital shops were stolen clean. I heard before that the things lost from their home were replenished from their estates. Now that the shops have been robbed too, I imagine they won't be able to gather much. If they still want clothes to wear, they'll probably have to gather goods from shops in distant places." Su Yao said with barely concealed glee, "I just wonder if they still have shops elsewhere. If not, estates would do too. In any case, if they want to gather even a little something from nearby estates, that won't be easy." Shěn Lí nodded. The nearby estates must have had everything gathered from them already. Just then a fish bit Su Yao's line. She quickly reeled it in. A crucian carp of nearly half a kilogram. Her personal maidservant hurried forward to remove the fish. Laughing heartily on the side, she said to Shěn Lí, "People ought not to do evil. Take the Gu family, for instance. They have committed untold wrongs, and their misfortune grows worse each day. One wonders when they will come to understand the havoc that woman has wrought." At this she sensed something was amiss. Frowning, she asked Shěn Lí, "By the way, did I mention that the Marchioness of Jinxiang has fallen ill?" Shěn Lí was genuinely taken aback. "What? You haven't told me." Su Yao blinked, hardly believing she had omitted it. She cleared her throat and said, "Never mind. I came specifically for this. I simply forgot to mention it earlier. Let me tell you now. I returned to the Duke Zhen's mansion today to visit the old madam. She asked me to bring you along whenever I have time. On my way out, I ran into Mother, who mentioned that the Jinxiang Marquis' estate had summoned an imperial physician. I asked a few more questions, and guess what?" Su Yao wore an unmistakable air of gossip, keen for someone to play along. Shěn Lí obligingly leaned in. "What happened?" Su Yao spoke in hushed, mysterious tones. "The imperial physician at the Jinxiang estate reportedly said the Marchioness may never rise again. She has suffered a stroke." Shěn Lí's face registered genuine astonishment. "Really?" Su Yao shot her a look. "Why wouldn't it be true? For this very matter, I had someone make special inquiries before coming to tell you. According to the servants at the Jinxiang Marquis' estate, the Marchioness collapsed this morning upon hearing the shop manager's report that goods had gone missing. The Marquis immediately sent for the imperial physician, but upon examination the doctor could do little. The Marchioness's face was already twisted and her condition proved beyond treatment. In other words, your former mother-in-law is now confined to her bed, paralyzed by stroke." Su Yao recounted the tale with vivid animation, leaving Shěn Lí at a loss for words. Who could have imagined that the once imposing Marchioness of Jinxiang, so formidable but moments before, would now lie helpless in bed? Such is the unpredictability of life. Su Yao watched Shěn Lí with evident satisfaction. "Well, wasn't that thoughtful of me? The moment I heard the news, I came straight to tell you. Fearing you might not hear the full story, I even made special inquiries before coming." Shěn Lí could not help but smile. "You are incredibly thoughtful. No one could be more so. I must admit this news makes me quite happy." True, it was perhaps unseemly, but she genuinely felt elated. With the Marchioness of Jinxiang brought low, she was eager to see how the rest of the household would respond. Noticing Shěn Lí's evident delight, and recalling the old madam's subtle hints that day, Su Yao couldn't help but grin. She teased, "Since I've been so thoughtful, why haven't you become my sister-in-law yet?" Shěn Lí did not take the remark seriously, for such banter was customary between them. She replied offhand, "I would be honored to be your sister-in-law, but I fear your family would not agree." Though Shěn Lí did not look down upon her current status, reality was harsh. A woman of her standing would scarcely be welcomed by any respectable family, let alone the prestigious Duke Shěn's mansion. As for Shěn, he was different. Though she could not fathom why he had set his sights on her, his way of thinking was truly unconventional. Hearing Shěn Lí's words, Su Yao's eyes lit up. She pressed her lips together, smiling at Shěn Lí. "How can you know whether the mansion would agree unless you first express your willingness?" Witnessing Su Yao's expression and hearing those words, Shěn Lí felt an inexplicable twitch in her eyelid. Surely not. Could this really be what she thought? She was merely a divorced woman. Could the Duke Shěn's mansion truly be interested in her? To be honest, she could barely recall most of the young masters at the Duke Shěn's estate. The only one who stood out was Su Xian, but he was the legitimate son of the Duke's wife. Regardless of what the old madam might think, the Duchess would surely never consent. As for the others, she felt she barely knew them. Expect her to enter another arranged marriage blindly? No. That was impossible. Shěn Lí felt she was in dangerous territory. One wrong word could offend the Duke Shěn's family. The old madam of the Duke Shěn's mansion had been kind to her, and if possible, Shěn Lí wished to avoid any fallout with the family. But perhaps she was overthinking things. Perhaps the family had never harbored such intentions at all, and everything was merely Su Yao's playful teasing. Smiling, she asked Su Yao, "Are you speaking seriously, or is this just a joke?" Su Yao gestured for her maids to step aside. Seeing this, Shěn Lí also signaled Billion to withdraw. Only then did Su Yao lean closer and say, "I have come this far. I will not hide the truth from you any longer. Today I returned to the Duke Shěn's mansion because the old madam sent for me. Though she did not speak plainly, I understood her meaning. She has taken a liking to you and wishes for you to become her granddaughter-in-law. However, since you have only recently been divorced, it would be premature to raise the matter directly with you. So she asked me to give you a hint to prepare your heart for it." Su Yao looked at Shěn Lí with a beaming smile. "How wonderful! Since we have been inseparable since childhood, we shall truly become family." Shěn Lí was far from delighted. She was utterly stunned. She had never imagined the old madam harbored such intentions, and she already regretted having visited the Duke Shěn's mansion that day. Yet she knew that whatever had occurred must be faced. Looking at Su Yao, she said, "I consider you my dearest sister, but I truly do not wish to become your sister-in-law." At this point, she had no choice but to speak honestly with Su Yao. Su Yao paused, taken aback. "Were you not just saying it was acceptable? How have you changed your mind so quickly?" Something seemed to click into place, and her eyes widened in sudden realization. She looked at Shěn Lí and said, "Oh, I understand now. Do you believe that as a divorced woman, even if you were to marry into the Duke Shěn's mansion, you could only become a concubine?" Su Yao decided to explain the matter thoroughly. "Rest assured that is impossible. You know how much my grandmother adores you. Had you not been promised in marriage so early, you would likely have become my sister-in-law long ago. Though my grandmother has not spoken of it explicitly, she did mention my fifth brother's name. You remember him, don't you? He is the son of my father's concubine. Though he is a concubine-born son, my mother has never neglected him or the other concubine-born children. My fifth brother excels in his studies, and if you were to marry him, your life together would be very comfortable. My mother also likes you very much. Once you are married, with her protection, your life will not be difficult." Hearing her say this, Shěn Lí could no longer smile. Looking directly at Su Yao, she said, "Your mother likes me because I am currently a daughter in another family, and she has watched me grow up since childhood. The old madam also likes me, so she likes me. But if I were to marry your fifth brother, I would become a concubine's daughter-in-law in her eyes, and we would have a natural adversarial relationship. Tell me, if I married your fifth brother and he had other intentions, would I follow your fifth brother or your mother? If I follow your mother, the couple will be at odds. If I follow your fifth brother, would your mother still like me?" Su Yao paused. "Well, it's not quite like that. Your fifth brother wouldn't have other intentions." Shěn Lí didn't care whether he had other intentions. She simply didn't want this marriage. She felt exasperated. They were already divorced, so why were there still so many complications? Shěn Lí waved her hand and said, "This isn't as simple as you're making it sound. You're your mother-in-law's own daughter-in-law now, but how well do you actually get along with her? Besides, your mother and I don't have that kind of relationship. Right now, because of you, she might help me if I'm in trouble. But if I were in a different position, would she still do the same? Speaking so bluntly in front of someone else's daughter wasn't appropriate, so Shěn Lí said helplessly, the situation is what it is. I really don't want to remarry, and I certainly don't want to cause any discord with your family over this. Do you understand what I'm saying, Yao? Su Yao understood, but said with a troubled expression, what good is it that I understand? My understanding doesn't mean my grandmother understands. You don't know, but my grandmother has already discussed this with my mother. She's determined to have you marry into our family. You understand what I'm saying, right? If you absolutely refuse, it will certainly upset my grandmother. I don't know if that's the same as wanting to completely sever ties. Su Yao said helplessly, you know I can't make these decisions myself. I've come to tell you this, but if you don't agree, we need to find a solution soon. Otherwise, when my grandmother comes to discuss this in person, it will embarrass both families. Shěn Lí knew this all too well. Even if it wasn't intentional on her part, and no matter how magnanimous the Duchess was, certain things were unavoidable. Since things have come to this, I have no other choice but to avoid your mansion for now. Perhaps in time the old madam will come to understand. Su Yao looked at Shěn Lí's radiant flower-like face and shook her head, saying, I think this will be quite difficult. You're so beautiful, and grandmother has always favored those who are pretty. Since you're also someone grandmother likes, she may simply want to find you a good match now that she's grown older. Shěn Lí could understand the old woman's feelings, but she felt helpless nonetheless. She didn't resent it at all. She only felt the weight of pressure mounting on her. Even so, don't you think? I'm a divorced woman. Would your fifth brother agree to this? I have nothing left now. My natal family has rejected me, so I won't be able to provide any support for him in the future. He is at least a concubine son of the Duke's mansion, hard-working and capable. There are many suitable families who could match him. If I were to take the position of principal wife, could I expect to live well in the future? Shěn Lí, desperate to avoid this marriage, had already resorted to disparaging herself. Just tell the old madam this, and she'll naturally understand. Su Yao thought for a moment, and said, but with the old madam present, how would fifth brother dare to mistreat you? Mother wouldn't agree to that either. Then, reconsidering, the old madam was quite aged, and she couldn't help but sigh. Looking at Shěn Lí, she said, what you're saying does make some sense. If this were to happen, you two might indeed become a couple filled with resentment. The mere thought that my fifth brother could turn out like that one from the Gu family makes me unable to control my irritation. As she spoke, something suddenly occurred to her. Her eyes lit up, and she looked at Shěn Lí with bright, penetrating gaze. Ailey, tell me, if my sixth brother were to willingly marry you, would what you just said still hold true? Shěn Lí had no idea where this strange notion came from. She quickly waved her hands and said, what kind of person is your fifth brother? He's the legitimate son of your Zhengguogong mansion. How could he possibly marry a divorced woman? Your mother would never agree to such a thing. Su Yao recalled the look Su Xian had given Shěn Lí earlier, and she smiled mysteriously. That's not necessarily so. Who knows what my sixth brother truly thinks? Shall I go ask my sixth brother about it? Hearing her say this, Shěn Lí felt sweat trickling down her forehead. She quickly waved her hands and said, don't do this. I'm actually quite frightened. If your fifth brother is a concubine's son, and that's unacceptable, how much worse would it be if your sixth brother were the legitimate heir? If your mother found out I was harboring thoughts about the legitimate son of your mansion, she'd likely never look favorably upon me again. Please don't mention this anymore. This matter is settled. No one should bring it up again. I never intended to become your sister-in-law. Su Yao looked at her evasive manner and said speechlessly, you weren't saying this just now. How can you change your mind so suddenly? My side is manageable, but what about the old madam? She still hopes you'll be her grandson's wife. Shěn Lí felt a headache coming on. For those who were unkind to her, it was simple to dismiss them, but for those who were kind, she couldn't treat them so coldly. She sighed and said, I understand this, but there's no other way right now. The old madam won't come to discuss this with me anytime soon. I'll have to wait a year or so until the matter of my divorce is passed. There's nothing to be done now. Let's wait and see what happens. By then, Xie Chen's wedding veil should have been embroidered after all. She was marrying a prince, and quite an unusual one at that. It was far better than marrying someone she barely knew. Xie Chen had no living biological mother, and from what she could see his relationship with the Empress wasn't particularly close either. If she ever came into conflict with the Empress in the future, he would undoubtedly side with her. This would be far better than marrying into the Zhenghua mansion and ruining the good relationships she'd built there. As she pondered this, Shěn Lí couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. What was wrong with her? Why was she already contemplating marriage with Xiechun? Yet upon reflection, she found nothing amiss. After all, she was but a normal woman. Had she lacked the means to protect herself, she might have thought otherwise, but now that she possessed such power, she resolved to act according to her own will. Suyao departed after finishing the midday fish. Shěn Lí, living a life of idle indulgence, ventured nowhere. After supper, she retired to bed, utterly unbothered by the prospect of gaining weight. A true master fears not such trivialities. Night fell, and the bustling world fell into a sudden hush. Only the chirping of insects and the singing of birds in the grass could be heard. Just then 2 men in night attire ran from afar and vaulted directly into the Shěn mansion without alerting a single guard. And why should they? These were notorious bandits. If they were to be caught by mere guards, they would be tarnishing their own reputation. From a distant tree, Shadow Guard 1 said to Shadow Guard 2, "Hey, why didn't you stop them just now?" Shadow Guard 2 leaned against the tree trunk, eyes closed, and said indifferently, "The prince ordered us only to watch, not to intervene. Do you wish to defy the prince's command?" Shadow Guard 1 replied with concern, "Those 2 men, I sensed a heavy bloodlust about them. Who knows how many they've slain? I fear they might frighten Miss Shun. If anything happens to her, the prince will surely have our heads." Shadow Guard 2 kept his eyes shut and said, "I'm not going. The prince didn't tell me to do that. I'm not going." Seeing his companion's stubbornness, though still worried, Shadow Guard 1 decided not to go either. After all, true brothers stick together. After entering the Shěn mansion, the 2 bandits fumbled about in search of their target. Eventually, unable to find the way, one pulled out a map and said, "Big brother, the man said the master lives in the main courtyard." "Where's that?" The other man studied the map by moonlight, then looked around and pointed in a direction. "This way." With the map's guidance, they quickly reached the main courtyard. Compared to other areas with guards at the gates, this courtyard had not a single guard. The 2 brothers exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if they had come to the wrong place. Whose master's courtyard would be less guarded than an empty yard? But since they were already here, the elder brother made a decision and gritted his teeth. "Let's go in and see. I refuse to believe a mere woman can cause any trouble." The younger brother flattered, "Big brother is right. She's just a weak woman. How could she possibly resist us? When she sees how mighty Big brother is, she'll surely grovel at your feet and let you do whatever you please." The elder brother let out a lecherous chuckle. "I never imagined these noble families could be so filthy, hiring men like us to harm their own daughters. Thank goodness it's a stepmother. If it were a real mother, I doubt even a woman would be so cruel." The younger brother snickered obscenely. "Big brother's fortune has come. Now's your chance to taste what it's like to have a lady from an official's family. I heard she's the former wife of the heir of the Gu family. If Big brother takes her, you'll be the heir." Flattered, the elder brother felt elated. "I'll be the heir." The younger brother affirmed, "Yes, Big brother, by sleeping with the heir's woman, you become the heir. Surely that heir is no match for you." The elder brother could no longer contain his excitement. He clapped his hands, producing a crisp sound in the night. "Fine. Tonight I'll be the heir." With that, they pried open the courtyard door's latch and quietly slipped inside. As they groped their way deeper, unseen by them, the orchid plants and the flower pots lining the bluestone path swayed gently, then came alive, stretching their limbs. Though the crabapple blossoms had faded, the branches of the West Mansion crabapple tree slowly drifted toward them. Even the banana tree's leaves moved with uncanny flexibility, stealthily following behind. Yet the 2 men remained oblivious. Convinced they dealt with a mere frail woman who had no guards, they paid her no heed, their minds wholly consumed by thoughts of how they would torment her later. Finally, they reached the door of her chamber. One push, and the woman inside would be theirs. They licked their lips and smacked their mouths as if the prize were already won. They failed to notice that behind them, countless branches like an abyss eager to devour were drooling with anticipation. Just as they reached out to push the door, it swung open slowly before them, revealing no one inside. The 2 brothers stared blankly into the empty room, exchanging bewildered glances. Then from the corner of their eyes, they glimpsed something unimaginable. Before they could turn, a tremendous force shoved them into the room, and with a bang the door slammed shut. They didn't even let out a scream. Shěn Lí had been awake for quite a while. She had sensed the moment the two men entered the Shěn mansion. Though she had been asleep, her habits from the apocalypse remained unchanged. She used her elemental ability to build a protective barrier, or rather an information network, so she would know immediately if anything intruded. What she hadn't expected was how slow-witted they were. It took them so long to reach her. She yawned, having been roused from slumber, wearing only a flower-embroidered waistcoat, her hair unbound and disheveled, resembling a legendary ghost. She sat at the table in the room, poured herself a cup of cold tea from the pot, and then, using her fire ability, warmed it to a perfect drinking temperature. She took a slow sip and said, "Spill it. Why have you come to see me? Dressed like that, you can't be inviting me to dinner, can you? So you two grown men came to my place in the middle of the night, assuming I wouldn't call for help, is that it? Oh, I just heard that you were sent here by someone. Then I'd like to ask you who sent you. Although I live alone, I do have guards. You don't really think I live all by myself, do you? Oh, and didn't you encounter any guards on your way here? Hey, I'm asking you questions. Speak up. Who exactly sent you here? Fine, you won't talk, huh? All right, then don't blame me for being rude." As she spoke, she snapped her fingers. Opposite her, two men hung upside down from vines, banana leaves stuffed in their mouths, their faces twisted in sheer terror. They muffled sounds in their throats, but nothing came out. Shěn Lí simply ignored them. After her snap, the vines coiling around them tightened simultaneously, constricting like a serpent crushing its prey. They felt as though their internal organs were about to be shattered. Only when their eyes bulged did Shěn Lí ease the constriction, granting them a moment to breathe. Shěn Lí took another sip of tea, a cold smile playing on her lips. "Even under such torture, you still refuse to speak. It seems you truly are made of stubborn stuff. I never expected you to have such spine, preferring death over betraying your employer, is that it? In that case, I'll have to think of another way to punish you." Hearing her words, the two men dangling in the air were terrified out of their wits, struggling desperately in midair, hoping Shěn Lí would abandon such a horrifying thought. At the same time, they couldn't help but wonder if this woman was truly sane. She could manipulate these vines, that much was clear, but her complete indifference to human suffering was truly unsettling. They had already seen everything. There was nothing left to hide. But they wanted to speak, and she needed to untie their mouths. How could they speak with their mouths stuffed? They needed to be freed. The two notorious robbers wept, encountering for the first time someone far more ruthless than themselves. Tears streamed down their faces in despair. Shěn Lí knew these men could hardly withstand the supernatural attacks, yet she kept them alive for a purpose. Seeing their state, she feigned surprise, as if just noticing their muffled mouths. "Oh my, why are your mouths still covered? You didn't remind me, and now I've forgotten. See, it's because you didn't speak up that I assumed you remained silent. You can't blame me for your injuries this time." Speaking as though negotiating with them, she said, "If I free your mouths, you mustn't make a sound. If you do, I'll be quite displeased." She smiled sweetly, appearing like a gentle and harmless young woman. But the two men dangling in the air could hardly think so. In this dreadful scene, they felt she was more terrifying than any messenger from hell. Hearing her words, both men nodded frantically with fear, terrified that any delay would give this demoness another reason to kill them. Yet in truth, their fate had been sealed the moment they stepped into this place. Shěn Lí removed the banana leaf from one man's mouth and asked with a smile, "Very well, you may speak now. What were you here to do? Speak well, and there will be no reward, but speak poorly, and there will surely be punishment." The one whose mouth was freed was the junior member. What reward could he possibly need now? Surviving this ordeal alive would be the greatest blessing. Hearing Shěn Lí's question, he endured his pain and quickly replied, "We accepted money from your stepmother to come here and rob you." Shěn Lí smiled, but there was no warmth in her eyes. Only robbery. The junior member had initially wanted to stop there, but seeing Shěn Lí's expression, he knew he couldn't escape by remaining silent. Stammering, he continued, "She also ordered us to ruin your reputation and kill you afterward." Having said this, he felt his life was already forfeit. Tears immediately streamed down his face as he pleaded with Shěn Lí, "We haven't done anything yet. We were caught as soon as we entered. We haven't harmed you at all." Shěn Lí sneered coldly and stuffed the banana leaf back into his weeping mouth. He could only sob, silently struggling for breath. Shěn Lí removed the banana leaf from the older man's mouth. Very well, now it's your turn to speak. The elder brother was equally terrified, his spirit shattered. Having spent most of his life in the martial world, he never imagined he would end up in such a dire situation. Seeing Shěn Lí smile, he couldn't help but shudder, knowing he dared not conceal anything further. In truth, he no longer felt he had anything left to say. Yet that gentle smile on Shěn Lí's face instilled a primal fear within him, far greater than the terror he had felt facing death in his line of work. Weeping, he cried out, "We never intended to provoke you, dear miss. We truly acted only on your stepmother's orders. If you don't believe us, we'll go capture her right now and bring her before you so you can see for yourself." Shěn Lí spoke deliberately. Very well. First tell me who you are, and then explain how you knew that woman was my stepmother. The elder brother wept and sniffled, his appearance utterly wretched as he blurted out, "We are notorious robbers who frequent the homes of the wealthy to plunder. When we've gathered enough, we rest. Sometimes we take on private commissions much like this one. We accept payment from someone and within a set time frame ensure that family suffers broken limbs or lost legs. This has kept us well off all along. This time we were blind to recognize the magnitude of our mistake, not knowing your stepmother intended to target you, revered miss." Weeping, the elder brother continued, "As for how we learned of this matter, isn't it because the whole capital is already abuzz with news of it? Though that family approached us with great caution, we still followed them back to the Bow residence. Naturally, we learned who they were and whom they intended to harm." Shěn Lí narrowed her eyes. "Did you enter the residence? If you didn't, how could you be certain this was my stepmother's plan?" The eldest brother sniffed the snot running toward his eyes and cried, "Although we didn't go inside, we're not fools. Could we not figure this out? Which father would let his daughter lose her purity? That is something only a stepmother would do, is it not?" Shěn Lí smiled. "Exactly, you are not fools at all." She looked at the two men hanging there and asked, "Is it just the two of you? Is there anyone else involved?" The eldest brother quickly shook his head. "No one else. Two brothers handling matters is more than enough. Why would we ever let anyone share what we steal? If we stole too little, there might not even be enough to divide." Shěn Lí sealed the eldest brother's mouth and then opened the younger brother's, asking the same question once more, "Did you have anyone else with you?" The younger brother quickly shook his head, his face covered in snot and tears. No, it's just the two of us brothers. Dear Granny, we have told you everything. We know we were wrong and will never dare do such things again. Please, as a great person who overlooks the faults of petty folks, spare us this time." Shěn Lí chuckled. "What, Granny? Can't you see my condition? I am your immortal grandmother. I came down to the mortal realm this time, wishing to keep a low profile, but I never expected to be forced out by you." As Shěn Lí spoke, she sighed, and the younger brother believed her instantly. After all, who could manipulate plants to bind them unless they were an immortal? If she were not an immortal, she would be a demon. Yet demons eat people. If they had encountered a demon, they would have preferred it to be an immortal instead. Immortal Granny, please spare us. We were wrong, so wrong." Shěn Lí said, "Alas, since you are so deeply remorseful, I have no reason not to spare you. After all, you have not done anything to me yet, have you?" Hearing this, the younger brother happily blew a snot bubble. Yes, Granny, you are the best, immortal Granny." Shěn Lí turned her gaze away with visible disdain and said to them, "It is not impossible for me to spare you, but I have one condition." At this point, the younger brother could not care less about any condition. He did not need his eldest brother to say anything, for his eldest brother could not speak anyway. He quickly nodded in agreement. Good. Not just one condition, Granny. Oh, Granny, we would agree to 100 conditions. Just give your orders." Shěn Lí was quite satisfied with their compliance. It was not that she was unwilling to do it herself, but sometimes as a woman she was not as convenient as a man for certain tasks. She sighed with a hint of regret and said, "Since you have agreed, I do not have 100 conditions. I have just one: do to Lady Yonghi Bo exactly what you promised to do to me." The younger brother had not yet understood what she meant and quickly nodded. Good, that's fine, no problem." Only after realizing what Shěn Lí was saying did he freeze in shock. What? Lady Yonghi Bo? Although they were uneducated, they knew the Bo mansion was not to be offended. As for why they dared to provoke Shěn Lí, wasn't it simply because Shěn Lí was no longer a member of the Yonghi Bo mansion? If they were sent to the Bo mansion to carry out this task, they would genuinely worry about being caught. But these concerns were not within Shěn Lí's considerations. She simply removed the banana leaf from the eldest brother's mouth, looked at the two of them with a smile, and said, "Yes, it is Lady Yonghi. As long as you make her receive her just deserts, I will spare you." After a moment's thought, she added, "By the way, if you find two people too time-consuming, she also has a son. You can handle him as well." Both the eldest brother and the younger brother were stunned. "A son?" Shěn Lí said with a smile. "Yes, he is the only male heir of the Shěn family, and also the most precious treasure of Lord and Lady Yonghi. You must treat him well, understand?" She sat there smiling like a carnivorous flower. A life for a life, a debt for a debt. A mother's debt is paid by her son. Have I not done anything wrong? Didn't you want to know what it feels like to be a young master? Then go be a young master and find out. You could even become marquises. Don't you think that would be thrilling? The two bandits felt a chill run down their spines, their eyes filled with terror as they looked at Shěn Lí. Being men themselves, they naturally understood what this meant for a man who was not that kind of man. For what Shěn Lí was doing to Lady Yonghi, they thought she was merely being ruthless. But when they heard she intended to deal with Shun Xinyuan in this manner, something down there began to tremble violently. And yet they had no way to refuse. If they refused, they would be the ones suffering in the end. From Shěn Lí's words, it was clear she had heard everything they had said earlier. If they disobeyed her orders, the consequences were easy to imagine. They were no great saints who would sacrifice themselves for the sake of others. They were bandits after all. So after Shěn Lí let them down, they did not stop for a moment and rushed straight toward the Yonghi mansion. But before running off quickly, the eldest brother still called out to Shěn Lí, Immortal Granny, after we do all this, will you truly be able to spare us?" Shěn Lí glanced at him and said, "If you do not trust me, then simply do not leave." She pretended to want to keep the two of them, frightening them so much that they dared not say another word and fled as fast as they could. Shěn Lí did not go to sleep either. Instead, she leisurely tied her hair with a ribbon, leaped upstairs, and finally stopped in front of a large tree. The two shadow guards hiding in the tree had already wanted to flee when Shěn Lí approached. But looking around in all directions, they could not find another tree to hide in. They could only hold their breath and continue concealing themselves, hoping that Miss Shun was merely acting on a whim and had not truly discovered anything. But their hopes were destined to be dashed. Before their very eyes, Shěn Lí landed right on the branch in front of them. The two men were terrified out of their wits, their minds racing with thoughts of how the prince would deal with them now that they had been caught by Miss Shun. Would he simply throw them into the mansion to fend for themselves? Dark Guard 1's eyes widened in astonishment, while Dark Guard 2 hastily bowed. "Miss Shun, would you like to go watch the show?" Shěn Lí had no intention of frightening them. The man was actually challenging her to see who could keep their eyes open the widest. How childish. Hearing the greeting, Shěn Lí casually asked, "You must be tired standing here every day. Come, let's go for a walk together." She believed they had no knowledge of what had transpired at the Shun residence, but it hardly mattered if they witnessed what came next. After all, the Shun family's reputation was not her own. The two exchanged glances, puzzled by Shěn Lí's meaning. Hadn't she previously forbidden them from watching? Now that she had discovered them, why wasn't she angry? Shěn Lí certainly wasn't. They hadn't trespassed into her courtyard and had left her some privacy. How could she possibly be upset? "Are you coming or not?" Shěn Lí glanced at them, unimpressed by their hesitation, and walked away on her own. Watching her retreating figure, the two dark guards exchanged a look, confusion mingled with a spark of curiosity. With excitement unfolding before them, how could they possibly resist? They followed at a respectful distance, uncertain of where she intended to witness the spectacle. Upon arriving at Earl Yonghi's residence, their bewilderment only deepened. What was the meaning of this? How had they ended up at Miss Shun's former family home? And those two figures scaling the wall, why did they seem so familiar? The guards exchanged glances. These must be the same men who had breached the Shun residence earlier. A sense of guilt washed over them, both uncertain why they had been summoned. Had Miss Shun discovered their negligence? Perhaps she wanted them to witness what happened to these two. As for Shěn Lí's martial arts prowess, they harbored no surprise, having witnessed her rescue that child on the street alongside the prince. Upon departing from Shěn Lí, the older and younger brothers never considered fleeing. After encountering a celestial being, how could they possibly escape her notice? They doubted they could encounter two immortals in a single day, so upon leaving they headed straight for Earl Yonghi's residence. Much like the Shun residence, the master dwelled in the main courtyard. Shěn Lí, well acquainted with the family's layout, could clearly describe who resided where. They naturally found Shun Xinyuan's quarters without much difficulty. They chose Shun Xinyuan's quarters first, since the outer courtyard was closest. Unlike the Shun residence, this estate still had young servants on night watch, but recent misfortunes had depleted their numbers. Most had been sold by Countess Yongyi to cover the family's debts, allowing the two to enter relatively unimpeded. Moreover, they still possessed unspent soul-confusing powder, so they had no fear of being discovered. After ensuring all the servants fell asleep, they entered Shun Xinyuan's room. His previous beating had been severe enough to keep him awake with pain, but he had improved over the past 2 days and was finally sleeping soundly. By moonlight, they saw Shun Xinyuan lying on his bed. Though lacking in ability, he possessed a handsome countenance, refined and delicate, surpassing even some country girls in his soft, fair appearance. The brothers had initially harbored reservations about this mission, but now it seemed like a fair exchange. The younger brother covered Shun Xinyuan's mouth. They had no intention of rendering him unconscious so quickly. There would be no sport in that. He called to his elder, "Brother, come quickly. You go first." The elder brother laughed gleefully as he loosened his belt. "Very well. It'll be your turn shortly." He approached with a grin and pressed down upon Shun Xinyuan. Though initially only sensing discomfort beneath the muffled mouth, Shun Xinyuan detected nothing amiss in his drowsy state, until someone began undressing him. He instinctively attempted to cry out, but the sound died before it could form, and his eyes widened in terror. No lamp burned in his room for nighttime visits, and by moonlight, he could only discern a figure crouched upon him, weighing him down. Overcome with terror, he reached out to push the man away. Though the brothers could not match Shěn Lí's prowess, that was precisely because she was extraordinary. Surely they could overpower a mere young master. Since Shěn Lí had not forbidden harm to Shun Xinyuan, and given what they had already done, they saw no reason to spare him. Such violations carried profound significance for a man. The elder brother seized Shun Xinyuan's flailing arms with impatience. With a sharp crack, he broke his wrist. The younger brother recognized the futility of this approach. "Brother, this lad fights too fiercely. We risk alerting the others. Let us take him to the main courtyard first, and handle him elsewhere where his cries will not trouble us." Though his trousers were already undone, the elder brother paused to consider, then nodded. "Agreed." He delivered a vicious slap to Shun Xinyuan's face, nearly knocking him unconscious. "Consider yourself fortunate, boy. I'll grant you a few more hours of respite." "Damn you. If not for your mother's scheme, we brothers would never have faced this. Beating you to death would be mercy." Shun Xinyuan's head throbbed, but these words sent shockwaves through his mind. His mother had summoned them. That was impossible. How could his mother orchestrate such treatment against him? It simply could not be. Before he could process this revelation, the elder brother struck him unconscious with a chop to the neck. The younger brother bound him securely and stuffed a cloth in his mouth to silence him. The two brothers then proceeded through the darkness toward the main courtyard. If asked whom they resented most, it certainly would not be Shěn Lí. Her demonstrated power was beyond their capacity to challenge, inspiring reverence rather than hatred. Their hatred, however, was reserved for the instigator, Countess Yongyi. Without her schemes, they would never have endured such inhuman treatment. They scattered the drug as they moved, and upon reaching the main courtyard, discovered the Earl was not present. After all, no husband remained permanently at his wife's side. Naturally, he found his wife past her prime. The elder and younger brothers exchanged knowing smiles, each recognizing the other's triumph. Tonight they would assume the role of lords. The two men crept inside. A maid was keeping vigil in the chamber, but under the influence of the sleeping draught, not only the maid, but also the Countess of Yongyi, had fallen asleep. Although the effect was not as potent, the brothers nonetheless dutifully carried out Shěn Lí's instructions. Shěn Lí and the two shadow guards did not wait outside. Instead, they entered the Earl's mansion and followed behind the duo to watch the spectacle. Thus, she was fully aware of how their mission had been accomplished. When the two bandits emerged from the Countess's chamber, they were fastening their belts as they made their way to Shun Xinyuan's room. Finding him still unconscious, they directly carried him out and ran all the way to a dilapidated temple in the southern part of the city. Not every district in the capital was prosperous. The southern district, for instance, was a gathering place for the poor and beggars who usually rested there. As seasoned bandits operating in the capital, the two were naturally familiar with such places. To better fulfill Shěn Lí's assignment, despite their fatigue, the two men expended every effort to defile Shěn Lí. Since Shěn Lí had not inhaled the sleeping draught, she regained consciousness during the ordeal. Seeing her own state, and feeling an indescribable pain in a certain place, her eyes blazed with fury as she rasped, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Let me go? Do you know who I am? Do you have any idea who I am?" The elder brother slapped her across the face and snarled, "This is the first time I've had to do something like this, and I'm the one feeling wronged. If it weren't for your mothers and your wicked deeds, how could I have fallen to such a state?" He then couldn't help but let out a lecherous chuckle. "I just had your mother, and now I've had you. I've lived my life to the fullest." Shěn Lí couldn't comprehend what he meant, as she only felt an immense humiliation. She screamed hoarsely, "Help! Help! Save me, save me!" But no one paid her any heed. The beggars, seeing that these two men were not to be trifled with, naturally refrained from meddling and buried their heads, pretending not to exist. Shěn Lí fainted twice, only to be jolted awake by the searing pain before losing consciousness again. The two brothers finally rose, their appetites still unsated. Gazing at the fallen Shěn Lí and the surrounding beggars, the elder brother's eyes glinted with malice. She had never suffered such a grievous loss in her life. Although Shěn Lí was no longer a member of the Yongi Earl's household, she had once been. Moreover, the one who had sent them to cause trouble was Shěn Lí's own mother. From any perspective, the loss he had sustained could well be affixed to Shěn Lí. With this thought, he called out to the surrounding beggars, "Fellows, I'll leave this one here. Whatever you do to him, my brother, and I won't interfere. Now we're off." With that, the elder brother led his younger companion out of the temple. The younger one snickered, "Big brother, I never knew a man could taste so different. Why didn't I discover this before?" The elder brother also laughed, "But I still prefer women." The younger one flattered him again, as expected of big brother. "We've suffered a great loss this time. We must recoup it from these people. The Yongi Earl's mansion has little left to offer, but making the Earl's son suffer this loss is worth it." The elder brother grinned, looking quite pleased. As they walked out of the temple and gazed at the moon hanging in the sky, their relaxed mood allowed them to momentarily forget the terror they had felt facing Shěn Lí. The younger brother's eyes darted as he said to the elder, "Big brother, now that we've done the deed, the immortal lady must already know. We've completed our task. How about we leave quickly?" The elder brother agreed that he couldn't stay any longer. With someone as frightening as Shěn Lí around, he felt he couldn't make a living here. After a moment's thought, he nodded. "All right, let's go. We'll never come back to this place." The two headed into an alley. Shěn Lí, watching from the rooftop, saw them flee and ordered the two shadow guards, "Go kill them." She gave the orders so matter-of-factly that both shadow guards were taken aback. They recalled that the prince had not instructed them to obey Shěn Lí. While the first shadow guard hesitated, the second had already dashed out with his blade, looking as if he would die for Shěn Lí. The first shadow guard was stunned. This sly one really knew how to show off. Siechen's shadow guards were indeed skilled, and the two bandits were soon dispatched with a single blow. Shěn Lí felt not a shred of guilt for breaking her word. After all, she had no moral scruples, and those two were bandits. How could she let them go? If she spared them, wouldn't more people suffer? "Miss Shěn, they are dead." The two shadow guards came to report to Shěn Lí. She nodded and said, "All right, I'm sleepy. Let's go back." She wouldn't have come out in the dead of night for such matters if not for the sake of watching the drama. But the Countess of Yongi, once so proud and condescending toward her, would now have to face the consequences. Shěn Lí was eager to see what she would do. "Keep an eye on the Yongi mansion. Report any developments to me." Shěn Lí unceremoniously commanded the two, showing no hint of restraint. The two shadow guards knew that their assignment was not to spy on Shěn Lí, for they had witnessed how the prince had demeaned himself in front of her. Thus they naturally obeyed her words. Since even those two bandits couldn't handle her, it was unlikely anyone else could. Yes, they agreed. One stayed at the temple to watch over Shěn Lí, while the other went to squat near the Yongi mansion, determined to bring back first-hand information for Shěn Lí. Shěn Lí herself returned to sleep. After she left the beggars in the temple, seeing that the two bandits had not returned for a long time, and likely wouldn't be back anytime soon, felt their aroused desires still simmering. They looked at the man lying there unconscious and more beautiful than a girl, and the light in their eyes gradually turned sinister. They stood up and silently formed a queue before the prostrate man. The line was long, and the night was long as well. The Countess of Yongi felt an all-over discomfort. Such soreness she had only experienced on her wedding night. It had never been this unbearable before. Due to the sleeping draft, she still felt extremely drowsy when she opened her eyes, as if she could fall back asleep at any moment. Yet the ache in her body made it impossible to continue sleeping. She mumbled groggily, "Someone come massage my back." But no one answered. At that moment she sensed something amiss. She felt a chill on her skin, and a strange yet familiar odor lingered in the room. The scent alarmed her, for she remembered that the Earl had not slept in her chamber the previous night. Startled, she opened her eyes wide and saw herself lying naked on the bed. The undergarments she had worn to sleep were strewn on the floor. Anyone with experience would know what had transpired. She was no naive girl. If she couldn't figure out what had happened, she would be a fool. But upon realizing the truth, her vision darkened, and she let out an uncontrollable scream. Last night the Earl had slept comfortably in his concubine's room, and no one disturbed them. This morning he intended to visit his wife to prevent her from taking out her displeasure on his concubine. Before he even entered the courtyard, he heard the Countess's scream and rushed in urgently. After the Countess's uncontrollable scream, she hadn't expected to see the Earl, and the maid burst in. Even she was stunned. The Earl was even more dumbfounded. He hadn't anticipated witnessing such a sight so early in the day. His wife was covered in bruises, unmistakable evidence of what had occurred. The disheveled clothes on the floor and the marks all over her body made him feel as though his head were adorned with a green hat. A surge of fury rushed to his head. He strode forward and slapped the Countess, who had just risen back onto the bed. "You shameless wretch! How dare you cuckold me? I'll beat you to death today." No man could endure the humiliation of being cuckolded, let alone by his own lawful wife. The Earl of Yongi had lost all semblance of good humor. His sole impulse was to strike her dead. The Countess of Yongi was equally stunned, utterly bewildered by what had transpired. After receiving 2 slaps, she finally collected herself. Whatever had happened, she could not afford to acquiesce. She had 2 children, and for their sake, she must survive and scheme for their future. She wept. "My lord, I have no idea what happened, truly I do not. At my age, how could I ever betray you? I retired early last night, and knew nothing of the situation." Sobbing, she shifted the blame to the maids. "My lord, think on it. I had 2 maids keeping vigil in my chamber, yet why did they also hear nothing?" Though her reasoning held some weight, the Earl could not bear the thought of his dishonor. He kicked her in the chest, and the Countess spat blood. The 2 maids, terrified, rushed to support her. "Milady, are you all right? Milady?" The Countess felt a surge of blood and chi in her chest. But she had no defense. In such circumstances, what man could tolerate it? She knew that anything she said now would be futile. Enraged by her predicament, she slapped one of the maids across the face, murderous intent flashing in her eyes. "You wretches! Were you both dead asleep last night? How could you not raise any alarm?" The 2 maids were terrified, but as family bond servants they could never leave this household. Even beaten, they had no recourse. They could only weep and reply, "Milady, this servant truly does not understand. Last night we heard no commotion, and everything in the room remains. Your servant truly knows nothing of what happened." Hearing this only deepened the Countess's hatred. Seeing them neatly dressed while she herself was in such a wretched state, she wished she could have them killed on the spot. But she could not yet. She still had to deal with the Earl. Lifting her head, she said, "My lord, I know words are useless now, but think of how I have always treated you. Could you truly believe I would do such a thing? Do you not recall the time our estate was burgled? Perhaps this is also the work of thieves." At this thought the Countess wept inconsolably. "My lord, I am already in this state, yet you not only show no concern, but also accuse me of wrongdoing. Even if I were at fault, the mansion is vast with many servants and retainers, and you, my lord, are my sky, my husband. Are you all not responsible for what has befallen me?" Speaking of this, the Countess was filled with resentment. She turned to the Earl and said, "If you had stayed with me last night, how could I have been targeted by a villain and suffered this?" These words made the Earl's heart stir with guilt, but a man of pride could never bear being accused of fault without fighting back. Thus, before his guilt could fully surface, a surge of fury overwhelmed him, directed at the Countess. You slut. Are you blaming me now? Where I choose to rest is none of your concern. Wives in other households are magnanimous, but you alone are so jealous and sour. Who knows which rogue you have been carrying on with? Do not pretend you were violated. Oh, perhaps you welcomed this whole affair. You vile creature, how can you be so base? Flashing your lewd body for whom? Do you think after this I will still want you? Dream on. I will beat you to death now, then write you a letter of divorce, and send you back to your mother's home. The Countess first felt fury, then panic. A woman in her situation could not continue living, and if she were divorced and sent back to her natal family, how could she survive? Her 3 children would also suffer. No, she could not let that happen. While the Earl was speaking, the maids quickly fetched a quilt from the bed and draped it over the Countess. She knew she could not be divorced and sent back at her age. Such a disgrace would be unbearable. Her eyes brimming with tears, she looked at the Earl and wept. My lord, what are you saying? Divorce me. Is this something I desired? Do you truly believe I feel no pain? Master, I am at least your wife by your side. I have borne your children and managed your household. Even if you have feelings for your concubines, they are nothing but concubines. You wish to cast me aside. Have you not considered what would become of these 3 children if harm came to me? How could Yuan and Yinran ever secure suitable marriages? Desperate to avoid being cast aside, her mind raced as she spoke to the Count of Yongi. Moreover, thefts have occurred at other estates as well. Why does Master not consider this? Perhaps similar incidents have transpired in their homes, yet have you witnessed any family publicize such matters? Are we not all acting for the sake of our children and the family's honor? If I were divorced, what would the outside world say about the Count's estate? Would such matters bring glory when spread abroad? I would lose all face, and the 3 children would struggle to survive. Would you, Master, still have the face to stand before others? The Count of Yongi regained a measure of rationality from her words. Though still angry, he noticed no marks on his wife's body, and was able to think more clearly. Her words held truth. Such matters once disclosed would benefit no one. Though she had other means to divorce her, the 3 children would inevitably suffer the consequences. Yinyu remained at the Duke of Bao's residence. She would bear the brunt of any scandal, and the Count's estate would forfeit its most advantageous alliance. These were poor calculations. Other estates had also suffered thefts, and such circumstances were not uncommon. One could not rule out the possibility that the principal wives and concubines of those households had similarly been violated. With these thoughts, the Count of Yongi felt somewhat relieved. He closed his eyes. Then what do you suggest we do now? The Countess of Yongi realized he would not divorce her now. The tension drained from her body, her hair damp with sweat. Yet she dared not relax completely. For once this incident occurred, a permanent stain would remain in her husband's heart. Her position would never be as secure as before, but it did not matter. She still had 3 children. As long as they lived, she refused to believe anyone could cast her aside. Once the Countess of Yongi had considered these matters, she spoke. The first priority now is to seal this news. Since no other estate has allowed such rumors to spread, we must not be the ones to do so. As for the rest, we can only investigate slowly. If we pursue this matter with great fanfare, we will only become the laughingstock of others. The Count of Yongi now understood he could not divorce her, and thus had no means to punish her. Though anger still burned within him for the sake of the 3 children, he could do nothing. He flicked his sleeve. Then handle this matter yourself. If you ruin the reputation of my estate, do not blame me for showing you no mercy. Without a single glance at the Countess of Yongi, he departed swiftly, as though something foul lingered in the room. Witnessing the Count of Yongi in this state, the Countess of Yongi's hands clenched involuntarily. Her eyes turned cold. With such events unfolding within the estate, the Countess of Yongi busied herself with damage control. For the moment, she kept the 2 maidservants close, intending to deal with them only after this matter was resolved. Otherwise, it would draw too much attention. Shun Xinyuan typically spent his nights elsewhere, and with so many domestic affairs demanding attention, the Countess of Yongi had not yet turned her focus to him. Consequently, no one was aware of what had transpired with Shun Xinyuan the previous evening. Well, that is not entirely true. One person did know. The beggars from the ruined temple had taken turns with Shun Xinyuan throughout the night. He was now completely immobilized and still unconscious. Dark Guard 2 knelt on the ground to report to Shěn Lí, who listened with interest while eating, feeling as though she were scrolling through her phone. She asked with genuine curiosity, Oh, and those men did not mind that he was a man. As a man himself, Dark Guard 2 felt he could barely bring himself to recall that scene. Yet seeing that Shěn Lí clearly wanted to hear it, he endured his discomfort and spoke. Though those men were beggars, they were men with normal desires. In the past, they would find someone handsome to satisfy themselves. Now that such a person had appeared, they naturally could not let him go. Shěn Lí had not expected these men to be so ruthless. The two highway bandits had indeed completed their task well. If not for the weight of their crimes, she would have genuinely wanted to keep them at her side. How is the situation at the Count's estate? Have they discovered that Shin Yuan was not at home? Have they sent people to search for him? Dark Guard 1 shook his head. Not yet. The Countess of Yongyi is still cleaning away the traces on her own body. She has not yet thought to look for her son. This morning was quite fortuitous. The Countess of Yongyi had just awakened when the Count arrived, and they happened upon this situation. The couple argued within the household, and it was only when the Countess of Yongyi brought up the 3 children that she prevented the Count from divorcing her. Hearing this, Shěn Lí could already imagine how a man could not bear such a thing, just as a woman could not tolerate a man who was unclean. Yet men lacked this self-awareness. They did not know how many women they had touched, yet still considered themselves clean. After finishing her meal, Shěn Lí gave instructions to Dark Guard 2. Since there are still matters at the Count's estate, we should not disturb them for now. Take this thought to the Duke of Cheng'en's residence, and have the young master there search for the person. Dark Guard 2 paused for a moment. Recalling the complicated history between the young master of the Duke of Cheng'en's household and Shěn Lí, his gaze toward her carried a hint of reverence. Yes. Dark Guard 2 departed with his orders. Dark Guard 1 remained waiting for further instructions. Shěn Lí felt he had not even told the story properly, so she said, "Very well, can you go back to waiting in the tree now?" Dark Guard 1. The sky was falling. Dark Guard 2 quickly arrived at the Duke of Cheng'en's residence. By fortune, Li Shurxiu had not gone out that day and was reading in his room. Dark Guard 2 simply tossed a small note onto his desk. Li Shurxiu had never cared for studying, so upon seeing the note, he picked it up and read it without regard for who had given it to him. When he saw what was written, a lewd smile crossed Li Shurxiu's face. He abandoned his book and headed straight for the door, calling out as he went, "Quick, gather the men. I'm going out. Then go tell the other branches as well. We're going to watch the spectacle." The servants hurried to obey, knowing full well his difficult temper and daring not to offer any counsel at such a moment. As Li Shurxiu had just left his courtyard, he encountered a slender, delicate woman accompanied by 2 maids. Seeing him, she asked in surprise, "Where are you going, 10th brother? Did grandmother not tell you to study in your room?" Seeing her, Li Shurxiu grinned and said, "I have matters to attend to outside. Don't mention it to grandmother. Tian'er, stay home and behave yourself. I'll bring you something fun when I return." With that said, he paid no further heed to Li Tian and departed directly. A trace of displeasure flickered across Li Tian's thin, sun-darkened face. Yet since Li Shurxiu had already left, she said nothing. The group set out in a grand procession. The young masters from the other branches of the family all followed his lead, clustering around him eagerly. "Brother Xiu, what's happened? What kind of spectacle are you taking us to see?" Li Shurxiu strode onward with long, confident steps, a mysterious smile playing at his lips. "Don't worry about it. Just follow me, and you'll find out soon enough." Hearing this, the group asked no further questions and followed him southward through the city. As they pressed deeper into the area, these young masters, long accustomed to a life of comfort, found the surroundings increasingly unbearable. One of them grumbled with displeasure, "Good heavens, what kind of place is this? It's so filthy and chaotic. Brother Xiu, if you won't tell us what we're supposed to see here, I'm not going a step further." The others, equally unaccustomed to such squalor, also voiced their reluctance, chiming in from all directions. "Exactly. Just tell us already. Why drag us all the way out here? I refuse to believe there's anything worth seeing in this godforsaken place." "That's right, Brother Xiu. Stop being so mysterious. If you don't tell us soon, we're heading back." Though they were not sons of the main household, they still held a certain standing and were not entirely Li Shurxiu's lackeys. Naturally, displeasure began to take root among them. Hearing that they intended to leave, Li Shurxiu was naturally unwilling to let them go. "Oh, you lot are far too impatient. I simply wanted to wait until we arrived before revealing the surprise. But since you're all so eager to know, I suppose I'll tell you now. Lowering his voice, he glanced around mysteriously and said, "Listen, I've received word from a reliable source that the heir of the Yongi Earl Manor is here." At the mention of the Yongi Earl Manor's heir being in the area, some of the young masters furrowed their brows. "Brother Sho, what does the heir of Yongi Earl Manor have to do with us? Do we have to come and pay our respects just because he's here? Does he really think he's that important?" "Exactly. He's merely the son of an earl, nothing compared to our ducal manor. In the past, if he wanted to curry favor with us, he'd have to wait until we were in the mood. And now you're asking us to go find him. This is beneath us. I'm going back." As the man made to leave, Li Shishio hastily grabbed him, frowning with displeasure. "You're all far too hasty. I haven't even finished speaking, and you're already rushing to leave. Let me make one thing clear. If you miss out on this spectacle, don't blame me for not including you. I've always considered you my closest brothers. The moment I caught wind of this entertainment, I came straight to you. If you leave now, then don't ever call yourselves my brothers again." Hearing how serious he made it sound, one of the more timid ones spoke up. "Brother Sho, I'll go with you. If the others don't want to come, so be it. I enjoy a good spectacle, so I'll follow you." Li Shishio cast an appreciative glance at him. Seeing this, the others realized that continuing to refuse would mean offending Li Shishio, who was after all the young master of a ducal manor. Though still reluctant, witnessing his obvious irritation, they swallowed their true feelings and spoke with feigned enthusiasm. "Fine, we've already come this far. Since we're here, we might as well go see what all the fuss is about." Someone added jokingly, "But if we find this spectacle boring today, Brother Shio will have to treat us all to a feast at Julu Tower." Seeing that no one was mentioning leaving anymore, Li Shishio waved his hand cheerfully. "I guarantee this will be the most exciting spectacle you've ever seen. Don't you worry." Reassured by his promise and driven by the mentality of "since we're already here," the group pressed onward until they soon arrived before a dilapidated temple. By this time, most of the beggars had already gone out to beg, for if they skipped even a single day, they would have nothing to eat. However, because something amusing was happening inside the temple, 2 beggars had remained behind to continue their entertainment. This was precisely the scene Li Shishio and his companions stumbled upon entering. One beggar was lying atop another in a lewd embrace, while 2 others waited in line nearby. Though the letter had already described this very occurrence, witnessing it firsthand left Li Shishio momentarily stunned, unable to fully process what he was seeing. The others recoiled at the repulsive sight, voicing their dissatisfaction to Li Shishio. "You dragged us all the way here for this. It's absolutely disgusting." "Exactly. What is this? How can such a sight be fit for our eyes? If it were a beautiful woman, that might be one thing. But this? What is this nonsense?" Snapped back to his senses by their clamorous complaints, Li Shishio felt a complicated knot in his stomach despite having come for the spectacle. He said, "The real show is over there. Just chase those people out, and you'll see." The others were skeptical, but Li Shishio had already ordered his servants to go and drive the beggars away. Since they had come to this place, he had brought quite a few attendants with him. The beggars, seeing that these visitors were finely dressed and unsure of their connection to the person inside the temple, feared that the trouble might fall upon them. They hastily pulled up their trousers and fled. This left only the figure lying inside the dilapidated temple, limp as mud. Although Li Shishio had come for the spectacle, he had no desire to step inside the filthy temple himself. He ordered his servants to carry the person out. The servant who went inside was clever enough to know that these young masters abhorred filth, so he cleaned the person up somewhat before bringing him out. By this time, there was not a single patch of healthy skin left on Shun Xinyuan's body. Bruises covered him from head to toe. His face was so caked with dirt as to be almost unrecognizable, and his clothes had long since vanished somewhere. It was only because one of the servants couldn't bear to look at him that he had taken off his own robe to cover him. Even in this pitiful state, those who knew Shun Xinyuan could still recognize who he was, though they were somewhat reluctant to believe their eyes. One of the young masters said, "I say, I must be seeing things. This fellow looks an awful lot like Shun Xinyuan from the Yongi Earl Manor, doesn't he?" At these words, someone standing at a distance spoke up, "Impossible. What place is this? Would Shun Xinyuan come here? I don't believe it. It stinks to death here. Don't even think about tricking me into going over there." Another person carefully examined Shun Xinyuan's tightly closed eyes and said, "Oh my, this really is Shun Xinyuan. I saw him at a gambling house last time. I would never mistake him for someone else. This is him. His unequivocal declaration fell upon a momentary silence. Recalling what had just happened to Shin, they found it difficult to believe. Seeing that they had recognized him, Li Shishio wasted no time in revealing the truth. Indeed, this is Shun Xinyuan, the heir of the Yonghi-Bo mansion. I received word that he ended up here through some unknown means, so I thought I'd bring you all to witness the spectacle. Even Li Shishio himself felt a twinge of unease. One can only wonder how he came to be in such a state. The others harbored doubts that Li Shishio was behind this, yet they kept their suspicions unspoken. The one who had remained at a distance finally spoke up. What are we to do now? Li Shishio frowned. What do you mean what to do? The man replied in a patient tone. We've already seen the spectacle. What should we do with this young master of the Yonghi-Bo household? Li Shishio responded carelessly. What else could we do? Naturally, we should return him to the Yonghi-Bo mansion. The other man countered. If we send him back, the Yonghi-Bo will surely suspect us of being responsible. Li Shishio dismissed the concern with indifference. What of it? I have no fear of him. What family are they? What family are we? Even my grandfather and the Queen Dowager cannot deal with them. The man fell silent for a moment before speaking. It would be wiser to avoid trouble whenever possible. Who knows whom he offended or who reduced him to this wretched state? The fact that he informed you suggests he may be using you as a scapegoat. We must not fall into such a trap. Li Shishio paid no mind to this warning. Who would act so unreasonably? We have done nothing wrong. Since we have encountered this matter, we cannot simply turn a blind eye. I shall return him to the Yonghi-Bo mansion, and they should be grateful to me for it. If they lay the blame on me, then don't blame me for being harsh in return. As he spoke, he instructed his servants to carry Shin Xinyuan to the Yonghi-Bo mansion. Make it clear to them that we had nothing to do with this. Who knows who was so vicious as to abandon him here? If they have any grievances, let them seek out the one responsible. Several servants acknowledged the order and set off toward the Yonghi-Bo mansion. Seeing that Li Shishio had not heeded his advice, the man sighed and said no more. Li Shishio then asked, would you like to come to the Yonghi-Bo mansion to see the spectacle? But what spectacle was there to witness? None of them wished to stir up further trouble, so they quickly shook their heads. We are going back. It stinks terribly here. We have no desire to remain any longer. We need to return home to bathe and change our clothes. Li Shishio noticed their timidity and said nothing more, simply allowing them to depart. He then set off with his men toward the Yonghi-Bo mansion in his characteristic bold manner. At this point, the Yonghi-Bo had no desire to see his wife, while the countess herself was preoccupied with removing traces from her person and had not yet attended to her son. Thus, when a servant girl came rushing in, breathless and frantic, to report urgently, Madam, the heir has been carried back. She could not bring herself to finish the sentence. The countess felt as though the world had gone dark before her eyes. Having only heard that Shin Xinyuan had been carried back, she hastily emerged and ordered her attendants, quickly go and see what is happening. They hurried out, and by this time, because Li Shishio had had the person carried over on a litter, a crowd of onlookers had already gathered outside the Yonghi-Bo mansion. Witnessing such a scene, everyone began chattering animatedly. Look quickly, what is going on? Who is this person being carried? Who could know? These young masters from wealthy families simply know how to play. One wonders what they are doing all day long. This person was carried over from the south of the city. They carried him the whole way, and I followed along the entire journey. I had no idea they were bringing him here. Oh, carried from the south of the city. Who is this person? Everyone stretched on their tiptoes, eager to see what was happening, but the steward of the Yonghi-Bo mansion had already come out by then, forcing a strained smile toward Li Shishio. Young Master Li, let us discuss matters inside. There are too many people here. The madam is waiting for you inside. Had an ordinary commoner entered this place, they would have worried about whether they would leave alive. But Li Shishio harbored no such concerns whatsoever. Not only did he bring his own men along, but even if the Yonghi-Bo mansion suspected him of being the culprit, they would not dare to lay a hand on him in the present moment. So he gave a casual command, carry him in. He then strode forward with long, confident steps toward the Yonghi-Bo mansion. The others followed, carrying the person inside together. Unable to leave, the countess waited in the flower hall. When she saw Li Shishio enter, she summoned what composure she could as a noblewoman and asked, Young Master Li, I wonder if you could tell me about my son. Before she could finish her question, Li Shishio had already had him carried in. Throughout the journey, Xin Yuan had not awakened. Whether it was some maternal bond between mother and son, at that very moment Xin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. As the Countess looked upon him, he raised his eyelids and returned her gaze. The Countess was startled. She could not reconcile this dying figure with her own son. Moreover, in his current state, he resembled a beggar more than a young nobleman. She recoiled in startled uncertainty, then glanced at Li Shishio and said hesitantly, "Who is this?" Li Shishio found her question rather amusing. Even they could recognize who this was, yet, as a mother, Madame Yongyi failed to recognize her own son. He did not believe it, but he still said, "This is the young master of Yongyi's estate, that is to say your son." It was like a bolt from the blue. No matter how much Madame Yongyi refused to believe it, she could no longer deny the truth. Her son, her only hope and reliance, had been carried back like this. She rushed forward anxiously, asking, "My son, what has happened to you? How could you come to this?" Then she quickly ordered, "Hurry and carry him inside. Summon the imperial physician at once." She had no idea what had transpired, and it was only natural to call for a physician. Li Shishio, eager to watch the drama unfold, had no intention of reminding her. At this moment, it was best that Xin Yuan's condition remained unknown to others. They needed someone discreet, but what did that have to do with him? He was hardly a good man himself. The servants of Yongyi's estate hurriedly carried him inside. Madame Yongyi, though eager to follow, knew she should first get to the bottom of what had happened, so she asked Li Shishio, "I wonder if Lord Li knows what has befallen my son." Though she asked whether he knew, the suspicion in her eyes was unmistakable. Li Shishio paid no mind to her thoughts and simply recounted what he had seen. "I had no idea what happened either. This morning I received a note saying Xin Yuan was in trouble at the ruined temple in the southern district. I thought we had some acquaintance, so I went over. When I arrived, I had brought quite a few people with me. Everyone there saw it with their own eyes. Xin Yuan was being forced into it." As he spoke, he frowned, though a look of schadenfreude still lingered on his face. Madame Yongyi felt the world tilt before her eyes. "What?" Li Shishio found the day's events increasingly entertaining. Seeing Madame Yongyi on the verge of fainting, he graciously offered a reminder. "I heard that the Marquis of Jinxiang's wife was so overcome with rage that she has collapsed in bed. Madame, please do not be too anxious. If you end up like her, that would not be good. Oh, it is merely a matter between men. It is not as if anything terrible has happened. But Xin Yuan is a man. How could those beggars bring themselves to do such a thing?" Madame Yongyi felt as though the heavens and earth were spinning around her. Every word Li Shishio spoke reached her ears, yet each one seemed incomprehensible, as if the language itself had become alien to her. The Earl of Yongyi had just come from his concubine's quarters when he happened to overhear Li Shishio's words. He himself felt the blood drain from his face and hurried over, asking, "What are you saying? What has happened to you, Honor?" Seeing him arrive, Li Shishio waved his hand and said, "Let me make this clear beforehand. I have nothing to do with this. I merely came to watch the spectacle. Who could have imagined that Xin Yuan would suffer such a fate? His son, his only son." The Earl of Yongyi felt a bitter taste rising in his throat, but he knew he could not faint now. If such a scandal broke out in his estate, who knew what ridicule they would face? He stepped forward and bowed to Li Shishio, saying, "Lord Li, thank you for returning my son. I only wonder, how many others know of this matter?" Though he was still unclear whether Li Shishio was behind this, they were not yet in a position to offend the Li family, so there was no choice but to maintain a friendly facade. Li Shishio's eyes gleamed with malicious delight. "I found him in the southern district and had him brought back. I was also worried that you might be worried at home. Besides, Xin Yuan was in such a state that he needed medical attention. When I came here, quite a few people followed along. I do not know whether they are all aware of what happened, but they are still waiting outside." The bitter taste in the Earl of Yongyi's throat grew stronger. He had already been wounded once that morning by Madame Yongyi, and now this second blow left him fearing he might actually die from shock. "Thank you, Lord Li, for returning my son. Regardless of what happened outside, I beg you to keep this matter secret for now." He knew full well that Li Shishio had come merely to watch the drama. Otherwise, he would not have had Xin Yuan carried back rather than brought by carriage. But the proper words still needed to be said. Li Shishio said with a smile, of course. I will not speak of this. But inwardly he thought, I will tell everyone as soon as I return. Ha ha ha, this is so satisfying. That woman's younger brother is now in this state. Let us see how arrogant she will be in front of me from now on. The Earl of Yongi could read his thoughts from his expression, but he knew this was a devil incarnate, and there was nothing more he could say. Otherwise, if the Li family came looking for trouble, it would be disastrous. Satisfied with the spectacle, Li Shurxiu departed with his entourage. The imperial physician arrived soon after. Before entering to examine the patient, the Earl of Yongi, not wanting any more rumors to spread within his household, handed the physician a silver ingot and said, "Whatever you see inside, please do not let it leak out." Madame Yongi, having suffered consecutive blows, had not yet broken down. That was her strength enough. Naturally, she followed whatever her husband arranged. Physicians understood the principle of keeping their mouths shut to preserve their lives, so they naturally agreed and accepted the silver. However, upon entering and taking a look, he was still startled. This was a man, and not just any man, the Earl of Yongi's own son. How could such a thing have happened? Though shocked, he knew these matters were far too important to be spoken of lightly. The news of the young master of Yongi being violated by beggars spread rapidly. Lord Li was never one to keep secrets, and soon nearly every household in the capital knew of the matter. And Nanyue, delighted by this juicy scandal, quickly sent word inviting Su Yao and Shěn Lí to visit and shared the story with them. Shěn Lí felt that noble ladies and wives were essentially a bored lot. With little to occupy their time, they would gather in groups to gossip over any drama that arose. Yet she rather enjoyed such an atmosphere. Su Yao listened with a series of sighs. Madame Yongi used to dote on her son so dearly. Now let us see how she will face the world. Her son is in such a state. Whether he can still produce an heir for the family remains to be seen. And Nanyue said enthusiastically, "Who cares about producing an heir? It has nothing to do with us. This is their karmic retribution. Think of how they treated Ailey in the past. Before she married, they treated her poorly. After she married, they ignored her completely, and in the end, they cut her off from the family. I say such a family deserves nothing less than disaster. Ailey do not show them any mercy. They have only themselves to blame." Shěn Lí said helplessly, "Where do you see any softness in me? I am living alone. Is my life any easier than theirs?" Though she felt her solitary life was hardly easy, she knew she could not say so aloud, or the two of them would think she was being sarcastic. And Nanyue touched her belly and said, "That is good. If you think this way, I need not worry about you being deceived by them." Shěn Lí thought. She had not yet sought revenge upon them. How could she possibly be fooled? But some matters were better left unspoken. Shěn Lí felt that doing something wrong was fine, but if no one ever knew who did it, that would be unsatisfying, lacking the thrill of revenge. So at night, she paid another visit to the Yongi Bo Manor. At this time, the Yongi Bo Manor was shrouded in gloom. Shun Xing'an lay in bed this time, truly severely injured and unconscious, unlike last time, when he could still get up and talk. The Countess of Yongi, deeply concerned for her son, wanted to stay by his side, but having been injured herself that morning, she could no longer endure the strain. She settled in the adjoining room to shun Xinyuan. It wasn't that she didn't want to return, nor that she cared little for her son. Rather, the mere thought of that place brought back the memory of her humiliation. How could a noble lady like her endure such torment? Since she felt neither place was truly safe, she decided to station additional guards here instead. But none of this mattered to Shěn Lí. She hadn't slaughtered them. Since returning from the apocalypse, she felt almost merciful. Simply watching them suffer was enough without taking their lives. After dealing with the guards outside, Shěn Lí walked in as though returning home. Oh right, this used to be her home, but it no longer was. The Countess of Yongi slept on a daybed outside, still fully clothed, with two maids standing guard. Now both had collapsed unconscious. Remembering how these maids had once mocked her cruelly and reflecting on her own mercy, she still chose to act. Using her spatial ability, she shaped blades from the air and slit both their throats in one swift motion. Watching the two severed heads roll across the floor as blood pooled around them, Shěn Lí raised her hand and delivered several brutal slaps to the Countess of Yongi. The sharp crack of her palms striking flesh echoed through the room. Though the sound didn't rouse anyone else, the Countess couldn't endure the pain, even in her sleep, and jolted awake with a cry, "Who's there?" In her dreams, she hadn't felt such agony, but now that she was fully awake, and Shěn Lí held nothing back, her face burned with pain. Shěn Lí watched her clutch her face and smiled. "Have you forgotten, madam? It's me." The moonlight outside was bright, and a candle had been placed in the room for convenience. Naturally, the Countess of Yongi could see who stood before her. She stared at Shěn Lí in shocked disbelief flooding her eyes. "Shěn Lí, how did you get here?" Her disbelief quickly turned to fury, and she screamed for help. "Someone! Bring me someone!" No one answered her. Shěn Lí found her panic amusing and couldn't help but recall how this woman had tormented her in her past life. Her smile to the Countess looked like that of a demon. "Who are you calling for, madam? No one will come now." The Countess refused to believe it, glancing around frantically. "Where are my two maids? What have you done to them?" Aya! Her eyes fell upon the corpses on the floor, and the two severed heads, and her soul seemed to flee her body. All she could do was scream. Before Shěn Lí could speak, she grabbed the woman's hair and delivered several brutal slaps to her face. The pain roused what little sanity remained to the Countess. Her anger had vanished, replaced by sheer terror, her face a mask of panic as she stared at Shěn Lí. "W, what are you doing?" She managed to choke out, her voice barely a hoarse whisper. Satisfied, Shěn Lí released her hair. "I haven't come to do anything. I merely wanted to inform you of your family's current situation and who is responsible." Hearing that Shěn Lí knew who had caused her family's plight, the Countess's eyes blazed with desperate curiosity. Who? Who did it?" Shěn Lí merely smiled, saying nothing. The Countess felt a mixture of rage and dread. "Tell me, who did this?" "I." She trailed off, suddenly understanding, her gaze fixed on Shěn Lí as if she'd seen a ghost. After a long moment, a hesitant voice escaped her throat. "It was you." Shěn Lí readily admitted it. "Yes, it was me. I took everything from your home, including your dowry. I arranged for you to be violated. Your son as well. Who asked you to harm me? I hadn't even struck against you first, yet you attacked me. Did you truly think I was someone you could bully?" "Oh right. I was indeed easy to bully before. But from now on you must never think that again." Though she smiled as she spoke, her words sent shivers down the Countess's spine, as if she'd heard some horrific tale. The despair she'd felt upon waking that morning, the bruises left by the Yongi bow's beating, and the imperial physician's warning about her son's potential psychological trauma, all of it made her crave nothing more than to kill Shěn Lí before her. Her thoughts became action. She lunged at Shěn Lí with feral desperation, claws outstretched to strangle her throat. "You? I'll kill you, you whore." "Oh." But as she sprang from the bed, her agitated state made her forget the corpses scattered across the floor. Her foot slipped on the slick blood, and she lost her balance, crashing down. Shěn Lí made no move to help her, so she landed flat on the ground. To make matters worse, as she fell, she landed directly in front of one of those round severed heads. The moment their eyes met, the Countess let out a scream of pure terror. "Aya!" She scrambled backward in a frenzy, but her hands and knees collided with another corpse. Driven nearly mad, she wailed uncontrollably, rolling between the two bodies, her clothes soaked in blood. Shěn Lí found the spectacle amusing and watched for a while. When the Countess finally pulled herself up, she resembled nothing so much as a ghost. Glaring viciously at Shěn Lí, she demanded, "Why? Why destroy our home? Have you forgotten who you are?" Shěn Lí raised an eyebrow. "It's precisely because I haven't forgotten who I am that I'm taking revenge on you. Have you forgotten all the kindnesses you showed me? In the dead of winter you denied me coal and made me stand outside your courtyard gate in thin clothing to learn my place. In summer my food was snatched away. I find it hard to believe you didn't know. Even if it was the servants who did it, they were merely following your lead. Tell me, how could I simply let someone as wicked as you go unpunished?" The Countess of Yongi was dredged up matters she'd rather not recall, and an inexplicable dread rose within her. "You? It wasn't me. This has nothing to do with me." Shěn Lí nodded patiently. Yes, it has nothing to do with you at all. It's fine. If it has nothing to do with you, then it has nothing to do with you. Just consider me a wicked seed, and I simply wish to watch you good people suffer and scream." The Countess of Yongi was left speechless by these words, her gaze growing ever more terrified as she looked at Shěn Lí. With a smile, Shěn Lí said, "I've come only to tell you this. I will not let you go." Shěn Lí's words hung in the air like a death sentence, sealing the fate of the Yongi Bo Manor forever. She pointed at the two corpses lying on the ground and said, "Look at them. Their eyes haven't even opened. They must have felt no pain at all. You should be careful too. Who knows, one day you might suddenly lose your life in your sleep. Lady Yonghi-bo looked at the headless corpses on the ground, then at Shěn Lí, who wore a gentle smile. She began to tremble all over, and when she met Shěn Lí's gaze, she no longer had the courage to rush forward. That is the nature of people. When they see someone of comparable strength, they feel the urge to fight, but when they encounter someone far superior, that desire vanishes. Now in her eyes, Shěn Lí had become someone not to be trifled with. Even the fleeting thought of strangling Shěn Lí had vanished. After all, who could compare with someone who killed casually and considered it trivial? Though Lady Yonghi-bo was no stranger to bloodshed, it had always been within the confines of the inner courtyard. She truly dared not provoke someone who could shed blood so openly. Shěn Lí saw the fear in her eyes, much like the fear she herself had felt as a child looking at her. She couldn't help but laugh, gathering a hint of supernatural power at her fingertips. She raised her hand, as if to caress Lady Yonghi-bo's face. The lady was terrified, screaming inside for someone to save her, but faced with Shěn Lí's outstretched hand, she couldn't utter a sound. Shěn Lí's hand landed on her face, gentle as a lover's caress, but wherever her fingers passed, a long bloody welt appeared. I know you're scared, but don't be afraid yet. After all, your good days are still ahead. Have you forgotten how you treated me before? Don't worry, I've grown up, and I'll repay you generously. Lady Yonghi-bo didn't want such repayment, but what kind of repayment it would be had nothing to do with her. What Shěn Lí chose to give was simply not something others could refuse. Lady Yonghi-bo felt excruciating pain on her face, but the terror in her heart outweighed the physical pain. With trembling eyes, she looked at Shěn Lí and said, "Can't you spare me?" Shěn Lí found this request laughable. "What are you thinking, madam? Have you forgotten how you treated me when I was young? Even if I could spare anyone, I would never spare you. Your words are too distant. What kind of relationship do we have? Is it one that can be let go so easily? Just wait patiently, madam. The days of my repayment are many." Hearing her voice like a death sentence, Lady Yonghi-bo collapsed to the ground, and a suspicious yellow liquid seeped from beneath her. Seeing her like this, Shěn Lí let out a soft laugh, glanced down at her from above, and turned to leave. Has Lady Yonghi-bo gone mad? Xietchen frowned, finding the question somewhat unbelievable. Wang Du also found it incredible. Recalling the reports from outside, he felt as if he had been out for only a day, yet the world had become unrecognizable. Yes, I heard from the shadow guards that Miss Shun went out once, and then Lady Yonghi-bo went mad. As for where Shěn Lí went, as long as she wasn't thinking of leaving him, Xietchen never interfered. He looked down at the embroidery hoop in his hands, his long broad fingers holding a needle as he slowly poked it. On the embroidery, there was a chaotic mess of tangled threads that looked like nothing. Wang Du found it painful to behold, but Xietchen patiently continued. He couldn't help but advise, "Your Highness, if it's really not working, just give up. You could have an embroiderer make one for you instead." One of the greatest advantages of a madman is that he never gives up easily. Especially when it came to matters concerning Shěn Lí, he would never abandon them. So without a second thought, he refused. No embroidering the bridal veil is imbued with good wishes. It must be done by myself. If someone else does it, all the good wishes will be lost. And what's the point? Wang Du was utterly speechless. You chop off heads on the battlefield like chopping vegetables, and now you talk about wanting good wishes. Are you such a devout believer? Wang Du cursed inwardly, but on the surface, he couldn't have been more respectful. Xietchen proved him wrong by facts. He was indeed such a devout believer. While continuing to poke at the tangled threads, he asked, "Tell me in detail what happened." Wang Du forced himself not to look at that messy thing, averted his gaze slightly, and then said, "It's like this: two of Miss Shun's shadow guards came back and said that Miss Shun took them out earlier and had them kill two people. Oh, those are the two that were found dead in the southern city." As Wang Du spoke, he thought how ruthless this young lady was toward her own family. Xietchen frowned. "Didn't I tell them not to report these things?" Wang Du said this matter was too significant. Miss Shun didn't forbid them from telling, so they came back to report. I heard they weren't planning to return, but Miss Shun indicated that these things could be spoken of. That's why they came back to tell me. Your Highness, do you know what Miss Shun took them out to see? Xietchen said slowly. Didn't you say she took them to kill two people? Wang Du sighed. That all happened after the excitement. Your Highness, you don't know. Miss Shun took them to watch those two men defile the lady of Yonghi Earl, and then abduct the Yonghi Earl's heir to a ruined temple and defile him there. After that the air was passed around by beggars. Tisk, I heard those two were hired by the Lady of Yongyi Earl to deal with Miss Shun, but she turned the tables and gave them to her enemies. They deserved it. Xie Chen's gaze turned cold. He looked up at Wang Du and asked, you say they were sent to deal with her. Wang Du, seeing his grim expression, answered cautiously, yes, they were hired by the Lady of Yongyi Earl to harm Miss Shun, but Miss Shun. Before he could finish, Xie Chen burst into laughter, a sound both gratified and eerie, sending a chill down Wang Du's spine. I knew she was different from other women. Those people trying to harm her. How they deserve it. They should taste her power thoroughly. The Yongyi Earl mansion brought this upon themselves. If they hadn't provoked her, how could they have been dealt with like this? Wang Du watched him delight in this, unable to see any hint that he found the woman ruthless. He couldn't help but feel speechless. Other men favored gentleness, but their prince had truly unique tastes. That's right. The next day Miss Shun visited the Yongyi Earl mansion again. The two shadow guards didn't know exactly what she did, but the day after she left, news spread that the Lady of Yongyi Earl had gone mad. I sent someone to investigate. They say the Lady of Yongyi Earl is now showing genuine signs of madness. She keeps insisting that Miss Shun ruined her and her son, but no one believes that the delicate Miss Shun could have done such a thing. Besides, her two maidservants are dead, and the Lady of Yongyi Earl was found holding a knife covered in blood. Everyone believes she went mad from the shock of her son's misfortune. Wang Du felt that Miss Shun was truly ruthless, reducing a noble woman to this state, making her a laughingstock before the world. This was more agonizing than death itself. With such a lady, the people of the Yongyi Earl mansion would find it hard to show their faces in public, for they had lost all dignity. Xie Chen said nothing, continuing to poke at his embroidery with great interest. Wang Du went on. The story of the Yongyi Earl's heir has also been spread. Miss Shun passed the information to the young master of the Duke of Qing'an's mansion. That was a clever move. Young Master Li already had a grudge against the Shun family. He can't do anything to Miss Shun, but now that he has hold of the Shun family's affairs, how could he not make good use of it? The Yongyi Earl summons doctors from the Imperial Hospital every day, and his mansion is now in chaos. It's likely they won't have the energy to trouble Miss Shun for a long time. Though he said this in his heart, he was wondering, were these people really trying to trouble Miss Shun, or were they bullying themselves? How did it always end up with them making a big show of picking a fight, only to be the ones who got hurt? Xie Chen said with great delight, they brought it upon themselves. If they hadn't harbored malicious intentions. She is kind-hearted by nature and would never harm others. Wang Du's mouth twitched at these words. He truly wanted to ask Xie Chen if he was blind or just foolish. With Shěn Lí's character, how could she be a good person? Kind-hearted. But Wang Du the coward was full of silent complaints. If he actually dared to say these things to Xie Chen, he would fear for his own head. The calamity of the Yongyi Earl mansion further eroded Shen Yinyu's standing in the Duke of Baoguo's mansion. Moreover, since her family had suffered such a scandal, even the heir had been abducted. The Duke of Baoguo's household unanimously decided that the mansion's security was flawed and forbade Shen Yinyu from returning. Shen Yinyu herself felt humiliated, and being pregnant, she willingly kept her distance from her maternal family. After her mother's downfall, she had only returned once, and all she heard was her mother insisting that everything was Shěn Lí's doing. Shen Yinyu hated Shěn Lí to the core, but there was nothing she could do. She could only wait for the right moment to bring Shěn Lí to utter ruin. Yet she waited with this hope for months, finding no opportunity to bring Shěn Lí down. Instead, she saw Shěn Lí's life growing better and better, nearly driving her mad with rage. Shěn Lí thought the Gu family were truly foolish, still unaware that he Minjing had been spreading rumors. Considering that the lady of Jinxiang Marquis had suffered a stroke, and they still hadn't found the culprit, Shěn Lí decided to be kind and send the result to Gu Yunza's desk through the Gu family's hands. Gu Yunza was already overwhelmed by the lady of Jinxiang Marquis' condition. None of them had expected that the lady who had seemed perfectly healthy would collapse like this, and even the imperial physicians could do nothing. When he saw the report handed up by his servant, he went dark before his eyes again, his heart filled with irritation. He couldn't help but sweep the inkstone brush paper and ink from his desk onto the floor. Impossible, this is impossible. What good would it do her? The one who reported this was his trusted confidant. Only because he was a trusted man could he dare to speak a few comforting words while his master was enraged. The confidant was silent for a moment before saying it seems that after sister he became pregnant, she had other plans. She had to give her child a legitimate identity. But at that time Gu Yunza, clearly 7, didn't want to give her that. So her actions were perhaps understandable. Gu Yunze still couldn't believe it. No, I refuse to believe she would do this. She is Zhang Feng's wife. Haven't I treated her well enough? Why would she destroy the reputation of my marquisate? The confidant paused. Regarding this matter of sister, I traced it back to the little beggar boy. Those people identified that it was the Zhang family's young lad who did it. At these words Gu Yunza was stunned again. Everyone knew who the Zhang family's young lad was. Illegitimate, so he couldn't be called a young master. They all called him by his childhood name Zhang Wendiao. He was still a child. How could he have done such a thing? Gu Yunza's face was filled with horror. How could she be so ruthless? These things happening already shouldn't have, but she actually made a child go out to do these things for her. How could she be so heartless? The confidant could understand the situation. He said tactfully, sister, he has only her 2 children. She has no other help in this mansion. Zhang Yunza felt as though he had been struck dumb, shaking his head in disbelief. No, I refuse to believe it. I'm going over there to ask him to ask her why she would do this. With those words Zhang Yunza stormed toward the courtyard where he Minjing rested. His trusted attendant watched him go and sighed inwardly. This was how it always went. Whenever his master claimed to dislike that woman, he simply refused to believe it. After all, Shěn Lí had once been Zhang Yunza's wife, yet he had never shown such unwavering faith in her. Whenever anything happened, he would immediately take action. In contrast, when it came to he Minjing, he refused to believe anything. Or rather, perhaps he did believe, but was simply deceiving himself. Over the past 2 days, he Minjing had been embroidering clothes for the child in her womb. During her previous pregnancies, she had done the same, but never with such leisure as she enjoyed now. Back then, she had to handle everything. No household matter could be neglected. While embroidering, she hadn't possessed the same peace of mind she felt now. Indeed, this was the life she was meant to live. He Minjing now regretted marrying so young. Had she a few years later, she might not have had 2 children, and without the constraints of her status, she could have already belonged to Zhang Yunza. A vexation stirred within her. For the sake of her position, Zhang Yunza had never granted her formal recognition. Shěn Lí had been gone for so long, yet he showed no urgency to marry her despite the child she carried. To her astonishment, he displayed no urgency whatsoever. Yet what brought her the greatest joy was that the mountain pressing upon her head was finally gone. The old woman who had struck her was now defeated. She would never again fear another blow, and from this day forward the Marquis Manor would be her domain alone. She alone would know the mistress. With these thoughts, her spirits lifted even higher. Taohua couldn't fathom what pleased her mistress and dared not ask. She kept close at hand, trembling with apprehension. It was at this moment that Zhang Yunza arrived. Upon entering and seeing he Minjing embroidering a piece of cloth no larger than her palm, he paused in surprise. He Minjing too was taken aback when she saw him, for Zhang Yunza had not visited her in quite some time for reasons unknown. His sudden appearance filled her with delight. She lifted the embroidered garment and showed it to him. General, you've come. Please look. This is the clothing I've stitched for our child. He'll be able to wear it as soon as he's born. Take a look. She continued to address him as General, a title that marked her as someone distinct. Even if that girl continued to monopolize his attention, what of it? Had she ever truly shared in the General's world beyond these walls? He Minjing felt a measure of pride in this distinction. Though the child's arrival had been unwelcome, he was still Zhang Yunza's firstborn. Gazing at the tiny garment before him, Zhang Yunza asked absent-mindedly, so small. He Minjing smiled faintly. Indeed, a newborn is still so small. Such garments will suffice for now. When the child grows a bit older, I'll make new ones. Zhang Yunza replied almost instinctively, there's no need. The needlework room can handle these things. You needn't do it yourself. A flicker of pleasure crossed he Minjing's heart, yet she replied, I've grown accustomed to such work over the years. It poses no trouble. Hearing her speak of the past suddenly reminded him of exactly whose wife this woman was and why he had come in the first place. Realizing he had been ensnared by her the moment he arrived, irritation surged within him. His expression darkened, and fixing his gaze on he Minjing with sharp scrutiny, he demanded, What's the truth behind the rumors spreading outside? Why did you deliberately leak such information? Panic seized He Minjing. She wondered if he had discovered her role in spreading those words, yet regardless, she would never admit it. She shook her head. General, what are you referring to? I don't understand. What rumors? I've remained in this room the entire time. You know this yourself. How could I possibly know what whispers circulate beyond these walls, let alone spread them? Jiang Yunze kept his gaze fixed on her, catching the fleeting evasion in her eyes. Her schemes had never been particularly clever, and he couldn't fathom why he hadn't recognized her foolishness sooner. His anger flared uncontrollably. He barked at her, sending He Minjing into a tremor of terror as she stared back at him in fright. You continue to conceal the truth, and yet I've been nothing but generous to you. Why would you do such a thing? Why spread the household's secrets abroad? Will you keep lying? If I hadn't uncovered the full truth, do you truly believe I would have come to confront you? Witnessing his fury, He Minjing felt a surge of alarm and growing panic. His words only reinforced her resolve to keep silent about what had transpired. Tears spilled down her cheeks as she pleaded with him, her voice trembling with feigned innocence. General, what are you even saying? I'm completely lost. I have no knowledge of any rumors, nor did I ever spread word from this estate. Jiang Yunze's gaze was heavy with disappointment, and He Minjing's heart sank. She sensed he already knew everything. I'm deeply disappointed in you, he said. Not only did you leak our affairs, but you also claimed to be pregnant. I once believed those words came from Shěn Lí's side, but now I see you were the one behind it all. You thought causing this chaos wasn't enough, so you sent Wen Biao, a mere child, to handle it. Are you truly a mother? How could you involve a child in such sordid matters? The truth was Tao Hua had sent Zhang Wenbiao, and neither of them had told anyone. He Minjing genuinely didn't know it was Zhang Wenbiao who carried out the task, so her bewildered expression was sincere. What? I never asked Wenbiao to do such a thing. As she spoke, her eyes darted involuntarily toward Tao Hua, bewildered by the turn of events. When Jiang Yunze had entered to confront He Minjing, Tao Hua's expression had already darkened. Her face paled, her body began to tremble uncontrollably, and she appeared utterly terrified. She knew her fate was sealed. Whether before Jiang Yunze or He Minjing, she had no hope left. Gu Yunze had already lost hope in her. At this point, you're still lying. I don't know what benefit you think you'll gain from this. What exactly drove you to tarnish the reputation of this mansion? He Minjing knew that Gu Yunze must have already uncovered the truth, yet she still gritted her teeth and refused to admit it. Why are you a general coming to question me about this? I haven't done anything at home. How am I supposed to answer you when you suddenly come asking about this? Gu Yunze watched her expression grow increasingly sorrowful. I don't want the children to find out about this. If they knew their mother had done such things, who knows what they'd think? Very well, you have no answer. I actually have some answers here. Let me share them with you. Gu Yunze felt an ache in his heart. He had once hoped that Shěn Lí would be kind to He Minjing alongside him, but now he saw that He Minjing was simply unworthy of Shěn Lí's kindness. Do you believe I brought you here out of kindness? Did that give you other ambitions? Do you think that by carrying my child you can become the mistress of this household? Hearing Gu Yunze hit upon her true thoughts, He Minjing's eyes flickered, and she was momentarily speechless, unable to offer any rebuttal. Gu Yunze immediately understood everything. Looking at He Minjing with an expression of utter disbelief, he actually laughed. So you really did think this way, Do you truly believe that with your background and status, once Shěn Lí is gone, you can become my wife and the mistress of my household? What do you think gives you the right? He Minjing had originally planned to remain silent, but hearing him look down on her so disdainfully, anger boiled within her. When he asked what gave her the right, she couldn't help but touch her belly. Gu Yunze had served in the military and possessed keen observation. He noticed He Minjing's gesture, and a look of absurdity crossed his face. He stared at her strangely. You think that being pregnant gives you the right to enter this household as a proper wife? Hearing him speak thus, He Minjing couldn't help but display a grievous expression. What do you mean by saying this, General? Do you look down upon me? I've been enduring your insulting words, and it makes me very uncomfortable. I'm carrying your child as well. Must you speak of my son and me this way? Gu Yunze suddenly felt a deep aversion to being called General. He couldn't help but snap, Don't call me that. He Minjing was startled, and seeing Gu Yunza's expression, she felt an overwhelming sense of terror. Gu Yunza spoke coldly. I am the heir of the Jinxiang Marquis Manor. There are countless women in this world willing to bear children for me. Even if I merely bring them into my household without granting them any formal status, they would still do so for me. You, a countrywoman, think that by virtue of your belly you can become my wife. You have completely tarnished the reputation of my Marquis Manor. The fact that we have not yet been impeached by the censors is solely due to the protection of our ancestors. With a mind like yours, you still dare to dream of becoming the mistress. What sort of dream are you dreaming? Gu Yunza now deeply hated himself for not having listened to Shěn Lí in the past. He had doubted her at every turn and even struck her on behalf of He Minjing. He felt like a complete bastard. Hearing him speak thus, He Minjing's face turned pale in an instant. Gu Yunza saw her state and knew that speaking further to her would be futile. His gaze shifted to Tao Hua on the side, sharp as a sword. Tao Hua could no longer contain herself and immediately fell to her knees, her body trembling uncontrollably. Gu Yunza spoke in a cold voice. You are still a servant in my Marquis Manor. If you honestly confess everything, I will spare your life. But if you say nothing, I will sell you to the lowest brothel and let you taste true suffering. Hearing him threaten her servant, He Minjing's heart raced. She quickly said, Tao Hua has nothing to confess. We did nothing. Turning to Tao Hua with a stern expression, she added, Tao Hua, isn't that right? We did nothing wrong. These matters have nothing to do with us. Tell the general. Tao Hua trembled. She couldn't understand why this woman was so naive. Naive to the point of foolishness. As a servant in the Marquis Manor, her life and death depended on a single word from her masters. Why would she risk everything for her? She still had parents and siblings. She couldn't implicate her own family. Tao Hua kowtowed, trembling. I'll confess everything. I'll confess. It was all Sister He who ordered me to do it. Hearing this, He Minjing immediately lunged forward and kicked her. What are you saying? I've been so good to you. Why are you trying to ruin me? Tao Hua stumbled from the kick, but inside she bitterly smiled. What did it mean to be good to her? Because she was the only servant, Tao Hua had to handle everything alone. He Minjing would sit there and never offer to help, acting as though she were truly the mistress of the household. Tao Hua had never lived such a bitter life before. In the past, she obeyed He Minjing out of necessity. But now that Gu Yunza had personally come to question her, staying silent would be certain death. So regardless of how He Minjing kicked her, she continued, everything I did was ordered by Sister He. She told me to spread the news of her pregnancy. I was worried this would damage the reputation of the manor and dared not go, but Sister He wouldn't listen to me. She insisted that I spread the word. Fearing that these matters might be discovered, I told young Master Zhang. He told me to leave it alone and went out to handle it himself. Soon after, news of Sister He's pregnancy indeed spread outside. Tao Hua kowtowed heavily. That is all I know. I beg the young master to forgive me. I know I was wrong and will never dare to do this again. Gu Yunza's face turned iron gray while He Minjing was utterly terrified. She cried out harshly, Tao Hua, I've treated you like my own younger sister. How could you do this to me? How could you falsely accuse me? As she spoke, she tried to approach Tao Hua. Seeing her act like a madwoman, Gu Yunza couldn't help but shout loudly enough. Startled by his roar, He Minjing came to her senses. She realized that what mattered now was to soothe Gu Yunza, not deal with Tao Hua. Turning around, she wept incoherently. General, I haven't done such things. I truly don't know what's going on. General, believe me. I really haven't done anything like this. How could Gu Yunza still believe her? He looked at her one last time with disappointment and delivered his verdict. This has already happened. I know pursuing it further is pointless. You are Zhang Feng's widow, and I should treat you well. Moreover, you are carrying my child. From now on, you will stay here and rest properly. You won't be going out anymore, and you won't see the children either, to avoid disturbing your recovery. With a single casual remark, he had sealed He Minjing's fate. Only now did she understand the terrifying nature of great households. In here, she had no chance to resist. Gu Yunza turned to Tao Hua and said, You will continue to serve Sister He here from now on. However, she is not to step half a pace outside this courtyard. Do you understand? Tao Hua knelt on the ground, daring not to lift her head. Yes, I understand, servant. She understood. Previously, Sister He might have had a chance to become the young master's concubine, but now she was under house arrest. It all depended on what would happen after she gave birth. She knew clearly that Sister Yi's days ahead would not be easy. Minjing saw that even though she hadn't confessed, her fate was already sealed. Panic surged within her as she looked at Gu Yunza and said, "General, you can't treat me this way. I'm carrying your child. Have you forgotten that you promised Zhang Feng you would take care of me?" Gu Yunza watched her coldly, observing the panic on her face as he said, "Do you really think I would let you live if not for this reason? You have damaged this mansion's reputation so severely." He turned away, his back radiating cold indifference. "From now on, stay here and reflect on your actions." As he spoke, he left, no longer willing to hear Minjing's explanations. What was there left to explain? Wasn't this simply how things were? Thinking of how he had treated Shěn Lí in the past, his heart ached with waves of pain. If not for Minjing, he would never have fallen out with Shěn Lí, and their family would never have ended up in this state. He made up his mind once Shěn Lí had cooled down, he would go to her and beg for her forgiveness, telling her that he would never again cause her embarrassment over Minjing's matters. From now on, he would definitely stand by her side. He would not blame her for anything she had done to him in the past. He would forgive all her faults as long as she would return. As he thought about this, he felt a surge of strength course through his entire body. Xiachen once again carried the newly embroidered veil towards Shěn Lí. For these past several months, he had persisted in this routine. Every time he finished embroidering a veil, he would bring it to Shěn Lí for her to see. The moment he climbed onto the rooftop, Shěn Lí knew he had arrived. After these several months, he still maintained such enthusiasm. Each time he looked at Shěn Lí with those expectant eyes, it almost overwhelmed her. This time was no different. The moment Shěn Lí appeared, he gazed at her with sparkling eyes. Shěn Lí nearly couldn't resist reaching out to pat his head, but she managed to restrain herself. Watching Xiachen, she said helplessly, "Your Majesty, you truly have remarkable patience." It was merely a casual remark, yet Xiachen actually went and embroidered a veil for her. Xiachen eagerly handed the veil to her. "Take a look, how is my embroidery?" Over these past several months, he had discovered that Shěn Lí did not seem to favor bold, independent men. She appeared to prefer the way he looked at her with eyes like a puppy's. Each time he showed her that expression, she became considerably more approachable. Ever since discovering this, Xiachen deliberately cultivated this demeanor whenever he was with Shěn Lí. Shěn Lí took the veil and glanced at it, seeing a piece of red cloth upon which a pair of colorful creatures were embroidered, so abstract that their forms were barely recognizable. Shěn Lí looked at Xiachen's expectant gaze, then back at the veil in her hands, and said against her conscience, "Not bad. These wild Mandarin ducks look quite lovely. Simply lifelike." She felt that her words were sufficient to comfort Xiachen, but who would have guessed that he looked as though he had suffered a devastating blow. His gaze dimmed, instantly filled with a touching sense of grievance. "These are phoenixes." He raised his eyes to look at Shěn Lí, appearing even more pitiful. Not Mandarin ducks, and certainly not wild ducks. Shěn Lí was speechless. She simply could not believe it. She examined the two birds on the veil more carefully and was greatly startled. "When you brought this last time, you said you were embroidering Mandarin ducks. How did they become phoenixes this time?" Xiachen, thoroughly defeated, looked at her dejectedly. "Last time you said you didn't like Mandarin ducks, so I went back and had the embroiderers retrain me." As he spoke, he reached out to take the veil from Shěn Lí's hands, saying dejectedly, "Never mind, I'll take it back and re-embroider it." Shěn Lí's eyelid twitched, and she couldn't help but say, "At this rate of constantly changing your designs, who knows what year it will be before you finally finish this veil. You're fine with this, but do you expect me to wait for you until I'm old?" Xiachen took the veil from her hands and looked at her stubbornly. "You promised me that you would wait for me. You cannot break your word." Shěn Lí felt utterly speechless. Xiachen pursed his lips, looking extremely aggrieved. "There is something else I must tell you." Shěn Lí remained silent, merely gazing at him. Xiachen, clutching the veil in his hands, said, "First, promise me that you will wait for me until I finish embroidering this veil." Although he did not wish to force Shěn Lí, he simply could not handle the needle properly. If Shěn Lí were to leave with someone else while he was still embroidering the veil, he truly would go to snatch her away. Shěn Lí looked at him as though he were a fool, yet she remained silent. Xiachen felt deeply wronged by her attitude and did not press his conditions further. He felt that his entire life was destined to be conquered by Shěn Lí. Ever since he had seen her, he was no longer the man he used to be. He sighed. "Very well, I will tell you. Do you still remember the Gu family?" Shěn Lí looked at him as though he were truly a fool and said, "What do you think?" Although she had not killed any members of the Gu family these past several months, she had also investigated and cleared out all their estates and shops in other locations. However, she knew that the estates could still produce grain. But that was not a concern. Her goal was simply to make the Gu family suffer through these days. Just last month, the Gu family sent Gu Qinxue to the third prince as a concubine. Yes, a concubine. Not a side consort nor any title of nobility, merely a concubine. Although she had brought little into the prince's mansion, it was said that the third prince was quite fond of her. What she was certain of was that Gu Qinxue had not brought many things into the prince's residence, as most of the Gu family's belongings were in her hands. Shěn felt a pang of jealousy at her still remembering the Gu family, but then thought that Shěn Lí probably harbored no lingering affection for Gu Yunzi, and merely wanted to torment the Gu clan. He cheered up and said to Shěn Lí, "Here's the thing. I sent people to Heesher's hometown to investigate months ago. After all this time and some setbacks, we finally managed to find something." Shěn stopped there and looked at Shěn Lí. She remained silent, staring back at him with an expressionless face. They gazed at each other for a moment until Shěn finally relented and continued, "My men found Heesher's ex-husband's parents in her hometown. They've already arrived in the capital. More importantly, over these months, we've uncovered a crucial lead, though it will take a while longer to reach the capital. Once that happens, whatever you want to do to the Gu family will be as simple as a word. It won't take too long, so rest assured." When Shěn Lí heard about Heesher's ex-husband's parents, she felt a momentary daze. She had been thinking of ways to make the Gu family's life difficult and then kill them when they could bear no more. That was how she planned to avenge her past life. Yet she had never remembered to investigate Heesher's past. In her mind, she could handle all this herself. Heesher was like a bug in her hand to be crushed whenever she wished. There was no need for extra trouble. But now, hearing that Shěn had sent people to investigate months ago and had already achieved results, her heart grew complicated. The look in her eyes towards Shěn gradually softened. "Don't rush those matters. Right now, shouldn't you first marry me?" With her supernatural abilities, Shěn Lí felt she could take any man she wanted however she pleased. She saw nothing wrong with her words, but they still shocked Shěn. He tightened his grip on the bridal veil, his throat momentarily dry. "What did you say?" Shěn Lí analyzed for him. "Think about it, and I have no ties now. If you help me find people, wouldn't that seem improper? It would make people think we'd been conspiring for a long time. That's completely unnecessary, isn't it? So, I think we should get married first. Your lead hasn't arrived yet, has it? Let's just marry before that and talk about everything else later." More importantly, Shěn had been acting like a lost puppy around her these past months, and she felt if she didn't take him now, she would be making a mistake. It was better to make that mistake after marriage. Shěn was overjoyed, feeling euphoria throughout his entire body. But then he remembered the veil in his hand, gripped it tightly, and said to Shěn Lí, "Good. I'll have my father bestow a marriage upon us soon." But before that, they had to make sure no one suspected they knew each other beforehand, or it would harm Shěn Lí's reputation. Shěn Lí understood this too. After a moment of thought, she said, "Last month the Gu family sent Gu Qinxue to the third prince's residence. I heard the Yongyi Earl's mansion is also planning to offer their daughter as a concubine to some prince. You can start from there." The Yongyi Earl's mansion now had a terrible reputation. Few respectable families would marry into them, so the Earl figured it was better to let his daughter become a prince's concubine and gamble on the mansion's future. Shěn nodded. "All right, I understand. Don't worry, I'll handle this quickly." His eyes sparkled as he looked at her. "You can't back out now. Wait for me to come and marry you." Seeing him like this, Shěn Lí couldn't help but smile. All right. Her ready agreement left Shěn dazed. Even after returning to the prince's residence, he still felt as if he were dreaming. When he saw Wang Du, he raised his arm. "Pinch me." Wang Du wouldn't dare put a hand on a madman, even with 800 guts. What if Shěn came to his senses and killed him instead? This subordinate wouldn't dare. The moment he said that, Shěn pinched his arm hard, viciously, without holding back. Caught off guard, Wang Du couldn't help but hiss. Hearing the sound, Shěn finally snapped back to reality. The smile on his face was utterly priceless. "Huh. She's finally agreed to marry me. You'll have a princess at last. Huh." As Xiechun turned away, Wang Du quickly rubbed the sore spot on his arm, grumbling inwardly, "Haven't you already treated her as your princess? What are you pretending for now?" When Xiechun turned back, Wang Du quickly dropped his hand and flattered, "Congratulations, Your Highness. Your wish is finally about to come true." Xiechun's face suddenly changed. The smile vanished, replaced by a stern expression, all dignity and no trace of that precious look. Wang Du thought, "Here it comes. The madman is back." Xiechun spoke in a deep voice. "No, it's not done yet. Father hasn't bestowed the marriage, and I haven't married her yet." "How is the Empress lately?" Wang Du replied respectfully, "The Empress is still the same. She still wants to marry her niece to you and control you. I've learned that during the New Year festival the Empress might make a move against you." A cold smile spread across Xiechun's face, tinged with a hint of madness. "All right, let her try. I'd like to see what tricks the Empress has up her sleeve now." Wang Du bowed his head respectfully, pretending not to hear the murderous intent in the words "yes." The New Year festival was the grandest occasion of the year, and the first festival Shěn Lí celebrated after her return, yet also one bereft of family by her side. The Duke's mansion had invited her to spend the festival with them. That in itself was nothing unusual. Shěn Lí was alone, so she could go wherever she pleased. However, Shěn Lí remembered the intentions of the old madam of the Duke's mansion, so naturally, she did not go. Instead, she had people purchase supplies early, intending to spend the festival alone. Yet on New Year's Eve the palace was far more bustling. Wives and daughters of officials above the 5th rank were permitted to attend the imperial banquet that day, a time for monarch and ministers to rejoice together. The Empress had early on found an excuse to bring her niece Li Tian from her maternal family into the palace. When night fell and the banquet was only halfway through, Li Tian claimed she was a bit drunk and went out. Amid the clinking of cups and lively toasts, no one noticed a eunuch deliver a flagon of wine to the war prince, who was seated aside. Xiechun poured a cup without changing expression, as if unaware of anything amiss, and drank it down. Soon he felt his head growing dizzy, so he decided to step out and find a place to sober up. As soon as he stepped out, the cold wind hit him, making his head even more foggy. At that moment, a eunuch hurried over to support Xiechun. "Your Highness, are you all right, Your Highness?" Xiechun merely raised a hand to rub his temples, appearing to be in great distress, and said nothing. A dark glint flickered in the eunuch's eyes, and he said, "Your Highness is drunk. Allow this servant to help you to a side hall to rest." Xiechun still remained silent, so the eunuch took the liberty of supporting him toward a side hall. As soon as they entered, a lithe and graceful woman emerged from behind a screen. She exchanged a glance with the eunuch, then silently approached Xiechun. At the banquet, the Empress watched Xiechun leave with great satisfaction. Everything was under her control. She refused to believe that with a warm, fragrant beauty in his arms, Xiechun could still oppose her. If she hadn't been unable to eliminate him over the years, she wouldn't have sacrificed a niece of her family to win him over. Calculating that enough time had passed, the Empress glanced at the Emperor, who was already somewhat drunk. She narrowed her eyes, stepped forward with a gentle smile, and coaxed, "Your Majesty, you are a little drunk. Why not let your concubine accompany you outside to dispel the effects of the wine?" The Emperor was advanced in years, and drinking continuously like this had already taken a toll on his health. He was inclined to step out, but with so many people present, if he left too frequently, it would inevitably invite speculation about his physical condition. Now the Empress came at just the right moment. The Emperor felt she had never been more agreeable. Even her face seemed more pleasing to him. "All right, let's go out and walk off the wine." Thus the Emperor and Empress walked out together, while the others continued their merry toasting. For such an occasion, others would have summoned other concubines as witnesses. But the Empress knew the war prince's strange temperament. Without the Emperor present, he would simply refuse to acknowledge anything he had done. But now she was bringing the Emperor with her, as she refused to believe the war prince could escape this. The imperial couple chatted as they headed toward the side hall. The Emperor also needed to relieve himself, so he did not object. When they reached the side hall, and before they could push open the door, a heart-rending scream erupted from within, though the sound seemed somehow off. Yet the female official beside the Empress dutifully spoke her expected lines. "Your Majesty, that voice sounds like it belongs to Miss Tian." The Empress's expression changed. Looking at the Emperor, she said, "Your Majesty." The emperor frowned, his intoxication half dispelled. Open the door. A eunuch behind them hurried forward and opened the door. The empress quickly pulled the emperor inside, but the moment she entered, she froze. What she had hoped would happen had not, and instead something utterly unexpected had occurred. The emperor too was stunned by the scene, and the eunuchs gasped aloud. In the side hall, the body of a eunuch lay limp on the floor. His head had been stomped into a pulp of red and white. Not only that, the handsome man in black python robes continued to raise and stomp his foot like a man possessed, each blow further mangling the eunuch's corpse. The sight turned one's stomach. The emperor couldn't help turning aside, feeling nauseous, while the others dared not utter a word. A properly dressed woman cowered to one side, clutching her head in terror, with crimson blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, clearly bearing considerable injuries. Seeing people enter, she ran over frantically, though her gait was awkward and limping, her face pallid. Ignoring her own pain, the instinct for survival drove her to throw herself toward the person she deemed safest here. Aunt, save me. Li Tian was trembling all over. She had never imagined the war prince could be so insane, not only killing someone, but mutilating the body as well. She couldn't bear to think that if she hadn't run fast enough, she might have ended up just like that. Even the empress felt her scalp tingle at the sight. This had gone beyond her expectations. She hastily supported Li Tian and asked, "What happened? What is going on here?" She was reminding Li Tian to follow their prearranged story. Li Tian, now terrified out of her wits, had completely forgotten her earlier plan. She could only frantically think of other words in her mind. "Wu and I had just gotten drunk and wanted to rest here. But no sooner had I lain down than the war prince came in. He did something to me." Li Tian couldn't continue, her heart full of fear. To others it seemed she was too traumatized to speak further. Though it deviated somewhat from her plan, it hardly mattered. The empress feigned shock. "What? How dare the war prince?" She looked at Xiechun in feigned disbelief, but upon seeing the mess beneath his feet, her scalp tingled, and the words she wanted to say lost their conviction. "War prince, I have treated you like my own son. How dare you molest my niece? Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" The emperor felt his head swimming and listened to the empress's words without interjecting. Xiechun was truly a madman. When he raised his eyes, a blood-red gleam seemed to flicker in them, and even the emperor involuntarily stepped back. Then Xiechun grabbed a mahogany chair beside him and strode toward the empress. Bloodstains covered his footsteps. Seeing his state, everyone retreated. The maids even pulled Li Tian behind them to shield her, but seizing an enemy general's head amidst 1,000 troops was Xiechun's basic skill, let alone dealing with these palace weaklings. He pulled Li Tian out from among the crowd with no effort at all, then shoved her heavily to the ground. He planted a foot directly on her waist, causing her to cry out in agony. This was the very spot where he had just kicked her. Originally, she had intended to take advantage of Xiechun's unconsciousness to carry out her scheme. But before she could even approach, Xiechun awoke and in one swift motion snapped the eunuch's neck. Then he delivered a vicious kick to her. The very moment she screamed was when she was struck. Xiechun seized a stool and smashed it against the ground beside her. The chair shattered into pieces, sending splinters flying everywhere, many of them hurtling toward the empress's group. They scrambled to dodge in panic, while a sharp shard grazed Li Tian's cheek, leaving a streak of crimson blood in its wake. Li Tian had already panicked when the chair crashed down. She couldn't help but shriek, clutching her head, convinced that she would be beaten to death for having offended Xiechun. After she had shrieked and covered her head, she realized she was still unharmed, and a fleeting sense of relief washed over her. But then a sharp chair leg loomed before her eyes, held by none other than the expressionless Xiechun. "I'll give you one chance. If you don't tell the truth, don't blame me for being ruthless." Xiechun had never shown any tenderness or pity in his life, the sole exception being Shěn Lí. So no matter how pitiful or miserable Li Tian appeared now in his eyes, she was just another person equally deserving of being crushed. His gaze was icy as he looked at her. After all, he was a general who had been through countless battles, and the killing aura he exuded was enough to make any woman raised in the inner chambers tremble. Li Tian was utterly terrified. She had only heard tales of the War King's madness before, but never witnessed it with her own eyes, nor did she know he could be this insane. Hearing Xiechun's words, she didn't dare to entertain any false hope. After all, the eunuch had ended up in such a state. How could she still cling to illusions? She had no desire to end up like that. So the moment he uttered those words, all her dreams of becoming a princess vanished. She even forgot the Empress's earlier instructions and blurted out everything. I'll tell you everything. Li Tian's voice trembled. Though it was merely a piece of wood before her at this moment, she had no doubt that if she didn't speak the truth, that wooden leg would transform into a sharp blade and pierce through her chest without hesitation. She couldn't take that gamble. She simply couldn't afford it. She was still young and had no desire to die. Xie Chun said nothing, staring at her as if she were a lifeless object. Li Tian shuddered and poured out everything she knew. It was my aunt, the Empress. She made me do it. When the Empress heard this, her eyes flew wide open and she barked, Tiana, what nonsense are you spouting? If you have any grievances, speak them out. His Majesty is here, he will seek justice for you. Then she turned to Xie Chun and roared, War King, you are utterly insolent. What do you think you're doing? Attacking someone in the presence of the Emperor. Are you about to rebel? Are you rebelling? She threw down a heavy accusation. If it had been anyone else, they would have immediately knelt and confessed their guilt. Unfortunately, he was no ordinary man. He was the War King commanding 200,000 troops. He paid no heed to the Empress's words. Instead, he thrust the wooden leg closer to Li Tian and said coldly, continue. He showed not the slightest regard for the Empress. She was furious, silently hoping that Li Tian wouldn't be foolish enough to think that confessing would make Xie Chun spare her. But Li Tian could no longer think that far. All she wanted now was to survive, to live desperately. My aunt made me come to seduce you. She said I must succeed so that you could become a source of support for my cousin. None of this was my idea. I didn't even succeed. Please let me go. Hearing this, the Empress couldn't help but close her eyes. Too stupid. What good did it do to drag Li Tian down? Didn't this fool Li Tian know that the Li family's glory came from whom? Too stupid. How could the Li family produce such an imbecile? Xie Chun had heard what he wanted. He cast a glance at the Emperor, then stepped back, tossing the wooden leg to the ground. The clatter startled everyone nearby. He cupped his hands and said, Father, I implore you to seek justice for your son. The Emperor was shocked by these revelations. He turned to the Empress, disbelief written all over his face. Scheming against the War King and wanting the War King to be a help to her son. What was she thinking? Did she not know that the War King was also a prince? The Empress realized that this couldn't go on. Li Tian, that fool, was no longer of any use. She quickly knelt to beg forgiveness, sobbing, Your Majesty, I have never harbored such thoughts. I did wish for her to marry the War King so that there would be someone to care for him in his household. But I never intended to scheme against him. How could I ever do such a thing? As she spoke, shame flickered across her face. It was all my fault. I inadvertently revealed my wish for her to marry the War King in front of her. The girl must have remembered it, and not only did she develop improper thoughts, but she also committed such a disgraceful act. Your Majesty, it is all my fault. I failed to properly educate my niece. I am guilty and beg for your punishment. The Empress knew full well which crime was lighter, failing to educate a niece versus scheming against a prince. Since she now deemed Li Tian too stupid, she naturally would not protect her. If Li Tian could make a small contribution to the Li family, that would be her honor. Li Tian had just barely escaped death's door, only to fall into another pit. She turned to stare at the Empress, unable to believe it. She couldn't fathom how in just one short night her loving aunt had become so cold and heartless. Fearing she would be made the scapegoat, she scrambled to her feet and kowtowed to the Emperor. Your Majesty, uncle, it's not like that. I never thought of such a thing. It was my aunt who made me do it. Otherwise, how could a girl like me ever dare to do this? In her desperation, she even forgot the proper form of address, but at that moment no one had the leisure to notice. In an instant, many thoughts raced through the Emperor's mind. He knew the War King's influence in the military, and he also knew that the Empress could not be implicated now. If she fell, the third prince would lose his mother's support, making it impossible for him to rival the War King. Though he had no intention of appointing a crown prince just yet, he also didn't want any of his sons to become a sword hanging over his head. The best course was to keep all the princes in check. In that very moment, he decided who would have to die today. His face darkened as he looked at Li Tian, who was still kowtowing, and said, Such a wanton woman is actually the Empress's niece. She dares to seduce the War King right here in the palace. Who knows how promiscuous she must be outside. A woman like her does not deserve to die within the palace walls. Guards, drag her out and publicly beat her to death at the entrance of the Lí family residence. This will serve as a lesson to the noble family's daughters, showing them the consequences of framing a prince. Upon hearing the order, the guards promptly responded yes. They then entered and lifted her up. Lí Tian was stunned. She never expected that instead of dying by the War King's hand, she would be killed by her own aunt over a single remark. She immediately struggled and cried out, "Aunt, save me. Aunt, you made me do all of this. How can you say such things? Quick, save me. I'm Tian'er, your most beloved niece. Have you forgotten?" She then turned to the emperor and pleaded, "Your Majesty, I'm innocent. I'm innocent. You can't do this, Your Majesty." But no one listened to her. Everyone understood the situation wasn't straightforward, yet to minimize the fallout, her death was the only solution. After all, she wasn't entirely blameless in this matter. Shěn knew he couldn't use this incident to remove the Empress, nor did he desire the throne himself. His only ambition now was to marry Shěn Lí as his wife. Everything else could wait. As Lí Tian was dragged away, the emperor's expression darkened as he looked at the Empress. He was genuinely furious. She was so foolish as to bring him as a witness, never realizing the War King wouldn't fall for her scheme. Now he found himself in an awkward position where he pleased no one. His anger was sincere, which is why his punishment of the Empress came from the heart. The Empress has neglected to properly manage her natal family, allowing a young woman from a noble household to commit such an offense. This likely stems from the overwhelming demands of palace affairs, leaving her with little energy to oversee her relatives. In that case, the noble consort should assist the Empress in managing palace affairs, giving her the opportunity to focus on instructing her family about the severity of plotting against a prince. Punishing the Empress alone wouldn't suffice. Since she needed to maintain enough strength to counterbalance the War King, he couldn't be too harsh. With the Empress off limits, the Lí family would have to bear the consequences instead. The Duke and Duchess of Cheng'an failed to properly educate their daughter, and such an incident reflects poorly on them. They are to be confined to their residence for 6 months of reflection and must copy 10,000 Buddhist scriptures to offer before the Buddha, seeking to atone for their transgressions. A chill ran through the Empress as she realized her scheme had not only failed, but also brought such severe punishment upon her own family. At least their noble title remained intact, which was a blessing amid the misfortune. She offered no resistance, only submitting with obedience. "Yes, thank you, Your Majesty." In this era where subjects must show deference to their ruler, even imperial punishment required her to express gratitude. This is precisely why everyone covets such supreme authority. As the Empress lowered her head, a flash of malice crossed her eyes. She vowed to take revenge for today's humiliation on another day. The Emperor felt a growing weariness, the effects of his earlier drinking completely gone. He waved his hand and dismissed everyone, saying, "All of you may leave. War King, accompany me for a walk." The remaining attendants departed, and Shěn respectfully agreed, walking with the Emperor through the imperial garden. It was the dead of night and winter unbearably cold. After walking for a while, the Emperor grew tired and sat down in a pavilion with Shěn. The palace servants quickly brought fruits and pastries, then respectfully withdrew outside. "Today's events have wronged you." The Emperor spoke with a conciliatory tone. Before Shěn could respond, he shifted his approach and asked, "But you're not young anymore. If you dislike women like the Lí family's daughter, tell me, what kind of wife do you actually want?" Shěn replied indifferently, "I never intended to marry in the first place, so I have little understanding of what women are like." For some reason, he suddenly asked, "I've heard your third brother recently took a concubine from the Yongyi mansion. Is she the third daughter?" The Emperor wasn't well informed about his son's household matters, especially regarding a concubine rather than a principal wife. He had never even met her. Frowning, he replied, "I'm not familiar with that. Why do you ask?" A faint smile played on Shěn's lips as he casually but competitively suggested, "Since my third brother has taken the third daughter of the Yongyi mansion as his concubine, perhaps Your Majesty would grant me the eldest daughter as my principal wife." "What?" The emperor paused, then realized Shěn must be feeling pressured by the empress's actions, driving him to compete with his third brother. Where the third brother took a younger daughter, he wanted the eldest to assert dominance. This wasn't a bad arrangement after all. Having ambitious sons who compete with each other was preferable to them uniting against their own father. Fortunately, she remained somewhat lucid, so she asked, "I'm not well informed about the Yomibo mansion. Since you wish to marry their eldest daughter, I'll ask you directly. Their third son is already married, so why is the eldest still at home?" Shěn replied, "While investigating this, I also looked into their eldest daughter. You may have heard of her, Your Majesty. She's the one who obtained a divorce from the heir of the Jinxiang Marquis mansion." The emperor felt his mind growing hazy with confusion, struggling to grasp the meaning. Divorce. Shěn nodded and explained, "I don't have full details either, but it's widely known that the Marquis of Lu's heir repeatedly humiliated his wife over his fallen comrade's widow. I've heard fragments of the story, but the specifics escape me." In truth, he knew exactly what had transpired and was preparing to deliver a devastating blow to the Gu family, but he couldn't reveal this to the emperor just yet without raising suspicion. The emperor's displeasure grew upon hearing this. While he hadn't expected his son to gain support from in-laws, he certainly didn't want his son's marriage to become ammunition for others to criticize him. If he were to grant his son a divorced woman as wife, wouldn't everyone assume it reflected poorly on him as a father, suggesting he was so inadequate that he could only offer the war king a woman who had already been discarded? That simply wouldn't do. He said, "This will not do. You are a noble prince of high standing. How could you marry a divorced woman? If you wish to take a consort, I shall have someone find a suitable match for you. How could a divorced woman be worthy of you?" Shěn thought to himself that no one else was worthy of him but her. He said, "This son desires none other than her as my principal consort. If your majesty does not permit me to marry her, then I shall remain unmarried for the rest of my life." Though these were words meant to express his resolve, the preceding conversation had set a tone that made the emperor perceive them as nothing more than Shěn's attempt to outdo the third prince. Rather than feeling displeased, the emperor was filled with both a sense of relief and helplessness. "Let us set this matter aside for now. I shall send someone to investigate the situation first, and we shall see what can be done." His only thought was to keep Shěn placated for the moment. The rest could be dealt with later. Shěn too was not being overly pushy. One does not grow fat by taking a single bite. The palace banquet continued, but Shěn glanced at the sky and slipped away quietly. No matter how splendid the fireworks here, none could compare to the beauty of his consort. Shěn Lí had not celebrated the spring festival in a long time. During her days in the apocalypse, she had never felt it necessary to observe the holiday. Now that she had returned, she joined the others in celebrating. Yet these people were not truly her family. She knew that as the hostess, it would be impossible for her to mingle freely with the servants as equals. So while the others were deep in their revelry, Shěn Lí returned to her courtyard, suspecting she would have a visitor that evening. As she had expected, the moment she arrived at her courtyard, she sensed a presence on the roof above. A smile flickered in her eyes as she leapt onto the rooftop. There, she saw Shěn clad in white. Shěn carried a food box, and upon seeing her climb up, he seemed to come alive, proudly showing her the box. "These are pastries made in the palace today. I thought they were quite fine and brought some for you to try." Shěn Lí sat beside him on the roof ridge, looking at the pastries he had brought, and asked, "Shouldn't you be celebrating the new year in the palace today? What brought you out?" Shěn held out a plate of jade-green pastries to her, smiling. "What fun is there in the palace when you're not there? Next year when you come to the palace with me. If you wish to celebrate within the palace walls, we shall. If you prefer not to, we'll celebrate elsewhere instead." Hearing this, Shěn Lí raised her eyebrows. "Have you already spoken to your father about this? Did he agree?" Shěn Lí did not believe this matter could be so easily resolved. After all, in this hierarchical era, her status was even lower than that of an ordinary commoner's daughter. Obtaining the position of a princess consort would likely not be so straightforward unless the emperor did not mind others saying he had arranged an unsuitable marriage for Shěn. Shěn gazed at her delicate features, finding her raised eyebrows particularly beautiful. He smiled genuinely. "I have already made my decision. It does not depend on his approval or disapproval. Rest assured, you will be my princess consort, and the only one. If my father agrees, that would be ideal. If he does not, it matters not. I shall simply take you away from the capital, and wherever you wish to go we shall go." As he spoke he couldn't help but frown. "Nevertheless, I will strive to convince him. Though I do not care for this father of mine, he is still an elder. If neither side's family were to attend our wedding it would not be proper. It would wrong you too greatly. Do not worry. I will do everything in my power to ensure you feel no grievance." Xiechen's vow was solemn and heartfelt, warming Shěn Lí's heart, yet she still said, "I have already been married once. No matter how you prepare I shall not mind. How could I possibly feel wronged?" Xiechen frowned in disapproval. "Previously you had placed your trust in the wrong person. Regardless of who you were before, you are now my promised consort. As a man I cannot let my woman suffer. Rest assured I will never let you feel wronged. I shall surely follow the proper rituals of 3 matchmakers and 6 betrothal gifts, welcoming you into my residence with an 8-bearer palanquin." Shěn Lí saw his earnestness and smiled. "Very well then, I shall await your good news." Xiechen nodded, his eyes shining with an exceptionally brilliant light at Shěn Lí's acceptance. "Very well." Xiechen's words had stirred something in the emperor's heart, so after the New Year celebrations, he sent someone to investigate the Yonghi-Bo estate. The investigation revealed something that took him by surprise. The shadow guard who reported entered and said, "Your Majesty, the Yonghi-Bo estate has expelled Miss Shun from their household. She has been living outside for nearly a year now. During this time, aside from the Gu family sending someone to look for her, though they did not enter, the Yonghi-Bo estate has not sent anyone." The emperor paused. "In other words, she is no longer merely a daughter who has returned to her natal home, but also a girl without parents." The shadow guard replied respectfully, "According to the law, that is indeed the case." The emperor's interest instantly faded. He could grant Xiechen a wife with little family support, but she could not be too conspicuous. If she were too prominent, he as the father would surely face criticism. Shěn Lí's current situation was unsuitable for the role of princess consort. If she were merely a returned daughter, it would be acceptable. There would still be the Yonghi-Bo estate as her background, making it seem as though he had not mistreated Xiechen. But now she was little different from an orphan. Although this was precisely the outcome the emperor desired, it would give others grounds to criticize him behind his back. The emperor did not wish for Xiechen to have a capable wife's family, nor did he want his own reputation tarnished. Therefore he would not consider Shěn Lí. But at that moment the chief eunuch beside him spoke, lowering his voice. "Your Majesty, she would be a fine candidate for the position of war princess consort." The chief eunuch had followed the emperor since his days as a common prince, and the emperor always gave weight to his words. Hearing this, the emperor waved his hand to dismiss the shadow guard, then frowned. "How so?" The grand eunuch analyzed for him. "Your Majesty, think about it. This Miss Shun was not selected by Your Majesty for the War King. Rather, the War King himself wanted this young lady so as to overpower the third prince in seniority. Regardless of what the War King thinks, Miss Shun was chosen by the War King himself. Your Majesty did advise him, but the War King wouldn't listen. The War King is a man who has rendered meritorious service to the nation. It's just a small request. As his father, Your Majesty shouldn't refuse it, should you? If the War King feels disheartened over a woman, that would be unwise, wouldn't it?" The emperor found it reasonable. Seeing his expression, the grand eunuch continued, "This servant also learned that in the third prince's mansion there is not only the third miss of the Earl of Yonghi's mansion, but also a miss from the Gu family of the Marquis of Jinxiang's mansion. Both are old acquaintances of Miss Shun. If Miss Shun truly enters the War King's mansion, the two households may not be so harmonious." This was also subtly telling the emperor, if you make this marriage happen, your two sons will be able to fight among themselves and will not trouble you, their father. The emperor was tempted again and asked hesitantly, "According to you, this marriage has only benefits and no drawbacks?" The grand eunuch truthfully said, "There is a little drawback. Some people may not understand Your Majesty's good intentions. That Your Majesty, out of compassion for the prince, did not want to disappoint him after he finally spoke up. Those people might privately say that Your Majesty is not good to the prince, but the prince himself knows the truth. The prince got what he wished for. As long as he is happy, he will naturally be grateful for Your Majesty's kindness. What others think no longer matters." The emperor hesitated again. He did not want to taint his reputation in the slightest. The grand eunuch felt quite speechless. In his view, the emperor was like a whore wanting to erect a chastity arch. wishing to leave his sons without the power to oppose him while maintaining a good reputation. How could there be such a good thing in this world? After the new year passed, time flew by. The earth returned to spring, grass grew, and orioles flew. Shěn Lí lazed around every day, enjoying a bliss she had never known in the apocalypse. Her shop had already been on the right track. Moreover, last winter she cultivated fresh vegetables in her own manner, selling each vegetable at the price of a gold ingot. Now her storeroom was completely full. Even if she did nothing, she could still support herself. Not to mention that the soap and other items were still generating income for her. Shěn Lí was now living a laid-back life, occasionally meeting with Xiechun. Her days were incredibly comfortable. At night, just as she was about to sleep, the gate of Shěn residence was knocked. The gatekeeper opened a crack and looked at the person outside. "Who are you?" Outside was a maid, panting and saying, I am the maid of the Duchess of Jin's heir's wife. My name is Chui Luo. My mistress is about to give birth. Please come with me, Miss Shun." The gatekeeper did not understand why the young mistress's childbirth required their own lady's presence, but he knew that the Duchess of Jin's heir's wife got along well with his own young lady. So he did not stop her and directly opened the gate. "Come and I'll have someone take you inside." Chui Luo hurriedly followed the person inside, went unimpeded to Shěn Lí's presence. By then Shěn Lí had already heard the report and had dressed. Before Chui Luo even entered, she had come out. She glanced at Chui Luo and said, "What's the matter? Tell me in detail." Chui Luo was a Nanyue's chief maid. During a Nanyue's childbirth, she should have been by her side. Why was she out now? Chui Luo, her face drenched in sweat, looked at Shěn Lí and said, "My young lady has a wet nurse by her side. The young mistress is just afraid because it's her first childbirth. She wants Miss Shun to go and accompany her." Shěn Lí felt something was wrong. What month is it now? It's not yet time for your young lady to give birth. How could she be in labor? After she asked, she also loudly ordered, "Prepare the carriage quickly." Then she said to Chui Luo, "We'll talk slowly on the carriage." Perhaps because she saw someone she could trust, Chui Luo calmed down a lot, but tears began to fall. As she followed Shěn Lí to the second gate, she said, "My young mistress was supposed to deliver in 2 months. But today I don't know what happened. Just after eating, she came out for a walk and tripped over a stone from somewhere. She immediately went into labor. The people from the Yin family haven't arrived yet. The young lady said that Madame Chui might be inconvenient, so she sent me to invite you, Miss Shun." Shěn Lí followed her onto the carriage and nodded, "I'll go and see first." The carriage soon arrived at the Duke of Jin's mansion. With Chui Luo, she simply followed and reached in Nanyue's courtyard. The Duchess of Jin was already there, but had not entered. Seeing Shěn Lí, she was surprised. "Why is Miss Shun here?" Seeing Chui Luo beside her, she understood. "Did Nanyue call you?" Shěn Lí listened to the cries of pain inside and noticed that the Duke of Jin's heir was not around. She sneered inwardly, not in the mood for pleasantries. She nodded and said, "Yes, I came to see Nanyue. Sorry for disturbing you. I'll go in and see her." The Duchess of Jin stopped her. "The delivery room is not a place for an unmarried woman like you. You'd better wait here. Nanyue is strong and will surely be fine." Shěn Lí glanced at the Duchess of Jin, ignored her, and directly entered the delivery room. The Duchess of Jin wanted to stop her further, but Chui Luo said, "Madam, Miss Shun was invited by the young mistress. Please let her in. That way the young mistress won't be so frightened during childbirth." Hearing this, the Duchess of Jin did not stop her anymore. Inside the delivery room, many charcoal fires were burning. The midwife was encouraging Nanyue by the bed. "Young mistress, use your strength. The baby's head is about to come out." The maids were busy carrying hot water, and from time to time, they carried out basins of bloody water. Shěn Lí went to the bedside and looked at Nanyue. Nanyue, perhaps from pain, seemed about to faint. Shěn Lí took her hand. "Nanyue, I'm here. How are you? You must try hard. You must give birth to the baby safely. Once the child is born, you will be able to live the life you want." And Nanyue, as if summoning strength from somewhere, suddenly grabbed Shěn Lí's hand, threw her head back, and screamed in pain. Soon the midwife's delighted voice came, "The head is out. The head is out. Young mistress, give it more effort. The head is already out." Shěn Lí quickly said to Nanyue, "Think about the life you want to live. You must persevere. The baby is coming out soon. Nanyue, have you thought of a name?" Nanyue was too weak to answer, but thinking of the life she wished to lead, she continued to push with all her might. Soon the cry of a newborn baby rang out. The midwife was overjoyed. "Oh my, it's a young master, a young master." The wet nurse hurried over to take the child. At that moment Shěn Lí glanced at the baby, but noticed the midwife's hand reaching directly beneath Yu. Then her ears were filled with Yu's heart-wrenching screams. Shěn Lí's mind buzzed. Without a moment's hesitation, her eyes sharpened. She rose and seized the midwife's blood-soaked hand. As the midwife looked up in terror, Shěn Lí twisted her wrist with force, forcing her to release, then yanked the midwife off the bed and threw her to the ground. The midwife crashed onto the floor. This sudden turn of events happened within a few breaths, leaving the maids around frozen in shock. The midwife struggled to rise, but Shěn Lí's foot pressed firmly on her chest, applying enough force to send her crashing back down, eliciting a stream of agonized cries. "Ouch!" Shěn Lí ignored her screams and demanded fiercely, "Who sent you? What were you just trying to do?" The midwife groaned in pain. I didn't do anything. You're accusing me wrongly." Shěn Lí looked at her as if she were already dead, her voice icy to the bone. "I just saw your hand go inside. Are you still going to claim you did nothing?" The midwife, drenched in cold sweat from pain, still tried to defend herself. That is done for every woman in labor, to remove the unclean matter. The wet nurse, still holding the baby, had been startled and confused, but now cried out, "You're lying. I've never heard of such a practice. Are you trying to harm my young mistress? Who sent you? What do you intend to do to our mistress? Speak up." Then she knelt directly before Shěn Lí. "Miss Shěn, you must not let this venomous woman go. She certainly intends to harm our young mistress." Shěn Lí didn't need her reminder. She knew this woman couldn't be spared. She pressed down with even more force, causing the midwife's head to turn aside as she spat out a mouthful of blood. "Speak. Who sent you to harm others? If you confess honestly, I won't make trouble for you." The midwife had no idea how she had been discovered. She felt her chest aching terribly, and it seemed that if she didn't speak, this woman would truly kill her. Fear crept in. Though she loved money, she didn't want to lose her life. Trembling, she begged for mercy. Spare me, spare me. I'll talk. I'll tell you." She had hoped someone would come to rescue her, but who would resort to killing at the first opportunity in such a situation? She simply couldn't endure it anymore. She said, "It was concubine. Concubine, he told me to tamper with the delivery, preferably to take both the young mistress and the child. But I couldn't bear it, I only intended to." Her words trailed off under Shěn Lí's increasingly terrifying gaze. Shěn Lí almost laughed in anger. "So you only planned to send away the young mistress? What? Should I thank you?" She grabbed the midwife by the collar and lifted her up, then ordered the maid Saw, who had followed, "Take good care of your young mistress. No one is allowed near her." Saw, still drenched in cold sweat from what had just happened, nodded quickly. Yes, this servant understands." She hurried to Yu's side, and upon seeing her mistress's pale paper-white face, couldn't help but weep. Her young mistress was truly pitiable. How had she ended up in this den of wolves? Shěn Lí had no intention of letting concubine off. She brought people to find the Duchess of the Duke's mansion and pushed the midwife before her, saying, "Madam, this midwife just stuck her hand into Yu's body, intending to kill her. I've already questioned her inside, and she confessed that a certain concubine instigated her. Please summon concubine so we can confront her face to face." The Duchess had been preparing to welcome her grandson when the baby cried, unaware of what had happened inside. Seeing Shěn Lí's bloodied hands and the midwife in such a state, she stepped back, involuntarily frowning at Shěn Lí. "Concubine, are you certain?" Shěn Lí was not familiar with the affairs of the Duke's mansion. She saw the Duchess's expression and asked, "Madam, what I say is certainly true. But why do you wear that expression?" The Duchess glanced at the midwife on the floor and said, "To be honest, although my son has not been proper lately, he has no concubine surnamed He in his chambers. However, in my own quarters there is a concubine surnamed He, but she is advanced in age and rarely meets with Nanyue. I truly don't know what grudge they could have." She meant the old Duke's concubine. Shěn Lí didn't know how the two had gotten involved, but since the midwife had confessed, she said, "No matter which chamber the concubine belongs to, please summon her for a confrontation. That would be better than us guessing blindly here." The Duchess frowned at the midwife on the ground, then nodded to the matron beside her, "Bring concubine here." The matron departed swiftly. The midwife lamented her misfortune. The Duchess went inside to check on the child, and comforted Anne and you. When concubine he arrived, she asked, I have never treated you harshly. Why did you act against the young mistress? Concubine he was greatly alarmed upon hearing this, then immediately knelt before the Duchess, crying out to her, Madam, what are you saying? How could I not understand? I have been staying in my own courtyard all along, rarely having the chance to see the young mistress. How could I have any intention of harming her? Shěn Lí gazed at her with sharp eyes, not believing her words. As concubine, he spoke. Shěn Lí once again stepped on the midwife's stomach. The agony forced the midwife to abandon any attempt at concealment. Concubine, he just admitted. You gave me 50 taels of silver and told me to ensure the young mistress and her child would die during childbirth. You said all of this yourself. You can't deny it now. Concubine, he was shocked upon hearing this and said with hatred, I have never met you before. How could I have said such things to you? Do not try to implicate me without reason. She turned to the Duchess and pleaded, Madam, I have truly never met this woman. What connection could I possibly have with the young mistress? Why would I make things difficult for the young mistress? Madam knows me well. I hardly ever leave my courtyard. How could I possibly harbor ill intentions toward her? The Duchess glanced between concubine he and the suffering midwife, her eyes narrowing as she asked, If you've done nothing wrong, why is this midwife accusing you? Concubine, he cried out in grievance, I truly don't know what's happening. Perhaps someone did this themselves and is trying to frame me. Who knows whether this woman's words are true or false? The Duchess hesitated, but the midwife, seeing all the blame shifting onto her, quickly shouted, I'll return the 50 taels of silver to you. Concubine, you can't do this to me. I won't take the fall for such a grave crime just because of 50 taels. You promised another 50 taels after the deed was done. I shouldn't have been so greedy for money. You said you wanted to give the young mistress a hard time, that you wanted her to make way for your niece. Have you forgotten? As if remembering something, she lay on the ground and looked at Shěn Lí, saying, Yes, that's exactly how it was. I remember now. Concubine, he said it herself. She has a niece who was sent to the estate because the young mistress's schemes were too ruthless. She doesn't know when her niece will return, so she wants revenge and expects the young mistress to step aside for her niece. She said that once the young mistress was gone, her niece could come back. The Duchess was stunned. Shěn Lí narrowed her eyes and remembered. I recall the Marquis's heir has a concubine living at the estate, doesn't he? Looking at the Duchess, she realized the woman now remembered too. With disgust, the Duchess glanced at concubine he and said, I hadn't thought of such a tainted person before, but now I remember. Could that woman actually be your niece? It seems your involvement extends to the heir's relationship with that woman as well. The thought of her husband's concubine arranging a mistress for her son filled the Duchess with rage. Glaring at concubine, she felt nothing but a desire to devour her. How dare you act behind my back like this? Do you have enough lives for such audacity? Hearing her niece called tainted concubine, he could no longer contain herself and retorted sharply, And how pure are you yourself? I've spent my life without children. Dare you deny you were behind that? I only sought someone to rely on in my old age. You mother and daughter have cut off every path I had. What harm is there in me wanting your lives? She shot a venomous glare at Shěn Lí. Who gave you the right to interfere? You're merely a cast-off wife, yet you dare meddle in a noble household. Do you truly believe yourself so important? Shěn Lí kicked her squarely in the mouth, sending her flying 5 meters before she crashed to the ground. The force of that kick shattered many of her teeth. As she hit the ground, blood and teeth spilled from her mouth. Shěn Lí spoke coldly. You dare question who I am? You plotted against my friend and still have the audacity to threaten me here. Truly, you've been given too much face. Concubine, he coughed up blood, struggling to rise, but failing. She continued, glaring fiercely. I only wanted someone to rely on in my old age. Why did they leave me no way out? Now everything is being blamed on me. Shěn Lí sneered coldly. That's because you lack the ability yourself. Stop blaming others here. She glanced at the Duchess. I imagine the family will arrive soon. Since the truth is now clear, this matter should be handled by you, madam. Even Shěn Lí recognized that in such a situation, not even a Nanuet could handle her father-in-law's concubine. Aside from the Duchess, there was no one more suitable. Before the Duchess could respond, someone entered suddenly. Mother, there must be some misunderstanding here. Let us first hear both sides before jumping to conclusions. Let us not force a confession through coercion. A young man in fine robes hurried in, his face glistening with sweat. Shěn Lí's gaze swept over his hem, her brow rising slightly. It seemed this marquis's heir was quite the devoted lover. The newcomer was indeed Su Yue, the marquis's heir. He had rushed over to stop the Duchess, who was already furious. She knew exactly where he had been, having investigated it herself. Hearing his words, she couldn't help but scold him. What do you know? What do you mean by forced confession? Su Yue glanced at Shěn Lí. They had crossed paths before, though not often enough to leave a deep impression. Only twice recently, when she had been coming and going from the Marquis's residence. Su Yue spoke up. She's still trampling someone underfoot. How do we know she isn't forcing the midwife to accuse concubine? Mother concubine, he has served father and you for so many years. How could she suddenly harbor such thoughts? I find this whole matter rather suspicious. The Duchess had intended to spare her son some dignity, but seeing he showed no regard for it himself, she retorted sharply. Are your ears deaf? Concubine, he has already confessed. That concubine of yours is her niece. They set a trap for you, and you walked right into it. Now you come here pleading for them. Has your mind gone rotten? Nanyue grew up with you since childhood, and now she nearly lost her life giving birth to your child. Yet you side with others. Do you not consider how heartbroken she would be if she knew? Are you determined to destroy the harmony between husband and wife? At the thought of Nanyue, a dull ache pierced his chest. He longed to go see her, but forced himself to hold back. Nanyue is always so gentle. How could she let something minor drive us apart? Mother, perhaps we should set this aside for now. Recalling how he had visited the estate but couldn't see Zira through the window, he resolved to protect concubine, no matter what, for the sake of the woman he loved. Upon hearing these words, the Duchess of Jinghua felt a chill in her heart. Though this was her own son, she was also a woman. The thought that if she were at death's door her husband would make her suffer for the sake of another woman filled her with despair. Her heart grew cold. Her expression towards Su Yue also turned noticeably colder. Just as she was about to speak, a cold sneer rang out. The heir apparent seems to know my Yue quite well. So she is gentle and kind, and thus you think you can bully her with impunity. The Duchess of Jinghua turned to look and saw Madame An approaching, surrounded by a throng of servants, her expression icy cold towards Su Yue. The Duchess of Jinghua hurried forward. My dear-in-law, you have arrived. Her own son's misdeeds made her unable to hold her head high in front of Madame An. Su Yue also quickly bowed. Mother-in-law, Madame An said with a sarcastic tone. Oh, I dare not accept this mother-in-law from the heir apparent. If I hadn't come, I would have thought that other woman was the heir's true wife. How could it ever be, are you heir? Her words made Su Yue's face burn with shame, but he said nothing. Madame An brushed past them and went into the room to see Nanyue. When she saw Nanyue's pallid, bloodless face, her fury found no outlet. She stormed out and confronted the Duchess of Jinghua. My dear-in-law, I sent my perfectly healthy daughter to your household, and this is how you treat her. Last time, when the affair of the other woman caused a scandal in your residence, our family thought that men straying was normal, and we told her to endure it. Besides, you, my dear-in-law, handled the matter fairly, so we let it go. But now look at this. My daughter's face is drained of all color. Is this how you treat her? Just now when I arrived, I saw my son-in-law also returning. May I ask where he went? Madame An asked coldly. What matter could be so urgent that he must leave when his own wife is about to give birth? I was not aware that the heir apparent had left his official duties. Madame An's words showed no mercy, trampling the dignity of the Jinghua mansion into the dirt. Although the Duchess of Jinghua felt humiliated, she knew that her son had no justification for his actions. Su Yue's face alternated between green and white, his expression extremely unpleasant. The Duchess of Jinghua quickly said, My dear-in-law, this matter is entirely Yue's fault. I will punish him severely later. Please don't be angry. Today is a joyous occasion, and let us not dwell on this. But Madame An had no intention of letting the matter drop. Last time we refrained from making a big issue of it out of consideration for the relationship between our two families. But now, your heir apparent has grown up and his heart has grown larger. He no longer holds our family's daughter in any regard. Who knows what he is plotting? If not for Miss Shun's arrival today, who knows what harm might have befallen my daughter? She had just heard the details from her daughter, and her heart was filled with lingering fear. Her gaze toward concubine, he was like a sharp sword, as if she wished to strike her dead on the spot. The Duchess of Jinghua felt her face burn with shame. I will handle this matter strictly. You may rest assured, my dear-in-law. Madame sneered and glanced at Suyu. With such a son-in-law, I find it hard to rest assured. If I heard correctly, just now were you saying that we should stop pursuing this matter? Should we let this poisonous woman who harmed my daughter go free? She asked. What special skills does this concubine he possess that she can make the heir apparent plead for her even at the expense of his own wife, who has just given birth? Suyu's face darkened. Mother-in-law, why must you speak so harshly? Nanyue has always been kind-hearted. The matter has not yet been fully investigated, and I am sure she would not agree to punish concubine he without proof. Madame N's anger flared. Do not use my daughter's kindness as an excuse to let her suffer such injustice. Let me tell you, last time we made her endure the affair of the other woman because we remembered you as an honest child. But if you now harbor other intentions, our family will not be afraid of you. Her stern gaze fell upon the Duchess of Jinghua, and her words sent a chill down both the Duchess's and Suyu's spines. My family is not incapable of supporting our own daughter. If the Jinghua mansion truly has other ideas, then say so directly. My family will take our daughter back, and she will not suffer a single grievance here. The family had not pressed the matter of the other woman last time precisely so that they could have a stronger voice in the future. After all, compared to an affair, a life or death matter was more readily accepted by outsiders. The Duchess of Jinghua hurried forward. My dear-in-law, what are you saying? We have no such intention. Yuera must have had an unavoidable reason to leave. Was I not here? And Miss Shun was also here. Although today's events were perilous, in the end nothing happened, did it? I know that our family has wronged Nanyue, but rest assured we will make it up to her amply in the future. Yuera is still young and does not understand many things. Please do not be angry with him, my dear-in-law. It would not be worth harming your own health. Now that Nanyue has given birth, it is a great joy for both families. She needs to rest and recuperate. Please do not speak of taking her back. As for this concubine, she turned her sharp gaze to concubine, he who had been clinging to a glimmer of hope, and pronounced coldly, plotting to harm the young mistress of our mansion is a grave crime. No need to wait. Drag her out immediately and beat her to death. Hearing this punishment, concubine, his face changed drastically. Before she could speak, Suyu exclaimed in shock, Mother, isn't this punishment too severe? As soon as the words left his mouth, before the Duchess of Jinghua could respond, Madam, and let out a cold laugh. Does the heir apparent think this is too severe? Then what would you consider not severe? Hearing his mother-in-law's voice, Suyu felt his heart tighten. But thinking of Zier, whom he had not seen since she was sent to the estate, his heart ached. He said, Yuera is unharmed now, and the child has just been born. For the sake of accumulating virtue for the newborn, surely, we cannot punish someone so harshly. Madame sneered at him without a word. The Duchess of Jinghua felt that her son had lost his senses entirely. She closed her eyes and said, If you truly care for your child's well-being, then this woman should be dealt with. Otherwise, how can you be sure she won't harm your child again in the future? Moreover, she has already harbored the intention to kill your wife, yet you still consider sparing her life. How can you be so magnanimous? The Duchess of Jin looked at him sternly and said, How could I have given birth to such a wretched son? You ignore your own wife, yet meddle in others' affairs. What have they to do with you? With that, she directly ordered, Drag her away. No one is allowed to plead for her. Immediately some maids came forward to drag her away. Concubine, he with both arms restrained, looked at Suyu in terror and cried, Ere my lord, save me. I am Zeder's own aunt. You cannot let me die like this. Hearing this, Suyu tried to persuade the Duchess of Jin again, but she had already rebuked him harshly. Get yourself to the study and reflect on your mistakes. You are so eager to plead for others, it seems you do not wish to see your own child. Then go and reflect. You are not to leave without my command. The Duchess of Jin knew that if she let Suyu go in to see Nanyue now, who knew what he might say. In that case, she would play the villain herself to prevent Suyu from causing further trouble and damaging the relationship between the two families. Suyu wanted to say something more, but was already dragged away by two maidservants. The Duchess of Jin, seeing the troublemaker gone, forced a smile and said to Lady in, My dear-in-law, this is all Yuera's fault. But for now he cannot see reason. Once he does, I will have him come and apologize to you. Please do not take it to heart. Lady An, seeing that she had not held back in handling the matter, finally looked a bit more relieved. Since her daughter would still have to live here, she could not embarrass the Duchess of Jean too much. So she said in a gentle tone, "Now that Yuera has gone through such a difficult childbirth, I never expected the young master to behave like this. I was so angry that if I did anything inappropriate just now, please do not be offended, my dear-in-law." "How could that be? We are one family." The Duchess of Jean smiled sincerely, showing no sign of resentment. Shěn Lí watched their lively exchange and knew that this matter would end here. She did not linger and went inside to see Ananyua. Ananyua had not fallen asleep. She had heard the commotion outside. Seeing Shěn Lí enter, she gave her a bitter smile. "Look, this is my husband, my partner, the one I grew up with. I am in such a state, yet he did not even come to see me. Instead, he kept speaking up for that bitch's aunt. Ali, I am truly dead to him. From now on with my child, I will ask for nothing else." As she spoke, she looked tenderly at the swaddled baby beside her. Shěn Lí did not offer much consolation. She only said, "Take good care of yourself. As long as you are healthy, nothing else matters. Don't worry. Your mother is outside and she won't let anything happen to you." No matter what, the An family decided they would never let Ananyua come to harm. After all, this was a marriage alliance between two families. If Ananyua were to be harmed, there would be nothing left. Ananyua said, "I know. Thank you for your trouble today." Shěn Lí smiled and comforted her. "What are you saying? It was only right for me to come for your childbirth. Now that the baby is born, don't worry. Just rest well." As she spoke, she took Ananyua's hand. She did not know if the midwife had done anything to harm Ananyua's body, but childbirth was always a serious matter, so it could not be wrong to send some healing energy to her. This would also help her body recover quickly. Ananyua felt a warm sensation spreading through her body. She had been drowsy just moments ago, but suddenly she felt much more energetic. She smiled and said, "All right. I know. I will take good care of my body. After all, this Duke's mansion will belong to my son in the future. How could I not guard it well for him?" Shěn Lí said, "That's the right way to think." Since Ananyua had just given birth, she did not say much more. She looked at the baby and then left. Since Shěn Lí had not yet prepared a full-month gift for the child, she chose a day with fine weather and went to the treasure pavilion to pick out a nice gold piece as a one-month celebration gift. She had quite a few items in her storeroom, but they were all for adults, not for children, so naturally, she could not select a gift for the child from there. When she arrived at the treasure pavilion, she asked the shop assistant to bring out gold items for her to choose. As she was browsing, she heard a familiar sneering voice. "Oh, I thought who it was. It's my discarded sister-in-law." Shěn Lí recognized the voice and turned her head to see Gu Qinxue, who had already put up her hair in a married woman's style, standing there with a maid mocking her. Gu Qinxue's clothes were no longer as resplendent as before, indicating that her life in the third prince's mansion was not particularly good. However, she looked at Shěn Lí with the same old hostility, as if she wished she could pounce on her and devour her. Shěn Lí found it amusing. How does it feel, a marquis's daughter, to become a concubine? Is the third princess consort easy to get along with? Don't you have to observe the rules for the consort? How come you're out? Could it be that you offended her and got kicked out? Few daughters of marquis houses would rush to become concubines. Even Gu Qinxue's former friends, though they said nothing publicly out of deference to the third prince's mansion, secretly mocked her. Gu Qinxue knew this well. Ever since she entered the third prince's mansion, whenever she sent invitations to her former friends, they all declined. This made her feel deeply humiliated, so when she heard Shěn Lí say these words, she became even angrier. She sneered, "You are nothing but a discarded woman. How dare you speak of me? Even if I am a concubine, I am a concubine in a prince's mansion, not like an ordinary concubine." Naturally, she could not speak ill of the third princess consort in public, so she lifted her chin and said, "I am on excellent terms with the third princess consort, like sisters. Right now she is pregnant, and I have come out to find a congratulatory gift for her." As if she truly were sisters with the third princess consort, her demeanor was haughty, with no awareness of her status as a concubine. She looked at Shěn Lí disdainfully and said, "What do you, a discarded woman, know? A woman like you returned to your family, not to mention the threshold of a prince's mansion. Even an ordinary commoner's household would not deign to glance at you. Now you are here shouting at me. A person like you is not even worthy of holding my shoes." Shěn Lí regarded her as though she were a mere grasshopper. A divorce is not the same as being cast aside. I sought a divorce because your Gu family's conduct is improper. Had your brother not laid his hands on a fallen comrade's widow, would I ever have been disgusted enough to divorce? Do you know why you remain a concubine, easily manipulated by the principal wife in the prince's mansion? It is as I said, your family's conduct is improper. No reputable family would ever accept someone like you as their matriarch. If the third prince's consort herself were here, that would be one matter. But you are merely a concubine, not a side consort, not even a lesser consort. What exactly do you have to be so arrogant about? Gu Qinshue's most sensitive point was being called a concubine. Enraged, she began you. Before she could finish, Shěn Lí struck her across the face with a sharp slap. Gu Qinshu lost her balance and collapsed to the ground. Clutching her cheek in disbelief, she looked up at Shěn Lí and cried, "You dare hit me." Her maid hurried over to help her up. Shěn Lí looked down at her from above with a cold sneer. "A mere concubine. If I strike you, I strike you. What makes you think you're so noble? I truly cannot fathom why you imagine yourself superior to others." She lifted her foot and used her toe to tilt Gu Qinshue's chin upward. Gu Qinshu, and never expected such humiliation. Her eyes flew wide open, and for a moment she forgot to resist. Shěn Lí studied Gu Qinshue's face and remarked, "You're not even that pretty. Surely you don't believe that with such an ordinary face amidst the beauties of the prince's mansion you could gain exclusive favor and use that to dispose of me." She struck at the heart of her insecurity. Rest assured, even if pigs could climb trees, you would never have such a chance. Only when her neck began to ache did Gu Qinshu realize her chin was still resting on Shěn Lí's toe. She shrieked wildly and reached out to shove Shěn Lí's foot away, but at that very moment Shěn Lí happened to withdraw her foot. Gu Qinshue's hand struck nothing but air, and she lurched forward, nearly pitching face first onto the ground. She was utterly disheveled and pathetic. Furious, she cried, "Shěn Lí, you are audacious." In the past, her status had prevented her from laying a hand on Shěn Lí, but now that she belonged to the third prince's household, why was she still unable to strike her? Why must she still be bullied? She scrambled to her feet, intent on slapping Shěn Lí. But how could Shěn Lí ever allow that? Just as her hand came swinging toward her, Shěn Lí stepped back, and Gu Qinshue's slap caught nothing but air. She stumbled and once again crashed to the ground. This time she was even more pathetic. As she fell, her face hit the floor directly. Shěn Lí thought she even heard the crack of bone. Gu Qinshu lay motionless for a long while. Her maid rushed over to help her up, but she was in too much pain. She merely turned over and lay flat on her back, unable to catch her breath for quite some time. Her nose was already crooked and blood poured from it in a torrent, quickly staining the front of her robes crimson. Shěn Lí clicked her tongue. My. So this is why one should never harbor malicious intentions. Look at you. You tried to strike me, and I haven't even done anything yet. Look at you now. If I had actually retaliated, who knows what state you'd be in. Then she ordered Gu Qinshue's maid, "Why aren't you taking your mistress away at once?" She is no longer the young mistress of the Gu family. She is now a serving concubine of the third prince. Her body is no longer her own. If she cannot properly serve the third prince and the consort, I imagine your days will not be easy either. If something truly happens to her now, not to mention you servants, she herself will be the one to suffer the consequences. Shěn Lí spoke with relish, delighting in the turmoil. Gu Qinshue's maid was terrified. They had only come out to do some shopping, and now they had stirred up such trouble. She dreaded to think what the third prince's consort would say when they returned. Forgetting all else, she hurried out to fetch an elderly servant to help Gu Qinshu up, and they hastily departed. Gu Qinshu had wanted to hurl a threatening remark at Shěn Lí, but one look at her made her think better of it. The combat prowess Shěn Lí had just displayed was far too terrifying. Gu Qinshu dared not challenge her again, and slunk away from the treasure pavilion in disgrace. Watching them leave, Shěn Lí turned back with lively spirits to continue selecting a 1-month-old gift for a non-US child. Back at the mansion, Gu Qinshu underwent a thorough examination. Given her status, she could not summon an imperial physician, so she could only call for an ordinary doctor. The diagnosis was a fractured nasal bone that would require careful recuperation. Gu Qinshu was furious beyond words. To make matters worse, the third prince's consort scolded her, "Every time you go out, you cause trouble. Since that is the case, you need not leave the mansion anymore. I will inform the third prince." And since you are indisposed, he need not visit your quarters either. With that, nearly all her hopes were dashed. Gu Qinxue grew even more resentful. Being a concubine was truly a miserable existence. But she consoled herself that the third prince was not like other men. Once everyone had left, she spat through gritted teeth. This is all Shěn Lí's fault. If not for her, how could I have fallen to such a state? I swear I will make her pay. Her maid had grown somewhat afraid of Shěn Lí. Miss, we cannot overpower her, Gu Qinxue said coldly. I am not some crude village woman. Do you think I intend to brawl with her every day? Rest assured I have my ways. Her maid dared not speak another word. Gu Qinxue did not rest long before going with her injuries to pay respects to the third prince's consort. The consort had no wish to see her. No woman wants to lay eyes on her husband's other women, and the consort was no exception. After making Gu Qinxue wait for a while, not wanting to be too obvious about it, the consort finally received her. The moment Gu Qinxue entered, she knelt before the consort weeping. Consort, you must seek justice for me. The consort found it exasperating. From the moment this woman had entered the household, she had been vying for position. It was thanks to her face that the third prince had favored her for a few days, which had inflated her arrogance enough to think she could stand above everyone. It was only when the daughter of the Yongyi Earl's household arrived that the two of them had begun to clash. Now Gu Qinxue knelt before her begging for justice. She truly had no desire to intervene. But maintaining a gentle expression on her face, she asked, "What is wrong with you? Is there anything I can help with? You should be resting in your room since you are injured." Gu Qinxue cried grievously. "Your Highness, today I went out to select a meeting gift for the child in your belly. But as soon as I stepped out, I ran into Shěn Lí, who was previously dismissed by the Gu family. Shěn Lí and I never got along. Back then I was still a young lady confined to the inner chambers, and with my elder sister-in-law present, I dared not say much. Fortunately, she was later dismissed, and we barely crossed paths afterward. Who would have thought that upon meeting her today, she not only criticized me for being a concubine in the third prince's mansion, but also spoke ill of you, third prince's consort, calling you jealous and claiming you would surely treat us concubines poorly." Gu Qinxue's face showed anger, but I know third prince's consort is the kindest person. After I entered the mansion, I offended her many times, yet she never held it against me. So I spoke up in defense of third prince's consort, but she said I was wrong, called third prince's consort a bad person, and slapped me twice. I intended to teach her a lesson on behalf of third prince's consort, but she dodged my strike. Gu Qinxue looked up at third prince's consort sitting above, tears welling in her eyes. "Third prince's consort, my injury is but a minor matter, but the damage to your reputation and the third prince's mansion's honor is a grave concern. This matter I implore you, third prince's consort, to take charge. You must punish that Shěn Lí severely." Third prince's consort listened to her account, her brows furrowing. "Shěn Lí, your former sister-in-law, the one who was expelled from the Yongyi Earl's mansion." Gu Qinxue replied, "Yes, your Highness. She disregards me, but now she shows no respect for the third prince's mansion. That is an offense of disrespect." Third prince's consort had no desire to intervene, but she was aware of Shěn Lí's circumstances. Had Gu Qinxue offended someone else, she might not have stepped in on her behalf. Yet Shěn Lí was merely an orphan girl with no one to protect her. How could she not handle such a situation? Using Shěn Lí as an example would not only establish authority before the concubines, but also restore the third prince's mansion's dignity. Why not? So third prince's consort nodded and gently reassured Gu Qinxue, "Very well, I understand the situation. I will have her brought over for questioning." She then instructed the matron beside her, "Go fetch Shěn Lí. I had no idea she, a mere woman, would dare to bully someone from my third prince's mansion. Is there no law in this land?" The matron by her side replied, "Yes, I shall go summon her at once." Madam, he arrived at the Shěn residence swiftly. Shěn Lí had not yet returned, and when Billion learned it was someone from the third prince's mansion, she quickly ushered them inside and offered tea with great care. Madam, he, observing the girl's frightened demeanor, tilted her chin and said, "When will your young mistress return? Send someone to fetch her immediately. Her Highness the third prince's consort is waiting." Billion understood her mistress's current temperament and suspected she had somehow offended someone again, so she cautiously inquired, "I hadn't heard that the young mistress was on good terms with the third prince's consort." May I ask what matter requires her presence at the mansion? Madam, he who had served the third prince's consort since childhood, and now held considerable influence, looked down upon a lowly servant like Billion, and replied coldly, "Is this a matter for a mere girl like you to pry into? Go fetch someone at once, or I'll have no further patience with you." Billion knew she could not offend these people lest she be abandoned by her mistress, so she meekly retreated and hurried out to send word for Shěn Lí to return and take charge. Shěn Lí had just left the treasure pavilion and wandered through the tea house leisurely packing pastries to take home when she happened to encounter the servant who had come looking for her. The servant hurried forward to bow upon seeing Shěn Lí. "Miss, you have finally returned. Someone from the third prince's consort has arrived saying she requests your presence at the third prince's mansion." Shěn Lí immediately understood. The scheming Gu Qinxue had found her way to the third prince's consort to seek justice, and now the consort, seeing Shěn Lí as an easy target, intended to intervene on Gu Qinxue's behalf. Having figured this out, the thought of emptying the third prince's mansion crossed her mind, but she firmly suppressed it. No, she could not raid every household that wronged her. That would only invite trouble. Better to observe and wait. She nodded. "Very well, I understand." Shěn Lí handed the pastries to the servant and entered the house, where she found Madame He seated with a young girl. Her own servant Billion cowered nearby like a frightened quail, clearly unaware that she was the mistress of this household. With her hands clasped behind her back, Shěn Lí entered and raised an eyebrow at the matron. "Who are you, and what brings you to my home?" Madam, he was displeased that this rootless orphan dared not bow to her. "I am a matron from the third prince's mansion, having served the third prince's consort since childhood." She expected Shěn Lí to fawn over her upon hearing this, but instead Shěn Lí merely regarded her with cold detachment and asked, "What does the third prince's consort wish to see me about?" The dismissive tone, treating the third prince's consort as though she were nobody, only deepened Madame He's irritation. She rose to her feet and confronted Shěn Lí directly. "You dare strike at the dignity of the third prince's mansion and still ask what the consort wants with you? It seems Miss Shěn holds herself in high esteem. I will save my breath. Come with me to the mansion at once." Madame He thought to herself that someone like Shěn Lí would likely never leave the mansion alive once inside. A cold smile played at the corners of her mouth as she entertained these thoughts. Shěn Lí understood from her expression that Gu Qinxue had spoken ill of her at length. While she could certainly fight her way out of the third prince's mansion, there was no point in doing so. In an age where imperial authority reigned supreme, survival required playing by the rules. As she was pondering her next move, a commotion erupted outside, and a servant came running in. "Miss, Your Majesty has sent word from the palace." How could an imperial edict possibly reach someone like Shěn Lí, a woman with no influential connections? Madame He grew suspicious and sneered, "You are lying. The palace would never issue an edict for your mistress." Shěn Lí raised an eyebrow, piecing together what had happened. Xiechen's request must have been granted. This was perfect. She did not need to devise a plan herself, if Xiechen had delivered one straight to her. The servant regarded Madame He as though she were utterly foolish. An imperial edict. "Do you think I would dare speak falsely on such a matter?" Madame He was furious at the servant's audacity. "How dare you speak to me so? Do you even know who I am? You dare address me in such a manner?" Before the servant could speak, a voice resounded from outside, carrying an authority that demanded respect. "I am unaware of your identity, yet you dare to come here and throw your weight around." A man clad in a blue robe embroidered with a four-clawed python entered, followed by eunuchs bearing edicts and officials. Judging by the procession, the imperial decree he carried was certainly not a herald of ill tidings. Especially for Himomo, who served beside the third prince's consort, she recognized the man holding the imperial decree. He was none other than the war prince's maternal uncle, the elder brother of the Empress Dowager, and the Duke of Yichu Tianyi. Why had he come here? Himomo found it strange, but still bowed. "Your Grace, this servant did not know you were arriving. Pardon my discourtesy." The Duke of Yi naturally did not recognize a servant. He continued, "Which household do you belong to? Why have you come here to cause trouble?" Himomo lamented bitterly, but had no choice but to speak the truth. This servant was sent by the third prince's consort to invite Miss Shěn for a conversation. The Duke of Yi knew the matter was not so simple, but did not press further. He glanced at Shěn Lí standing there, and said, If the third prince's consort invites you, it is natural to go. But now that His Majesty's decree is here, please receive the edict before you depart. Himomo responded respectfully, of course, of course. Thus the Shun household servants began preparing the incense altar and burning incense to receive the edict. All the servants knelt with Shěn Lí, including Himomo and her companions. The Duke of E held the imperial decree, gazing at Shěn Lí kneeling below. His expression was complex. He did not understand why his nephew insisted on marrying this woman, but he believed his nephew had his reasons. Recalling his nephew's request to ensure this marriage was arranged when he entered the palace, the Duke of E sighed inwardly. Yes, after much emotional turmoil, the emperor had not decided whether to grant this marriage. In the end, he thought it better to let someone else bear the notoriety, such as the Duke of E, the war prince's maternal uncle. So he summoned the Duke of E to the palace, speaking of the war prince's wish to take Shěn Lí as his consort and asking the Duke what he thought. The emperor said, I am reluctant to approve such a woman, but Shun'er insists on her. I wonder if he is contending with his brother. Now he declares he will have no one else. How should I handle this? He feigned a troubled expression which sickened the Duke of E, but the Duke replied respectfully, the war prince has not spoken to me of this, but he has always been decisive. He is of age and has never mentioned marriage. Now that he has spoken, he must have made up his mind. Your Majesty might as well grant his wish. Otherwise the war prince will dwell on it, delaying the auspicious day of his wedding. The emperor said, this woman's status is too low and she is divorced. It would be a disgrace to Shun'er. The Duke of E knew he was being hypocritical, wanting someone to persuade him. He loathed the emperor's tactics, but had no choice but to play along. A low status is not a problem. Your Majesty can bestow additional favors. It is better than the war prince never marrying. With your Majesty's grace, even if her birth is humble, or other issues arise, no one can say anything. The war prince's own preference is paramount. Since the Duke of E as the maternal uncle had spoken thus, the emperor reluctantly issued the marriage edict with a helpless expression. The Duke of E could not discern any trait in Shěn Lí that would captivate someone at first glance, but since this was what Shun desired as his uncle, he naturally had to accomplish it. He read the commendatory phrases about Shěn Lí, then solemnly declared, the daughter of the Shun family, virtuous and gentle, is worthy of being a consort. I grant her in marriage to the war prince Shun to wed on an auspicious day. By imperial decree. After Shěn Lí expressed gratitude, the Duke of E kindly bade her rise and smiled. From now on you are the war prince's consort. Come visit the Duke's mansion when you have time. Your aunts are at home. If you encounter any troubles, just tell us. Shěn Lí smiled and agreed. Himomo's expression, however, turned sour. She had not expected that the orphan girl Shěn Lí would instantly become the unattainable war prince's consort. Given the war prince's status, even the third prince's consort would have to bow before Shěn Lí now. His face was exceptionally grim, but Shěn Lí did not let him off. She drawled, esteemed matron, you said the third prince's consort summons me to the prince's mansion. What business does she have? I have matters to attend to at home, and am not inclined to go. What do you think? The third prince's consort merely wished to invite you for a chat. Now that you are the war prince's betrothed, we will have many opportunities to meet. This servant will take her leave and inform the third prince's consort of this joyful news. Shěn Lí snorted. For you is this joyful news? Of course it was not. Himomo clenched her teeth inwardly, but forced a smile. Naturally it is joyful. The war prince has remained unmarried for so long, and now he has a consort. The third prince and the war prince are brothers, so naturally the consorts will have frequent dealings. It is indeed a happy occasion. Shěn Lí sneered. Then go back and tell the third prince's consort this happy news. Himomo, though seething, had no choice but to leave. After she departed, the Duke of E asked, Is this the matron from the third prince's consort? What business did she have with you? Shěn Lí had heard from Shěn about this uncle. To Shěn, this uncle was more like a father. So she had no reservations with him, especially since this was not a major matter. Today I struck a concubine of the third prince's mansion. The third prince's consort likely wanted to vent her anger on behalf of that concubine. That's why she sent someone to summon me. Thanks to uncle's timely arrival, or else I might have had to resort to violence again. Shěn Lí addressed him directly as uncle, without any awkwardness, which pleased the Duke of E, a military man. He frowned and said, A mere concubine, how could she warrant the third prince's consort to show herself? I think they see you as easy to bully and want to make an example of you. But it's nothing. From now on you are the war king's consort. Whatever happens, the prince will naturally protect you. Or if you are unhappy about anything, just come to the house and tell your aunt or your brothers. Someone will surely vent your grievances. Shěn Lí knew these were all Xiechun's relatives. Thinking of Xiechun, who came every evening, she smiled and nodded, saying, "All right." When Nanny he returned to the third prince's mansion, Gu Qinxue was still waiting there. She would not feel at ease until she saw Shěn Lí punished. Now seeing Nanny he back before the third prince's consort could speak, she couldn't help asking, "Nanny, where is the person? Has that vile woman come?" Nanny he thought of the humiliation she had suffered today, all because of this woman before her, and could not suppress the anger in her heart. Looking at her with a sardonic expression, she said, "What is consort Gu saying?" "What vile woman?" "That is the war king's consort." Gu Qinxue was stunned. "What?" The third prince's consort was also puzzled. Hearing this, she asked, "Nanny he, what do you mean?" Nanny he quickly replied, feeling very fortunate. "Your Highness, today I went to the Shun residence to summon Shěn Lí to come and answer to the third prince's consort, but when I arrived, Shěn Lí was not at home, so I sent people out to search for her. When Shěn Lí returned, I intended to have her come quickly, but just at that moment Duke E arrived bearing an imperial decree from the palace." The third prince's consort exclaimed in astonishment, "An imperial decree? How could an orphan like her have the opportunity to receive an imperial decree?" "Nanny," he said with a sigh, "indeed. I accompanied her to receive the decree and only then learned that Shěn Lí has been in theft as the war king's consort. Duke E personally delivered the decree, which shows how much the war king values this marriage." Upon hearing this, the third prince's consort quickly asked, "Did you offend this war king's consort?" Nanny he hurriedly said, No. I hadn't even said much before the palace decree arrived." The third prince's consort sighed in relief. That's good. She was growing increasingly dissatisfied with Gu Qinxue, who had no real ability and kept stirring up trouble in the mansion. Now she had almost caused the consort to offend the future war king's consort. The third prince's consort had already decided that from now on she would properly teach Gu Qinxue the rules. Gu Qinxue was stunned. She had thought that now that she was a member of the third prince's mansion, even as a concubine, she was better off than Shěn Lí, who had no support. She thought she could trample Shěn Lí under her feet, but who would have expected this turn of events? She said incredulously, "Impossible. How can this be? She is just a divorced woman, a discarded wife. How can she become the war king's consort?" Disregarding all propriety, she ran over and grabbed Nanny's hand, saying, "Nanny, have you made a mistake? How could she possibly become a princess consort?" Seeing her hysterical behavior, Nanny he grew impatient. She pulled her hand off her clothes and said coldly, "How could an imperial decree of marriage be false? I don't know how she became a princess consort, but I do know that those who have offended her in the past will have a hard time from now on." These words were like a dagger to the heart. Gu Qinxue's face instantly turned pale, and her hand that had been clutching Nanny's clothes involuntarily loosened. She couldn't help muttering, "How could this happen? How could she become a princess consort?" Nanny he sneered at her appearance. "Instead of wondering how she became a princess consort, you'd better go back quickly and see what gifts you can send to mend your relationship." Then, as if recalling something, she said, "Oh, I was wrong. Your relationship probably can't be repaired, can it? After all, I've heard that your relationship was never good when she was your sister-in-law, and later your elder brother divorced her over the matter of a comrade's widow. Now she is the war king's consort. All those past accounts are likely to be settled. Even if you think of repairing the relationship now, it won't be easy." These words made Gu Qinxue's face turn even paler. She was tottering as if she were about to shatter. The third prince's consort saw this and said, "Enough. Now that she is the war king's consort, the matter of her slapping you cannot be dealt with. Go back to your own courtyard." The third prince's consort did not think she had offended Shěn Lí. On the contrary, the enmity between Gu Qinxue and Shěn Lí was deep. She estimated that now that Shěn Lí had become a princess consort, Gu Qinxue would be very miserable. Oh, and there was also the newly arrived concubine Shěn. She would have to have a good talk with her. As long as these concubines were unhappy, she would be happy. Compared to Gu Qinxue's utter dejection, the one who felt even more sorrowful was the Earl of Yomi's mansion. When the Earl of Yongi heard the news that Shěn Lí had been in theft as the War King's consort, he felt as if the treasures in his home had been stolen again. The gatekeeper was not one to be trifled with. He rolled his eyes at the Earl and said, "What biological father? What kind of life did our young lady have before? We never saw any biological father coming to help. Now that her life is good, all sorts of fathers appear. Is that it? I never raised you. If I say I'm your biological father, and then ask you to take me back and support me, would you agree?" The Earl of Yongi was so enraged by these words that he almost choked. Pointing at the gatekeeper with a trembling finger, he said, You insolent fool." The gatekeeper spat at him. "Pa, you're the insolent one. Look where you are. This is the residence of the future War King's consort. You still want to claim kinship? Pa, take a good look at yourself." With that, the gatekeeper closed the door. As he shut it, he added, "Nowadays the woods are big, and all kinds of birds appear. Every stray cat and mangy dog wants to be our young lady's father." Pa. The door closed. The Earl of Yongi had not expected to be rebuffed like this before even seeing Shěn Lí. His old face could not take it. He clutched his chest and fell straight backward, startling the servants who shouted "Master" and rushed to support him. When he first cast Shěn Lí out of the family, the Earl of Yongi had felt utterly elated. But upon learning that she had become the War King's consort, he was overcome with regret and hurried to the Shěn residence to find her. The Earl of Yongi's mansion was now somewhat in decline. Its possessions had been ransacked several times and were now scarce. Nevertheless, to show his regard for Shěn Lí, he still managed to find a considerable amount of goods from the estates and took them to Shěn Lí. When he arrived at the Shěn residence with a large batch of local products, he was still imagining how Shěn Lí would weep with gratitude and welcome him inside. After all, in this era, a woman without the protection of her clan would have an absolutely difficult life. But he never expected that as soon as he arrived, he would be turned away at the door. The gatekeeper glanced at the cart behind him laden with local specialties and sneered, "What, Yongi Bo manor or not? What does it matter? Look at what you've brought. Don't tell me you're some opportunistic scavenger come to beg for scraps. Now that our young miss has become the Warfare King's consort, every Tom, Dick, and Harry thinks they can claim kinship. How is it I've never heard of someone like you before? Scram, scram, scram. This is no place for someone like you." Without another word, the gatekeeper moved to drive him away. The Earl of Yongi's face flushed crimson with rage, and pointing at the gatekeeper, he thundered, "I am Shěn Lí's own father. Don't you recognize the Earl of Yongi? What are you good for? Fetch Shěn Lí at once. I want to ask her. She won't even acknowledge her own father. Where is justice in this world?" Shěn Lí was a strict mistress of her household. Such incidents of gatekeepers dismissing visitors on their own authority were virtually unheard of. However, she had informed the gatekeeper in advance about the Earl of Yongi's visit, which is why he dared to make his own decision. After the Earl departed, the gatekeeper came to report to Shěn Lí, who found it quite amusing, yet still told him, "You did well. Do the same next time." The gatekeeper hesitated slightly. "We've already suffered such a great insult today. The Earl of Yongi is after all a nobleman. He probably won't come back, will he?" Shěn Lí replied, "No. The Earl of Yongi's mansion has fallen on hard times, and the family's reputation is in tatters. Their own legitimate daughter was reduced to being someone's concubine. Now that I've managed to rise and am about to marry the Warfare King, of course, they'll come crawling." The gatekeeper thought the Earl of Yongi quite shameless and naturally agreed to carry on. As expected, when the Warfare King's mansion came to present the betrothal gifts, the Earl of Yongi made another appearance. He reasoned that he was at least Shěn Lí's father and the Warfare King's prospective father-in-law. On such a momentous occasion, surely Shěn Lí would not dare to turn him away, even if only to save face. Yet again he was stopped at the gate before he could enter Shěn Lí's residence. The gatekeeper said impatiently, "Are you blind? Can't you see there's someone inside the mansion today? It's a joyous occasion in our household. Don't come here causing trouble." Saying this, he reached into his pocket, pulled out 2 copper coins, and tossed them at the man, saying, "Here's your tip. That's enough. Now scram." When the 2 copper coins struck his body, the Earl of Yongi was utterly stunned. In his entire life, he had been born an heir apparent. He had never suffered such humiliation. He could never have imagined that one day a mere gatekeeper would dismiss him with 2 copper coins. A bitter taste rose in his throat, and trembling, he pointed at the gatekeeper and stammered, "You. How dare you?" The gatekeeper sneered, "How dare I? Look around you. This is the residence of the warfare king's designated consort. Do you think just anyone can come here? Do you know who's inside today? Besides the Duke of E and the Minister of Rights, even the warfare king himself has come in person. Have you ever seen the warfare king? He is the renowned god of war. If you don't leave immediately, don't blame me for being rude. Repeatedly humiliated by the gatekeeper, the Earl of Yongi had lost all desire to keep the peace. He turned to his servants behind him and ordered, "Seize this reckless fool. Beat him to death. Beat him to death." He had never endured such treatment in his life. How could he remain indifferent after being humiliated by a mere gatekeeper? Naturally, he would seek revenge. The men from the Earl of Yongi's estate responded and surged forward. At that moment, the gatekeeper suddenly shouted, "Brothers, they're attacking me." At his cry, a crowd of soldiers clad in armor and wielding long swords rushed over, their faces filled with murderous intent. They looked like veterans who had seen countless battles on the battlefield. This imposing display immediately made the Earl of Yongi's retainers' legs go weak. The Earl himself managed to maintain some composure and said to them, "Look carefully. I am the Earl of Yongi, Shěn Lí's father. I am here to oversee the betrothal ceremony." The leader with an expressionless face replied, "Our Lord has said that today is his special day and no one is to cause trouble. Not even an Earl of Yongi, let alone a marquis, would be allowed through." The Earl of Yongi gritted his teeth and said again, "I am the father of your consort." The man replied with the same expressionless face, "Our Lord has said that the consort was long ago cast out of the family. She is now solely the consort. She has no natal family and therefore no father." Saying this, he drew the long sword at his waist and pointed it directly at the Earl of Yongi, saying, "Will you leave? If not, don't blame my sword for lacking eyes." Gazing at the gleaming long sword before him, the Earl of Yongi felt his very heart tremble. His throat convulsed, and in a hoarse voice, tears streaming down his face, he said, I am truly Shěn Lí's father." The soldier said nothing more, simply pointing the sword closer to him. This single gesture was enough to leave the Earl of Yongi too frightened to utter another word. He gazed at the Shěn family gate, which seemed so close, yet so far, his heart brimming with boundless hatred. If only he had not cast Shěn Lí out of the family back then. After all, there had been room for her at home. Now that Shěn Lí was to become a consort, the Shun family would be the warfare king's legitimate in-laws, not the mother's family of the third prince's concubine. The more the Earl of Yongi thought about it, the angrier he became, until finally he spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed, fainting dramatically. Shěn Lí, unaware of what was happening outside, listened as the Duke of E said, since the warfare king had already prepared all the betrothal gifts beforehand, and given his advanced age, His Majesty's intention is to hold the wedding as soon as possible. If done early enough, the consort could still enter the palace to celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival. In other words, the wedding was to be held before the Dragon Boat Festival. Shěn Lí felt that these words probably did not come from the emperor. She glanced at Xiechun, who sat beside her with a perfectly serious expression. This must have been Xiechun's own doing with the emperor, she thought. Indeed, it was Xiechun who had spoken to the emperor. He told him, "Father, I am at an age where I have finally found a consort I wish to marry. I have already prepared everything at home. Why not hold the wedding soon? That way my mansion will also have someone to manage affairs." The emperor even teased him. "So you weren't interested in marriage before, and now that you've finally opened your eyes, you're quite eager. How come you wouldn't marry before, no matter what we said, and now you're the one wanting to marry?" However, there was nothing difficult about such matters. The emperor had already agreed to the outrageous request of marrying a divorced woman. There was no need to make things difficult over this. Therefore, the emperor agreed and instructed the Duke of E to bring it up with Shěn Lí once more. The Duke of E spoke. "I know things must be difficult for you right now, but rest assured your aunt has nothing pressing at home and can come to help. You need only focus on being a good bride." As the Duke of E spoke these words, Xiechun couldn't help but glance towards Shěn Lí, his eyes betraying an unmistakable look of anticipation. When Shěn Lí caught sight of it, the words of refusal caught in her throat. She smiled and agreed. "Then let it be so. Thank you, uncle." The Duke of E was greatly pleased with Shěn Lí's quick-wittedness. "There is no need to thank me. As long as you live well together in the future, I will be happy." Hearing that Shěn Lí had agreed so readily, Xiechun was still somewhat dazed, his proud smile widening despite his efforts to contain it. How wonderful! His princess was about to come home. As bewildered as Shun was, so too was the residence of the Marquis of Jean. The old madam of the house was still in a state of shock. She turned to the serving woman beside her and asked, "What is going on? How has this young Miss Shên become the Battle King's wife? And that Battle King, why did he have to choose her? Of all people, why this divorced girl named Shun?" The serving woman felt quite exasperated. Ever since the imperial decree had arrived, the old madam had asked this very question many times already. She was about to say something when the Madam of Jean arrived, first paying her respects to the old madam, and then said, "Elder, since young Miss Shun has now become the Battle King's wife, we need not dwell on past matters. However, given our family's relationship with her, it would be proper for Yaoer to send a gift. Should we not also send something ourselves? I heard that the betrothal gifts have already been presented over there, and the wedding date is set quite soon. If we delay any longer, we may never find the right occasion to deliver this gift." The old madam remained troubled and sighed. "Time and again, why is it so difficult for me to find a granddaughter-in-law I am pleased with?" The Madam of Jean's eyelid twitched as she said, "Elder, it would be best not to speak such words. Young Miss Shun is now the Battle King's wife. Such remarks could harm her reputation. She is close to Yaoer of our family, and is in every way like one of our own daughters. Since young Miss Shun is fond of you, Elder, she will naturally come to visit you in the future." The old Madam of Jean also knew that no matter what she said, Shěn Lí would never become her granddaughter-in-law, and such words would only bring misfortune to both families. So she kept her silence. She sighed and said, "This is young Miss Shin's blessing. Her days before were bitterly hard, and now at last her suffering has ended and sweetness has come. She spent so long by my side before, and when she could not find a good match, my heart ached for her. Now that she has married the Battle King, she likely knows little of many household matters. Besides sending her gifts as a dowry contribution, you should also go and see if there is anything she needs help with. Previously, her family at least had someone to manage affairs. Now she is entirely on her own, and there are many things she must not understand. Please go and assist her." Upon hearing the old madam's words, the Madam of Jean naturally agreed. "I had been thinking the same thing. It was young Miss Shun who reminded Yaoer before, which is why our Yaoer did not bear everything alone. Now that young Miss Shun needs help, it is only right that we go and see to her." Thus the Madam of Jean went the following day, bringing no fewer than 4 or 5 chests of dowry gifts, 3 more than when Shěn Lí had married into the Marquis of Jinxiang's estate before. Shěn Lí naturally received her in person. It just so happened that Su Yao was also present that day. Seeing the Madam of Jean, she smiled and said, "Mother, have you come to deliver dowry gifts for Ailey? You could have simply had a steward deliver these things, or asked me to bring them. Why make the trip yourself?" The Madam of Jean chided, "What do you know? How could these be the same?" She then took Shěn Lí's hand and said with a smile, "Do not listen to this girl's nonsense. I did not come today merely to deliver dowry gifts. I was thinking that since there is no one in your mansion to oversee affairs, you will surely encounter matters you do not understand. So I came to ask. If you agree, I will stay and help manage things for a few days." Su Yao, standing to the side, pouted and said, "Mother, I am here as well. I will naturally help Ailey with all of this." The Madam of Jean replied, "Do you even know what needs to be done? How to manage household supplies? How to arrange for visiting guests? How much do you truly understand? You should be learning properly rather than repeating words here." Hearing this, Su Yao pouted and wrinkled her nose at Shěn Lí, saying, "Look at this. The moment it matters, my mother says I cannot do anything. Tell her yourself. Haven't I been helping you quite a lot these past 2 days?" Seeing Su Yao's defiant expression, Shěn Lí could not help but laugh. She said to the Madam of Jean, "You do young Miss Yao an injustice, madam. I find her quite capable. She has been helping me sort through the dowry lists these past 2 days." The Madam of Jean smiled and said, "You always know how to defend her." Shěn Lí replied, "It is not about defending her. The truth is there is little I need assistance with here. I have matrons sent from the Battle King's mansion to help, and the Duchess of E has also arrived. The matrons from the Battle King's mansion are all quite capable, and with the Duchess of E here, there is little for her to do. I cannot trouble you further." The Madam of Jean, hearing this, did not insist. She said, "Very well. Since you have help here, I will say no more. These are the dowry gifts from the old madam and me. Please keep them. They are but a small token of our regard." Shěn Lí expressed her gratitude, and in front of the Madame of Jeanne instructed by Lien to store the gifts away. Upon learning that Shěn Lí had been granted in marriage to the Battle King, Gu Yunzi could no longer remain composed. He had been hoping Shěn Lí would forgive him and return to the Gu family. How could she suddenly be betrothed to the Battle King? This could not be what Shěn Lí wanted. It had to be false somehow. Shěn Lí loved him. How could she possibly agree to marry the Battle King? Therefore, upon hearing of this, he went to the Shun residence. Before he could even enter the gate, he spotted Shěn Lí returning from shopping outside. Overcome with joy, he rushed toward her, but guards immediately blocked his path. This did not stop Gu Yunzi from calling out, "Lear, I have heard you have been betrothed to the Battle King. I know this is not what you want. You must still have me in your heart. Go to the Emperor and tell him you wish to return to the Gu family. As soon as you say the word, I will marry you at once. Go to the Emperor and tell him you want to return to the Gu family. As soon as you speak, I will immediately wed you into the Gu family." He looked at Shěn Lí with a face full of anticipation, as if he was exceptionally confident that once he spoke those words, Shěn Lí would not and could not refuse him. Shěn Lí would only be his. She had originally gotten out of the car to go home, but his words triggered an involuntary physical reaction. She covered her mouth and let out a retch. Gu Yunzi was momentarily stunned, then seeming to recall something, he beamed with ecstasy. "Look, Lear, you're carrying my child. You can't marry the war prince. If they find out about this, you'll be guilty of deceiving the Emperor. No man wants to raise another man's child, and the war prince is certainly no exception. You must go tell him immediately that you won't marry him, that you're bringing our child back to the Gu family." Shěn Lí only felt more nauseated. Her gaze at Gu Yunzi grew increasingly peculiar. "Are you sick? Out of your mind? Do I have a child? Don't you know? Don't you know if we've ever consummated? A child? Are you dreaming? And you want me to go tell the Emperor? If you're so capable, why don't you go tell him yourself? Let's see if the Emperor will see you or listen to you." Shěn Lí grew more exasperated as she spoke. "And bringing a child back to the Gu family. Not to mention, I don't have a child. Even if I did, I wouldn't go back. Do you really think that place is anything good? It's a den of wolves and tigers. You think every woman in the world is interested in you, but sorry, I really have no feelings for you. Right now, all I want is to figure out how to make you die." When Shěn Lí looked at Gu Yunzi, her eyes were icy cold. She remembered that in her past life this man had been the cause of her death. If not for a fortunate encounter, how could she have this chance for revenge now? She sneered, "And don't say no man wants to raise another man's child. Aren't you raising one quite enthusiastically? What's wrong? Has your good sister-in-law not treated you well, that you suddenly remember others?" Hearing this, Gu Yunzi's face was suddenly filled with guilt and grief. He looked at her with wounded eyes. "Have you already discovered that she's not as good as she appeared? She deceived me. She was the one who had people spread the news of her pregnancy, yet she blamed it all on you. I know I was wrong, terribly wrong. I don't know how many things she deceived me about, making me misunderstand you. I know I was wrong, Lear. Please forgive me this once. Come back with me. How could the War Prince's residence be a suitable place for you? Rest assured, once you return, I promise no one will ever hurt you again." His sincere words only made Shěn Lí feel disgusted. "I want to throw up. You're so repulsive, Gu Yunzi. Just thinking that I was once married to someone like you makes me feel defiled. Wasn't everything he Minjing did done with your tacit approval? What you did behind the scenes is even more disgusting than what she did. Do you know that? She may have urged you to push me, but it was your own hand that did the deed. That's undeniable, isn't it? How could you be so foolish? You couldn't see through he Minjing's disguises before, and now you think you can make me return to the Gu family. Do you think I'm that stupid? To give up being a princess consort and go suffer in your Gu family?" Shěn Lí let out a scornful laugh. "Gu Yunzi, between the Gu family and me, it's a fight to the death. You'd better brace yourself for my revenge." With that, she waved her hand. "Drive him away. Honestly, what kind of filth keeps showing up at my door?" The guards, hearing this, came forward with clubs. Although Gu Yunzi had served in the military, he was no match for so many. Soon he was beaten away with sticks. Shěn Lí brushed the dust off her clothes and stepped into her residence. Watching her slender, retreating figure, Gu Yunzi's eyes flashed with pain. He simply couldn't believe that Shěn Lí truly had no feelings left for him. It was all he Minjing's fault. If not for her, how could he have made so many mistakes? How could Shěn Lí not want the Gu family anymore? Grief flickered in his eyes, but no amount of sorrow could change the situation now. Shěn Lí was already the war prince's consort by imperial decree, and he had lost all connection with her. Gu Yunzi turned and left his unsteady gait, making him look like an old man. Just as he passed an alley, a pair of hands suddenly reached out and dragged him inside. Gu Yunzi was startled and tried to react, but before he could see who it was, a sack was thrown over his head. He was about to pull it off when fists rained down on him like hail, beating him until he groaned and whimpered. Soon even his groans faded. Only when his sounds grew faint did the hail of fists gradually cease. Shadow Guard 1 and Shadow Guard 2 exchanged a glance, then leaped away from the scene. After all, anyone who dared harass the princess consort here, did they expect to leave unscathed? What did they take them for? Long after they had left, Gu Yunzi finally mustered the strength to move. He opened the sack and saw no trace of the assailants. He threw the sack to the ground in fury, but the sack itself stank horribly. Damn it! If I ever catch you, I'll make sure you pay. He hurled the sack to the ground again. When he returned home, he dared not admit he had been beaten outside. He simply claimed he had been injured during a military training match. Otherwise, he would have lost all face. In recent days, the political winds in the capital seemed to have shifted. The eldest daughter of the Lí family had been caned to death at the Lí family's front gate on New Year's Eve, showing no regard for the empress's face. Meanwhile, the war prince born of the former empress had taken a princess consort, but her background was widely criticized. Not only was she a divorcee, but she was also a woman who had been cast out by the Yomiuro mansion. How could such a person make the officials' daughters understand what they lacked? What exactly did the emperor mean by giving the war prince such a consort? A minister in the know told a close colleague, "I heard this was the war prince's own request." The emperor initially disagreed, but the war prince said he must outdo the third prince. Didn't the third prince recently take 2 new concubines? I heard those concubines are connected to this future princess consort. So the war prince insisted on having this woman to gain seniority over the third prince. The close colleague said, "That's far too reckless. I've never heard such a reason for making someone a princess consort. Since this woman was divorced, she must have been at fault. How can such a person be worthy of becoming a princess consort?" The informed minister replied, "That's not entirely fair. Given the current situation, everyone knows the Gu family's fault is enormous. What decent person carries on with their fallen comrade's widow? Isn't that inviting scorn? The future princess consort didn't join those people. I see nothing wrong with that." But the close colleague countered, "Men take multiple wives and concubines. Oh, what's wrong with looking after your comrade's wife?" His methods may have been improper, but how else could he have taken care of her? Now that woman has become the Jinxiang Marquis' heir's wife, and her children are well provided for. What's wrong with that? I think it's just that she was too jealous and couldn't tolerate other women. The informed minister gave him a complicated look and said no more. After all, people's principles are not always the same. He hadn't realized his friend held such views. Bringing it up now would only lead to an argument, so he dropped the subject. Shěn Lí and Xiechen's wedding day arrived in the blink of an eye. With Shěn Lí's substantial dowry, the additional gifts from various families, and the elaborate betrothal presents, Xiecchen brought the full 10 miles of red bridal procession, turned countless noble ladies' eyes red with envy. Especially for a prince's wedding, besides the Ministry of Rites taking the lead, the ceremony was directed toward the emperor. It was unclear whether the empress had offended the emperor this time, or for some other reason. During the wedding ceremony, aside from the emperor himself, no one else was present. Xiecchen was quite satisfied with this arrangement. Being able to marry the woman he loved, without having to see people he detested, made him feel his life was already worthwhile. But it wasn't quite enough. There were still more important matters to attend to. Xiecchen had a notorious reputation. Anyone could lose his temper at a moment's notice. No one dared to urge him to drink, and with so many cousins around, he soon made his way back to the bridal chamber. When he saw Shěn Lí sitting on the bed in her brilliant crimson phoenix robe, his heart nearly stopped beating. He couldn't help but swallow hard, and called out softly, "Lear." Shěn Lí remained silent. In tradition, the bride was not permitted to speak until her veil was lifted. Xiecchen noticed the veil atop her head embroidered with a design of a phoenix in flight. Compared to what she'd worn before, this was already quite fine. At the very least, one could clearly see it was a phoenix. Gazing at it, Xiecchen couldn't help but recall how the onlookers had exchanged particularly telling glances when Shěn Lí had stepped out of her palanquin wearing this very veil that morning. He could still hear someone murmuring, "This veil is far too plain." It seems the war princess's needlework leaves much to be desired. The person standing beside him, privy to certain behind-the-scenes details, offered a particularly knowing look. "I can't speak to the princess's embroidery skills," he said quietly, "but I do know the princes aren't much better." The man asked in surprise, "How do you know that?" The other replied in a hushed tone, "Because the very veil upon the princess's head was stitched by the prince himself." The man was utterly astonished. How could this be? Why would the prince embroider a bridal veil? The other merely shook his head. "That's beyond me, but there's no doubt about it. The prince stitched that veil." The memory brought a smile to Xiechen's lips. He approached Shěn Lí and used the ceremonial rod to lift her veil. Bathed in the candlelight, Shěn Lí's face resembled a lotus rising from the water. As he lifted the veil, her eyes met his with a gentle smile, and Xiechen felt his heart melt entirely. He swallowed again and stammered Li. He wasn't sure why, but those two names suddenly felt like they burned his tongue, and he found himself stumbling over his words. Shěn Lí couldn't help but laugh. "What's gotten into you? We've seen each other before. Has it only been 2 days, and you've already forgotten who I am?" Xiechen gazed at her with pleading eyes. You've become even more beautiful. I hardly recognize you." Shěn Lí's eyes curved into a smile. "My lord, your words are quite sweet. Come here and let me taste them." Although Xiechen had long desired to marry Shěn Lí, he was uncertain about what should come next. When Shěn Lí told him to come closer, he froze for a moment. Only after comprehending her words did his eyes widen, and as he gazed at her crimson lips, he stepped forward in a daze. Shěn Lí found his foolish demeanor exasperating. She reached out, seized his collar, and pulled him toward her. Looking at his handsome face, she said, "Before we were married, I understood your hesitation. But now that we're wed, why are you still acting so reserved?" Xiechen resembled a timid young bride. When Shěn Lí pulled him forward, he followed meekly, appearing so fragile that he bore no resemblance to the formidable war king he was known to be. Even as his thoughts raced toward carrying Shěn Lí to bed, he restrained himself. He reminded himself constantly that Shěn Lí was drawn to his gentle, yielding nature. A sudden warmth pressed against his lips, and Xiechen's eyes widened. Gazing at her face inches from his, he found her breathtakingly beautiful even at such close range. Indeed, a gentle man reaps his rewards. Xiechen's heart swelled with bliss. What followed brought him even greater pleasure, as though he were wrapped in warm water, and he finally understood why men longed for marriage. The following morning, the matrons dispatched by the palace had hesitated outside for half an hour, too afraid to disturb those within. Eventually, one matron grew anxious about being late and facing punishment at court, so she summoned her courage and called out, "Your Highness, Princess, it is time to pay your respects to the Emperor at court." By ancestral tradition, newlyweds must first pay respects to the Emperor and Empress, then offer incense and jade plaques at the Imperial Ancestral Temple. These duties could not be delayed, and the matrons were tasked with reminding them of this. Yet Xiechen's temper was unpredictable, making them hesitant, and even now as they called out, they did so with trepidation. Inside the hall, Shěn Lí heard the commotion and stirred her aching body, gritting her teeth as she said, "Go away." Xiechen held her tightly, nuzzling his head against her neck as he replied, "I'm not going out. It's more comfortable in here." Shěn Lí was nearly furious at his shameless words. "Have you forgotten we must enter the palace?" Xiechen held her tightly and would not let go. "Sleep a little longer. It will be over soon." Shěn Lí was at a loss for words. They said men changed after marriage, and indeed it seemed true. It was only the first day, and he was already completely ignoring her wishes. In the end, Xiechen was kicked off the bed. He had only just enjoyed the warmth and softness of her embrace, yet in the next moment, he was thrown out. Looking at Shěn Lí's cold expression, Xiechen felt his heart was broken. Shěn Lí was as ruthless and heartless as any scumbag. However, Xiechen soon regained his confidence. He had read many romance novels in preparation for this day, and naturally understood how much joy a husband could bring his wife by drawing her eyebrows. He thought that since he had already learned to embroider the bridal veil, drawing eyebrows for his wife should be no problem. But he had overestimated himself. Holding the eyebrow pencil, he had no idea how to proceed, his face twisted in confusion. Shěn Lí watched the elder matrons growing increasingly anxious, nearly at her wit's end. Your Highness, I have never worn eyebrow makeup before, and I do not need it today. We must enter the palace. Please do not waste time here. Go change your clothes quickly, please. She said this, and had one of the matrons drag him away. The remaining attendants were finally able to help her change into her palace attire, arranging her hair into an updo and adorning it with the 5 phoenixes piercing pearls hairpin. Even on ordinary days, she carried an aura of untouchable dignity, but now her bearing was even more majestic, adding 2 extra measures of noble elegance. When Shěn came out and saw his beloved, his heart fluttered uncontrollably. He approached with a smile, supporting her arm gently, and said warmly, "Come, my dear princess, you have worked hard today. Let me help you." Shěn Lí glanced at him silently and did not refuse. Her legs were indeed a bit weak. She had yielded quickly the night before, but Shěn had taken control, growing more vigorous with each passing moment, and she had nearly died. Now that Shěn was being submissive, she was naturally pleased. The 2 of them exited together, followed by a swarm of servants. They boarded the carriage, and Shěn leaned over to massage her legs. Shěn Lí glared at him. "Behave yourself. Do you know what day it is? Don't cause any trouble for me." Perhaps because the 2 of them had seen each other frequently over the past half-year, Shěn Lí felt no fear or unfamiliarity toward him. She spoke quite freely, and Shěn, not wishing her to fear him, found her demeanor all the more endearing. He leaned over and kissed her lips. "Princess need not worry. I will not cause trouble. I will obey whatever you say." Shěn Lí had not expected his sudden advance, and immediately bristled, shoving him away. "My lip color." Shěn was pushed away, but did not grow annoyed. He took out a box he had prepared and opened it for Shěn Lí to see. "Here, the lip color. I brought it." He looked at Shěn Lí with an expression of seeking praise. Seeing him like this, Shěn Lí could not bring herself to say anything. Very well. Wasn't it precisely this side of him that she had come to like? Who asked her to have fallen for him in the first place? Very well, let it be. Their carriage came to a stop at the palace gate. The 2 of them first went to the imperial study to pay their respects to the emperor. The emperor was seeing his eldest son's wife for the first time. Though a father-in-law should not pay too much attention to his daughter-in-law, he could not help but want to see what the woman Shěn had insisted on marrying looked like. He saw Shěn Lí in her bright red flying phoenix robe. Aside from the beautiful color and her otherworldly bearing, she did not seem to possess any other remarkable qualities. He truly did not understand how his son could have taken a fancy to her. But now that things had come to this, he naturally could not say anything. After the tea ceremony, the emperor bestowed gifts and said, "Very well. I still have memorials to review. Go pay your respects to your mother empress." Shěn agreed, obediently saying nothing before the emperor. Shěn Lí followed him out. Only after they had walked some distance from the imperial study did she look at Shěn and ask, "Are we really going to pay respects to the empress?" Shěn looked at her and gave a half-smile. "Empress? What empress? Did not Father Emperor tell us to pay respects to Mother? We are going to pay respects to Mother now." Seeing his expression, Shěn Lí knew exactly where he intended to go. She did not think he was doing anything wrong. On the contrary, she was quite willing to play along. The Empress had been in low spirits lately. Not only had her scheme against Shěn failed, but her own family had also suffered losses. Li Tian, that fool, was dead and done with, but being beaten to death at the Li family's gate was a slap in the face to the Empress herself. Moreover, Shěn had married yesterday, yet the Empress had not sat in the main hall to receive their formal greetings. This meant she, the Empress, was not recognized. But on what grounds? She was the mid-palace Empress. All the princes and princesses in the palace were her children. Why could she not go to Shěn's wedding to receive their respects? The Empress harbored deep hatred for Shěn. Now that he had married a powerless orphan girl, she felt she had nothing to fear. She had already decided that on this day of the tea ceremony, she would make an example of the newlyweds. As Empress, how she treated her juniors was entirely justified. For this purpose, she had kept the concubines who had come to pay their respects in the palace waiting together. Yet the longer they waited, the more uneasy she grew. Time passed inch by inch, and she still had not seen Shěn and Shěn Lí come to pay their respects. Worried, she quickly sent someone out to investigate. Some of the concubines below also looked down upon Shěn and were eager to see the Empress humiliated. They could not help but speak up. "What day is this?" The Prince of War still has not entered the palace to pay respects to Her Majesty. He truly has no sense of propriety whatsoever. Someone else laughed. Previously, it was only the Prince of War who lacked propriety. I never expected the newlywed princess to be just as ill-mannered. Exactly. With two such ill-mannered people together, will they ever think to come pay respects to Her Majesty the Empress? As they spoke, they cast glances toward the Empress at the head seat. Concubine Shu said, "Your Majesty did not go to the prince's mansion yesterday to receive the formal ceremony. If they do not come to pay respects now, that is truly excessive. If this continues, it will only encourage their behavior." Hearing this, the Empress's expression darkened. Not knowing whether the Emperor had kept them for a meal, she said nothing for a time. She waited until the person she had sent out returned with a grim expression. The person was perceptive, knowing that the concubines were there to watch the Empress's humiliation, so he did not speak in front of them, but whispered in the Empress's ear, "Your Majesty the War King and his wife have returned to the mansion." The Empress was stunned for a moment, turned her head, and asked, "What do you mean?" The old nanny continued, "They came out from the Emperor's presence, then went to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to offer incense to the late Empress, after which they were recorded in the genealogy and returned to the mansion." "What?" The Empress could not contain herself and cried out in shock and anger. The surrounding concubines quickly looked over their eyes, revealing astonishment, for they had not seen the Empress change countenance like this in a long time. The Empress also realized her indiscretion, quickly took a deep breath to calm herself, and suppressed her anger as she said, "They really went back. Yes, I'm afraid they have already entered the mansion." The old nanny dared not lift her head, unable to imagine how furious the Empress's expression must be at this moment. Consort Shu, eager to watch the drama, asked, "What is the matter with your Majesty? How did the nanny's investigation go? Why haven't the War King and his wife come to pay respects? Could it be that His Majesty kept them for a meal?" Consort Xian also said, "Oh, even if His Majesty wanted to keep them for a meal, he should have sent someone to inform Her Majesty, so she wouldn't have to wait. We have been accompanying her for so long, and they still haven't come." These words struck the Empress's heart. She had originally intended to display her authority as Empress in front of the concubines. Now instead she had become a laughingstock for these concubines. She clenched her teeth so hard she could have ground them to dust, but she still had to force a smile. "Since you are all tired, you may go back and rest. I suppose the princess is unwell, and they have probably returned home by now." She tried to brush off the matter lightly, but the people in the palace were all shrewd. How could they be so easily dismissed? Noble Consort immediately understood the Empress's intention. She asked in surprise, "What? Does your Majesty mean the War King and his wife have already returned? How is that possible? Today is the second day of their marriage. How could they not come to pay respects to the central palace? This is too improper, isn't it?" Although she said this, noble consort could not help revealing a mocking smile in her eyes as she looked at the Empress. The Empress naturally sensed it, and though furious, she could do nothing. Now she truly hated the War King and his wife to the bone. But the couple she hated had no time to mind her thoughts. They were now about to do something that would bring infamy to the Gu family. Early the next morning, the Emperor ascended the golden throne to attend to state affairs. The Grand Censor reported, "Your Majesty, I impeach the heir of Marquis of Jinxiangfeng, General Gu Yunzi. Not only did he flee before the great battle, but his private conduct is also depraved, taking his comrade's wife as a concubine. Such sins are utterly nauseating." The Emperor had just married off his son, so he naturally knew the Gu family. But he wondered why the censor was impeaching him again today. He said, "I have heard of the matter of taking a comrade's wife as a concubine, but what does fleeing before the great battle mean? He returned with real military achievements, otherwise I wouldn't have granted him the title of Fenghan General, would I?" The Grand Censor said, "Your Majesty, I have witnesses before I dare to speak of this matter. Even I find it shocking and hardly know how to describe it. I beg your Majesty to allow the witness to come before the court and report." Only yesterday afternoon did the Emperor learn that Xiechun and his wife had not gone to the central palace to pay respects to the Empress, but instead went to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to pay respects to the late Empress. He sent someone to inquire, and Xiechun confidently said, "Father, didn't you tell me to go pay respects to my mother? Now that I have seen her, is father still unhappy?" This infuriated him greatly. The emperor now did not want to meddle with his own family affairs, but wanted to see the drama in others' families. So he said, "Then bring the man in and summon Feng in general as well so they can debate before the court." Immediately guards went to carry out the order. Since the Grand Censor's witness was already outside the door, he entered quickly. The man who entered was dressed in plain clothes, but he was tall and sturdy with bronze skin, looking very capable of fighting. The emperor saw him and asked, "Are you a soldier?" The man knelt in the hall and said, "Your servant Zhang Feng pays homage to your majesty." "I am indeed a soldier," he said in a loud voice. "I am not only a soldier, but I also served alongside the heir of Jinxiang Marquis. On the day of the great battle, I and the heir detoured behind enemy lines. However, just as I went up, I turned around and found that the heir had fled. Without support, I nearly was killed. Fortunately, I was lucky to survive. Later, I hid in the enemy camp, seized the opportunity to burn their grain supplies, and escaped. Because I hadn't been home for too long and my parents had only me as their son on my way to the capital, I made a detour to visit home." Zhang Feng's voice was filled with hatred. "When I returned home and saw my elderly father, I learned that my mother, upon hearing the news of my death, could not bear the shock and passed away. My father, because his grandchildren had also left, cried until he went blind at home. If not for the neighbors' help, I would have no father left. And the culprit is Gu Yunzi. Not only did he flee on the battlefield, but after he went to my hometown, instead of taking care of my parents, he even took away my wife and children. This is as clear as Sima Zhao's intention. Everyone knows his malicious intent. I wish I could eat his flesh, drink his blood, and sleep on his skin." All the ministers were stunned, and even the emperor was taken aback. He looked carefully at Zhang Feng kneeling in the hall and asked in surprise, "Do you mean that the widow living in Gu Yunzi's mansion is your wife?" Zhang Feng said yes. The Golden Throne Hall fell silent for a moment, as everyone did not know whether to sympathize with Zhang Feng or be angry at Gu Yunzi. After all, they had all heard that the widow had now given birth to Gu Yunzi's child. The emperor probably also felt that this man was extremely unfortunate, and his gaze turned sympathetic. The Grand Censor remembered his task and was not swayed by the others. He said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, the heir's behavior is utterly appalling. Not to mention whether Zhang Feng is dead or not. Even if he were confirmed dead, the heir should not have taken away his wife and children without supporting the elderly. Isn't that a complete lack of human decency?" Someone who knew of the matter said with a sigh, "I was aware of this when it happened. At that time, seeing him take care of his comrade's wife and children, I thought he was a man of honor and loyalty. I never expected such a story behind it. It is truly unbearable to hear." Another minister said, "To take care of someone's wife to the point of making her his own concubine. This is utterly devoid of human decency. It's a shame that your Majesty granted him such grace. He is truly worse than a beast." The ministers in the hall, especially the military officers, seeing Zhang Feng in such a state, could not help but imagine themselves in his shoes. They immediately felt a sense of cuckoldry and became fervently indignant against Gu Yunzi. The emperor, feeling somewhat sorry for Zhang Feng's state, happened to see Gu Yunzi enter at that moment. With a wave of his hand, he exempted Gu Yunzi from the formal bow and said directly, "Take a look at the person kneeling in the hall. Do you recognize them?" Hearing this, Gu Yunzi took 2 steps forward and tilted his head to look at Zhang Feng. Just at that moment, Zhang Feng also looked up to meet his gaze. Upon seeing him, Zhang Feng's eyes filled with boundless hatred. Baring his teeth in a sinister grin, he said, "Gu Yunzi, do you still remember me?" Unlike Zhang Feng, the moment he laid eyes on him, Gu Yunzi felt his nightmare had come true. The face before him was one he knew all too well. In the dead of night, he would often see this very face in his dreams. Now that it stood before him, his reaction was even more violent than in his dreams. Letting out a blood-curdling scream, he turned and fled. Such a sight left all the civil and military officials dumbfounded. Never before had anyone dared to run about in the Golden Throne Hall as if he were the emperor himself. Seeing the man about to escape, the emperor felt this was utterly inappropriate. With a sharp rebuke, he commanded, "Bring him back." Guards immediately stepped forward, seized him by the arms, and dragged him back. This time, to prevent another incident, 2 guards firmly pressed him down onto the ground. The censor-in-chief quickly spoke up, Your Majesty, the fact that the Gu family heir immediately fled in terror upon seeing Zhang Feng proves that this person is indeed real, and therefore these matters are true as well. The heir of Jinxiang Marquis has behaved in such a shameful manner, bringing disgrace upon your Majesty. If such behavior continues, which general would dare to risk their life in battle in the future? Officials from the military faction quickly seconded him. Exactly right. If I were to fight bravely on the battlefield only to find my wife and children had become someone else's, he clenched his fists. Even if I were in the 9 springs beneath the earth, I would rise from the dead to kill that person. The emperor frowned, still about to speak, when Gu Yunzi suddenly came to his senses. He had only fled because he had suddenly seen the face from his nightmares. But after hearing all these words, he had confirmed it. Zhang Feng was alive and had returned. A wave of panic rose within him, but he quickly suppressed it. Kneeling before the emperor, he struck his head twice against the ground and said, "Your Majesty, this subject was startled by the sight of a dead man coming back to life and could not control his fear. This subject has behaved improperly. Please punish this subject." The emperor snorted coldly. "We shall set aside your misconduct for now. I ask you this: Zhang Feng claims you took in his wife and children but abandoned his parents. Is this true? Why did you do such a thing? Could it be that from the beginning you coveted your subordinate's wife for her beauty and harbored designs upon her? That is why on the battlefield you wished for him to die, so that you could claim his wife for yourself?" Hearing this, Gu Yunzi exclaimed in astonishment, "He has parents." These words instantly enraged Zhang Feng, who shouted at him, "I do not have parents. Do you take me for someone who sprang from a crack in a rock? Or are you simply the kind of person who is cold-hearted and cruel? Killing me was not enough, but you also took away my father's last hope, my children, and sent them away. Did you deliberately wish for our entire family to perish so that no one would know of your filthy intentions?" Gu Yunzi's heart was in turmoil. Hearing this, he quickly shook his head and said, No. I took your wife and children because I genuinely wanted to care for your family on your behalf. I had no other intentions. Everything that happened afterward was an accident. I never expected things to develop in such a manner." Zhang Feng sneered coldly. "Your words sound most pleasant, but do you believe them yourself? If you had not long harbored filthy designs upon He Minjing, how could you have disregarded the safety of my parents and instead taken them away? Do you truly believe that a widow and orphans would fare better in the countryside, while my elderly parents would have a harder life there?" Gu Yunzi could not claim to possess many virtues, but at this moment, he felt truly wronged. He said, "I truly did not know you had parents. When I arrived at your home, there were only your wife and 2 children, 3 people in total. I asked whether there were others in your family, but Ming. He sure told me there was no one else. I also asked the 2 children, and they too said there were only the 3 of them at home. I had originally planned to leave some silver behind and depart, thinking it would help them live more comfortably. But when they insisted there was no one else, I thought it would be difficult for a widow and orphans to survive with only money. So I suggested bringing them to the capital. They agreed of their own accord, and that is how I brought them here, to repay the kindness you once showed me." Having spoken at length, Gu Yunzi almost believed his own words. But Zhang Feng did not. Spitting on the ground, he said, "What kindness? I hold nothing but bone-deep hatred for you. The fact that you abandoned me on the battlefield and fled. I will demand justice from your Majesty today." Gu Yunzi's face turned pale, yet he still forced himself to speak. "I have not lied. You may question the 2 children themselves. They said these things with their own mouths. Otherwise, how could I have failed to take your parents?" Gu Yunzi himself was now unsure whom to believe. How could Zhang Feng have returned, and with parents? The situation was deeply unfavorable to him. If the 2 children did not testify on his behalf, he would surely be condemned as guilty. Thinking thus, his disgust toward He Minjing grew even stronger. He never imagined that she was not only vicious in her schemes, but also sought to become the legitimate wife of the Gu family. Worse still, she had misled him into not seeking out Zhang Feng's parents, thereby trapping him in this unforgivable position. She should consider her own status. What kind of proper wife could a woman of her standing ever hope to become? He was filled with regret. He never expected to be defeated by a woman. He couldn't help but wonder if Shěn Lí were still his wife, what would she do in this situation? Unfortunately, there were no ifs and buts in this world. Normally commoners had no right to enter the imperial hall, but given the severity of this matter the emperor thought for a moment and ordered, "Go and bring that mother and her 2 children here." The guards departed to carry out the order, while Gu Yunza's heart turned ashen. When they were brought before the court, he Minjing and the 2 children had no idea what had happened. It was only upon reaching the grand hall, without needing anyone to tell them, that seeing the imposing figures of authority around them, he Minjing instinctively knelt down with her children. He Minjing quickly spotted Gu Yunza and cast a desperate pleading gaze toward him. This sight made the military officials feel as though green clouds were gathering over their own heads, filling them with deep discomfort. Gu Yunza wished he could simply faint on the spot. Zhang Feng, meanwhile, let out a cold sneer. He Minjing's gaze shifted toward Zhang Feng, and in that instant she failed to recognize him. But as she focused her eyes, she nearly fainted from shock. Her entire body trembled, and terror flashed in her eyes. What more needed to be said? Any reasonable person could tell that this woman was far from innocent. The censor-in-chief immediately asked, "You sure do you recognize the man before you?" He Minjing instinctively nodded, then quickly shook her head. She did not wish to admit that she knew this man, yet she could not deny it either. Her contradictory movements drew another cold sneer from Zhang Feng. "What? It hasn't been long, and you no longer recognize me. Wealth and comfort truly change a person. I suppose you've already forgotten where you came from." Hio Minjing trembled in fear. As Zhang Feng spoke, the 2 children fearfully raised their heads. Upon seeing him, their expressions shifted between shock and joy, growing increasingly complex. Zhang Wenmei couldn't help but cry out, "Father!" But Zhang Feng was far from the kind father they had imagined. Gazing at his 2 children before him, his expression was exceptionally cold. "You still have the face to call me father. When you abandoned your grandparents, did you remember that you were my children?" Hearing his familiar voice, Zhang Wenbiao's tears instantly welled up. Crying, he said, "Father, you've finally returned." He threw himself into Zhang Feng's arms like a child who had been separated from family for far too long. Zhang Feng hesitated, unsure whether to accept this son. But before he could react, Zhang Wenbiao couldn't hold back the grievances he had carried for so long. "If you hadn't come back, your sister and I might never have seen you again. Mother gave birth to that Uncle Gu's child. She no longer wants us. She will surely kill us. Father, you don't know how much Mother has changed. She forbade us from telling Uncle Gu that Grandpa and Grandma had merely gone to visit relatives. She said our entire family was dead. She wants to become the madam of the Gu family. She made your sister and me framed the Gu family's wife. She wants that woman dead. I was terrified, Father. I feared that if I disobeyed her, she would kill us all. When she became pregnant, she didn't just reveal this matter herself. She claimed that the madam was behind everything. Father, I was so afraid. I feared this kind of mother. Please take me home. Take us home. I don't want to stay here anymore." Before anyone could ask, Zhang Wenbiao had spilled everything. Not only what Zhang Feng wanted to know, but also matters that astonished Gu Yunza. He blurted out in shock, "What? Were you the ones who framed Lear all along?" Perhaps seeing his long-lost relative Zhang Wenbiao was extremely emotional at this moment. He answered almost instinctively, crying as he spoke. "Your sister and I had no choice. Mother told us to do this, saying it was the only way we could live well. If we refused, she would strangle your sister. Your sister fears pain, and so do I. We didn't want to suffer, so we had no choice but to obey Mother." Gu Yunza, pinned down by 2 guards, still shouted in anger, "How dare you? How dare you do such a thing?" Zhang Wenbiao wept silently. Zhang Wenmei also rushed to Zhang Feng's side like a fledgling seeking shelter. "Father, please take your sister and me home. This is not our home. If we don't leave now, Mother will kill us. Mother is so terrifying, Father. Please take us back." These words nearly caused Hio Minjing to faint. The children's accusations amounted to a death sentence all at once. She had only recently enjoyed a better life in the manor after giving birth to her son, and now she could not let everything crumble because of these 2 children. She burst into tears, tears of disbelief, tears of pitiful grievance. "Biao Mayor, what are you saying? How could I ever have asked you to do such a thing? When did I ever want to kill you? You are my own flesh and blood. It was only because your father passed away that I wanted our lives to improve. What are you talking about?" Though she cried out like this, few believed her. The censor grand secretary spoke up. "They are but 2 children, your own flesh and blood, who were by your side, every day. If they hadn't known exactly what kind of person you are, how could they have run to their father in tears upon seeing him? Those are your own children. Even a fierce tiger would not devour its young. If you hadn't let your true intentions show for them to sense, would they have sought refuge on this very hall? He, oh sure, do you still refuse to confess? Hearing this, Gu Yunzi quickly spoke up. You have all heard it. This matter has nothing to do with me. I was deceived by them. If I had known that Zhang Feng's parents were still alive, how could I have failed to honor them alongside my own? This has nothing to do with me, your majesty. He kowtowed heavily. But the censor grand secretary retorted, even if you were indeed deceived during the time you were supporting them, the fact remains that you deserted your post on the battlefield and abandoned Zhang Feng. This is a far graver crime than any moral corruption. He turned to the emperor and said, Your Majesty, a person like this is unfit to serve as a general of our dynasty. I beg your Majesty to punish him severely. The matter was now clear. Indeed, compared to the grave offense of desertion, the affair of sleeping with his fallen comrade's widow was but a minor matter. The emperor, hearing this, was also furious. Excellent. I previously thought you were a person capable of great responsibility. Who would have imagined you to be so utterly despicable? By order, Gu Yunzi deserted his post and corrupted his moral character. This person is unworthy of trust or appointment. All his official titles are hereby stripped immediately. The Marquis of Jinxiang's estate failed in its upbringing, allowing Gu Yunzi to desert his post. Fortunately, no great disaster was caused. Yet such behavior must not be tolerated. The title of Marquis of Jinxiang is revoked. He is reduced to a commoner, and his entire clan is exiled 3,000 li as a warning to others. This meant that Gu Yunzi would no longer be an heir or nobleman. He was now a criminal, a convict destined for exile. Hio Minjing nearly fainted. What had all her schemes over the past months amounted to? Then she heard, Zhang Feng, though trapped behind enemy lines, burned their grain supplies and rendered meritorious service. He also returned in time, enabling us to see through these treacherous villains. He is hereby promoted to general who commands distant fears. Order him to honorably care for his aging father. Zhang Feng kowtowed in gratitude. Upon hearing this, Hio Minjing was suddenly overjoyed and immediately knew what she should do. The decree for the Gu family's exile had just been issued, and Xie Chun was kicked off the bed by Shěn Lí. Grinning and grimacing, he rubbed the spot where he was kicked and cheerfully ran back over. Lier, it doesn't hurt. Kick me again. Shěn Lí looked at him with an expression of indescribable exasperation. You don't have some strange fetish, do you? Xie Chun chuckled, pulled her up, and kissed her on the cheek. Now that Gu Yunzi has received his comeuppance, how about it? Do you want to go and see? Shěn Lí rubbed her waist and nodded. Let's go have a look. If you don't see the enemy's humiliation, how can you lift your spirits? So the two of them quickly got ready and took a carriage to the Jinxiang Marquis residence. The Jinxiang Marquis residence was now in a great commotion. Zhang Feng had brought men to confiscate the property. It was a clever move by the emperor. Others might have shown leniency to Gu Yunzi's family, but Zhang Feng absolutely would not. Having him handle this task couldn't have been better. When the two arrived, they just happened to witness a dramatic scene. The lady of Jinxiang Marquis was already paralyzed, but even in her paralysis, she could not escape the fate of exile. She was carried out on a door plank, exposed to the gaze of the soldiers, bustling about her former majesty as the Marquis's wife utterly vanished. But the most entertaining spectacle was He Minjing. She was not holding the baby she had previously treasured like a golden nugget. Instead, she knelt before Zhang Feng together with Zhang Wenbiao and Zhang Wenmei, weeping. Husband, I was wrong before. I thought you were dead. It was he who told us you had died. I thought, how could a woman raise 2 children on her own? That's how I was blinded by selfishness. Please forgive me this once. We have 2 children. Even if you don't care for my sake, at least consider the children's sake right. Zhang Feng looked at them coldly. Zhang Wenbiao was the most panicked. He had not expected Zhang Feng to not take him home immediately, but instead send him back here. He was terrified and tugged at Zhang Feng's sleeve. Father, you will take us back, won't you? Even if you don't take mother, you should take me and sister back. We are innocent. He Minjing grew furious upon hearing this, and slapped Zhang Wenbiao across the face. You wretched brat, what are you saying? Do you want your father to find you a stepmother? Zhang Wenbiao had been terrified by He Minjing recently, but now with Zhang Feng nearby, he felt bolder. He shouted angrily at He Minjing. Are you still our mother? Aren't you the mother of that bastard? You said we'd have to curry favor with him to have a good life. We have our own father. Why should we curry favor with others? You've harmed so many people, and now you want to harm us too. I'd rather have a stepmother than you. He Minjing was enraged by his words and slapped him again. Zhang Wenbiao dared not hit her back, so he turned to Zhang Feng and cried, Father, save me. She's going to beat me to death. Zhang Feng silently looked at him for a moment, then raised his hand and placed it on his shoulder. Zhang Wenbiao's eyes shone with hope, thinking his father would still encourage him as before. In reality, Zhang Feng's hand on his shoulder turned him around. He saw the bustling people of the Jinxiang Marquis residence, and Gu Yunze and his son in shackles. Zhang Feng's voice came from above, cold enough to chill the heart. From the day you didn't take your grandparents away, I have had no son, no daughter, and no wife. These people are your family. Your fate should be tied to theirs. As he spoke, he raised his hand. Shackle them. 2 guards immediately rushed forward like wolves and tigers, putting shackles on them. All 3 were expressions of despair. Shěn Lí, having watched the drama, found it quite entertaining and came in to observe. When Zhang Feng saw them, he was extremely emotional and bowed deeply to them. Thank you, Your Highness and Princess. If it weren't for you, my father's life would likely have been lost. And I was able to bring my case directly to the Emperor thanks to your help. I, Zhang Feng, express my gratitude here. In the future, whatever command you have, I will certainly follow. Shěn Lí smiled and said, You're welcome. It's also because General Zhang himself is capable. Now that you've cleared your name, you must serve the country well in the future. He Minjing saw Shěn Lí and then looked at her own wretched state, nearly going mad with fury. She struggled to lunge at her. Shěn Lí, you bitch, you. Aya. Before she could get close to Shěn Lí, a foot shot out from the side, kicking her squarely in the chest, sending her flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Xie Chen stood beside Shěn Lí, guarding her like a protective deity, his expression icy. Daring to lay a hand on my princess in front of me. Do you think I'm dead? He Minjing lay on the ground, unable to speak for a long time. She turned her head to look at Zhang Feng, hoping he would stand up for her out of their years of affection. But Zhang Feng felt no affection for this woman who had indirectly caused his own mother's death, so he naturally had no intention of helping her. He turned a blind eye to her pleading gaze. Seeing Zhang Feng like this, He Minjing's heart sank into despair. Shěn Lí, enjoying the chance to kick someone while they were down, found it hilarious. No way. He Minjing, look at yourself now. You can't just throw yourself at another man when one dies, and then try to return to the original man when the other becomes useless, can you? Do you think all the good things in the world can fall into your lap? Stop dreaming. Your little tricks were only overlooked by Gu Yunze because he was blind. But we are not blind. Don't try to show off your schemes in front of us. He Minjing's eyes blazed with intense hatred toward Shěn Lí, as if Shěn Lí were her greatest enemy in this life. You, a divorced woman, can marry a royal prince. Why can't I? What am I lacking compared to you? I just want to live a little better. What wrong have I done? It's you, all your fault. If you hadn't been occupying this position all along, how could I have not enjoyed a single day of happiness? It's all your fault. Shěn Lí shook her head. People like you whose greed is insatiable, how could you ever feel you are enjoying happiness? You nearly killed me, and in the end it's still my fault. Enough. You'd better go on the road to exile and think carefully about whether you have ever truly enjoyed happiness in this life. He Minjing heard his words and suddenly remembered that she was about to be exiled. She trembled with fear and looked at Zhang Feng with pleading eyes. Husband, can't you spare me this time? Can't you consider the children's sake? Zhang Feng said coldly, have you forgotten what I said? From the moment you abandoned my parents, I have no children. You may as well go into exile with the Gu family. You are a family among yourselves. He Minjing wept in despair, but Zhang Feng remained unmoved. Soon she was dragged away together with Madame Jingxianghu and the others. Zhang Wenbiao and Zhang Wenmei did not want to leave. They clung to Zhang Feng's legs, refusing to let go, and cried, Father, we didn't do anything. We only listened to Mother. We are just children, we don't understand anything. You can teach us in the future. We don't want to leave you. Zhang Feng coldly kicked them away and ordered the guards to take them away. You are children, but your actions are so vicious, hardly like children. I don't want to be on the battlefield uncertain of life and death only to have you cause trouble behind my back again. You'd better go with your mother. The three of you, mother and children, will surely get along well. The two children were also dragged away. Gu Yunze watched all this with a numb expression, as if those people were no longer the treasures he had once carefully cherished. After a long while he gave Shěn Lí a deep look and said, "You knew everything all along, didn't you? You were just watching me make a fool of myself. You wanted to destroy my Gu family." His eyes full of disappointment, he looked at Shěn Lí and said, "Shěn Lí, how can you be so cruel? This place was once your home. Do you wish us dead so much?" Shěn Lí nodded without any hesitation. "Yes, I want you dead. Haven't I told you that? I want to see your whole family receive their just retribution. Reflect on yourselves on the road to exile, if you survive." She laughed heartily. "Who told you to believe he Minjing? This is your price. Don't look at me with that expression as if it's all my fault. Didn't I tell you before that he Minjing was lying to you? You were the one blinded by her beauty and you refused to believe me. Have you forgotten what you did to me for her sake? You pushed me, insulted me, and tried to lay hands on me more than once. I really have nothing more to say to you. All of you the same kind of people, hurry up and go into exile. I hope you can still love each other on the road." Shěn Lí's words cut like a knife, and she absolutely refused to take the blame. Gu Yunze's gaze gradually shattered. He remembered that whenever he Minjing said something and cried, he couldn't help but want to help her, and he even tried to make Shěn Lí be kind to her as well. Because he had a guilty conscience. He knew he had abandoned he Minjing's husband, leaving them as orphans and a widow, so he wanted to compensate somehow, as if by making them happy he would no longer be the villain. But in the end, what did he have? He had nothing. He had nothing. He threw his head back and roared, "Aya!" Despair, helplessness, and regret filled that roar. At this moment someone came to the door and whispered something in Shěn Lí's ear. She curled her lips, coldly waited until Gu Yunze finished his mad screaming, and then spoke slowly. "Gu Yunze, you sent your sister to the third prince's mansion, even making her a concubine. Did you think the third prince would surely protect the Gu family in the future?" Gu Yunze knew that hearing news of his sister at this moment was definitely not good, but he still had some hope in his heart. He swallowed hard and said, "I know you are now a princess, but Schwerer has done nothing wrong. She is now a person in the third prince's mansion. You cannot do anything to her." Shěn Lí looked at him with amusement. "What are you talking about? Me deal with her? She is no longer the daughter of a marquis. She is merely a concubine in the third prince's mansion. Over her head are the secondary consort, side consorts, and the princess consort. Each of them can slap her several times a day. Does it require my action?" Gu Yunze looked at her with eyes full of anger. Shěn Lí said indifferently, "Don't call me that. I'm telling you out of kindness. Otherwise, given your current status, you would never learn your sister's fate for the rest of your life." She said with a smile, "Just now your sister accidentally fell into the water. When she was pulled out, she had no breath left." The moment he heard Shěn Lí's words, Gu Yunze was stunned, then instinctively refuted, "Impossible, it's impossible. My sister was alive and well. She couldn't have died just like that." He looked sharply at Shěn Lí and said, "You must be lying to me." He said that, but his eyes were filled with panic because he knew that Shěn Lí had no reason to come and lie to him at this moment. But how could it be? How could this happen? He had not yet used the piece of Gu Qinxue, planning to let her grow up in the days to come. If the third prince ascended the throne, they might be pardoned. Yet Shěn Lí told him that Gu Qinxue had simply vanished. How could he believe it? He didn't believe it, didn't believe it. Wasn't this heaven's will to exterminate the Gu family? Shěn Lí enjoyed watching a drowning dog bark without being able to climb ashore. Hearing this, she sneered, "Why would I lie to you? What do you have left that is worth my lying? You know it in your heart, don't you? Now that the Gu family has come to this, you have no value left. What could Gu Qinxue do if she were alive? Could she cause trouble for the third prince? A woman like her, once her natal family has no support, which family would allow her to live?" Shěn Lí said with schadenfreude, "Gu Yunze, you made the wrong move." Gu Yunze's eyes instantly bulged with fury, as if he wanted to rush over and fight Shěn Lí. But he was shackled. Even the simplest movement was extremely difficult for him at this moment. Shěn Lí found his appearance utterly amusing. Suddenly she lifted her foot and kicked him fiercely in the abdomen. She had only used 80% of her strength, and even retracted 20%, yet Gu Yunze was still kicked a full 3 zhang away by her single strike, crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could even rise, he spat a mouthful of blood to the side, looking utterly wretched. Zhang Feng was stunned by Shěn Lí's action, but Xiachen looked at her, as though she were a deity, as if nothing were amiss with what she had done. A woman's submissiveness should never have been expected of her. Shěn Lí looked coldly at Gu Yunzi, unable to rise from the ground, and sneered. You pushed me once, and now I have kicked you. Such is the law of cause and effect. Where you manage to reach with this body of yours is your fate to bear. She would not kill Gu Yunzi outright, but she would make certain he suffered, and she would not allow him to survive. Recalling how she had perished in her past life after being pushed by him, she wished for Gu Yunzi to taste the bitterness of this world in the days before his death. If she allowed him to die so easily, would that not make her own past life death all the more unjust? Listening to her words, Gu Yunzi closed his eyes, involuntarily recalling when he had first returned. Shěn Lí had not been like this then. Though she had not been overtly obedient, she had certainly not been prone to threats of violence. Yet he could no longer remember what had caused her to change so utterly. Zhang Feng had enjoyed the spectacle. He had intended to seek his own revenge as well, but seeing Gu Yunzi in such a dying state, he reasoned it would be better to let him suffer longer, so he refrained from delivering another kick. He stepped forward and respectfully addressed Shěn Lí. My lady, the time has come. The emperor's decree is for them to leave the capital immediately. Shěn Lí nodded at his words, then turned and walked toward the waiting Xiachen, saying, Then let them begin their journey. The words were hardly auspicious, yet no one dared to object. Everyone knew the Gu family had offended the battle princess. Though the sentence was exile, it was far from certain whether any of them would survive the journey to their destination. After seeing the Gu family off, Shěn Lí returned with Xiachen. Seated in the carriage, Xiachen wrapped his arm around her, drawing her into his embrace, and said, Now that the Gu family has met their justice, do you feel any measure of peace in your heart? Shěn Lí rested her head against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, and nodded with a faint smile. I knew the Gu family would ultimately face this fate, but I must admit, it brings me genuine satisfaction to see them reduced to such misery. Xiachen looked down at her profile, so strikingly beautiful, like a ripe peach, that he felt an irresistible urge to bite into it. His gaze deepened, and his voice grew hoarse as he murmured, Then might you grant me some satisfaction as well? At first Shěn Lí did not understand his meaning, and asked with a smile, How am I to? But halfway through it struck her what he meant, and anger surged within her. She pulled away from his embrace and glared at him. Xiachen, you are unbearable. All you think about day and night is this. Do you not remember that you are a commanding general? Do you not remember that you are a son of the dragon? How can you have no sense of restraint, constantly preoccupied with such things? Have you no shame at all? In response to her rebuke, Xiachen answered with utter confidence, What is shame? I discarded it long ago. If I had cared about my reputation, do you think I could have married the wife I desired? Had I clung to my pride, I would have abandoned my pursuit long before now. I have no use for shame. I only want my princess. He gazed at Shěn Lí with an expression that plainly said, I have chosen you, and that is final, his eyes brimming with longing. Shěn Lí was at a loss for words, yet she could do nothing against his shameless persistence, so she fell silent. Nevertheless, she did indulge him on the way back. Indeed, both were in fine spirits and matched each other in vigor. The two enjoyed several days of blissful intimacy before emerging from the manor on the occasion of the Dragon Boat Festival. Upon leaving, even a cultivator with 5 elemental abilities found his legs trembling slightly. No one could say why the one who had lain down was the one whose legs grew weak. Refreshed and in high spirits, Xiachen courteously helped his princess into the carriage, and they set off for the South Lake banquet. Yes, the South Lake. The South Lake lay just beyond the city walls, its terrain vast and open. A former emperor had constructed a summer palace there, and whenever the sovereign felt inclined, the Dragon Boat Festival would be celebrated at the lake. For at the South Lake one could witness the dragon boat races, and on such festive occasions the grander the spectacle, the more joy it brought. Xiachen had entered the palace first, as all the princes were required to join the emperor before departing together. Shěn Lí had never attended such an occasion before, having heard there would be many attendees. However, due to her high status, her carriage was directed to a separate alighting point from that of the outer court noblewomen, so she did not witness the bustling procession of vehicles. Yet others alighted at the same place as she did. The third prince's consort, clad in a crimson phoenix robe, approached Shěn Lí and offered a bow. "Greetings, sister-in-law. May you be well." Shěn Lí had met her once before, and now she at least recognized the woman. She gave a slight nod, but her gaze fell upon the person standing behind her, and a knowing smile immediately appeared on her face. Shun Yinran immediately clenched the handkerchief in her hand, mustering all her restraint to avoid quarreling with Shěn Lí as she would have in the past. She knew that Gu Qinxue had died, a noble lady of a marquis household, yet she perished all the same. This was the fate of one without backing. She understood that the Yongyi Earl Manor was now finished. Fortunately, she still had two elder sisters. Even if she had been unwilling to admit it before, she now knew she could only rely on Shěn Lí. With this thought, her former arrogance vanished. She raised her head and offered Shěn Lí a warm smile, saying, "Elder sister." Shěn Lí cast her a cold glance, not even looking at her again. Instead, she fixed her gaze on the third prince's consort. This third prince's consort was amusing. She seemed to think that even if Shěn Lí was the war prince's consort, what of it? Was she not still the elder sister of a concubine in her household? In her eyes, that made Shěn Lí nothing more than a relative of a concubine. Did she expect Shěn Lí to feel ashamed? The third prince's consort, unsettled by Shěn Lí's piercing gaze, forced a smile and asked, "Elder sister-in-law, what is the matter?" Shěn Lí looked her up and down slowly before speaking in a leisurely tone. "What else could it be? Third sister-in-law is also a noble lady from a prestigious family. How could your information be so outdated? I have long severed all ties with the Yongyi Earl Manor. On my wedding day, I had no father to see me off. Do you think I still have any sisters after marriage?" Then she suddenly smiled, clapping her hands as if struck by a thought. "But I do recall that you have a younger sister in your own family. Perhaps you are close to her. Have you brought her into the residence as a secondary consort?" She spoke with a serene smile, as if discussing ordinary household matters, completely ignoring the third prince's consort's darkening expression. This only infuriated the third prince's consort further. She clenched her handkerchief in a hidden place, for Shěn Lí had indeed struck a nerve. She could not fathom how the third prince had taken a fancy to her own household's concubine-born sister, persuading the emperor to make her a secondary consort. Now that sister was favored in the residence, while she, the principal consort, was eclipsed. No one mentioned this in the residence, but now it was brought up in public. The third prince's consort's face turned ugly. Shěn Yinran could not help but shudder. She had witnessed the third prince's consort's cruel methods of torment. In the past, she had never suffered such hardship. These days she had been nearly driven mad. Thus at this moment, she could not afford to miss the chance to meet Shěn Lí. She had to make Shěn Lí forgive her, or else her life would become even more unbearable. With this in mind, she knelt before Shěn Lí, raising her head with a pitiful expression. "Elder sister, I know I was foolish before and did many things that angered you. I admit my wrongdoing. Please forgive me this once. I will never dare to do it again." As she spoke, she kowtowed to Shěn Lí. Shěn Lí did not step aside. A kowtow was nothing she could not accept. But forgiving Shěn Yinran was utterly out of the question. After Shěn Yinran had prostrated herself, she heard no response from Shěn Lí. A pang of unease struck her heart, and she quickly looked up. There stood Shěn Lí, watching her with a faint mocking smile. The phoenix robe she wore dazzled Shěn Yinran's eyes, stirring both jealousy and hatred. Yet to save her own life, she had no choice but to kowtow to Shěn Lí. Why could Shěn Lí, a divorced woman, marry a prince as his principal consort, while she, a pure and pristine legitimate daughter of an earl, had to be married off as a concubine to a prince for the sake of her family, and now even her life was in jeopardy? She clenched her handkerchief tightly, unable to hide the resentment in her eyes. Shěn Lí saw it all and let out a cold laugh. "Before you beg for forgiveness, you should learn to control your gaze. If looks could kill, I would have died under your stare just now." Then she turned to the third prince's consort. "Sister-in-law, if you wish to keep your household peaceful, you should keep your concubines from wandering around. Having lived in the capital, you must know that I have a grudge against the Shěn family. If you let her roam freely, whether she tries to kill me, offends me, or I simply tire of her and end her life, none of that would be pleasant, would it? From now on, since she looked at me with such enmity, I will overlook it for your sake. But as for this concubine, you had better discipline her properly." The third prince's consort had lost all face. Shěn Lí had openly accused her of failing to manage her household's concubines. She barely managed to keep her smile from crumbling. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your advice, elder sister-in-law. Unwilling to stay any longer in Shěn Lí's presence, she said, I wonder if my elder sister-in-law from my natal family has arrived. I would like to go and see. Shěn Lí smiled. Please make yourself at ease, third sister-in-law. The third prince's consort hurried away with Shěn Yinran. Shěn Lí watched their retreating figures, a silent, cold smile curving her lips. The sun was bright on the dragon boat festival, but the soldiers on the dragon boats, having come from the military camps, seemed unaffected. When the emperor arrived and spoke a few words of peace and prosperity, the dragon boat race began. To allow the nobles to enjoy the festival and watch the race, many platforms were erected around the South Lake. Shěn Lí saw Xiechun sitting with the emperor on the highest platform. She did not go to him, but stayed in the princess's pavilion to watch the race. She had seen such a race once in her childhood, but the memory was distant. When the race was about halfway through, she noticed Shěn Yinran, who was serving the third prince's consort, looking anxious and constantly glancing in her direction. Shěn Lí sneered inwardly. Then she took Bai Lian's hand and stood up, but told Bai Lian to wait where she was. I will go to the lakeside for a better view. Bai Lian wanted to say something, but meeting Shěn Lí's gaze, she dared not utter a word. She merely curtsied and said, Yes, I obey. Shěn Lí descended from the platform and headed toward the lake. Seeing that the area near the platform was already occupied, she moved to a more secluded spot. A perfect opportunity. Shěn Yinran's eyes gleamed with determination. She exchanged a glance with the third prince's consort and slipped down from the platform. Shěn Lí arrived at a relatively secluded place that still offered a good view of the dragon boats. Moreover, the finishing point of the race was nearby. She stood there watching, pretending not to hear the footsteps behind her. At that moment, Shěn Yinran, her eyes filled with venom, saw the bright red figure before her. She lunged forward and shoved with all her might, already imagining Shěn Lí falling into the lake, drowning in despair and helplessness. But before that scene could unfold, she felt herself step on empty air. To her shock, there was a splash. She had fallen into the water. Panic seized Shěn Yinran. She did not understand how she had fallen. She struggled, desperately shouting, Help! Help! I can't swim. As she screamed, she inadvertently looked up and saw Shěn Lí standing on the shore, watching her with an indifferent gaze. Shěn Yinran's heart skipped a beat, and the words slipped out before she could stop them. You? It was you. She remembered clearly. Just as she had been about to push Shěn Lí had suddenly turned, clearing a wide space, and she had fallen into the water. Shěn Lí watched Shěn Yinran flailing in the water with cold indifference. It seems you chose to ignore my words just now. In that case, you'd best stop being an eyesore to me while alive. Fear flashed in Shěn Yinran's eyes, but then she spotted figures approaching on the shore. Overcome with relief, she cried out desperately, Help! Help! But as she screamed, she felt something pulling at her feet, with an irresistible force dragging her deeper into the water. The hope in her eyes vanished, replaced by sheer terror. She reached out. Sister, save me. Shěn Lí gazed at the bubbles rising to the surface, her expression utterly cold and unmoved. Had she intended to spare Shěn Yinran, she would not have used her water affinity to see her off. Lady Igua noticed figures approaching and spotted someone struggling in the water. Drawing closer, she recognized Shěn Lí by the water's edge and quickly curtsied. It is the princess consort. May you be well. Shěn Lí nodded, her face etched with anxiety. Your Excellency's arrival is most timely. Just now a concubine from the third prince's mansion attempted to push me. I did not expect her to fall in herself. Since I cannot swim, I could only watch helplessly as she sank. Does anyone in your retinue know how to swim? Hurry and rescue her. Lady Igua hesitated. Royal affairs were complicated, and she was uncertain whether Shěn Lí's account was truthful or if the person could even be saved. She found herself in a difficult position. Just then Shěn Lí urged her once more. Lady Igua, not wanting to delay further since the person in the water also belonged to the third prince's household, quickly sent her attendants into the water to rescue her. Shěn Lí remained composed, showing no signs of guilt, leading Lady Igua to conclude that this matter likely had nothing to do with her. By the time Lady Igua's people managed to pull the body from the water, Shěn Yinran's body had already grown cold. Upon seeing her condition, Lady Igua was startled. Is this not the third miss of the Yongyi Bo mansion? She grew even more alarmed, glancing toward Shěn Lí. Was that her third sister? What was the situation here? Lady Iguo was already in a panic, fearing she had become entangled in the domestic affairs of two princes. Shěn Lí shook her head, showing no reaction to the corpse. I never expected that even after entering the third prince's mansion, she would still want me dead. It seems I must have a proper conversation with my third sister-in-law. With that she departed, showing no indication that the body lying on the ground was her own sister. After the dragon boat race concluded, Shěn Lí had already returned to the platform and informed the third prince's consort of the incident. Before the consort could level any accusations, Shěn Lí spoke sternly. What exactly is your intention, third sister-in-law? You well know I harbor enmity toward the Shěn family, yet you deliberately brought people here to provoke me. Now you're having your concubine attempt to murder me. It seems I have become an eyesore to you. If that is the case, accompany me to present ourselves before Father Emperor. Let him strip me of my title as Princess Consort of War. Come, let us go. The third prince's consort was terrified. How could she possibly face the emperor over such matters? Under normal circumstances, the emperor never met with them, the princess consorts, except from afar at grand occasions. She was already fearful of the emperor, so how could she possibly go before him over a mere concubine? She hurriedly shook her head. No, it wasn't me. Sister-in-law, how could I possibly have someone kill you? We are family. I had no idea that that lowly woman from the Shěn family would show such disrespect toward you. Her words carried obvious implications, but Shěn Lí showed her no mercy. She raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap, the crisp sound shocking all the attendants. The two other princess consorts wanted to intervene, but seeing Shěn Lí's demeanor, they hesitated to provoke her. The third prince's consort was stunned by the slap, clutching her face and staring at Shěn Lí in silence. Shěn Lí looked at her and smiled faintly, showing no remorse. Do not speak words I do not wish to hear. After all, I share the surname Shěn. When you speak thus, I will think you are using Shun Yinran's matter as an excuse to insult me. The third prince's consort gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with clear hatred as she looked at Shěn Lí. We are both daughters-in-law of the imperial family. By what right do you strike me? Do not think I am afraid to take this before Father Emperor. Shěn Lí sneered. The blow has been struck. There is no question of courage now. I was just about to go before Father Emperor with you. Then let us go. Though she had been unwilling to go moments before, the third prince's consort could not swallow her pride after being struck. Refusing to let it go, she followed Shěn Lí to the emperor. Xiechun and the third prince, Xiechun, were both present. Seeing their wives arrive, they were surprised. The third prince noticed the marks on his consort's face and quickly asked, "What happened to you? Who struck you?" The third prince's consort broke into tears at once, kneeling on the ground and looking up. Your Highness, I was struck by the Princess Consort of War. I had thought that on such an occasion my sister-in-law would wish to see her own family, so I brought the Shěn woman with me. I did not know what discord existed between those sisters. The Shěn woman did apologize to my sister-in-law, but my sister-in-law refused to accept it and accused me of failing to keep my household in order. Why, I truly meant well. My sister-in-law's own sister was disobedient. I do not know what transpired, but my sister-in-law came and told me that the Shěn woman had drowned. Before I could ask for details, I merely remarked that the Shěn woman had gotten what she deserved, and my sister-in-law slapped me, saying I had spoken words she disliked, and threatened to bring this before Father Emperor for judgment. The third prince's consort kowtowed. Father Emperor, since marrying into the third prince's mansion, I have never suffered such humiliation. Not even the Empress Mother has ever disciplined me in this manner, yet my sister-in-law has struck me. I beg Father Emperor to uphold justice for me. Upon hearing that Shěn Lí had actually done this, the third prince was inwardly delighted. This princess consort clearly sought to cause trouble for his eldest brother, so he would not hold back. He knelt on the ground in anger and turned to the emperor. Your Majesty, my wife has been in this household for many years. Though she may have no merits, she has endured hardships. She has never fallen out with her sisters-in-law. How could the second sister-in-law upon marrying and lay hands on her? Moreover, the concubine in my household, though she is the second sister-in-law's younger sister, now belongs to my family. If the second sister-in-law harbored any grievances, she should have brought them to us for resolution. Why resort to violence and nearly drown someone? Doesn't the second sister-in-law's behavior strike at us as a couple? The third prince said angrily. Why couldn't this be resolved through conversation? Why would the second sister-in-law commit such a vicious act? As he spoke with mounting indignation, he glared furiously at Shěn Lí, then noticed Shěn grasping Shěn Lí's hand and examining it closely, asking with concern and distress, "Did you hurt your hand?" Shěn Lí showed no reaction to his accusations, leaving him choking on his words. After composing himself, he continued his angry denunciation. "Whose influence is the second sister-in-law relying on? She kills people in my household at will. How can someone so cruel become a princess consort?" Shěn grew displeased at this point. "What does it matter to you whether she becomes a princess consort or not? If you prefer someone submissive, then go find one." He glanced at the third princess consort with disdain. Someone so compliant would only come crying after being struck. "Fortunately, I don't have such a wife." He then turned to the emperor and bowed. "Your Majesty, my wife pointed out that the third princess consort fails to maintain proper household discipline. This is undeniable, for how else could a concubine appear before a princess consort at such an occasion? Furthermore, I know my wife well. She would never commit such a ruthless act. The intricacies of managing a household are beyond her understanding. Perhaps the third prince and his wife hold a grudge against us and deliberately brought that concubine to cause trouble." He said with disdain, "Everyone in the capital knows my wife's family has strained relations with the Shěn clan. Only the third prince's family is so foolish as to bring her directly before my wife. What else could this be but an attempt to harm her? My wife is renowned throughout the capital as the most virtuous and gentle of women. I had intended to overlook the third prince's family's actions, but since this matter has reached your Majesty, I beg you to render judgment." Shěn Lí remained silent as Shěn delivered his entire speech. The emperor regarded his son with mounting exasperation. His gaze shifted to the third prince and his wife, and he felt a pang of distaste. How could they be so blatant in their wrongdoing, as if daring others to hold them accountable? Yet Shěn's words were shameless enough. The emperor shot him a glance, then glanced at Shěn Lí. It was difficult to reconcile the notion of virtue with Shěn Lí, for who among the virtuous would strike another with an open hand? She was certainly no angel either. But regarding the Shěn family matter, the emperor's expression darkened as he grasped the day's events, and he turned his reprimand toward the third prince. "You claim your concubine is gone. Tell me, how did your concubine come to be present at such an occasion? None of the other nobles brought their secondary consorts, yet you had the audacity to bring your concubine along. Are you disregarding my authority?" The third prince was startled and immediately knelt to beg for forgiveness. "Your Majesty, I would never dare." The emperor snorted coldly. "You wouldn't dare? I think you're quite daring indeed. Doesn't your father know the relationship between the Shěn family and your eldest sister-in-law? Yet you deliberately brought his daughter here to cause trouble. What are you truly plotting?" The third prince realized his father had discovered the truth and panicked, quickly kneeling to beg forgiveness. "Your Majesty, I confess my error. I should not have favored my concubine so greatly. Since she wished to come and see, I allowed the princess consort to bring her along." The third prince understood that favoring a concubine would reflect far better than deliberately harming his elder brother. Hearing this, the emperor's expression softened slightly. "As a prince, you should be concerned with state affairs, not obsessed with a woman, and you nearly caused harm to your eldest sister-in-law. This cannot be overlooked." After a moment, he said, "Then you shall be confined to the residence for 3 months. Reflect on your mistakes at home, and cease your indulgence in women." 3 months. The third prince gritted his teeth. If he remained confined within the residence for 3 months, how many opportunities to curry favor would he lose? But it didn't matter. He had his mother, and she would surely intervene on his behalf. So he said no more and knelt to accept his punishment with gratitude. The matter concluded with the third prince's confinement. Shěn Lí had no intention of pressing for harsher consequences, yet she could plainly see the emperor's favoritism. After their intimacy, she mused, "I wonder if we were both foundlings." Shěn held her with evident satisfaction. "Perhaps we were." Shěn Lí shook her head. "I wonder if your Majesty would have executed you outright had events unfolded this way." Shěn sneered. "He wouldn't dare? With 100,000 border troops under my command, he cannot afford to disregard that. My father may appear fearsome, but he weighs all consequences carefully. Had I no military authority, he might have acted differently. But with command of the border forces in my hands, he will not move against me recklessly." Shěn Lí yawned. "Very well. I'm sleepy. Let's sleep." Xie had no intention of sleeping. He nudged her. Another round. Shěn Lí swatted him away. No. She turned onto her side, facing the wall. Xie watched her back, momentarily deflated, but quickly regained his spirits. It was fine. They had many days ahead of them. He curled up behind her and held her as they slept. As word of the third prince's confinement reached the Empress, the Prince of Zhang's residence also received news. Wang Du reported the Gu family exiled to Lingnan. Aside from Madame Gu, who perished in prison from a stroke, Master Gu died just 2 days after leaving the capital. Zhang Wenmei, who accompanied them into exile, contracted a cold and, lacking funds for medicine, soon followed them to their graves. He Minjing managed to survive by currying favor with the guards, but when she attempted to escape, her leg was broken and she was abandoned by the roadside to be devoured by wolves. Gu Yunzi grew increasingly delirious day by day and succumbed to heatstroke. Only Zhang Wenbiao remains alive now. Xie had nothing to add and looked to Shěn Lí instead. She let out a cold laugh. Karma is inexorable. Retribution never fails. Such is the nature of things. Witnessing Shěn Lí's demeanor, Wang Du resolved never to offend the princess consort. He reported, "Your Majesty, the Empress has learned that the third prince was confined because of you, and she is furious. She is likely devising ways to deal with you even now." Shěn Lí scoffed lightly. "She won't dare strike at me openly, not while Father Emperor watches her. But it matters not. Since we've already made enemies of the Empress's faction, we should send her natal family a rather memorable gift." Wang Du paused, glancing at Xie. A faint smile played across Xie's face. "You mean the matter of the imperial uncle keeping a mistress?" Shěn Lí said, "That's right. The imperial uncle Li's family is not a prominent clan. The Empress's current status entirely depends on his wife's family. Yet he keeps numerous concubines at home and even maintains a mistress from a brothel outside. Such behavior is a slap in the face to his wife's family. This matter, once exposed, even if it doesn't drive them apart completely, will at least create some estrangement between them." Xie now always listened to Shěn Lí. Since she had said so, he naturally agreed without any hesitation and instructed Wang Du to handle the matter. The ever-capable Wang Du once again stepped in and soon leaked this matter to the wife of the imperial uncle. The wife of the imperial uncle was born into the Qin family of Zhangzhou, a lineage of great prominence for generations. Over the years, she had treated the children of concubines with at least due diligence, understanding that a man could not have only one woman, and thus she had come to terms with this reality. However, she had never expected that the shameless Li Xian would not only keep numerous concubines at home, but also maintain a mistress from a brothel outside, and even had 2 illegitimate children with her. Lady Qin naturally could not tolerate this. Not only did she take the matter to her own family, but she also created a huge scene at home, swiftly dealing with several of Li Xian's beautiful concubines. Since the lady had never been so furious before, Li Xian, despite his displeasure, did not show it on his face. The unrest in the Empress's family matters. The Empress wanted Li Xian to do something for her, but Li Xian was too occupied to attend to it. This turmoil dragged on for several months until the Yehuan diplomatic mission was about to arrive, and only then did the matter gradually subside. At the War Prince's mansion. "Lear Ali, my sweet Lear, let me help you dress." Early in the morning, the serving maid Billion was just about to enter when she heard these words, and immediately blushing with embarrassment, she withdrew with the other maids. Inside the chamber, Shěn Lí could not escape. She sat on the bed, glaring angrily at Xie, who was holding a small piece of cloth. "Can you stop grinning so lecherously? Don't think I don't know what you're up to. I'm telling you, impossible," Xie said with feigned righteousness. "I just want to help you dress, absolutely no other intentions, truly. You have to believe me." Shěn Lí gave a cold snort, crossed her arms, and wore an expression of utter disbelief. Xie's gaze was fixed on her hands, and he felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. "Let me dress you." With that, he directly pounced on Shěn Lí. Caught off guard, she was knocked onto the bed. Soon melodious sounds came from within the chamber. Billion, waiting outside, understood that it was not a good time to enter. She looked at the hot water she was carrying side and said to the maids behind her, "Take this water back and reheat it." Not until the sun was high in the sky did the two emerge from the chamber. Shěn Lí looked as if her essence had been drained, and Billion dared not steal a glance. After a meal, Xie, eager to please Shěn Lí, offered to take her out to buy snacks. She thought for a while, having not gone out for a long time, and agreed. They had not traveled far in their carriage when they heard the screams of a woman and the frightened cries of street vendors. Xiechen's brow furrowed. It's the sound of a horse pulling a carriage at breakneck speed. As his words fell, Shěn Lí had already opened the carriage door and stepped out, halting the carriage. Then she saw an ornately decorated carriage speeding through the crowded street. On the carriage's driver's seat stood a foreign-dressed woman brandishing a long whip, shouting as she came, and if anyone was too slow to move, she would mercilessly lash them. Shěn Lí had always thought herself rather ruthless, but upon seeing this, she felt that she was in fact incomparably kind. Elena felt immense pleasure watching these people wail like ants under her whip, giving her a thrilling sense of control over everything. She spotted a pregnant woman, and with a cold glare at the belly she lashed out fiercely, aiming directly at the swollen abdomen. The whip whistled through the air, and she already imagined the agonizing scream that would erupt when the whip struck that belly. However, the anticipated scene did not occur. Her whip was caught by a sudden figure. Elena was startled. Before she could even see who had grabbed her whip, an irresistible force yanked it, pulling her directly off the carriage. She twisted in midair, but caught off guard, she fell to the ground in disgrace. Pain and humiliation surged together, fueling her rage. She stood up, enduring the pain, and strode towards Shěn Lí, glaring at her. In perfect Central Plain speech, she demanded, "Who are you? How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am?" Shěn Lí sneered, "I don't care who you are. If you want to harm people here, you'll have to get past me first." Elena, the most arrogant princess of Yehuan, was not used to such treatment. She refused to back down and raised her hand to strike Shěn Lí. "I'll not only harm people, I'll hit you too." But as soon as her hand was raised, her wrist was seized. Elena felt a sharp pain and stared in shock at the woman before her. Then a crisp smack echoed, and Elena was stunned. Shěn Lí shoved her hard. Unprepared, Elena fell to the ground, pain flaring again. But the burning sensation on her face was even more acute. A slap to the face, the ultimate humiliation. Elena was shocked, lifting her head to glare furiously at Shěn Lí. Shěn Lí merely smoothed her sleeves and smiled with an air of calm indifference. "Considering you are guests from afar, I'll spare your arm. But I suggest you behave yourself. I have a rather bad temper, and if you displease me again, I might just cripple your hand." Elena had never encountered anyone more arrogant than herself. Enraged, she stood up and said, "You dare lay a hand on me? Do you think I can't have your emperor kill you?" She was about to point a finger at Shěn Lí when a person rode up on horseback, dismounted before them, and firmly grabbed Elena's arm, scolding her with a warning. Elena stopped this nonsense. At the sight of him, Elena had no choice but to suppress her anger. The man noticed that Shěn Lí wore her hair in a married woman's bun, so he clasped his hands toward her. "Madam, we are envoys from Yehuan. I am the 6th prince of Yehuan Yuxia. May I ask who you are?" He knew that anyone who could act so brazenly in the capital must have a formidable background. At this moment, Xiechen's, who had been watching his wife's display of authority, finally stopped observing. He straightened his clothes, stepped out of the carriage, and raised his hand in greeting to Yuxia with a smile. "This is this prince's consort." At the sight of Xiechen's, both the furious Elena and the smiling Yuxia turned stiff. Even the other envoys following behind wore grim expressions. But Xiechen's seemed oblivious to how much they despised him and continued to speak annoyingly. "When I heard you were coming, I was especially delighted, because there is no one easier to beat than you. Look, on the very day you enter the city, before I even make a move, your princess has already been hit by my consort. What a coincidence, isn't it?" He walked over, hugged Shěn Lí in public, and said with a smile to the Yehuan envoys, "This prince and his consort are truly a match made in heaven. We even share the same mindset of striking Yehu. Bad luck." Everyone in Yi who could only think of these two words. Although they knew they would encounter this war-loving prince who disregarded his own life, it was truly terrible misfortune to run into him on the very first day. What did that smile of his mean? Was he mocking them? They definitely did not want to watch this madman show off his affection with his princess consort here. Fortunately, officials from the Ministry of Rights arrived, quickly rescuing the Yi who envoys who wanted to be angry but dared not. They bowed to the eccentric couple before leading their people away. The surrounding commoners had witnessed an excellent spectacle. After the envoys departed, they erupted into thunderous applause, their faces alight with excitement as they watched the battle king and his consort. Seeing that her whereabouts had been exposed, Shěn Lí did not return immediately. Instead, she purchased a package of peach blossom pastries before following Shěn leisurely back. With the Yi-Hu envoy's arrival, there would naturally be a banquet in the evening. As Shěn, who had once conquered Yi-Hu, his presence was expected. When Shěn Lí entered the palace with Shěn, she spotted the third prince who had just emerged. After 3 months of confinement, the third princess no longer came to greet her, which meant Shěn Lí could finally avoid these social obligations. The moment Princess Alina of Yi-Hu caught sight of Shěn Lí, the injuries on her face came flooding back. Because of this, she could not remove the veil covering her face today. But she was not about to let this grievance go unaddressed, so when the emperor arrived, she rose before the assembled civil and military officials, tore away her veil, and presented her complaint to the throne. Your Majesty, Emperor of Tianqiao, I beg you to uphold justice for me. Alina was remarkably beautiful. Otherwise, her arrogant demeanor would never have convinced Yi-Hu to send her for a political marriage. The emperor's eyes widened at the sight of her, though he paused briefly upon noticing the handprint on her face. What do you expect me to do for you, princess? Alina glared at Shěn Lí with hatred and said, I had heard that the people of Tianqiao were generous and magnanimous, but today I see it is not so. Before I even entered the imperial palace, I was slapped. We are not enemies. Yi-Hu sent me for a political marriage to forge an alliance with Tianqiao, and we come with the utmost sincerity. But it seems Tianqiao does not see it this way. Someone wishes to humiliate us, Yi-Hu, and prevent the two nations from maintaining friendly relations. Every matter involving two nations was no small concern, and the ministers in court exchanged bewildered glances. The third prince had already heard about today's incident. Seeing Alina's accusations in court, a smile of anticipation played on his lips. Shěn Lí noticed this when she turned her head and felt utterly speechless. At a moment like this, instead of striving for his country as a prince, he was only thinking about trivial matters. If such a person were to become emperor, not only would his brothers suffer, but the common people would face devastation as well. The emperor frowned slightly. What does the princess mean? I do not understand. Alina held her head high and said, Your country's battle princess consort slapped me on the street today. I am a princess sent by Yi-Hu to foster friendship, and striking me is an insult to Yi-Hu's honor. I beg your majesty to uphold justice and severely punish the battle princess consort. As she spoke, she cast a hateful glare at Shěn Lí, who remained indifferent and unafraid, watching her with cold detachment. The emperor's gaze followed Alina's, and he frowned slightly. Shěn rose and said, Father, I was present for today's incident and witnessed everything. The princess consort never strikes without cause. Princess Yi-Hu claims she was slapped, but has not explained why. At this point, a perceptive official spoke up. May I ask your highness why this princess of Yi-Hu was struck? Today's events on the street were known to most, for only a few were unaware. After all, being perceptive and well-informed was essential for any official. They were not all useless, nor would they, like the third prince, seek to mock their own at a banquet between two nations. So when Shěn spoke, they naturally chimed in as well. Shěn replied, The prosperity of our Tianqiao stems not only from Father Emperor's wise governance, but also from the daily labor of the common people, which has brought flourishing growth to the nation. The common people are the providers for all officials. Without them, the state would cease to exist. Therefore, even officials of Tianqiao would never treat the people like beasts of burden, striking or killing them at will on the streets. The princess of Yi-Hu may be accustomed to arrogance in her own land, where she disregards the law. But here she seems to believe this is her own country. She would strike a pregnant woman with her whip. Such brutal behavior is truly shocking. My princess consort only slapped her once and did not cripple her hand, which was already an act of goodwill toward our nation's diplomatic relations. Hearing this, Alina was immediately enraged. You? Shěn gave her a cold glance, his earlier amiability gone. A murderous aura enveloped him, making him appear particularly terrifying. His voice was deeply sinister as he said, Since you refuse to accept kindness, I can certainly grant your wish. My border army of 100,000 can advance into the heart of Yi-Hu at any moment. This was a threat, yet they could not help but feel its weight. Alina's face turned pale at once. Yuxia's expression was equally grim. The emperor, seeing that his country had not suffered, felt Shěn had been too bold, but said nothing. Instead, he smiled and attempted to smooth things over. He said to Elena and Yusia, "So this is about that matter. The War King is right. Every commoner is my subject, and I have not even harmed a single hair on their heads. The princess's behavior is indeed excessive. Of course, it is also inappropriate for the War King's consort to strike the princess." He smiled and said, "With the princess's breathtaking beauty, how could one strike her face? Someone bring the finest medicinal ointment and present it to the princess." There was no mention of punishing Shěn Lí nor any further words about Yihu. Hearing his oily remarks, Shěn Lí's lips twitched involuntarily. Could this aging emperor possibly be attempting to take a young wife? Events proved him correct. When Yusia proposed the marriage alliance with the princess, the emperor bypassed all other royal suitors and declared directly, "Strengthening ties between our two nations is of utmost importance." The princess's extraordinary beauty would undoubtedly grace the imperial court. I hereby confer upon her the title of consort Lí. Yusia hesitated, having originally intended for the princess to wed a young prince. He had not anticipated the emperor's brazen disregard for propriety. With no alternative available, he could only accept the decision with reluctant gratitude. As she knelt, Elena's eyes burned with profound hatred. How could they force her to marry such an elderly man? She was the most noble princess of Yihu. Despite her reluctance, she had no choice. That very night, she entered the palace to serve the emperor, and not a single person objected to the arrangement. Returning from the audience, Shěn Lí looked at Sye-chun with distaste and said, "Your father is well advanced in years. Though that princess is hardly virtuous, how could he bring himself to take such a young and vibrant maiden into his harem?" As expected, men are all the same drawn to youth and beauty. She shot Sye-chun a sidelong glance, and he immediately shivered, hastening to assure her, "I harbor no such intentions as he does. He has far too many consorts, but I have only you, now and always. I swear I will not so much as glance at another woman." Shěn Lí leaned against the carriage wall with her eyes closed. "Your father truly has boundless energy. The envoys have barely arrived, and he is already preparing to hunt at the imperial enclosure. It is remarkable how vigorous he remains." Sye-chun took her hand and pressed a kiss to her knuckles, idly tracing her fingers as he spoke. "He wishes to demonstrate the might of the heavenly dynasty to the people of Yihu. Under normal circumstances, he would lack the energy for both state affairs and hunting." Shěn Lí shook her head. At his age, must he still push himself so? Sye-chun recalled the white streaks at the emperor's temples and narrowed his eyes. Indeed, he is growing old. Even at his age, father has taken another Yihu princess into the palace. Does he intend to father another brother for me? Within the empress's palace, the third prince complained bitterly to his mother. They were alone. The empress glanced at him and said, "What good comes from complaining here? He is the emperor. He can have any woman he desires. Even if he fathers another child, you are already of an age where you cannot compete with them. The hunt approaches, so you must practice your archery and horsemanship. Your father will surely make you compete to intimidate Yihu. Do not bring shame upon him, or he will be most displeased." The third prince spoke helplessly. "Mother, I do not act solely for myself. I do this for you as well. Lady Lí is with child, and father already seldom visits you. With this foreign princess now in the palace, will he come any less?" The empress's gaze turned cold. "I long ago abandoned such thoughts. What difference does it make how arrogant they become? I remain empress. As long as I live, they will never rise against me." She gazed earnestly at the third prince and said, "I rely entirely on you now. If you achieve greatness in the future, all my sacrifices will have been worthwhile." What could a mere prince accomplish? Both mother and son understood this well. The third prince spoke somewhat reluctantly. "Uncle's household is in such disarray now. Last time I visited to celebrate Uncle's birthday, and treated me poorly. She must still harbor resentment toward him." Hearing this, the empress grew displeased. "Ms. Qin is truly unreasonable. A woman should follow the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, helping her husband take concubines to produce heirs. Instead, at her age, she still grows jealous, bringing ridicule upon the Lí family. Now she even shows you disrespect. She must be reined in." The third prince replied, "Mother's anger serves no purpose now. We must rely on the Qin family's support. Perhaps you should invite Aunt into the palace to talk and ask Uncle to dismiss some of his concubines so that Aunt may calm her resentment. Father grows older each day, and the crown prince remains undecided. Yi who makes its move at this very moment. Mother, sometimes we must humble ourselves. Consider this: eldest brother commands the military, second brother controls the Ministry of Revenue. As for me, I have only you and the Qin family. If the Qins no longer serve us, what recourse do I have? The Empress pondered, a calculating glint flashing in her eyes. Very well. I understand. Rest assured, the position of Crown Prince will be yours. The hunt took place at Dongshan, 100 li beyond the city walls, a traditional hunting ground used by emperors throughout the ages. Accompanying the emperor were civil and military officials, their wives, and their children, making it something of a grand outdoor excursion. However, only those with power and influence could attend. Humble estates like that of Marquis Yongyi had no place there. Shěn Lí resided with Xiechun near the emperor's imperial tent. After settling in the morning, the afternoon featured horse racing and archery competitions, but Shěn Lí lacked interest in either. Xiechun comforted her. Tomorrow we will hunt. I will shoot a red fox for you to make a stole. Shěn Lí's eyes curved into a smile. I will hunt it myself. Xiechun watched the growing smile on her face, his heart warming in turn. He gently tickled her nose and said indulgently, Very well, hunt it yourself. Or perhaps you could shoot a black fox for me to make a stole. Shěn Lí could not help but laugh. Are you not ashamed? Other men hunt for their wives, yet you have the audacity to ask me to hunt for you. Xiechun replied with conviction, What choice do I have? Their wives are of no use. Only my consort is capable. She gives me whatever I desire. Shěn Lí was amused by him, and a tender warmth settled between the couple. Not far away, Aelna watched with fire in her eyes, casting a glance at the old emperor beside her, her resentment reaching its peak. Why him? Why could Xiechun, who had slaughtered so many of their soldiers, still marry such a beautiful wife? And she is the most precious pearl of Yi, who had to endure such humiliation. Why him? No, it cannot be. She must make the war king and his wife pay the price. Sister-in-law certainly has great authority. With a single word, you had third brother imprisoned for 3 months. Princess Ning had come along as well, and had naturally witnessed Shěn Lí and Xiechun's quiet exchange. She simply could not believe that was her eldest brother, and therefore found Shěn Lí particularly displeasing. After descending, she immediately came to trouble Shěn Lí, with quite a few people following behind her. At this moment, Xiechun had just stepped away for other matters, leaving Shěn Lí alone. As the emperor's eldest princess, Princess Ning, carried herself with formidable presence. Anyone present would likely assume Shěn Lí was the one about to suffer. Shěn Lí merely glanced at her and raised an eyebrow. Does the princess have no sense of propriety? And you dare call yourself a princess? Princess Ning was taken aback, then retorted in fury, What do you mean by that? Shěn Lí sneered. What else could it mean? Exactly what I said. Since the princess calls me sister-in-law, how is it that she cannot even offer a proper greeting, but opens her mouth with accusations? Which governess taught you such manners? Princess Ning was flustered by her words, her face flushing red. She hastily curtsied to Shěn Lí, knowing she had lost this round, yet still managed to mutter stubbornly, Do not be so arrogant. Do you really think you have one? That madman of my eldest brother. Surely you do not believe he can take that position. That position can only belong to third brother. Shěn Lí replied dismissively, Whoever it is, it certainly will not be you. You will still have to bow to me. Princess Ning bit her lip, said nothing more, and left directly. Shěn Lí watched the princess arrive in a hurry and leave just as quickly, utterly speechless. This person must be ill-minded. When Xiechun returned and she told him about it, he said, Ignore her. Her mother is a Jiaoyi, and with no real backing she has relied on the empress. Before her marriage, she was already unremarkable. Now that she has wed into the Chun Duke's mansion, she has dragged her entire family to support the third prince. Xiechun sneered with disdain at this. She probably thinks highly of herself. Do not pay her any mind. If she bothers you, simply deal with her. I will cover for you. Shěn Lí looked at him and put on a pitiful expression. She at least has people supporting her. Why do you have no one? Xiechun paused, then rested his head on Shěn Lí's shoulder in a grievous, almost coquettish manner. Wife, that is a cruel thing to say. Do I not still have you? Who else would stand by me? Shěn Lí was at a loss for words, but seeing him like this, she said nothing more. After all, she found his act utterly adorable. The next morning, as Shěn Lí was stretching her limbs, she saw Princess Ning and the third prince's wife glaring at her from a distance. She paid it no mind and continued her routine. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful young girl approached stealthily. Sister-in-law. Shěn Lí studied the girl who was creeping over as if committing a theft, and after some thought finally remembered who she was. Princess Conglou. Though the emperor had only 2 princesses, this one's birth mother was merely a Chongzai holding little status in the palace. As one of the emperor's only daughters, and still young, and not a prince, Princess Conglou naturally lacked any presence. This was why Shěn Lí rarely saw her, and had to think for a moment to recall her name. Shěn Lí nodded. Conglou. Princess Conglú's eyes curved into a smile. Sister-in-law still remembers me. That is wonderful. She was pleased for a moment, then something seemed to cross her mind, and she added, By the way, sister-in-law, I saw my eldest sister come looking for you yesterday. You should be careful. She may team up with third sister-in-law to target you. Shěn Lí raised an eyebrow. Oh, target me. Princess Conglou spoke with lingering fear. Yes. My eldest sister is quite formidable. If you do not comply with her wishes, she will make you suffer. Seeing her genuinely frightened expression, Shěn Lí guessed that this princess had suffered quite a bit herself. She nodded. I understand. Noticing her youthful and innocent countenance, Shěn Lí kindly reminded her. Whatever you came to tell me, do not let others know. I will not tell either. Then no one will know, and you will not be bullied. Princess Conglou looked astonished. How did you know? But she immediately realized she had let something slip, her face turning crimson. She hastily muttered, I understand, and turned to run away. Shěn Lí shook her head at the sight. Xiechun emerged from the main tent and said, Children in the palace learn by age 3 that if they do not scheme, they will die. Those who appear amiable on the surface may strike you from behind at any moment. He was reminding Shěn Lí that Princess Conglou was by no means as simple as she appeared. Shěn Lí turned and smiled at him, raising an eyebrow. What? Do you think I am so foolish? Do you think I do not know how to protect myself? Moreover, regardless of what thoughts she harbors, as long as she has no intention of harming us, why bother exposing her petty schemes? Shaking her head, she asked, Do you know why you have no supporters? Xiechun looked at her triumphant little expression and smiled indulgently. Why? Shěn Lí said solemnly, Because you never allow them to have their own thoughts. You should not care why they come to warn you. As long as they are willing to align themselves with you, that is enough. Why worry about the rest? Xiechun laughed. The princess consort speaks wisely. I understand. I will remember it next time. As the couple chatted and made their way to the front, they found that quite a few young nobles had already arrived, gathering in small groups to converse and show off their newly acquired horses and other treasures. The third prince was surrounded by the third prince's wife and Princess Ning, and who were cheering him on. Meanwhile, over by the war king and his wife, the scene was rather desolate. Fortunately, the couple did not mind. For her safety, Xiechun carefully inspected the horse she would ride. Satisfied and seeing the emperor had reached the viewing platform, he allowed her to mount, then swiftly climbed onto his own horse. From the platform, the emperor shot an arrow into the sky. The eunuch in charge of ceremonies called out, The hunt begins. And the hunt was underway. Shěn Lí rode a white horse accompanying Xiechun's black steed. As the herald announced the start, they charged forward. The others followed, galloping into the forest. Seated on the viewing platform, the empress revealed a chillingly cold smile. Go. This time you shall never return. After rushing into the forest, Shěn Lí parted ways with Xiechun. Xiechun had initially wanted to accompany her, but Shěn Lí refused, fearing he might compete for her prey. Helpless Xiechun knew that ordinary people could not harm her, so he did not insist on following. Shěn Lí walked deeper into the forest. She knew that some animals would not stay on the outskirts when there were too many people around, so she tethered her horse outside and entered on foot. Soon she shot 2 rabbits. Venturing further, and she spotted 2 foolish roe deer, an experience she had never encountered before. They stared at her with innocent eyes as she approached. Startled, the deer bounded a few steps away, then paused to glance back when they realized no one was pursuing them. Shěn Lí sighed helplessly. You brought this upon yourselves. I never intended to kill you. She knocked 2 arrows and swiftly ended their lives. As she was packing up her bow to leave, her steps suddenly halted and her eyes narrowed slightly. Having survived many years in the apocalypse with 5 elemental abilities at her disposal, she immediately sensed someone approaching. Moreover, these individuals barely emitted any aura indicating they were all skilled experts. Only a handful of people could have dispatched such formidable assassins to kill her. The atmosphere around her grew still and menacing, clearly aimed at her life. Shěn Lí was not afraid of these people, but she worried that Shěn might also be in danger. There were only a few people here, likely because those who sent them believed she was merely a woman whose martial arts prowess paled compared to the Battle King. Thus fewer were assigned to her, while Shěn's side probably had many more. She wondered whether he could handle it. Just as Shěn Lí was lost in thought, a figure lunged toward her, a sword gleaming with lethal coldness in hand, a blade clearly meant to take lives. With merely a glance, Shěn Lí summoned the surrounding wild grass to surge wildly like the nimble, graceful hands of a woman. It swiftly wrapped around the airborne figure's waist and muffled his mouth, causing his thunderous assault to suddenly falter. The wild grass stirred as the others were captured in the same manner. Shěn Lí approached and counted 6 individuals clad in night-walking garments with face coverings, only their eyes visible. Even bound, they continued to struggle. She sneered coldly. Those who dare to assassinate me are likely death-bound warriors. In that case, I have no need to question you. With those words, she drove her arrows one by one into their chests. Such arrows alone could not kill them, so after piercing their bodies, the awakened wild grass surged forward once more, threading through the bloody wounds. Its supple stems wound through flesh and blood, swiftly draining the assassins' lives as their pupils dilated in their final moments. Witnessing this, Shěn Lí commanded the grass to release the bodies. She wiped her arrows clean and turned to depart. Yet after only 2 steps, a gust of wind swept from behind, stirring her hair. Shěn Lí paused, noting internally that today had brought more than its share of events. The wind carried a foul metallic stench. Recalling the saying that dragons ride the clouds and tigers follow the wind, she immediately understood what was approaching. Where others would flee at the prospect of a tiger's approach, Shěn Lí found herself considering which ability would serve her best. She dismissed spatial ability outright. While it could kill the tiger swiftly, it would destroy the pelt she needed. Preserving an intact hide was far more valuable to her. Lost in thought, a white forehead tiger with hanging eyes emerged from the forest. Had it not been so dangerous, she would have admired its kingly bearing as the ruler of the woods. She stood motionless. The tiger, perhaps astonished that a human showed no fear, opened its massive jaws and let out a roar. The forest king's roar struck terror into all who heard it. Prey animals still fleeing froze in their tracks, compelled to their knees by an ancient instinctual dread. Hunters scattered across the forest caught the sound. Shěn, locked in combat with assassins, felt his expression shift. In that instant, he recognized the tiger's roar coming from Shěn Lí's direction, and his sword movements quickened with urgency. Dozens of assassins surrounded him, striking relentlessly at his vital points the moment they appeared, leaving him no room to breathe. He had been handling the fight with ease, but now, consumed with worry for Shěn Lí, he pressed forward despite taking 2 or 3 wounds, determined to eliminate them swiftly. His sword work was merciless and precise, leaving the assassins unable to defend themselves as they fell one after another. Shocked, they finally understood the true power of a prince forged in battle. Only when the last assassin collapsed did Shěn spare them a glance. With a flick of his sword, he shook free the blood before launching himself toward Shěn Lí at full speed. When he finally reached her, he found Shěn Lí standing over a fallen tiger, lost in thought. Shěn's steps faltered and silence fell between them. Shěn Lí saw him approaching, and a smile suddenly bloomed on her face. She waved at him and called out, "Come here quickly. Look, I've killed a tiger for you. We can take it back, skin it, and make you a warm rug." The depth of his wife's affection was overwhelming. Shěn felt a bit foolish for having worried about her earlier, so he maintained a calm demeanor as he walked toward her step by step. "I'm not quite ready to use it yet," he said slowly. Shěn Lí smiled and replied, "There's no rush. Let's take it back and prepare it first. We can always use it later if needed." As the couple conversed, the others hurried over from nearby. Upon seeing the tiger lying on the ground, their faces were filled with astonishment. Shěn was also among the crowd. Setting aside the tiger, he noticed several figures in black clothing lying nearby, and his expression darkened. Your Highness, were you attacked? He looked at Shěn Lí, urgently catching Xiechen's attention. Xiachen glanced in his direction before silently moving closer to Shěn Lí, though neither she nor Su Xian noticed the gesture. Shěn Lí was somewhat surprised to see Su Xian, but then realized it was only natural that the young master of the Jinghua Duke's mansion would be here today. She smiled and replied, yes. Today I not only encountered a tiger, but also assassins. I almost forgot about it until you mentioned it. Since something like this happened to me today, I must surely have Father Emperor settle this matter for me. Those around them felt this matter was troublesome, and for a moment no one spoke. Once the guards arrived to handle the scene, Shěn Lí followed Xiechun to file a formal complaint. As they approached the main tent, the heavy atmosphere was immediately palpable. After a guard announced their arrival, the emperor erupted in fury like an aged lion. Xiechun, how dare you? You actually dared to kill your own brother. He grabbed a teacup from the table and hurled it at Xiechun, who casually dodged it. Observing the emperor's rage and the empress weeping beside him, he raised an eyebrow. When did I kill my brother? What's wrong? Has the third prince passed away? The last words were directed at the empress. Her expression stiffened at this, and after glancing at the emperor, she continued, wiping away tears. Prince of War, I understand you disapprove of the third prince, but he is still your brother. How could you do such a thing? Even if you strongly disapproved of them, you shouldn't wish for their deaths. Upon hearing this, Shěn Lí let out a cold laugh. How interesting, the empress speaks. Are you implying my husband and I committed murder? Then perhaps you should explain how we did it and who exactly we killed. You don't mean the third prince is actually dead, do you? The empress was actively poisoning the emperor's mind against them when she overheard them repeatedly cursing her son. Her displeasure showed as she frowned. What do you mean? Not only have you laid hands on the second prince, but now you're also plotting against the third prince. Wiping her tears, she pleaded to the emperor, Your Majesty, you must defend your concubine. The emperor was consumed by fury and threw another teacup at him, pointing at Xiechun and repeatedly shouting, You unfilial son! You wicked son, you! Since this madman was now her husband, Shěn Lí naturally couldn't accept such injustice. Frowning, she replied, Father Emperor, we still don't know what exactly happened here. Even if you call the prince a wicked son, you should at least explain what he did wrong. Even if you intend to kill us, you cannot let us die without understanding the charges. The emperor, who had been holding back, grew even more enraged upon hearing this and pointed at her. He was always disobedient. Now with you by his side, he's become even more unruly. Are the two of you trying to anger me to death? Just then a eunuch rushed in, his face streaked with tears and sweat, and knelt before the emperor. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The second prince, he. The emperor immediately stepped forward and asked, What is it? What happened to the second prince? The eunuch, tears streaming down his face, kowtowed repeatedly. The second prince. The second prince has died. In that moment, the emperor's vision went dark. He staggered backward 2 steps and collapsed. Xiechun was still processing the news of the second prince's death when he saw the emperor collapse. Without hesitation, he moved quickly to catch him. However, Shěn Lí caught a fleeting look of triumph in the empress's eyes from the corner of her vision. The empress immediately called for attendants to help support the emperor, then pointed at Xiechun and Shěn Lí in anger. Quickly arrest these two who killed their brothers and execute them as soon as His Majesty regains consciousness. It was evident to anyone that the empress was eager for Shěn Lí and her husband to die. However, no one heeded her words. At that moment, the fourth prince stepped forward and said, Mother, this was certainly not done by my eldest brother. Just now my eldest brother and sister-in-law were also attacked, and they encountered a tiger. This matter may be connected to someone else, but it has nothing to do with them. The empress was taken aback. She had remained here the entire time and was unaware that Xiechun had also been attacked. She instinctively glanced toward the third prince, who nodded grimly, confirming that the fourth prince's words were true. Just then the emperor, who had been revived by the imperial physicians with 2 acupuncture needles, slowly regained consciousness. He heard the empress say in a grim tone, So they were also attacked. What of it? This precisely demonstrates that the people they arranged killed the second prince. Fearing suspicion, they pretended to be attacked themselves. Shěn Lí immediately retorted with a cold laugh. The empress speaks as though this were true. Then I would like to ask, Why was everyone attacked except the third prince who suffered no harm? Could it be that he was simply waiting for his two elder brothers to be murdered so he could reap the benefits? Shěn Lí's words were clear. She was implying that the third prince was behind everything while the others were merely victims. The Empress was furious at these words. How dare you? How dare you falsely accuse the third prince? Shěn Lí retorted coldly. Then how dare you falsely accuse my husband? Heaven watches all that men do. You know perfectly well what truly happened. If an investigation were conducted into who killed the second prince, the culprit would undoubtedly be uncovered. She detected a flicker of panic on the Empress's face, so her expression grew even colder. Upon hearing this, the Emperor coughed twice. The Empress quickly turned toward him and began weeping. Your Majesty, you finally awakened. Had you not woken soon, your concubine and the third prince would have been wronged. The Emperor studied her once youthful face, remembering the Empress Yuan in her prime. He fell silent for a moment, then sighed. You may leave first. The Empress was taken aback that they were being dismissed so readily. The matter of the second prince hasn't been addressed. The Emperor waved his hand. I will have someone investigate this matter. A pang of fear struck the Empress, but she quickly composed herself. What was there to fear? She had already covered her tracks completely. She refused to believe this matter could lead back to her. Thus she reluctantly agreed and exited with the others. Just as she was about to leave, the Emperor suddenly spoke. Prince of War remained behind. Shěn, who was already following his wife toward the door, paused and said to Shěn Lí, wait for me outside. Shěn Lí agreed and stepped outside. The Empress had also wished to stay, but the Emperor did not summon her, so she could only leave with the others. Once everyone had departed, the Emperor lay on his couch, silently regarding Shěn for a long while before finally speaking. Did you have a hand in the second prince's demise, eh? Shěn regarded him as though he were utterly foolish. If I intended to kill him, would I have gone to such lengths? When exactly would not have been a suitable time? I'd have to summon a bunch of assassins to pretend they were trying to kill me. Just now both your highness and the princess consort were attacked by assassins. The princess consort even encountered a fierce tiger. If I were the one ordering killings, how could I possibly put my wife in such danger? The Emperor watched the disdainful expression on his face toward the other princes, and a knot formed in his heart. Although what he said was true, hearing it spoken aloud made this old father feel somewhat pained. However, after a moment's thought, he said, I trust you. Although you are usually frivolous, you truly care for your princess consort. You would never do anything to harm her. Then who do you think is behind this? Shěn replied bluntly, anyone could be. I don't know. The Emperor studied him intently before asking, do you think it might be the Empress's faction? Shěn wanted to say it was her, but instead shook his head. The matter still needs investigation. I truly don't know at this point. The Emperor looked at him for a moment longer, then dismissed him. Shěn turned and left without hesitation, showing no regret, although he felt pleased about having slain the tiger. However, with such an incident occurring suddenly, the Emperor lost his desire to display power before the envoys. His own son was clearly more important. He immediately dispatched people to investigate the matter. Shěn, of course, would not wait idly for others to smear him either. He sent his own people to investigate as well. However, as the investigation was underway, the noble consort learned of Shěn and Shěn Lí's return and rushed over. The noble consort had always appeared gentle and refined, but today she resembled a furious lioness, snatching a sword from a guard and charging towards Shěn. Shěn had spent so many years on the battlefield outside. If he were struck down by a palace consort, he would no longer need to lead troops. He naturally dodged the attack. Those around her feared the noble consort might harm others, yet also dreaded she might injure them, so none intervened. They simply watched as the noble consort, her hair disheveled, pointed her sword at Shěn and wailed mournfully, Is it you, Shěn? You only seek to kill him because you envy how much more favored my son is by his majesty, don't you? How can you be so cruel? He is your brother as well. Shěn felt no sympathy watching her grief over losing her son. Didn't he suffer more when he lost his own mother back then? However, he would not accept this false accusation. He spoke coldly to the noble consort. Your Majesty, I understand your pain at losing your son, but if you seek vengeance, you must target the right person. You claim I killed your son. What evidence do you have? Just now your highness and the princess consort were ambushed in the woods, a matter all present witnessed. Oh, I heard the third prince also faced an assassination attempt. Were you aware of this, your majesty? The noble consort paused, her gaze darkening with renewed hatred as she pointed at him. It was you who sought to kill them. Shěn regarded her as though she were mad, saying, You claim I wanted to kill them. Your majesty, I could kill you right now without hesitation. None present could stop me. Do you believe this? The noble consort hesitated, glancing around at the fear and apprehension in their eyes, and realized he spoke truthfully. Shěn continued, I have survived countless assassination attempts on the battlefield over the years. That is my skill. Yet the third prince suffered the same attack, while the second prince is gone, and the third prince sustained only minor wounds. Your majesty has spent many years in the palace. Surely you are not so easily deceived. If the wrong person was killed, I dare not imagine what would become of your majesty, and the second prince would find no peace in the afterlife. Hearing this, the noble consort faltered, her mind racing through the implications. Indeed, the third prince lacked the martial prowess of the war king, yet he remained unharmed while her own child perished. How could one believe there was no instigator behind this? Overcome with grief for her only son, her heart aching, she had come seeking vengeance, but now couldn't even identify her enemy. Darkness claimed her vision, and she fainted. Her attendants rushed to support her as she was led away, and only then did the onlookers dare to disperse. Shěn gazed deeply after the departing noble consort, remaining silent for a long moment. Before the truth could be uncovered, the imperial procession prepared to return to the palace. Remaining here longer would only invite mockery from the visiting envoys. Only upon returning to the city did the emperor's men present the evidence before him. When I began my investigation, all signs pointed to the war king. The death of the second prince was no trivial matter, so I dared not relax my vigilance. I delved deeper and uncovered other clues. The emperor had long suspected the matter would not yield easily, and the loss of a son meant he would not let it rest. Report everything you have found. The shadow guard swallowed hard, sweat beading on his forehead as he lowered his head. I discovered that both the second prince and the war king were attacked by assailants wearing identical garments, all originating from Sangzhou, the homeland of the empress's family. The emperor fell silent. Are you saying the empress orchestrated all of this? The shadow guard quickly kowtowed. This is all I have uncovered, your majesty. I know nothing beyond this. Shěn examined the evidence presented and said, I do not believe this is so simple. Though these people wore similar garments, some of them do not appear to be from our country. In other words, someone is blending in among them. Shěn Lí narrowed her eyes. I did not realize you were so despised. It seems everyone wants you dead. Shěn replied helplessly, there is no avoiding it. My reputation is simply too great. But the fact that this person has sent assassins after both of us means they intend to kill us both. Which means, my lady, you are quite hated as well. He looked at Shěn Lí with a smile. Shěn Lí raised an eyebrow. I think I know who I offended to have so many people sent after me. Shěn chuckled. I have figured it out as well. But look at this. I believe keeping her alive could still prove useful. He handed a piece of paper to Shěn Lí. She took it, raised an eyebrow with interest, and looked at Shěn. Are you certain you want to let her continue like this? That is your own biological father, the emperor. Shěn's face wore a smile, but his eyes were cold as ice. I simply do not wish to bear the reputation of a patricide. In other words, if he were willing to accept that label, the emperor would long have been dead. Shěn Lí nodded upon hearing this. Then there is no other choice. We shall preserve this and pin everything on the empress. Shěn agreed with her. The empress does not deserve sympathy. She killed the second prince and attempted to frame me for it. Let us see how she handles herself now. Shěn Lí narrowed her eyes. Now that the second prince is gone, the noble consort must be devastated. I wonder if she might do something irrational. Shěn concurred. We must inform the noble consort of this matter to find out. They did not care whether the emperor ultimately dealt with this affair. Since it had already surfaced, they would take no further responsibility. The noble consort in the palace had not yet recovered from the grief of losing her son when she heard that the murderer had been found. In truth, she had been contemplating this matter over the past 2 days. She found Shěn's words particularly reasonable. Why had the third prince suffered no harm? The third prince's martial arts were inferior even to the second prince's. How could he remain unscathed like Xiechun? With this thought, the identity of the murderer suddenly became clear. When the news about the murderer reached her ears once more, the noble consort let out a cry of anguish. The Empress. Then she seized her sword and marched straight toward the Empress's palace. Over the years, although she had harbored ambitions to become Empress, she had never harmed the current Empress. She did not understand why the Empress had become so ruthless. But now that she had lost her child, life held no meaning for her. She might as well fight to the death with the Empress. As she made her way toward the Empress's palace, the matter naturally reached the Emperor. The Emperor took a deep breath to steady the dizziness in his head, then ordered, "Bring the Empress before me." When the noble consort arrived at the Empress's palace, she found it empty. Not sparing the opulent furnishings, she slashed everything to pieces with her sword. The guards and palace maids dared not breathe a word. The Empress, unaware that she had barely escaped a violent confrontation, now knelt in the imperial study. She felt extremely uneasy. Glancing at the Emperor behind the dragon desk, who remained silent, she called out nervously, "Your Majesty." The Emperor's gaze finally fell upon her. He was no longer young, his eyes were cloudy yet sharp. He spoke in a deep voice. "Did you orchestrate this?" The Empress was startled, her voice involuntarily rising. "Your Majesty, what are you saying?" The Emperor asked her again. "Did you send someone to kill the second prince?" "You murdered the second prince, and then framed the Prince of Jean for it. A single arrow killing two birds. Did you believe the throne would then pass to your son? Answer me. Did you or did you not?" In his fury, the Emperor snatched the rosewood paperweight from the desk and hurled it at the Empress. The Empress possessed none of the martial arts of the Prince of Jean, so, when the paperweight flew toward her, she failed to dodge. It struck her temple, and blood immediately flowed down, reaching her eyes. The Empress felt humiliation and pain overwhelm her. Yet she could not fight back. Kneeling, she pleaded her innocence. "I did not do this. How could I confess to such a crime? My third prince was also injured. He encountered assassins just like everyone else. Why do you, Your Majesty, insist it was my doing?" She lifted her head to look at the Emperor. "Your Majesty, if not for someone rushing to intervene, the third prince would likely not have survived either. Instead of comforting the third prince, you suspect me. I believe the Prince of Jean bears the greatest suspicion in this matter. He possesses martial arts and deliberately placed himself within the trap to clear his name. When Your Majesty suspects me, why do you not suspect the Prince of Jean?" Seeing the Empress refuse to admit guilt even when faced with evidence, the Emperor was filled with rage. He felt another wave of dizziness approaching and quickly pressed his hand to his chest, shouting, "You could not even clean up your own mess, and now you attempt to drag the Prince of Jean down with you." Although his words threatening the noble consort were indeed transgressive, they were not entirely without merit. If he truly wished to kill someone, would he need such a convoluted scheme? Do you not know how deeply he cherishes his lady wife? Even I dare not speak harshly to her. For the sake of killing your son, do you truly believe he would endanger his own wife?" The Empress's face involuntarily twisted. "So Your Majesty implies that a prince is worth less than his wife?" The Emperor replied, "In his eyes that is precisely the case. A person he could kill with a mere gesture would never risk his lady wife's safety. Therefore did you or did you not orchestrate this?" The Empress stiffened her neck and declared, "No, I know nothing of this matter. If I had indeed planned this, would I have harmed my own third prince? Does Your Majesty truly believe I would kill my own child?" The Emperor gazed deeply at her. "You refuse to admit it. You believe that by harming the third prince you can deny everything with impunity. Do you think this is the end of it? Go to the noble consort's palace yourself and see. Look at the second prince lying there. And then look at your own son. He is likely frolicking with one of the concubines right now. Do you not know your son's true nature? He is inferior even to the second prince, yet how did he escape those attackers alive? Empress, I ask you one final time. Did you do this? If you confess, I promise I will not involve your family, nor will the third prince be implicated." The Emperor still wished to give the Empress a chance. But the Empress knew that even if she confessed, her clan would likely not be spared. Steeling her resolve, she continued, "I know nothing. I truly know nothing of these matters." The Emperor seized the inkstone from the desk and threw it at the Empress once more. This time, mixed with the flowing blood, was black ink. Roaring in fury, the Emperor commanded, "Guards, bring the evidence forward. Let the Empress see it with her own eyes." A eunuch immediately brought the evidence. When those items were placed before her, the Empress's body went soft, and she collapsed to the ground. She knew it was all over. But quickly she devised a plan to take all the blame upon herself to protect her son. She prostrated herself on the ground and wept. I did all of this. I alone am responsible. It has nothing to do with my clan, nor with the third prince. The third prince knows nothing. Please, your majesty, investigate carefully. The emperor looked at the empress prostrated on the ground. He felt no satisfaction, only a chilling sense of despair. You are already the empress. Whoever becomes emperor in the future, you will be the empress dowager. Do you insist on having your own son ascend the throne to the point of ruthlessly murdering other princes? The empress knew she was finished. Further words were meaningless, so she could only say, none of this has anything to do with others. I alone will bear the consequences of what I have done. I beg your majesty not to implicate anyone else. The emperor's expression turned cold without a moment's softening due to her words. Dare you claim that no one else knew of this? Could you have accomplished this entirely alone? Do you think you can shoulder everything by yourself? Did the third prince not know? Was all of this done for his sake? Did your elder brother not know? Where did you get the men for the assassination? Huh? The empress finally panicked, lifting her head and saying, your majesty, it truly was I alone who did this. It has nothing to do with others. Your majesty, please believe me, please believe me. The emperor's face was utterly indifferent, no longer showing her any of the previous warmth. Guards immediately confiscate the empress's seal and treasures and send her to the cold palace. Let me ponder how to deal with her. Immediately someone responded and took the empress away. As she was led off, she wept and shouted, your majesty, it was all my doing. Everything was my doing alone. It has nothing to do with anyone else, your majesty. But the emperor could no longer hear her. Seeing the empress thus deposed and sent to the cold palace, a cold, sharp glint flashed in the imperial consort's eyes. The news of the empress's deposition spread like wildfire throughout the palace and beyond. The Lí family, being the consort clan, immediately fell silent in fear and hurriedly submitted a memorial of apology to plead for the empress. However, this only enraged the emperor further. He summoned the empress's elder brother, the Duke of Qing'an, to the palace and reprimanded him severely. Although there was no solid evidence, he still felt the Lí family was inextricably involved. Thus, when the Duke came out, the decree to confiscate the family's property was also issued. The Lí family members immediately broke into collective wailing. The third prince dared not even come near at this time, fearing that all this might implicate him. However, having already lost one son, the emperor naturally would not lay hands on another of his own. If there was any fault, it belonged to others, not his son. Therefore, the third prince was merely confined to his quarters and did not go out. The news of the Lí family's downfall reached the imperial consort's palace. She smiled smugly, adjusting the white jade hairpin at her temple, and said to her personal maid, come, let us go see how that empress dowager is faring in the cold palace now. The personal maid naturally could not refuse, so the imperial consort led a few of her close attendants to the cold palace. The deposed empress's life was naturally miserable, for what comforts could the cold palace offer? She slept poorly and ate poorly. Within just a few days, her once well-maintained face had acquired many wrinkles. Seeing her in such a state, the imperial consort burst into raucous laughter, pointing at her and cursing, Lí, oh Lí, how well you've done. How well you've done. You have finally become a drenched dog like this. The deposed empress, disheveled and dirty, saw her former rival standing before her in jewels and finery, and a twisted expression crossed her face. She refused to appear too weak, so she stood up and said coldly to the imperial consort, and what good has it done you, my sister? In this deep palace without a son, you are merely enduring day by day. But I am different. Though I remain in this cold palace, my son is forever a son of the emperor. Even if his majesty never thinks of me again, as long as my son accomplishes something, even if he does not become emperor, I can go with him to his princely mansion and live out my old age. But what about you? A mocking smile filled the deposed empress's face. Imperial consort. The imperial consort's face turned extremely ugly at these words. She wished she could pounce on the deposed empress and scratch her face so she could never see the emperor's countenance again. Lí, tell me, why did you kill my son? Speak. Say it. I have never wronged you. The empress's position was already yours, and I never sought to contend for it. Why did you do this? The deposed empress looked at her, losing composure, her expression extremely cold. You never thought about it. You never tried to compete. You simply lacked the ability. Had the emperor not favored me and placed me in this position, you would likely have made a move against me long ago, wouldn't you? Don't claim you're innocent. In this palace, what eternal friendships exist? We were never friends. As long as your son lives, my son can never rise. Don't you know that? The deposed empress spoke her true thoughts outright. The imperial consort felt dizzy and faint, staring at her in disbelief. If you wanted your own son to become emperor, why didn't you strike at Prince Shěn? He is the legitimate son of the late empress. What did my son have to do with it? The emperor favored your son more, didn't you know that yourself? The deposed empress said coldly, killing your son was meant to frame Prince Shěn. He is older than my son and would be an obstacle in the future. I just didn't expect to be found out so quickly. The imperial consort was infuriated almost to death. Thinking of her deceased son, she felt it was all not worth it. She pointed at the deposed empress's nose and cursed. Lí, you have utterly lost your conscience. Have you forgotten how I once helped you secure your position as empress? Have you forgotten your words? You said we would be sisters. You as empress, I as noble consort. And together we would seize all the glory and wealth of the palace. How could you murder my son? Have you forgotten that you once held him in your arms when he was a child? Hearing the noble consort's words, the deposed empress could not help recalling the image of herself holding the infant second prince. That tiny little one. Her eyes grew moist despite herself. Yet she shook her head and said, Your son was born before mine. How could I have truly cherished him? I held him only because I wished to conceive a child of my own. Fortunately, I soon became pregnant after that. A tender maternal expression appeared on her face. Though the third prince was never the most outstanding in my eyes, he is the best. I want to give him everything that is finest. At this, her expression turned malevolent. If anyone dares to obstruct my son's path, I will not spare them. The noble consort could no longer contain herself. She raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap across the deposed empress's face. Caught off guard, the deposed empress was knocked to the ground by the heavy blow. The noble consort pointed at her and raged. Have you forgotten how I helped you before? For the sake of your son, you would kill mine. Are you even human? Struck across the face, the deposed empress did not lose her temper. She knew she was no longer empress and could not rival the noble consort who had brought her attendants. So she covered her bruised cheek, rose again, and sneered coldly, For you? Have you forgotten how you obtained your position as noble consort? When you first entered the palace, you were merely an 8th-rank beauty. Even after giving birth to a son, you were only a 6th-rank worthy. If you had not fought for yourself, you would never have qualified to be a noble consort in this lifetime. You still have the nerve to say it was for me. How utterly ridiculous. Do not forget that you also had a hand in those deeds back then. The deposed empress's gaze turned sinister. If you do not want me to smash the pot and reveal everything, then stop coming to trouble me. Do not forget that you still have living clansmen. The noble consort's heart trembled with fear. She worried that the deposed empress might expose those matters, but after a moment's thought she believed the deposed empress would not. Clenching her teeth, she said, I was involved in those past affairs, but you are not innocent either. You still have a son. I do not believe you would speak out for his sake. The deposed empress closed her eyes. When she opened them again, they were filled with clarity. She said, I will say it again, that child was the emperor's son, not mine alone. Those deeds were mine alone. They have nothing to do with the third prince. His Majesty has just lost a son. Oh, he will not lay a hand on the third prince now. The noble consort had to admit that the deposed empress was right. The emperor was in the throes of grief. How could he harm his own son? Only others would die. Only others would die. Suddenly a thought struck the noble consort, and she laughed coldly. I almost forgot to tell you, elder sister. Your position as empress is gone, and your family is no more. Just yesterday, His Majesty ordered the Lí family to be raided and exiled to Lingnan. The noble consort paused, delighted to see the deposed empress's expression change. Relishing her triumph, she continued, You know what Lingnan is like, don't you? A land of pestilential miasma teeming with snakes and insects. Not to mention whether your family can even survive the journey there. Even if they reach it, they will likely perish within days. You lie. The deposed empress could no longer hold back. She turned and snapped, Impossible. His Majesty would not be so ruthless with me. The noble consort's face twisted with fury. The Lí family conspired with you to murder the Emperor's son. What mercy did you expect? Then suddenly she smiled, a sinister smile. Let alone whether they survive to Lingnan. I will make sure to entertain them along the way. I will make their lives a living hell. Enjoy your stay in the cold palace, elder sister. With those words the noble consort departed strutting like a triumphant rooster. The deposed empress watched her retreating figure, gnashing her teeth in hatred. But she was powerless against the noble consort now. She could only pray that her son would prove himself and win the emperor's favor so he might soon secure her release. That night a bowl of stale fermented food was brought in. In the past the deposed empress would have punished the servants, but now this was her only means of survival. Suppressing the urge to vomit, she forced herself to eat it all. Only by staying alive could she endure until the day her son came to take her out. While others scuttled about pulling strings after the empress's deposition, Princess Ningyan rushed straight to the war prince's mansion. Normally, she could not easily enter the war prince's mansion, but Shěn Lí knew she was coming to cause trouble. Bored, Shěn Lí allowed her in. As soon as she entered, Princess Ningyan glared at Shěn Lí and demanded, "Was it you? Did you do this? The empress's deposition, did you have a hand in it?" Shěn Lí did not even rise from her seat. But as the elder sister-in-law, she still maintained a semblance of courtesy compared to the princess. She said lazily, "That's quite an interesting accusation. You say I did it, so I must have. Do you not know why the empress was deposed? You are not the only one with a third brother. Have you forgotten that your second brother was hacked to death?" Princess Ningyan erupted in fury. "Second brother's death was your doing. What does that have to do with Mother Empress? What does it have to do with third brother? Don't think you can get off scot-free." Her eyes were wide, blazing with fire. Shěn Lí found her utterly ridiculous. "Get off scot-free? We have done nothing wrong. Look at how foolish you are. Did your dear Mother Empress never tell you what she actually did? Now that the truth is out and she has been deposed, everyone is writing memorials to plead for leniency. Yet you come here to pick a fight. Do you think you are free of guilt?" Princess Ningyan gritted her teeth. "Don't think you can cover the sky with one hand. I am the emperor's daughter, a princess of the heavenly court. Father would never harm me." Then a look of contempt crossed her face as she eyed Shěn Lí. "As for you, a divorced woman who married into the royal family as a great favor. Instead of being grateful, you stir up trouble in the palace. I advise you to know your place. Take your husband and go to the palace to plead for Mother Empress." She put on a self-righteous air as if everything she said was for Shěn Lí's own good. Mother Empress is also Big Brother's mother. If for no other reason, filial piety demands that you go to the palace and intercede. Shěn Lí found it absurd. "Whether she is your mother or not I do not know. But I do know that your elder brother's mother rests in the imperial ancestral temple. We paid our respects there last time." "What? Did your dear Mother Empress never tell you?" Princess Ningyan's face turned ugly. "You?" Shěn Lí raised an eyebrow. "Me? I am perfectly fine. But you look ill. Since you are sick, do not come to my mansion and bring me bad luck. Have you finished speaking? If so, you may leave, otherwise I will have to escort you out." Princess Ningyan, enraged, pointed at Shěn Lí and said, "Don't be smug. Father and mother have always been on good terms. This time will be no different. Just wait. Once mother comes out, I won't let you off easy." Shěn Lí smiled. "I'll be waiting." Her nonchalant attitude infuriated Princess Ningyan, who feared she might die from anger right there, so she quickly left. Shěn Lí watched her retreating figure, coldly curling her lips. In the following days, Princess Ningyan rallied many to petition the emperor for the empress's clemency, but to no avail. She even faced imperial reprimand. A princess was after all not a prince. Princess Ningyan dared not defy the emperor again and confined herself to her residence, awaiting further news from the palace. The deposed empress is dead. The emperor had just returned from court when he heard the news, stunned. The attendant kneeling before him reported respectfully, "Yes, yesterday she was fine. This morning when the meal was delivered, she was found cold, her body curled into a ball." The chief eunuch attending the emperor couldn't help but exclaim, "Poison." The emperor was not unfamiliar with the poison. He fell silent for a moment, then asked, "Who visited the deposed empress yesterday?" The young eunuch replied, "Yesterday imperial consort Gue led a group there. After quarreling with the deposed empress they left." The emperor sneered. "So soon, and she couldn't bear it. Yet considering the consort had lost her child, her actions seemed somewhat understandable. But killing in such fury, was there no law? The emperor paused, then said, "Confine imperial consort Gui to her palace for reflection. Bury the deposed empress with the rights of a noble consort." The chief eunuch promptly agreed and dispatched orders. Imperial consort Gui was suddenly placed under house arrest, still bewildered. Fortunately, she had her people who soon investigated why she was confined. "The deposed empress is dead." Imperial consort Gui exclaimed, then asked, "What does that have to do with me?" The maid replied, "The details are unclear, but it seems only Madame visited the cold palace yesterday. The deposed empress died this morning, and His Majesty likely suspects you." Imperial consort Gui couldn't help but fume. "I am not that foolish. If I wanted her dead, I could have the emperor issue a single order. I haven't even exterminated her family yet. How could I have killed her? This must be a frame-up. Go investigate who did this." The maid hurried off, leaving Imperial consort Gui pacing in her palace, pondering who had killed the deposed empress and framed her. While she was still perplexed, the third prince led a coup against the palace. The matter was thus: the third prince had initially rejoiced at the second prince's demise, but his joy was short-lived. Upon discovering his mother was deposed and his maternal clan exiled, he grew increasingly convinced that he would soon face a similar fate. Thus he visited his uncle in prison, requesting some men. He had intended to make further preparations, but the sudden news of the deposed empress's death changed everything. Grief-stricken and panicked, the third prince hastily launched a rebellion. Leading his soldiers directly into the palace, he managed to breach the gates by surprise. Elated and recalling his mother's tragic death, he stormed into Imperial consort Gui's residence, where she was under house arrest, and had her hacked to death. Then he charged toward the emperor's bedchamber. Before he could reach it, War Prince Xie Chen arrived with his troops. Seeing the blood-soaked third prince, Xie Chen clapped his hands with amusement. "Third brother, quite impressive. All that blood. You've killed quite a few, haven't you?" Having just slain a few defenseless people, without facing any real resistance, and having wielded a blade for the first time, the third prince was deluded. He now believed himself invincible. Facing his elder brother, who had actual battlefield experience, the third prince felt he could match him. So this is how easy killing in battle is, he thought. Thus he became contemptuous of his older brother, pointing his blood-stained sword at Xie Chen, and said coldly, "You killed my mother. I won't let you off. Imperial consort Gui is dead. You're next." Xie Chen laughed a wild, almost insane laugh. "Very well, I await my third brother's blade." He spread his arms wide, as if inviting death. "Come kill me. I no longer wish to live. Third brother, let me die." Wang Du, standing nearby, twitched uncontrollably. Heavens, the prince has gone mad again. Why now of all times? The third prince felt a flicker of fear, but seeing Xie Chen's deranged demeanor, he decided there was nothing to be afraid of. Without summoning his men, he charged forward with a wild cry, brandishing his sword. Before he could reach Xie Chen, his battle cry turned into a shrill scream. He fell from midair, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust, lying motionless. Xie Chen burst into laughter. "Hilarious. You actually thought you could kill me. Ha ha, did you think I was a cabbage to chop?" The rebels accompanying the coup were dumbfounded. They had never seen the war prince act like this. What had happened to him? What was going on? What was going on? Paralyzed with confusion, none dared advance. They watched as Xie Chen walked over, nudged the prone third prince with his foot, and said disdainfully, "Hey, don't play dead. I didn't use much force. You can't be dead that easily. Wake up." He kicked the third prince with the same force. Soon the prince stirred in pain, gradually regaining consciousness. When he saw Xie Chen again, terror filled his eyes. What kind of power was that? A single kick had sent him flying. He had nearly died. Now he realized how rash it was to launch a coup so suddenly. His expression twisted as if he were on the verge of tears, pain racking his body and drawing involuntary groans from his lips. Big brother, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me." Xie Chen looked down at his younger brother with a cold smile playing on his lips. "I won't kill you. Rest assured, third brother." These words brought a flicker of relief to the third prince's heart, but just as his anxiety began to ease, Xie Chen spoke again in a leisurely tone. "Why would I want to kill you? You didn't assault my palace, nor did you murder anyone I care about. How could I possibly kill you?" The third prince's face drained of color, his eyes filled with despair as he stared at Xiechun. Xiechun waved his hand dismissively. Someone take him to the emperor. I won't be going. He was merely a minor player in this scheme, already eager to return home and share the tale with his wife. Noticing the others already departing with their prisoners, he pulled Wang Du closer and instructed him. Be sure to listen carefully to how the punishment is carried out. Report back to the princess. She wants to hear all about it. Wang Du couldn't help but think he had never encountered a lord so unhinged or a princess so fond of gossip. Yet on his face he remained exceptionally respectful. Yes, my lord. I understand. The emperor is in a furious rage and has already imprisoned the third prince at the court of judicature and revision. He hasn't yet decided on the punishment. The prince's attendants have all been arrested as well, and their family estates have been confiscated with sentences of exile handed down. Wang Du returned and reported methodically. The troops have already been sent back to their respective barracks. As for your majesty the emperor, he has collapsed from anger and lies in bed. A decree summoning us to the palace to attend upon him will likely be issued shortly. Shěn Lí let out a derisive chuckle. Our emperor has grown quite bold, hasn't he? At a time like this, he still has the nerve to summon his sons to attend upon him. Wang Du was taken aback. Xiechun, eager to support his wife's words, chimed in with a smile. He doesn't have that kind of courage. He's likely sealed the palace gates and is going to great lengths to keep his illness hidden from us. He waved his hand at Wang Du with a look of disdain. Enough. You know nothing. You may leave. Wang Du stood there bewildered. As expected, his master was still the same, completely devoted to his wife, while treating everyone else with indifference. But since that devoted affection was directed toward the princess, Wang Du dared not complain and could only retreat in frustration. Shěn Lí stroked her chin in a thoughtful manner. I didn't expect your father to have such a strong constitution. Frowning, she added, it's a pity you passed away too soon. It would have been far better if your third brother had simply ended him on the spot. Xiechun held her hand, rubbing it gently. Since winning her as his wife, this seemed to have become his favorite pastime. He smiled and said, My dear, we need not rush. The deposed queen and the noble consort are both dead now. With only a princess by our father's side, he won't last long either. What we need most now is to ensure the noble consort's entire clan accompanies them to the grave. That decree still requires our beloved father to issue it, so he cannot come to any harm just yet. Shěn Lí nodded. You make a valid point. But how did you arrange for the third prince to kill the noble consort? I was planning to administer some Qianji poison to her myself. Xiechun beamed at her earnest devotion to him. She seemed so endearingly naive, lacking any trace of the fearsome war king's demeanor. Having the noble consort die at the third prince's hands serves us better than dying at ours. I know you're doing this for my sake, wanting me to seek this revenge with my own hands, but I don't need to. So many years have passed. As long as these people meet their end in the end, I don't care who delivers it. A death by 1,000 cuts, I think, is no less satisfying than Qianji poison. Shěn Lí nodded, though hesitation crossed her face. Do you think your father will discover we were behind this? Xiechun replied with quiet confidence. Even if he weren't ill, he still wouldn't be able to uncover what we've done. Looking at him, and considering his position, with everything reaching this critical moment, there was something she simply had to say. Her expression turned serious as she met Xiechun's gaze. I need to speak with you about something. Xiechun found her solemn expression only made her fair face more captivating, sending a pleasant flutter through his chest. He nodded. Go ahead. I'm listening. He kept hold of her hand, but she pulled away. He grabbed it again, and she yanked it back, once more shooting him an annoyed look. He caught her hand again, offering her a smile. Shěn Lí gave up resisting and let him hold her hand. I understand that given your position, it's only natural that you'd consider that throne. Your abilities certainly make you worthy of it. You're the eldest prince and the first among your brothers to be granted a princely title. The second and third princes have lost both their mothers and their lives, so they pose no threat to you. The other princes are too young and lack your military authority, especially with the emperor in his current state. I know you're the most likely to claim the throne, but Xiechun, I need to be clear with you. She took a deep breath and spoke with gravity. I don't know if you have what it takes to reach that position, but I need you to understand something. I cannot accept a man taking multiple wives, and I certainly cannot accept the emperor's harem of consorts. Shěn tightened his grip on her hand. My dear, I promise you, there will only ever be you in my life. Shěn Lí shook her head. Words are easy to speak, but they're also easy to change. Besides, even if you refuse to take multiple concubines, how would the ministers react? They all have daughters of their own. I refuse to have them submitting memorials daily urging you to take concubines. If you refuse, they'll likely paint me as the poison that brought ruin to the nation. I won't bear that kind of infamy. So if that day comes, we'll part ways and find peace separately rather than ending up with nothing but resentment between us. Hearing her words, Shěn drew in a sharp breath and gripped her hand tightly. My dear, why would you say such things? We barely managed to get married, and it's only been this short time. Are you already saying you want to be rid of me? I certainly don't want that. He gently rubbed Shěn Lí's hand, speaking in a soothing tone. My dear, you're overthinking this. I've never considered becoming emperor. His expression was earnest, but Shěn Lí looked skeptical. Really? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Of course it's true. Let me tell you, my dear. I've seen from childhood how difficult it is to be emperor. Aside from being able to kill at will, he eats worse than officials, rises earlier than them. And if anything goes slightly wrong, one official impeaches him, while another follows suit. Even taking a concubine draws a crowd of critics. I was terrified just watching from the sidelines. Think about it. I can already kill whenever I please. Why would I take on this thankless burden? He leaned close to Shěn Lí and affectionately kissed her cheek, saying, Wife, rest assured I've already thought this through. To ensure our future won't be constrained by others, we'll install a young emperor and serve as regent ourselves. Once we have a child and he grows older, we can ask his wishes. If he desires to be emperor, we'll simply depose the young ruler. If not, we'll continue as regents. Shěn Lí was startled by this idea, but as she considered it, it did seem like a sound plan. After some thought, Shěn Lí replied, These princes are rather old to serve as puppet emperors. They'll likely be constantly plotting to seize power from you. Shěn was pleased to see her no longer dwelling on escape, and as she began contemplating their future, he shared his plan with her. Wife, don't just focus on these princes. Have you forgotten there's a beauty in the palace who is pregnant? I've arranged for her secret protection. Once she gives birth to a son, we'll place him on the throne. Shěn Lí hadn't expected him to plan so far ahead. After a moment's thought, she asked, How can you be certain that Beauty will bear a son? Shěn smiled faintly. Regardless of what she bears, it will have to be a son. Shěn Lí understood. He was ensuring the child would serve as his leverage no matter the circumstances. Shěn Lí saw no issue with this. Such was the law of the jungle. No world operated otherwise. Having decided to become regent, Shěn had made extensive preparations, secretly securing control of palace personnel, while the emperor remained unaware. Thus, he was fully informed of everything that transpired during the emperor's illness. The emperor lacked the resolve to act decisively even when the third prince forced his way into the palace. He never considered executing his own son. With no choice, Shěn made that decision for him. A day later, the third prince took his own life in the Dali Temple prison. Upon learning of this, the emperor fainted once more. When he regained consciousness, he ordered the complete eradication of all the third prince's associates. The first target was the Chun Duke's mansion. The Chun Duke's mansion was the family of Princess Ning'an. Since her mother came from humble origins and needed to curry favor with the empress to survive in the palace, they had consistently aligned themselves with the third prince's faction. When the third prince rebelled, the Chun Duke's mansion was the second to declare support after the Lí family. And naturally, they suffered the most devastating consequences besides the Lí family. All 9 generations of the family were executed, including the Princess Ning'an's 2 children. Though the princess herself was spared the death penalty, witnessing her children's deaths drove her to take her own life. Next came the Yonghi-Bo estate. Since the Yonghi-Bo had once given his daughter to the third prince, and now that the prince was gone, the emperor intended to settle scores with each of them in turn. The Yonghi-Bo had grown visibly gaunt over recent days. When the imperial edict for confiscation arrived, he fainted from fright. Unlike the emperor, he never regained consciousness, and the rest of the Yonghi-Bo household naturally fared no better. Then there was the Bao Guogong estate. Since Shun Yuan had entered the third prince's residence, Shun Yinyu had urged the entire family to align with him. However, when the third prince forced the palace, the Bao Guogong family did not join him. Yet despite their absence, the emperor could not overlook it. After all, his own son had died. These who had not participated were even more detestable in his eyes, so the emperor fabricated charges against them and sentenced the entire family to confiscation and exile. By the time Shěn Lí heard news of them again, the entire Bao Guogong family had perished during their exile. Yet none of this mattered now. As one rises to a certain height, previously daunting tasks become mere gestures of the hand. Shěn Lí now focused on another matter. Consort Liang had given birth to a plump, fair-skinned prince. The emperor, overjoyed, accompanied Consort Lí to host the infant's 1-month celebration, determined to dispel the gloom that had settled over the palace. As this was his late-born son, the emperor was delighted to bestow the name Xie upon the prince and shower him with generous rewards. Consort Liang, having given birth to a prince, was swiftly elevated to the rank of Jiyu and became the emperor's newest favorite. Though many attended that day, all were seasoned palace dwellers who knew better than to engage in improper conduct. During the gathering, only Consort Lí held the young prince. That very night, the infant broke out in a rash and developed a high fever, becoming delirious. All physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau were summoned. Consort Liang's eyes were red from weeping, and the emperor burned with anxiety. "If you cannot cure the young prince, I will have your heads." Terrified, the physicians exerted themselves to the utmost and finally discovered traces of medicinal powder on the prince's clothing. The physician who discovered it immediately gathered others to conduct an analysis, then reported back, "Your Majesty, this is powdered mukong flower from the garment. When processed into powder, this flower's pollen causes persistent, high fever, widespread rash, and eventual unconsciousness. To the untrained eye, it would resemble a common rash. But treating it as such would only worsen the condition, leading rapidly to..." He left the sentence unfinished, yet the emperor understood perfectly, his expression darkening considerably. Consort Liang collapsed to her knees before the emperor in tears. "Your Majesty, who could be so cruel as to harm a child? If they resent me, let them come after me instead. What innocence does a child hold? Your Majesty, grant me death. So long as the young prince lives, I shall remove myself from the palace and never stand in their sight again." The emperor's face darkened as he pulled her to her feet, offering reassurance. "No one dares threaten your life. You are the prince's mother and my concubine. None would dare lay hands on you." With a grim expression, he instructed the attendant eunuch nearby, "Investigate. Who held the young prince today? How could such matters withstand scrutiny?" The palace concubines were too shrewd to touch the child. Reports came swiftly. Besides the wet nurse and Consort Jiyu, only Consort Lí held the young prince. Consort Lí. The emperor's expression darkened. In recent times, he had lost 2 sons and a daughter, and had also survived a coup attempt. Though none of it had physically harmed him, his health was clearly declining. Now, with yet another incident entangling his favored concubine and his youngest prince, the emperor felt a surge of blood to his head. His vision blackened once more, and he collapsed unconscious. With the emperor unconscious and the imperial harem left without an overseer, the matter was naturally set aside. This time the emperor's illness struck with unprecedented ferocity, and he did not rouse himself as he had before. The imperial physicians divided their efforts, half attending to the young prince, the other half concentrated on the emperor himself. The imperial physicians kept their silence regarding the emperor's condition, each terrified of speaking ill. Xiechun entered the palace clad in dark ceremonial robes, casually drawing a long sword from a guard's waist before advancing toward the emperor's bedchamber. None dared to utter a word. "How is father, emperor? Tell me the truth plainly. I shall not hold it against you. But if you conceal anything and misfortune befalls, I will not spare you." The physicians groaned in despair. Of the 3 adult princes, 2 were already gone, and the remaining one was utterly unhinged. If they did not speak, he would likely cleave them with his blade. At that moment, a young physician stepped forward. "Your Highness, from what we can discern, His Majesty's constitution was once sound. Yet the past 2 months of pulse readings reveal grave irregularities. It appears the emperor has been consuming some potent substance." Xiechun's gaze narrowed slightly as he feigned ignorance. "Oh, a potent substance." The young physician prostrated himself. "Indeed, Your Highness. I observe that His Majesty's constitution has grown exceedingly frail, which explains why he fainted suddenly upon growing enraged. Such episodes repeated so frequently can only worsen his condition." Therefore I venture this counsel your highness must investigate the source of this matter, so that his majesty's ailment may be treated without delay. Xiechen's eyes narrowed as he nodded, and called out, Eunuch Lu. Eunuch Lu, the emperor's most trusted attendant, hurried forward at the summons. Your highness. Xiechen issued his command without hesitation. You attend his majesty daily, and know the inner workings of this palace better than anyone. I entrust this investigation to you. He then tightened his grip with a warning. You must uncover the truth swiftly. Should anything happen to his majesty's health, I cannot protect you. This dispelled any notion Eunuch Lu might have had of shielding anyone. A chill ran through him, and he bowed respectfully. Yes, this servant understands. The matter was straightforward to investigate. It depended entirely on whether the investigator applied himself. Eunuch Lu, motivated by self-preservation, spared no effort, and soon returned with his findings. At that moment the physicians had successfully revived the emperor, and Xiechen gestured for him to approach and report. As soon as the emperor regained consciousness, he saw Xiechen standing beside his bed with a drawn sword, which startled him. He feared a coup. To his surprise, Xiechen appeared quite pleased to see him awake, and promptly summoned the physicians for treatment. Before he could even take a bite of food, Eunuch Lu entered, and the emperor heard him speak. Your Majesty, I have not yet located the potent substance you were using, but I discovered incense ash in the censer you ordinarily employ. It has been examined, and that substance is known to greatly enhance virility. The emperor's complexion grew even worse, his appearance suggesting he was near death. Xiechen paid no mind to his dignity and pressed on. How did such incense come to be? Can its origin be traced? Eunuch Lu hastened to reply, We have already identified it, Your Majesty. I questioned the eunuch who tends the incense, and he has confessed. Xiechen observed his reluctance and raised an eyebrow. Eunuch Lu, speak plainly. Do not withhold half the truth. If anything befalls his majesty because of your silence, the blame will be entirely yours. Eunuch Lu immediately fell to his knees in terror. The emperor, in foul spirits and still recovering, offered no defense on his behalf. Your Majesty, Your Highness, Eunuch Lu confessed, I do not intend to conceal anything, but I simply do not know how to phrase this. Xiechen sneered, idly turning the sword in his hand. Say what is on your mind. Those people have already reduced His Majesty to this state. Do you truly believe you can escape accountability? The emperor found Xiechen's words reasonable and said, Speak. With the emperor's assurance, Eunuch Lu proceeded. The eunuch who tends the incense reported that these items were placed at the bidding of concubine Li's maid, who claimed they would benefit His Majesty's health. The eunuch accepted this without consulting the imperial physicians and proceeded with the arrangement. I have already had him beaten 30 times. How he should be punished further rests with Your Majesty and Your Highness. Upon learning that Consort Li was behind this, and recalling the earlier incident with the young prince, the emperor's suspicions were confirmed. Anger surged within him as he turned to Xiechen. Those who are not of our kind harbor different intentions. Consort Li is no true subject of our dynasty, and her malice runs too deep. Xiechen asked, What does Your Majesty intend to do? The emperor waved his hand dismissively. She is after all a princess of Yihu. Demote her to noble lady, and confine her to the palace for the time being. In other words, no execution. Xiechen felt a flicker of disdain, but said nothing, handing his sword to Eunuch Lu. Since Father Emperor has awakened, there is nothing more for me to do here. I shall take my leave. He departed as though the place held no attachment for him. The emperor made no effort to detain him, and as soon as he was gone inquired of Eunuch Lu, when did Prince Jean arrive? And what did he do throughout his visit? Eunuch Lu understood the nature of imperial families. Genuine father-son bonds were rare, and mutual suspicion was the norm. He answered truthfully, Prince Jean arrived while Your Majesty was unconscious. At that time no one dared to take charge, and the physicians were afraid to administer treatment. Only after Prince Jean's arrival did they find the courage to speak openly about what they knew. Thereafter Prince Jean organized these men to take turns on duty, and Your Majesty recovered consciousness rather quickly. As for anything else, there was nothing more. Though the emperor still harbored some suspicion upon hearing this, it was considerably diminished. Over the following days his health remained precarious, and he occasionally summoned Xiechen to the palace for conversation. Perhaps due to his advancing years and failing vitality, his thoughts drifted to his youth. On an unmarked day, he suddenly brought up the late Empress Yuan. Your mother and I were married in our youth, rising together from the positions of prince and princess to emperor and empress. She was always dignified and graceful, managing the inner palace with such skill that she relieved me of much concern. She would occasionally grow jealous of me, but nothing that could not be overlooked. It is only a pity that she departed too soon. A trace of longing flickered across his aged features. One could not tell whether he mourned the empress or his own youth. Xiachen observed him with a mocking curve to his lips. If mother was so excellent, father, why did you allow her to die? The emperor paused, and seeing Xiachen's expression assumed, he was suddenly remembering his mother's untimely death. With paternal warmth, he said, all living things are subject to birth, aging, illness, and death. After your empress mother fell ill, I also sent physicians to treat her, but since giving birth to you, her constitution had already been frail. No matter how much treatment she received, it was beyond remedy. Xiachen's handsome face remained cold and rigid, radiating an icy chill entirely different from when he was with Shěn Lí. His voice was deep and frigid as he spoke. I remember that during my childhood, mother's health was always fine. There was no condition as dire as your majesty claims. Her decline began in the 3rd year after the deposed empress gained your majesty's favor. During that period, you never once visited her. It was only then that her health deteriorated continuously. A flicker of unease crossed the emperor's heart. You were but a child then. What could you possibly have known? Xiachen fixed his gaze upon him, his expression as cold as ice, his eyes like a frozen pool. Indeed, I was young then. Yet I still vividly recall the expression of agony on mother's face when she departed. Father, as empress of the realm, was mother simply poisoned to death, and did you never once seek justice for her? The emperor shuddered violently and blurted out, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean poisoned to death? Your mother died of illness. What does anyone else have to do with it? Xiachen sneered coldly. Does father cherish the deposed empress and the late noble consort so dearly? They joined forces to murder my mother. All these years I kept silent, waiting for you to deliver justice, yet you have done nothing. Why? His piercing gaze locked onto the emperor. Could it be that father is also implicated in this matter? He was certainly not waiting for the emperor to grant justice. He knew all too well how heartless this ruler was. What he sought now was to force the emperor to settle the matter during his lifetime. Otherwise, once he seized power, his claims would lack such compelling force. Under such an intense stare, the emperor could not help but feel a surge of panic. How could that be? She was my empress. How could I? Sensing he had lost the upper hand, he coughed twice. Attempting to reclaim his dignity as a father and as emperor, he said, you claim they murdered your mother. Where is your evidence? Xiachen looked at the emperor coldly. Cui Zhu, who served mother back then, is the evidence herself. After mother's passing, Cui Zhu simply vanished. For these years I have been searching for her. Father, guess whether I have found her. The emperor's breath caught. He stared tightly into Xiachen's eyes, his teeth gritted. What do you want with that runaway girl? She may well be the one behind this. Otherwise, as a dowry maid belonging to your mother, why did she not stay by her side, but instead suddenly disappear? Xiachen observed his panicked demeanor and said, she did not vanish. Mother hid her. If she had not taken refuge so early, I would truly have no evidence. He regarded the emperor leisurely. Father, the deposed empress's clan is already destroyed, and the noble consort is dead. I have no other demands. I only ask that the noble consort's clan be punished according to the charge of murdering the empress. After all these years, does father not wish to bring justice to my mother? Father. He emphasized the last 2 words heavily, causing the emperor to shudder in terror, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Xiachen. The confrontation between youth and age made the emperor finally feel the weight of his years. He closed his eyes and sighed, very well. I will do as you say. That very day, the emperor issued an edict, the late noble consort, having conspired with the deposed empress to murder the former empress, would have her entire family executed and her 9 clans exiled. Shěn Lí watched the wails echoing through the capital, once again her face filled with confusion as she turned to the man beside her. When did you find that Cui Zhu? Xiachen looked at his wife beside him and smiled. Whether I found her or not is irrelevant. What matters is that father is now old. Sometimes a little pressure is all that is needed. In the matter of mother, he has always had a guilty conscience. Would he ever want to see the people from those years to hear them speak of how heartless he was? All he wants now is the appearance of harmony. He would not care about anything else. Shěn Lí raised an eyebrow. What if your pressure had failed? Would you really have produced that Chui Zhu for him? Xiechun replied, at that moment I would have produced Chui Zhu's belongings. Shěn Lí asked in confusion, why Chui Zhu's belongings and not Chui Zhu herself? Xiechun sighed helplessly. Because Chui Zhu is already dead. When I found her, she had already succumbed to illness. I could not possibly bring her back. Therefore this matter could only be pushed forward while father was ill. Had I attempted it at any other time, I would have failed. Hearing this, Shěn Lí looked at him with admiration and nodded, as expected of a prince raised in the palace. Your mind is indeed sharp. Xiechun smiled and said, all thanks to my wife's teaching. Shěn Lí had never taught him anything, and she would certainly not accept that credit. After handling this matter, the emperor fell ill and remained bedridden for several days. As the kingdom cannot be without a sovereign for even a single day, Xiechun became increasingly busy entering the palace daily to assist the emperor in reviewing memorials. Though he held no official title of crown prince, he was already exercising the prerogatives of one. Perhaps because Xiechun's conduct had been exceptionally prudent, or perhaps because the emperor found this son commendable after his health improved slightly, he did not send him away. Instead, he let Xiechun review memorials on his behalf, while he himself amused his youngest son. This routine continued for 2 months, until the emperor, unable to resist temptation, summoned consort Lí once more. Perhaps no man can accept his own impotence, and with his health somewhat restored, the emperor thought it worth trying again. But that one attempt cost him his life, and he never rose again. When the incident occurred, Xiechun was still awake, and Shěn Lí as well. It was not that they could not sleep. Rather, knowing that the emperor had entered consort Lí's palace, they anticipated what would happen. Neither of them intervened. They simply waited in the room, playing chess, biding their time. Though Xiechun had long wished to kill the emperor, the man was still his father. To seize control of the court, he could not bear such a stain on his reputation. Therefore this was something he could not do himself. But if he could not do it, others could. Consort Lí was the perfect candidate. As it turned out, Consort Lí did not disappoint their expectations, and indeed caused the old emperor to meet his end. When news came from the palace, Shěn Lí smiled and straightened Xiechun's attire. Go, she said. I will watch over the mansion for you. Xiechun gazed at her tender demeanor, then bent down to kiss her forehead. His voice low, he said, very well. Wait for my return. Shěn Lí nodded. I will wait for you. Xiechun turned and left the mansion. Shěn Lí watched from the gate for a moment, then instructed, close the main gate. The emperor's sudden death plunged the court into mourning, but almost immediately the officials began aligning themselves. The princes, hardly pausing to grieve, began vying for the throne. For some reason, despite Xiechun already exercising the powers of a crown prince, the emperor had never formally appointed him as such. Thus the other princes still harbored ambitions. Fourth Prince Xiechun, knowing that Xiechun had already entered the palace, led his own household guards straight to Prince Zhang's mansion. Each prince's mansion was allowed 500 guards. A dense dark mass of them now stood before Prince Zhang's mansion, a truly intimidating sight. Xiechun did not order an attack. Instead, he sent someone to call out, "Open the gate. Is the Princess of Zhang inside? Tell her to come out. Our master, following Prince Zhang's orders, has come to escort the princess to the palace." The people inside Prince Zhang's mansion did not open the gate, but shouted back, "Whoever you are, please leave. Our princess has decreed that unless we see our own prince, we will not open the gates." The caller paused, then cursed loudly, "You fools! Come out and see for yourselves. This is His Highness the Fourth Prince, the prince's own younger brother. He comes on the prince's orders." "How is that different from the prince himself?" The people inside replied. The princess said, "No matter which prince, if our prince does not return, we do not open." Fourth Prince Xiechun was greatly angered by this. He shouted directly toward the interior, "Sister-in-law, Big Brother sent me to escort you to the palace. Please open the gates at once. Do not delay Big Brother's affairs." There was a long silence from within. Finally a voice said, "Our princess said that the fourth prince should go to the palace himself. The princess will not go. If she offends the prince, she will apologize to him personally when he returns." Xiechun gnashed his teeth in fury, never expecting Shěn Lí to be so unyielding. Thinking that the situation in the palace was likely already under his big brother's control, he knew he could not afford to delay. If he did not resolve matters here quickly, his plan to use Shěn Lí as leverage to force his brother to surrender the throne would fall through. With a dark face, he raised his hand and ordered attack. The guards of the fourth prince's mansion charged forward. At that moment, Prince Jean's mansion suddenly began hurling stones from within. Soon the attackers were pelted with lumps on their heads. Xie understood at once what was happening. This was clearly a prepared defense. He sneered. His sister-in-law indeed had the spirit of a heroine who would not yield to men. But what a pity. He waved his hand and ordered the use of arrows. Shěn Lí had been standing outside from the very beginning to boost the morale of the guards. Most importantly, she was not afraid of this at all. When the arrows flew in, she immediately ordered everyone to take cover. Watching the incoming arrows, she laughed aloud. "Fourth brother, can't you hold back any longer? It seems the temptation of the throne is far greater than that of a princely title." Hearing her voice, Xie immediately ordered the archers to stop and called out to her. "Sister-in-law, I did not wish for this. But everyone knows that big brother cares for nothing but you. You are his heart. If I do not invite you, I fear I will have no chance at the throne. So please, sister-in-law, come with me. If you do, I promise not to harm anyone else in this mansion." Shěn Lí gave a derisive laugh. "Is that so? Very well then." She then gave the order, "Open the gates." The guards flanking the main gate were stunned. Why would anyone willingly walk into a trap? But they had been instructed to obey the princess in all matters. So even though they thought their mistress had lost her mind, they did not hesitate to open the gates. As the gates slowly swung open, Xie saw Shěn Lí standing inside. She wore a moon-white dress embroidered with magnolias, her hair coiled in a bun adorned with only 2 jade hairpins. She looked so plain she hardly seemed like a princess. Yet in the flickering torchlight, she was strikingly beautiful. The sight of her standing there was breathtaking. Beside her stood the mansion's guards, all prepared for a fierce battle. Xie narrowed his eyes. "Sister-in-law, please." Shěn Lí, however, shook her head. "I agreed to open the gates, but I did not agree to go with you to see your big brother. He told me to wait for him at home. If I go now, would I not be breaking my word?" Xie, angered by her words, said, "Sister-in-law, are you mocking me?" Shěn Lí shook her head again. "I am not mocking you. I opened the gates to see for myself a prince who would use his own sister-in-law to blackmail his brother. Do you think you can seize the throne this way, eh?" She raised an eyebrow at Xie. "Are you not afraid of being ridiculed by the world?" Xie's face darkened. "What are you saying, sister-in-law? I don't understand. I am here on big brother's orders to escort you. There is no blackmail. You had better not speak nonsense." Shěn Lí laughed derisively. "Do you believe that yourself, fourth brother?" She looked at him slowly. "Fourth brother, your big brother once spoke of you. Do you want to know what he said?" Xie sat on his horse, gripping the reins tightly, but said nothing. He simply stared at Shěn Lí. She did not need his reply and continued on her own. "Your big brother said that you appear cautious and courteous in everything, but your hidden ruthlessness is more terrifying than the open aggression of your brothers. He said that your second and third brothers are dead, and the younger ones probably won't cause trouble. But you..." Shěn Lí smiled at him, her eyes icy. "Now that the position of crown prince is undecided, your mind is surely filled with all kinds of schemes, and you will not rest easy. So your big brother told me to wait for you here." She sighed softly. "I thought that with your big brother's fearsome reputation, and since you brothers don't have the distinguished background of the third prince, you wouldn't contend for the throne. But in the end, your big brother knows you best. And here you are." She looked at Xie with a helpless expression, much like an elder sister acting as a mother gazing at her own immature child. Shěn Lí's demeanor made Xie extremely uncomfortable, for he was actually older than her. Suppressing his anger, he said, "Sister-in-law, what is the meaning of this? Don't think that talking like this will work. You two are quite amusing, criticizing your younger brother-in-law at home for no reason." Shěn Lí smiled, not minding his sarcasm. "Fourth brother, your words are too harsh. Your eldest brother did mention you to me. After all, he understands you better than anyone. But he didn't speak much about the other younger brothers. Look now, isn't he also absent?" As Shěn Lí spoke, she opened her arms and glanced around left and right as if to say, "Look for yourself. Is it just you here?" This made Xie's expression darken once more, his grip on the reins tightening. Provoked by Shěn Lí's words, he looked at her coldly and said, I may desire that position, but what of it? The second and third brothers are dead. Eldest brother's fits of rage make him fit only to be a general. If he were to become emperor, who knows if the people wouldn't suffer. Sister-in-law, I suggest you persuade eldest brother to relinquish the throne. Only then can I ensure you retain your wealth and status. Shěn Lí regarded him with the same helpless expression one might show an unruly child. Fourth brother, how can you say such things? His Majesty has just passed away. Eldest brother is overwhelmed with grief and has no mind for anything else. Do not assume others think as you do. Speaking of which, fourth brother, why have you not entered the palace to mourn? Shěn Lí's question struck a nerve. By all protocol, the emperor's sons should have rushed to the palace the moment news arrived. What was Xiaqi doing here? While Xiaqi was wasting time arguing with Shěn Lí, he had failed to enter the palace. Should the charge of unfilial conduct be brought against him, any claim he had to the throne would be forfeited. Xiaqi's face darkened further. He had intended to seize Shěn Lí and force her into the palace to make eldest brother yield the throne, but he had forgotten his own failure to appear was itself a grave offense. He could not let Shěn Lí continue. His expression turned grim, and he raised his hand to signal the archers beside him. They knocked their arrows, taking aim at Shěn Lí. Xiaqi spoke coldly. Sister-in-law, eldest brother awaits you in the palace. Will you come or not? Shěn Lí raised an eyebrow and refused flatly. I will not go. Xiaqi's face turned completely cold. Very well. Since sister-in-law refuses, I shall not force you. He waved his hand, and the archers' arrows flew simultaneously toward Shěn Lí. The distance between them was not great. Even an ordinary archer could have hit the target, let alone Xiaqi's elite marksman. Xiaqi had never considered any other possibility. Everyone waited for the moment Shěn Lí would fall dead. Shěn Lí watched the arrow approach. She stopped her guards from rushing to protect her, raised her hand, and caught it. Before all eyes, the arrow that had come like a bolt of lightning was effortlessly caught between her fingers. It halted merely a finger's breadth from her brow. All were stunned. Xiaqi's pupils dilated. He had heard rumors that Shěn Lí knew martial arts. But in their eyes, how skilled could a woman truly be? The tiger last time had certainly been slain by Xiaqi, who had claimed it as Shěn Lí's kill. Thus many, including Xiaqi, had never taken Shěn Lí seriously. Yet now, seeing Shěn Lí catch the arrow with one hand, everyone regarded her with new respect. Shěn Lí examined the arrow carefully, then looked up and smiled at Xiaqi. Xiaqi found that smile chilling, sending a shiver down his spine. Shěn Lí paid no mind to his rigid posture and continued, speaking gently. Fourth brother, you were the one who drew first blood. They say one does not strike a smiling face. But since you have struck at this smiling face of mine, do not complain later if sister-in-law retaliates. Shěn Lí felt her patience had been remarkably generous, maintaining such composure for so long. Xiaqi felt his heart turn cold, yet he summoned enough strength to say, What are you implying, sister-in-law? Since ancient times, victors are crowned and vanquished are defeated. If I had lost, I would accept it without complaint. The same applies to you, sister-in-law. As he spoke these words, a burst of fireworks erupted from the direction of the palace. Shěn Lí glanced that way, her smile growing brighter. A smile entirely inappropriate in the days following the emperor's death. This only made Xiaqi break into a cold sweat. He also looked toward the palace, but could not decipher its meaning. One of his guards muttered, What does this mean? The emperor has just passed away. Why would the palace be setting off fireworks? Shocked, Xiaqi knew these were not mere fireworks. He suddenly glared at Shěn Lí and roared, You're stalling me. Shěn Lí rolled her eyes at him helplessly. Fourth brother, how can you say such things? I'm not stalling. I simply wanted to show you how eldest brother has secured the palace so you might feel at ease. Hearing her words, Xiaqi knew his chances were completely gone. He glared at Shěn Lí as if he could devour her. You spoke so much merely to buy time, claiming to secure the situation. And now, what do you intend to do after securing it? Shěn Lí gently rubbed the arrow in her hand, her smile radiant. Fourth brother, before eldest brother departed, he told me that if there was an opportunity, I should spare your life. You may continue as a prince in good standing, and we will ensure you enjoy wealth and honor for life. Hearing his own words echoed back by Shěn Lí, Xiaqi showed no joy. Instead, his face turned cold as he said, So you mean you have no intention of heeding eldest brother's words? What then do you plan to do with me? Shěn Lí gave a chilling smile. Fourth brother sought to kill me. Why would I spare your life? What if you attempt to harm me again in the future? In a flash, Shěn Lí moved. Before anyone could react, she had appeared atop Xiaqi's horse. She stood lightly upon the horse's head as if weightless, and the horse did not even flinch. Before Xiaqi could register his surprise, an arrow pierced his throat. Shěn Lí's voice, like that of a demon whispering in his ear, reached him. The last person who tried to kill me is now buried in the wilderness. Go ask him whether he regrets it. After speaking these words, Shěn Lí drove the arrow deeper into his throat, piercing clean through. The arm strength required sent shockwaves through the onlookers, who dared not move, fearing they would be next. The prince's guards were stunned. They had never seen such a consort. Their lady had in that instant surpassed even the prince in majesty. Having slain her foe, Shěn Lí leaped from the horse. She released her grip, and Xiaqi collapsed from the saddle, his eyes wide, and unblinking blood welling from the wound in his throat. His men grew restless and agitated. Shěn Lí turned and offered them a friendly smile. The mastermind is now dead. If you do not wish to be branded rebels, lay down your weapons. To them, that smile now resembled the grin of a demon. None dared move against her, and they gradually lowered their weapons. Shěn Lí was satisfied. Everything in the palace was far easier to handle than Xiaqi had imagined. Since the fourth prince had gone to the prince's mansion, the remaining individuals had no earnest ambition to seize the throne. Moreover, over these past days, Xiaqi had been attending to all matters pertaining to the crown prince. As the legitimate son of the late empress, many already regarded him as the future son of heaven and naturally would not compete with him. Furthermore, Xiaqi had the support of the Aqueduct's estate and commanded an army of 100,000. Under such circumstances, anyone who dared to vie for that position would be courting death. It was evident that aside from the fourth prince, the other princes wished to remain alive. Thus, Xiaqi swiftly brought the interior and exterior of the palace under his control and sent word to Shěn Lí, reassuring her. Xiaqi did not return throughout the night. The following day, the 100 officials awaited his enthronement, so they might proceed with the mourning ceremonies, yet Xiaqi harbored no such intention. Helpless, the ministers could only kneel and implore him to ascend the throne. To their astonishment, Xiaqi declared, "What enthronement? This prince has never harbored any desire to become emperor." The officials stood frozen, each thinking the same thing. If you never intended to be emperor, why did you eliminate those who did? Moreover, you have been performing the duties of the crown prince all along, and now that the throne is within your grasp, you refuse. Are you jesting with us? Even the Duke of Agua found his nephew's conduct untenable. Under the officials' urging, he approached Xiaqi to discuss the matter. Your Highness, you have already reached this juncture. Ascending the throne would be but a natural progression. Why refuse? Xiaqi held his uncle in some regard, and upon hearing this he asked, "What benefits does my uncle perceive in being emperor?" The Duke of Agua paused. "Naturally, it is to rule over all under heaven." Xiaqi pressed on, "Then what drawbacks exist in becoming emperor?" The Duke fell silent for a moment before asking, "Are there disadvantages to being emperor?" Xiaqi nodded gravely, his expression heavy. "There are many such disadvantages. For instance, the officials would compel you to take consorts, demand you rise early for court audiences, and if disaster struck, they might even force you to issue an edict blaming yourself. Why subject oneself to such torment? I have no wish to be emperor. Such a life would be utterly suffocating." The Duke of Agua fell silent once more before remarking, "Let us set aside the other matters for now. Surely taking consorts is not altogether a misfortune." Xiaqi's gaze toward the Duke of Agua shifted noticeably. In that instant, the Duke felt as though he had been reduced in his nephew's eyes to a man enslaved by lust. A vein upon his forehead twitched, yet he restrained himself and did not erupt immediately. Xiaqi replied, "What may seem no great evil to my uncle is for me precisely that." He continued, "What I desire is singular devotion, a single companion for an entire lifetime. I have never contemplated taking a secondary consort. Furthermore, I dread the suffering my lady wife would endure in childbirth. Therefore we shall have but few children, a one son and one daughter would suffice." He gazed at the Duke of Agua with exasperation. Surely this is something the ministers cannot accept. The Duke hesitated, then replied naturally, "How can one confine oneself to a single woman when there are so many noble daughters in the capital? Moreover, ensuring the royal lineage is the emperor's duty. How could one be content with merely a son and a daughter? Xiechun spread his hands. Precisely. I merely wish to live comfortably. If I assume that position, can I ever again enjoy ease? The Duke of Agua was speechless for a moment before asking, "Then what does your highness intend to do?" Xiechun pretended to ponder before saying, "I believe the young imperial brother Xiechi would be quite suitable as emperor." The Duke of Agua was stunned once more. The sixth prince. He is but a child. How can this be? As if just remembering, Xiechun raised his brow. Off. All right. He is still a child. Then I shall reluctantly serve as regent and manage the affairs of state on his behalf. His words sounded most reluctant, yet the Duke of Agua detected no such reluctance in his expression. After a moment of silence, gazing at his now-grown nephew, he sighed and said, "Your Highness has already decided upon this course, has he not? Had your Highness never intended to become emperor?" Xiechun gave a derisive laugh and looked at the Duke of Agua. "Uncle, I did consider becoming emperor." Before the Duke could respond, Xiechun spoke with icy eyes yet a smiling countenance. "I wished to become emperor and then slaughter all people in this world. I found life meaningless. If that is the case, then let us all perish together." At that moment, the oppressive aura emanating from him caused even the battle-hardened Duke of Agua to retreat a step, his face a mask of shock as he stared at Xiechun. Then he observed Xiechun's gaze suddenly grow exceptionally tender. The Duke of Agua. Xiechun gazed at the rosy clouds on the horizon and said, "On the day I returned to the capital, I encountered my lady wife. She is the most remarkable woman I have ever seen. Every smile, every furrow of her brow is etched upon my heart. It was on that very day that I suddenly altered my resolve. I thought to myself that with her by my side, perhaps life was worth living after all. Since I wish to live, then everyone else must live as well." The Duke of Agua. Suddenly a thought struck him. He looked at Xiechun in disbelief. "I recall that when your Highness returned to the capital, the Gu family had not yet sought a divorce, had they?" Xiechun turned to him and made a shushing gesture. The Duke of Yi's eyes widened, fearing that Xiechun might actually do something as scandalous as taking another man's wife. Xiechun said helplessly, "Uncle, what are you saying? The princess consort and I came together willingly. We were granted marriage by imperial decree. As for the Gu family, they brought about their own downfall. It had nothing to do with us. The princess consort divorcing him had nothing to do with me either. Uncle, you know the truth about the Gu family, don't you? Before all that, there was no relationship between us." The Duke of Yi remained skeptical, believing his nephew capable of anything. But since Xiechun was unwilling to speak and the Gu family was no more, there was no point in pressing further. He cupped his hands and said, "Since your Highness has made up his mind, please proceed to support the young prince's ascension to the throne." Xiechun smiled and replied, "Very well." Consort Liang never imagined that she, a minor palace concubine with no influential family and little power in the harem, would become the Empress Dowager simply for bearing a young prince. Her son became the emperor. Though there was still a prince regent, he was but a subject. How could he compare to the dignity of an emperor? The grief over the late emperor's death vanished entirely. She wished she could hasten the funeral and move into the Xinang Palace, the residence of the Empress Dowager. At the same time, Consort Li was ordered to commit suicide for defiling the late emperor's body. The matter was handled so discreetly that by the time people learned of it, the emperor's coffin had already been interred. Though now the Prince Regent Xiechun still returned to his residence every day, leaving the young emperor temporarily in the care of his mother, the Empress Dowager. He devoted himself to trying to conceive a son with his princess consort. During this time, the Empress Dowager requested titles and fiefs for her own family. Xiechun approved all of them. After all, she was the Empress Dowager, and it would be unseemly for her family to hold lowly positions. However, this seemed to fuel the Empress Dowager's ambition. When the Yehu tribe launched an attack after the death of a princess sent for marriage alliance, she wanted her own brother Emir Centurion to lead the army to the front lines, hoping to seize military power for herself. Shěn Lí was almost driven to tears by her foolishness. Since Xiechun wished to avoid any unsavory rumors with the Empress Dowager, Shěn Lí was the one who always dealt with her. Upon entering the Xinang Palace, Shěn Lí saw it was resplendent, hardly the abode of a widow. A multitude of palace maids stood about, and the tables were laden with delicacies the Empress Dowager had never tasted before. Yet Shěn Lí showed no fear at such a display. She gazed calmly at the Empress Dowager clad in her phoenix robe and said, "I heard you want your brother to lead the army." The Empress Dowager, only a few years older than Shěn Lí, tried to maintain her dignity. Sternly she said, "My brother serves as a soldier. What is wrong with leading troops into battle?" She looked at Shěn Lí with haughty pride and added, "Besides, have you forgotten, Princess Consort? I am now the Empress Dowager, your mother, and the Prince Regent's. When you see me, you should bow first before speaking." Shěn Lí was so exasperated by her stupidity that she choked. Looking at her, as if she were an utter fool, she said, "Have you forgotten how you became Empress Dowager? Have you forgotten how your son obtained the throne?" With many palace maids present, the Empress Dowager felt humiliated by Shěn Lí's questioning. She snapped, "How dare you speak to me like that?" Annoyed, Shěn Lí stepped forward and slapped her. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the hall. The attending maids and eunuchs knelt immediately, their heads bowed low, unable to believe what they had witnessed. The Empress Dowager was stunned by the slap. Her face flushed with rage as she glared at Shěn Lí. You dare strike me? I am your elder." Slap, slap, slap. Successive sounds of slapping rang out. Shěn Lí's expression grew cold and stern, while the Empress Dowager's face registered only disbelief. Finally, Shěn Lí stopped and looked at the Empress Dowager. "Are you awake now, your majesty?" The Empress Dowager gripped the armrests of her phoenix chair, gritting her teeth and glaring at Shěn Lí with hatred. She was far from being awake. Shěn Lí rubbed her wrist and raised an eyebrow. "Why did you suddenly think of becoming my elder? Have you not noticed that all my elders are dead? Now that the country is preparing for war and national mourning cannot be held, so your life is spared. That is why I have the leisure to speak with you for a moment. Don't forget how you got this position. I gave it to you when I was pleased, and I can take it back whenever I am displeased." Shěn Lí said casually, "There are many princes still alive. You don't think the late emperor had only your son, do you?" The Empress Dowager's pupils contracted sharply. At last a trace of fear appeared in her eyes as she looked at Shěn Lí. Shěn Lí was satisfied with that fear, for it meant that the Empress Dowager would not cause trouble for a long time to come. "Behave yourself, and you can remain the Empress Dowager. But with such ambitions, you are no longer fit to raise the emperor. From now on, the young emperor will be entrusted to the wet nurse." With a single light sentence, Shěn Lí made the Empress Dowager's face change. Her son was her only support. If he did not grow up by her side, wouldn't their bond grow distant? She immediately said, "No. My brother can give up the command, but my son must live with me. Only a mother truly cherishes her child. I cannot trust anyone else." Shěn Lí looked at her. "I am not giving you a choice between two options, nor am I asking for your approval. Where the young emperor resides is for my peace of mind alone. You need not trouble yourself." She glanced around the palace and said, "Your Majesty is still in mourning for the late emperor. Such opulence is inappropriate. Have all these decorations removed." Her voice turned cold. "You all must think your heads are too firmly attached. When the Empress Dowager did this, none of you advised her against it. I have seen it today, but if others were to see it, you might not live to see tomorrow's sun." She turned and said coldly, "Remove them." The palace maids knew well that the Princess Regent's authority surpassed the Empress Dowager's. So at Shěn Lí's command, they scrambled to remove the furnishings. The Empress Dowager watched, her face twisted with impotent rage. In that moment, she realized being the Empress Dowager was not so easy after all. Shěn Lí left the Sinaying Palace where Xiechun was waiting for her. Seeing her, he stepped forward, and the couple walked out together. "The treasury is running low on silver," Xiechun said abruptly. "I just came from the Ministry of Revenue. If we use the funds to sustain this war, we will have nothing left for disaster relief if calamity strikes." Hearing this, Shěn Lí thought of her personal savings. "I have some things I can give you." But Xiechun shook his head. "Keep your possessions for our future children. War is a state affair. There is no need for us to drain our own resources. It's unnecessary." Shěn Lí thought for a moment and said, "I have never really celebrated my birthday. This time I want to invite all the noble ladies of the capital to come together." Xiechun glanced at her and smiled. "All right, let them all come to celebrate your birthday." Shěn Lí's birthday fell on the first day of the 8th lunar month, though she had never properly celebrated it. Now that she was the regent's consort, there were plenty of people eager to curry favor with her. On the day of his birthday, the threshold would be worn down by the constant stream of visitors. Everyone brought their marriageable-aged daughters along, who didn't know that the emperor was still young while the regent held absolute power. There were far more people seeking to curry favor with the prince than with the princess consort, who wouldn't hope to encounter the regent in the mansion and perhaps become a secondary consort. Some were whispering among themselves, "What an unfair world. Some are simply born lucky." She was just a divorced woman returning home, yet she had the fortune to marry the regent in her second marriage. Now she's the regent's consort, ranking above us all. One spoke with bitterness. Exactly. I wonder what Shěn Lí has done to deserve such fortune. She celebrates her birthday and expects all of us to come and pay our respects. Another sighed. Who can blame the regent for favoring her? If you had the means to make him take a liking to your own daughters, you'd be his mothers-in-law. Wouldn't that be far more illustrious? They chattered in hushed tones, yet their attention remained fixed on Shěn, who might appear at any moment. Shěn Lí saw through their schemes, but chose not to intervene. Such matters were for the men to handle themselves. She couldn't possibly control every one of them. What concerned her most was what gifts she'd received. The wives of officials below the third rank had sent precious items, while the wealthier officials of the third rank and above had offered calligraphy paintings and books. It was clear someone was orchestrating this behind the scenes. No wonder they'd reached such high positions. The moment they heard about the war and the empty treasury, they'd sensed something amiss. The Prime Minister's wife noticed Shěn Lí's displeased expression and inwardly groaned, but remembering her husband's instructions, she summoned her composure. "Your Highness, I assure you it's not that I wouldn't wish to present something more valuable. I searched through our dowry records, but found nothing suitable. I ultimately decided this calligraphy piece best complements your elegant and refined demeanor, which is why I brought it." Shěn Lí smiled, though her eyes held no warmth as she regarded the Prime Minister's wife. "It seems you and the Prime Minister both look down on me. You know I prefer practical gifts, yet you send me this calligraphy I barely understand. Isn't that rather humiliating?" No one had anticipated Shěn Lí's sudden confrontation. The Prime Minister's wife was taken aback. Among the noble women, such matters were typically handled with subtlety and indirectness. Why was Shěn Lí breaking from convention? The other ladies fell silent, trembling with apprehension. After her initial rebuke, Shěn Lí remained quiet. The Prime Minister's wife, overcome with fear, knelt before her. Shěn Lí helped her rise once more, her voice sweet with false warmth. "Why are you so nervous, madam? Though your gift wasn't to my liking, I have a calligraphy piece here that I believe you'll appreciate." She released the Prime Minister's wife's hand and settled into her seat, smiling. "Someone bring forward the calligraphy I prepared for the Prime Minister's wife." Bai Lian approached, carrying a scroll, and presented it respectfully before the Prime Minister's wife. "Madam, this is a gift from the princess consort. Please accept it." Seeing it was a scroll, the Prime Minister's wife was both flattered and alarmed. She thanked Shěn Lí. "How dare I accept such a generous gift?" "Thank you, Your Highness." Shěn Lí smiled without speaking. Bai Lian and another maid unfurled the scroll right before the Prime Minister's wife. The scroll was covered with dense writing, and the Prime Minister's wife's expression shifted dramatically upon reading it. She snatched the scroll and closed it quickly, as though desperately trying to hide what was written on it. Shěn Lí's smile was warm. "It seems you do appreciate this calligraphy, madam. Look how unwilling you are to let others see it." The Prime Minister's wife's face was grim, forced to smile. "Your Highness's gift is most appreciated." This wasn't calligraphy at all. It was evidence of the Prime Minister's family's crimes. She didn't need to doubt it. If she didn't comply with Shěn Lí's wishes this time, her family would surely suffer. She gritted her teeth inwardly, but forced herself to appear respectful and obedient, terrified that Shěn Lí's displeasure would bring hardship upon her family. Shěn Lí smiled sweetly. "I'm glad you like it, madam. You understand I have no choice. The front lines need funding, the treasury is empty, and I'm collecting contributions from each household. When the soldiers win their victories, they'll surely be grateful." The Prime Minister's wife felt as though her teeth might shatter. "Yes, I'll inform my husband upon returning, and ensure Your Highness is satisfied." Shěn Lí beamed. "Excellent. When you return, do speak with the Prime Minister. He is the backbone of our dynasty. Surely he won't let a matter of mere silver cost him his position." The Prime Minister's wife paled, her smile growing increasingly strained. "Yes, I'll make certain to discuss this thoroughly with my husband." Shěn Lí dismissed her thoughts. If the Prime Minister could see such evidence and still refuse to contribute generously, she would have to commend his boldness. She turned to Bai Lian. "Quickly bring up the gifts I've prepared for the ladies." Bai Lian curtsied and led the maids upstairs, returning with various items: calligraphy, paintings, books, and more. All who saw the gifts looked pale and stricken, while Shěn Lí's smile grew ever more gentle and gracious. In this world, how many officials are truly clean? They may hide well, but that doesn't mean others cannot find out. Under normal circumstances, perhaps Shěn Lí wouldn't make things difficult for them, but at this critical juncture, these people still dare to think of making things hard for her. Well, then she would have no choice but to make things hard for each of them. "Ladies, take these items back and let your lords appreciate them well, so they may understand the heartfelt intentions of the prince and me. Now the country is in great need of your support. I hope everyone can work together and help us get through this difficult time." She was all smiles, but the other ladies felt as bitter as if they had eaten coptis, not knowing how to explain things to their husbands when they returned home. Naturally, that was beyond Shěn Lí's concern. For now, she only wanted these people to deliver the money to her. Nothing else mattered. The Prime Minister's wife returned to the residence and quickly handed the scroll to the Prime Minister with her own hands. She had been holding it herself all the way, afraid others might know. The Prime Minister's face changed drastically as he looked at the scroll. He slammed it heavily on the table and said, "I knew it. At a time like this, no banquet is a good banquet. What kind of feast? It's just a scheme to squeeze money out of us officials." He took a deep breath and asked his wife, "Was this given only to us, or did everyone else get it too?" The Prime Minister's wife, still pale, said urgently, "All officials of the third rank and above received it. Some were even in sealed envelopes. I don't know what's inside. Even my own sister-in-law was unwilling to show me." The Prime Minister closed his eyes, took another deep breath, and opened them, saying, "You know how serious this matter is. How could they possibly show you?" He sneered and said, "Ha, the previous prince was already a madman. But now I see that this princess consort is even more insane than the prince. She dares to threaten all high-ranking officials of the third rank and above in such a setting, all for silver. Fine, I'll see how much silver she can produce." A hint of determination flickered in the Prime Minister's eyes. The next day at court, he was the first to step forward and offer silver. However, he said, "Your subject is willing to donate all the salary he has received over the years to support the military." As soon as these words were spoken, Xiechun, seated on the dragon throne, laughed out loud. After all, he was merely the regent prince, not the emperor, so he didn't need to care about being solemn. If he was displeased, he would kill. If he wanted to laugh, he would laugh. He said to the Prime Minister, "I say, Lord Prime Minister, when you said that, aren't you afraid that I would think you take me for a fool?" Hearing this, the Prime Minister knew it was bad. It seemed this prince was about to overturn the table again. Xiechun was indeed displeased. If these people didn't show respect to Shěn Lí, they didn't show respect to him. He said, "Lord Prime Minister, have you seen the calligraphy and painting that the princess consort sent you? Did you understand? From what you said, it seems you are unwilling to accept the princess consort's goodwill." The Prime Minister's back instantly broke out in sweat. Because Xiechun was not the emperor, he often made moves to overturn the table, not feeling that showing his unpredictable temper to the officials was a bad thing. Now he had also seized the secrets of many ministers, which was holding their lifelines. The Prime Minister had originally thought to spar a few rounds with him, but clearly the military situation was urgent, and the regent prince and his wife had no intention of playing word games with them. The Prime Minister was drenched in sweat. He knelt down and said, "Your subject can appreciate the goodwill of the regent prince and the princess consort, but your subject's ability is limited, so." Xiechun sneered, his sharp eyes fixed on the Prime Minister, and said, "It seems that the Lord Prime Minister still does not understand the princess consort's heartfelt efforts. Very well, in that case, I have nothing more to say. Since you say you lack the ability, I believe you. But as for other matters, I cannot guarantee anything." In other words, if the money was handed over this time, those matters would be set aside. But if not, then something might happen to the Prime Minister's residence. The Prime Minister's mind raced. In the end, he did not dare to gamble his family's lives against Xiechun. So after thinking, he said, "Your subject, though limited in ability, is willing to do his utmost for the heavenly dynasty. I will return and mobilize all my clan to raise military funds." A slightly satisfied expression appeared on Xiechun's face. He said, All right, since the Prime Minister is willing to contribute $1 million in military funds, I will thank the Lord Prime Minister on behalf of the soldiers. The Prime Minister's face turned extremely ugly. Your Highness, your subject did not say. He suddenly looked up and met Xie Chen's gaze, seeing those cold, sharp eyes. The words he wanted to say stuck in his throat, and he could no longer utter any refusal. He resignedly lowered his head, his voice filled with defeat. Yes, your subject will strive to raise the funds. The officials saw the Prime Minister surrender so quickly and became panicked. Especially those who had already received the final notice from Shěn Lí were now even more afraid of being singled out by Xie Chen. Therefore, starting from the Minister of Revenue, everyone quickly announced the amount they would contribute. Of course, they were all honest officials, so they would never say the money came from their own pockets. Some said they borrowed it, some said they raised it from their clans. In any case, it didn't come from their own purses. Xie Chen didn't care about that. After they finished, he said, "No matter how you obtain the money, no matter how you give it to me, I will remember your goodwill, and the soldiers will remember it too. Rest assured, as long as you have the heavenly dynasty and the soldiers at the border in your hearts, the state will not treat you unfairly." These words were like a reassurance, telling them that as long as they didn't stir up trouble, they would be safe on account of the money. They would not be in trouble. The officials understood the importance of these words. After all, although Xie Chen was not the emperor was young, the empress dowager had no power, and the regent prince's authority was almost equivalent to that of the emperor. If he wanted someone dead, that was a decree from the sovereign to the subject, and others could not refuse. Therefore, hearing him say that, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. Xie Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. When he got home, he nestled beside Shěn Lí and said, "You have no idea, those old ministers actually bullied me at court. Even though you had already agreed with them, the Prime Minister took the lead in refusing to acknowledge it, almost making me lose face in the court." He spoke to Shěn Lí with a pitiful tone, completely omitting how he had made those ministers sweat profusely. Shěn Lí's heart softened instantly. She reached out and patted his head twice, frowning with displeasure. They are really that bold. Xie Chen held her tightly, resting his head on her shoulder to inhale the fragrance from the hollow of her neck. In a voice still tinged with grievance, he said, "Exactly. Fortunately, I was clever enough to ask them if they intended to disappoint the princess consort's goodwill. Only then did they take some fright and open their purses one after another. Otherwise, I fear I wouldn't have raised the military funds even today." Moved by his pitiful tone, Shěn Lí leaned in and planted a kiss on his lips. Xie Chen hadn't expected such a reward, and was about to reciprocate when Shěn Lí pulled away, tapped his head, and said, "Since the military funds have been raised, it's time to decide who will lead the troops. What say you? Will you be the one to lead the expedition this time?" Xie Chen quickly cast aside other thoughts, pulling Shěn Lí close as he said, "No, I have a wife now. I can't bear to leave her. Matters of war should be left to those without wives to fret over." Shěn Lí, who had little knowledge of military affairs and didn't know who among the ranks were single, asked, "It seems you already have someone in mind. So tell me, who do you think is suited for this task?" Looking up at his wife's elegant jawline, Xie Chen's heart swelled with joy. He planted a kiss on her chin before replying with a beaming smile, "Wang Du has been with me for a long time. He's well versed in the art of war and commanding troops. Moreover, over the years, he's gained deep insight into the Yahoo people. I believe this mission is well within his capabilities." At his words, Shěn Lí recalled the tall man who always followed beside Xie Chen, the one who flawlessly executed every task assigned to him. Indeed, this matter could truly be entrusted to him. As Shěn Lí was pondering the feasibility of this arrangement, she suddenly felt something amiss. Glancing down, she spotted Xie Chen's dark head buried against her, and her face filled with exasperation. "What are you doing?" Xie Chen looked up with an innocent expression, saying, "I feel my heart has suffered a great wound, so I need to bury myself here to soothe my injured soul." Shěn Lí was speechless. "You beast." With the commander chosen, Xie Chen and Shěn Lí selected an auspicious day to send Wang Du off, dispatching him with the troops to the frontier. With that matter settled, there were no major affairs left at court. Xie Chen devoted himself daily to the endeavor of producing an heir, and Shěn Lí felt this wouldn't do. It risked exhausting him prematurely. So she ceased staying cooped up in the manor every day and sought other pursuits to occupy herself. Before long, she found her purpose, Kangle's affairs. Princess Kangol had turned 15, yet no one had mentioned her marriage in the past 2 years. Without an imperial decree bestowing her hand, no one could petition to wed her, and so the matter had been left to languish. Shěn Lí remembered how Princess Kangol had cautioned her during the royal hunt. Though it hadn't amounted to much, at least Kangol's intentions had been kind. Whatever her motives, arranging a marriage for the princess was a reward Shěn Lí felt well within her power to grant. Thus, on a clear and pleasant day, she invited the noble young ladies and gentlemen of the capital to admire the lotus blossoms at South Lake, bringing Kangol along with her. Gazing at the scattered boats drifting across the lake, Shěn Lí declared grandly to Kangol, "Now that your elder brother has only you as his sister, your marriage is of paramount importance. Among these young noblemen today, you may choose whichever one catches your fancy. As long as he has no wife at home, I promise you'll have your heart's desire." Kangol blushed deeply, yet she knew Shěn Lí's words carried some exaggeration. After all, she wasn't truly close to her elder brother, the Prince Regent. Even her late father, the Emperor, might not have remembered her marriage prospects, so how could her brother possibly give them a thought? Still, her marriage had indeed been delayed far too long. That Shěn Lí would go to such lengths for her sake filled Kangol with gratitude. "Thank you, brother and sister-in-law." Shěn Lí beamed. "Don't mention it. You and your brother are family. It's only right for us as your elder brother and sister-in-law to look after you. And besides, this little outing also gave her a chance to escape Siechan for a while. What could be better than that? There will be contests of both literary and martial skills later. I don't know which you prefer, but you may take your time observing them all." Kangol said bashfully, "How could I presume to choose? Marriage is a matter to be decided by one's parents and arranged through a matchmaker. Sister-in-law, you should make the decision for me. I'm fine with anything." As she spoke, she twisted her handkerchief nervously and lowered her head in shyness. Shěn Lí, however, said, "What's there to be embarrassed about? This is your marriage, your own lifelong affair. You're a princess, not just some ordinary young lady. Choosing your consort is your right. Take a good look and don't worry about what others think. Marriage is a lifetime commitment, so you must pick someone who truly pleases you." As she spoke, a mischievous thought crossed her mind, and she smiled with a knowing look. "You said you'd leave the decision to me. But have you considered that if I were to arrange it, I might pick some pleasure-seeking fop with not a drop of learning in his head, a household full of maidservants, and a face only a mother could love? Would you really be happy with that?" Kangol was still a young girl, naturally harboring dreams of romance. And after witnessing how inseparable Shěn Lí and Siechan were since their marriage, her heart had grown even more wistful. So when Shěn Lí made that remark, Kangol's face paled, yet she stubbornly insisted, "Sister-in-law wouldn't harm me." Though she said that, her hands twisted her handkerchief even tighter, betraying her anxiety. Shěn Lí naturally noticed and decided to stop teasing the young girl. "Now I'm telling you to choose, so just choose. Don't be afraid of anything, and don't worry about anything else. Go on." She waved her hand dismissively. "Aren't young girls supposed to enjoy themselves? I can see you've been far too restrained. Go find the other young ladies and have some fun." Knowing that further refusal might truly jeopardize her marriage prospects, Kangol rose and acquiesced. "Yes, thank you, sister-in-law." She left the pavilion with her maids. Free from Shěn Lí's imposing presence, one of her maidservants patted her chest in relief and said, "My dear princess, how is it that you're so sweet-tongued and clever before Her Highness the Empress Dowager, yet can't seem to find your words in front of the princess consort? What's that about?" Kangol pressed her lips together, listening to the palace maid's rambling, but said nothing. The palace maid continued, "Aren't you afraid the princess consort might actually choose an unsuitable consort for you? Fortunately, she didn't hold it against you. Otherwise, I truly fear I wouldn't know how to face Her Highness when we return." She patted her chest, still trembling from the scare, then smiled brightly at Kangol. "I understand the princess must feel wronged, but since the princess consort has allowed you to choose your own consort today, this is actually a benefit for your maternal family as well. As long as the princess chooses the young master as her consort, Her Highness will certainly be pleased. The princess consort has said she won't interfere with your marriage, so I'm sure she'll agree. With a princess marrying into your family, your status will naturally rise. No one will dare look down on you anymore." The maid, visibly pleased, reached out toward Kangol. "Princess, let me take you to meet the young master. You siblings haven't met yet, and I've heard he's quite handsome. I'm sure you'll take a liking to him." She grabbed Kang Lee's sleeve. Though reluctant, Kong Lu remembered her mother's instructions. Kong Lu, if the princess consort arranges a marriage for you today, so be it. We can't afford to offend the regent. But if she lets you choose your own consort, you must choose your cousin. He's your own flesh and blood. I never had great fortune entering the palace. My only hope was giving birth to you, but unfortunately you're not a prince. You can't bring great honor to our family. You're just a princess. Now mother only asks this of you. Bring honor to our family. With a princess marrying into the Zhang household, no one will look down on us anymore. Whenever there are banquets, they'll surely invite us on your account. Her mother said with hopeful eyes. Kong Lu, you must prove yourself for mother. Though unwilling in her heart, Kong Lu knew her mother had suffered greatly. Since she had given birth to her, if it could bring honor to their family, she would do it. The palace maid led Kong Lu behind the rockery near the water. Kong Lu felt something was wrong and struggled slightly. Chuyer, why are we here? Chuyer nearly fell from the struggle. Though displeased inwardly, she kept a smile on her face and said, the young master is waiting behind the rockery. As you know, his family holds no high rank, so meeting you openly would be improper. We can only meet in secret. Kong Lu knew her family's low status. She sighed inwardly and stopped struggling. No wonder her mother was so cautious. Had their family held higher rank, her mother's life in the palace would surely be easier. With these thoughts, she allowed Chuyer to lead her behind the rockery without resistance. Inside the rockery, it was pitch black, impossible to tell if anyone was there. But as Chuyer called out, young master, a man's voice immediately replied from within, yes, I'm here. The voice belonged to a young man, but the darkness made it impossible to see anything inside. Chuyer, delighted, pushed Kong Lu forward. Young master, the princess is here. Speak your minds freely. Kong Lu was pushed in unexpectedly and nearly fell, but someone caught her precisely. Though those outside couldn't see and those inside could see out. Caught by a man in the darkness, Kong Lu immediately tried to struggle free. But the moment the thought arose, his hand tightened around hers. From outside, Chuyer called, young master, hurry. I'll keep watch. Once this is done, the princess will be a Zhang family daughter-in-law. Kong Lu was startled. Chuyer, what are you saying? A bad premonition gripped her. Chuyer didn't respond. Instead, the young master beside her spoke. Princess, I apologize. You know the Zhang family's circumstances. I realize it's unlikely I could marry you properly today, so I must take this opportunity first. As he spoke, he began tearing at her clothes, his voice growing harsh. Once this is done, simply say you've harbored feelings for me all along. The regent and princess consort won't separate us cousins then. With a tearing sound, even the fine fabric gave way to the man's wild aggression. Kong Lu struggled desperately, her heart filled with despair. Yet she couldn't stop thinking of a way out. Cousin, this won't work. If you proceed, you'll commit a grave crime. I've already promised mother I'd choose the Zhang cousin as my consort. Why force this? You'll only worsen your own position. Cousin, if you let me go, I'll immediately request your marriage from sister-in-law. The man paused briefly. Chuyer, still nearby, heard and urgently warned. Young master, don't listen to the princess's nonsense. The princess consort isn't easily deceived. If she speaks differently later, not only will you suffer, but the entire Zhang family will be ruined. Her Highness worked so hard to arrange this for you. Don't squander her kindness. Once you've married the princess, you can win her over properly. Hearing this, the young master resumed his actions, his voice tinged with guilt. Kong Lu, I promise I'll treat you well from now on. The Zhang family must have a princess among us, so we have no choice. Don't blame Aunt and don't blame me. Kong Lu realized her own mother had orchestrated this. Despair overwhelmed her. No, this can't be my mother's doing. I'm her own daughter. Does she want to kill me? Her outer garments were nearly stripped away. The young master pleaded urgently. We never intended to harm you, princess. Once this is done, simply tell the princess consort you wish to marry me, and no one will ever know. Chuyer called impatiently from outside. Young master, why waste words on her? Finish what you're doing. We'll deal with the rest later. Suddenly, a puzzled voice echoed from outside. Annie, who are you speaking with? Do you need assistance? It was a young woman's voice. Kong Li's heart leaped with joy, and she was about to shout out loudly, but before any sound could escape, a large hand covered her mouth, swallowing all her cries into her throat. The man beside her was panting heavily, clearly also frightened out of his wits. Outside, Chuyer was even more terrified. Upon seeing a woman in silk accompanied by several maids, her heart pounded like drums. She prayed fervently that the person inside would not make a sound, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Fortunately, she quickly composed herself and curtsied slightly to the woman. "Thank you for your kindness, madam, but it is not needed. I am a palace maid serving in Consort Zhang's quarters. Our princess has soiled her skirt and is waiting inside for someone to bring her new clothes. It would be inconvenient for her to receive visitors at the moment." The woman was slightly surprised. "Is this Princess Kong Lo?" She smiled and said, "Very well, in that case I shall not disturb the princess any further. Please excuse me." With that, she gave a respectful bow toward the rockery, nodded slightly to Chuyer, and then departed with her maids. Chuyer watched her leave, and only then did the breath she'd been holding finally escape. That had nearly given her a fright. Inside, Kong Lu felt a wave of despair wash over her. This rockery was rather remote, and ordinary people would not come here. Just when someone had finally appeared, Chuyer had managed to send her away. This turn of events nearly extinguished her will to resist. The young master, clearly terrified, as well remained motionless for quite some time. Only after leaving the rockery did Chui Luo speak. Although Princess Kong Li's origins are humble, she is now the only recognized princess, so her status has naturally risen. How could her attendants be so careless as to let the princess wet her skirt? And Nanyuan narrowed her eyes slightly. Indeed, that palace maid even confirmed the princess was inside. Could even the proudest princess remain silent when wronged? "I encountered this princess when I visited the Wang Fei, and I had never heard that she would ignore a noblewoman without greeting her." And Nanyue felt something was amiss and instructed Chui Luo, "Go fetch the Wang Fei quietly without drawing attention. Tell her I am unwell and must see her at once." Chui Luo, having served her for many years, understood the gravity of the situation. She curtsied and immediately departed. And Nanyue turned toward the rockery, murmuring to herself, "Please let nothing terrible have happened." Chuyer watched as the person left, then approached the rockery entrance and urged in a low voice, "Young master, hurry up. Though this place is remote, we cannot be certain some noble seeking solitude won't appear here." The hands covering Kong Li's mouth remained tense with vigilance, speaking with a hint of fear, "Will we truly be unharmed?" Chuyer thought this young master was utterly hopeless, yet dared not speak harshly. He was someone the imperial concubine cherished more than her own daughter. If she showed disrespect, she feared the concubine would have her beaten to death upon their return. What could possibly go wrong? Should anything happen, the imperial concubine will shield you. The princess is the concubine's own flesh and blood. She would never harm the concubine. No sooner had she spoken these words than a voice rang out from behind her. "Ensure wife of the heir to the Duke of Jin from the first-rank dukedom of Jin pays respects to Princess Kong Lo." The sudden voice nearly startled Chuyer to death. She almost collapsed on the spot. Fortunately, having worked in the palace before, despite her trembling body, she managed to turn around, her face drained of color as she faced Nanyue. And Nanyue's expression shifted to surprise. "What's wrong, auntie? You look unwell." "I have Qingfeng pills on me. Quick, take some." And Nanyue called to her attendant, who promptly brought a bottle of pills. Seeing this, Chuyer's legs nearly gave way, and she hurriedly replied, "No need, no need. I'm quite all right. Thank you for your kindness, madam." And Nanyue knew she couldn't force the issue with a palace servant, so she smiled and said, "Look how much you're sweating, auntie. You must have been affected by the summer heat. Please don't stand on ceremony with me. When the regent's wife was still in her maiden home, we were very close. Though she is busy these days, our bond remains strong. The palace affairs are managed by the Wang Fei, and now that she is absent, how can I rest easy seeing you in this state? Moreover, you serve the princess. If anything were to happen to you, who would attend to the princess?" As Nanyue spoke, her smile grew warmer, and she called toward the rockery, "Princess, has your dampened skirt dried yet? Would you like me to come in and assist you?" Those words nearly gave both Chuyer and the young master heart attacks. Their hearts nearly leapt from their throats. Chuyer felt her head spin, barely keeping herself conscious. Fearing Nanyue might actually enter, she stepped forward to block her path, simultaneously obstructing the way into the rockery. With a strained smile, she said, "Madam, the princess is already in distress with her wet skirt. It would be unwise for you to enter. Should anything go wrong, I cannot answer to the Wang Fei." And Nanyue sensed something was amiss inside, and had no intention of risking herself. She also worried that Princess Kong Lu might be plotting something within. If so, she would find herself in conflict with the princess this time. Yet she could not simply leave either. What if something truly had happened? So she remained there speaking, without entering, waiting for Shěn Lí to arrive and take over the situation. And Nanua smiled and said, "Very well then, I shall not enter lest I disturb the princess further." She glanced around and asked, "You mentioned the princess, what her skirt here? This place is so remote. How did the princess come to be here? Were you the only attendant accompanying her? This place is so isolated. Why didn't the princess bring more attendants?" Chuyer found the woman's questions tedious, especially given her claimed connection to the regent's wife. Worried that Nanua would summon the Wangfei, Chuyer, though frightened, managed to respond, "The princess prefers quiet company. Besides, I sent someone back to fetch her clothes, so I am the only one accompanying her here. Madam need not stay here. Please attend to your own matters. This servant is sufficient." And Nanua's smile grew even warmer. "Auntie, there's no need for such formality. This place is rather secluded, and since Her Highness the Princess has gotten her skirt, it would be helpful for me to stay here as a cover in case others come." Speaking, she glanced around and asked, "How long has it been since the 6 people sent to fetch the clothes? Why haven't they returned yet? Shall I send someone to urge them?" Chuyer's heart leaped into her throat at these words. No need. How could we trouble Madam with such matters? Those girls were careless. I will report to Her Majesty upon our return and ensure they are punished." And Nanua smiled and replied, "Indeed, they ought to be punished properly. Letting the princess wait so long is unacceptable." Hearing the conversation outside, the young cousin remained tense throughout, never loosening his grip on Kong Li's hand. Inside, Kong Lu prayed that Nanua would come in to check on them, or at least not leave. Ideally, someone would come over. She wondered whether the young madam of the Duke of Jin's mansion was clever enough to have fetched help. Kong Lu pondered how to save herself. While panicking, she waited for an opportunity, and soon it arrived. The young cousin was no martial artist, and his prolonged tension had weakened his grip. Kong Li's eyes lit up. She seized his hand with both hands and bit down hard, not caring that others might discover her being alone with an unrelated man. After biting, she bolted outside. The young cousin never expected a princess to bite. He shouted in pain, clutching his injured hand, and momentarily releasing Princess Kong Lu, allowing her to escape. Hearing the commotion from within, and Nanua narrowed her eyes. "What's that noise inside?" Chuyer's face turned pale. She abandoned her and turned to enter, but saw Kong Lu running out with disheveled clothes, shouting loudly to Nanua, "I am Princess Kong Lu, save me." Chuyer tried to stop her, "Your Highness." But before she could finish, Princess Kong Lu, filled with hatred, slapped her across the face. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed. Kong Lu cursed viciously, "You cheap servant." Chuyer was stunned by the blow. Previously, Kong Lu had been as docile as a soft bun. Though a princess, she was easily bullied. Now that she had suddenly erupted in anger, Chuyer was caught off guard. Seeing this, Nanua knew things had gone awry. She hurried forward, checked on Princess Kong Lu, and asked urgently, "Are you all right, Your Highness?" No sooner had she spoken than another person emerged from the rockery. Upon seeing who it was, Nanua was momentarily stunned, then pulled Kong Lu behind her for protection. The few maids she had brought also positioned themselves in front of her. Nanua questioned sharply, "Who are you?" Protected behind Nanua, Kong Lu finally gathered the courage to look at the man. The moment she saw him, her stomach churned violently. He was a very fat man with dark skin, his features misplaced, and a black mole on his chin. His appearance was utterly revolting. Kong Lu couldn't hold back and vomited. Seeing her state, the young cousin's face grew exceedingly grim, while Chuyer's face turned deathly pale. It was over, completely over. There had still been room for mitigation, but why had the young cousin suddenly appeared? How was she supposed to continue with this? The young cousin glanced at Kong Lu behind Nanua, a flash of reluctance crossing his face. His expression toward Nanua was particularly hostile. If not for this woman, he would have already succeeded by now. He would be the princess's consort and never have to strive again in his life. It was all because this woman had ruined his plans. He looked coldly at Nanua and said, "I am the nephew of Consort Zhang. Princess Kong Lu is my cousin. If you know what's good for you, leave now, or don't blame my aunt for being harsh with you." Hearing him claim to be Consort Zhang's nephew, and Nanyue was somewhat astonished. Though she had never seen Consort Zhang, she had met Princess Konglo. Such a beautiful princess actually had a cousin this ugly. How could this be? Seeing this, Chuyer quickly said to Nanyue, "Madam, this is a matter between our noble lady and us. Please don't interfere. Our princess and the young cousin are deeply in love. It is only because you kept talking here that our princess felt embarrassed and ran out. Madam, it would be best for you to leave quickly. Do not bring trouble upon your own family." The words carried a threatening tone, but Nanyue glanced at the young cousin's face and smiled meaningfully. "I never expected the princess to be so deeply in love with the young cousin. Now that I am here, and the princess is here, what is the problem? The princess will speak for herself. As long as the princess asks me to leave, I will not stay a moment longer." As she spoke, she glanced at Princess Konglo. Konglu was furious, her hatred extending even to her own mother. Such an ugly man. No wonder they couldn't arrange a proper meeting and had to resort to such despicable means. She said bitterly, "I am at least a princess of a nation. How could I possibly do such a thing? You dare treat me this way. When I face my sister-in-law, I will make sure you regret it." Everyone knew who her elder sister-in-law was. Hearing this, both the young cousin and Chuyer's expressions changed. At this point, no one paid attention to Nanyue. Chuyer urgently said to Konglo, "Your Highness, you clearly are deeply in love with the young cousin. How can you change your story? Besides, what about our noble lady? If the princess consort finds out about this, our noble lady will surely be implicated." Konglu did not let her finish before angeredly shouting, "Shut up. You have conspired against me like this, and now you want me to cover for you." Pointing at the young cousin, her expression a mix of anger and disdain, she said him, "What about someone like him is worth me acting recklessly with? Deeply in love. Do not insult those words. Let me tell you, I will definitely tell my elder sister-in-law about this. As for how she handles it, that is none of my concern." Chuyer grew anxious. "Your Highness, you cannot refuse to admit your love for the young cousin simply because these matters were discovered. Are you trying to get us all killed?" At this point, she could only ruin Kong Li's reputation. As she spoke, she glanced toward the young cousin, who immediately understood her meaning. He flashed a greasy, disgusting smile at Kong Lu and said, "Cousin, I know you are embarrassed because people have arrived. It's all right, I don't blame you. But you cannot use this as an excuse to bring disaster upon our family, can you? Why don't you just ask this person to leave so we can talk properly? Auntie only wants what is best for both of us. You cannot be ungrateful." Kong Lu was nearly suffocated by anger at these two. She shouted, "Do not mention mutual affection to me. Not to mention that with someone's appearance and character, I would never be with him. Even if we were together, I would simply ask my elder sister-in-law to make the decision. My elder sister-in-law has already told me that I can choose my own consort. Do you think you can force me to submit this way? Let me tell you, if anything happens to me, I would rather die than let you have your way." Hearing this, Chuyer's expression changed. "Your Highness, you cannot say such things. Have you forgotten what our noble lady instructed you?" Upon hearing her mention her mother, Kongla hesitated. Chuyer continued, "Our noble lady raised you since childhood. It has not been easy for her all these years." Konglu pressed her lips together, her expression resolute as she spoke. "No. I was raised on the taxes paid by the common people, and even my mother was sustained by the state. Your actions constitute a blatant disregard for the royal family." Chuyer had never anticipated that the princess would be so stubborn in her words. Hearing her speak thus, she was immediately overcome with anxiety, a cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. Just then a string of laughter rang clearly in everyone's ears. "I had assumed she was a delicate and fragile princess, but it seems she has some spirit after all. How admirable." As the voice carried through the air, someone soon caught sight of Shěn Lí approaching, dressed in a crimson phoenix robe and accompanied by her maid, with Cui Luo walking alongside them. Upon seeing her arrive, the expressions of those present varied, and Nanyue's face lit up with relief and joy. Shěn Lí had come, and this matter no longer concerned her. Kong Lu regarded her as a savior, rushing forward and falling to her knees before her, tears that had held back now breaking through like a breached dam. "Please, sister-in-law, grant me justice." Shěn Lí helped her up with a warm smile, gently wiping her tears with a handkerchief. "Look at you, reduced to such a state from crying. Your makeup is all smudged. How pitiful." Though she wore a smile, Chuyer and the young master's faces remained ashen. Unable to bear it any longer, Chuyer dropped to her knees and began pounding her forehead against the ground in rapid succession before Shěn Lí. The young master also hurried to his knees, though he lacked Chuyer's pragmatism. Still insisting on his earlier claims, he pleaded, "My lady the princess and I have long been devoted to each other. We have always desired to be together, and today's events were beyond our control. I beg you, my lady, to grant us your blessing." Before Shěn Lí could respond, Kong Lu attempted to kneel once more, but Shěn Lí restrained her. Through her tears, Kong Lu insisted, "No, sister-in-law, there was no mutual affection between us. How could someone like him ever catch my eye? Please, sister-in-law, grant me justice." Shěn Lí spoke with a gentle smile. "Very well, I understand. Stop crying now and go change into proper clothing. The flower viewing banquet is still underway." She then instructed one of her attending maids to escort Kong Lu away. Without even glancing at the two individuals, Shěn Lí directly commanded the eunuch who had accompanied her, "Detain these two for now. I shall deal with them after today's events." The eunuch promptly took the two away upon hearing the order. Once they were gone, Nanua bowed to Shěn Lí and said, "Oh, you finally arrived. I was truly anxious just moments ago. When that so-called young master appeared, I genuinely feared he was Princess Kong Lí's lover, and I worried the princess would hold it against me." She pressed a hand to her chest, her expression still fraught with lingering fear. "Thank goodness he left. My heart has finally settled. With someone so unattractive, I'm certain that even if the princess had peculiar taste, she would never take a liking to him." Shěn Lí couldn't help but smile at her friend's relieved expression. "You've been through quite an ordeal. Even in your fear, you were still thinking of easing my burdens." And Nanua smiled brightly. "Exactly. Let me tell you, if it weren't for the fact that you now oversee the palace and bear all responsibilities, I would never have dared to involve myself in matters concerning the royal family. After all, one misstep in such matters could lead to grave consequences. I only acted because of your sake." And Nanua's words warmed Shěn Lí's heart. Indeed, when it came to royal affairs, most people would avoid them at all costs. Why would anyone willingly take them on? Fortunately, this matter did not trouble Shěn Lí too much. She linked arms with Nanua and said, "Come, let me take you to view the flowers as a token of my gratitude." And Nanua laughed teasingly. "Oh, I've made it at last. Now I can enjoy flower viewing alongside a lady of noble rank." The two departed chatting and laughing as though nothing had occurred. Within the imperial palace, Shokong Palace served as the residence for the late emperor's consorts, and consort Zhang was among them. Though the location here was hardly as favorable as her former quarters, she had a daughter, which naturally entitled her to a respectable courtyard. Under normal circumstances, she was attended by no more than 7 or 8 servants, but today that number had more than doubled. Moreover, each of them was robust in build and had effectively confined her freedom, filling consort Zhang's heart with profound unease. Yet that was not all. By evening, her meals were entirely withheld. When she sent her personal maid to inquire about the matter, the maid returned shortly thereafter with a panicked expression, reporting, "Your Majesty, the guards outside would not permit me to leave." Unable to reach the imperial kitchen to ask directly, I inquired of them instead. But they merely said that Your Majesty should reflect on your own actions, and that today's meals have been cancelled. Consort Zhang paused, then erupted in fury. "What does this mean? What do you mean my meals are cancelled? What have I done? What is the meaning of all this? Is it the Empress Dowager?" Consort Zhang gripped her fingers tightly, her fingernails nearly digging into her flesh. Her face was contorted with resentment, her usually delicate features twisted into an expression of particular ugliness. The palace maid shook her head in panic and said, "I do not know what those were or who sent them, but I do know that our palace has not had any meals today." Zhang Taipin had resided in the palace long enough to naturally be familiar with its cruel methods of torment. After her anger subsided, she had no other recourse, and could only say quietly, "Slip some silver to the gatekeeper. Let them send us something to eat." A flash of ruthlessness crossed her face as she added, "Just wait until the princess returns tomorrow. I will have her speak to the princess consort on my behalf, and we shall see whether the Empress Dowager dares to lay a hand on me again." The palace maid agreed and went out, but returned shortly after with a mournful expression. "Your Majesty, there is no food. I slipped the silver to them, but they said there was an order from above that no provisions are to be sent to our palace." Zhang Taipin paused for a moment, then exclaimed in anger, "What? They actually dare to do this. Fine, then I shall not eat today either. Let us see how long they can go without sending us food. Zhang Taipin believed that once her daughter arrived, those servants would certainly bring supplies, so she felt that enduring one night of hunger was of little consequence. When the Empress Dowager learned that the flower-viewing banquet was actually intended to select a consort for the princess, she harbored other designs. However, touching the cheek that Shěn Lí had once struck, she decided she should discuss the matter with Shěn Lí, so she sent someone to invite her. Although Shěn Lí had no desire to pay her any mind, she had nothing else to attend to, so she slowly made her way into the palace. This time the Empress Dowager had learned to be cautious. She also knew that her son was still young, and for the next decade or so, she would likely need to remain careful and respectful toward the regent and his wife. Yet she truly did not wish to miss such an opportunity. Therefore, as soon as Shěn Lí entered, she was exceedingly hospitable, ordering tea and snacks to be served, as if she had already forgotten the humiliation of being slapped the last time. Shěn Lí glanced at the fragrant tea on the table, raised her eyebrows, and said to the young Empress Dowager, "Your Majesty, simply state what you wish directly. Let us not beat around the bush. It is exhausting." The Empress Dowager's face was covered with a smile as she said to Shěn Lí, "What kind of words are those, Princess Consort? Cannot I invite you over for a chat when I have nothing to discuss? After all, we are family." Shěn Lí let out a derisive chuckle, rose to her feet as if to leave, and said, "Your Majesty has nothing to do each day, so naturally, you can find someone to converse with whenever the mood strikes. But I have matters to attend to these past 2 days, and do not have the time to waste on idle chatter with you. Besides, I do not see anything worth discussing between us. What do you think, Your Majesty?" Seeing that Shěn Lí truly seemed ready to depart, the Empress Dowager grew somewhat anxious. She knew that her first invitation to Shěn Lí had been easily accepted, but should she attempt to summon her again in the future, it would likely prove far more difficult. Therefore, setting aside all else, she quickly spoke to halt Shěn Lí's departing steps. "Princess Consort, please wait. I also wish to discuss the princess's marriage." Hearing about the princess's marriage, Shěn Lí turned to look at the Empress Dowager, surprise flickering across her face. The princess's marriage. Seeing that she had stopped, the Empress Dowager finally breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled at her, and said, "Yes, I also just heard that the Princess Consort is selecting a consort for Princess Kangol. All the children in the rear palace are my children, and such matters should originally be handled by me. However, I am confined to the deep palace and know not the character of those outside. The Princess Consort is the elder sister-in-law, so it is acceptable for her to manage this on their behalf. I merely wish to know whether the Princess Consort has already selected a consort for the princess." Shěn Lí looked at the Empress Dowager, raised her eyebrows, and asked with a peculiar expression, "So Your Majesty wishes to preside over the selection of a consort for Kangol?" The Empress Dowager smiled warmly, appearing to truly regard Kangol as her own daughter, and said to her, "Yes, if the Princess Consort has not yet found a suitable candidate for Kangol, then I also have a person in mind." Shěn Lí was somewhat curious to see what this Empress Dowager would do next, so she sat down and asked, "Oh, I have not yet decided whom to choose for Kangol's marriage. Since Your Majesty has a candidate in mind, I would like to hear who it is." Seeing that she was willing to sit and listen, the Empress Dowager immediately felt that this matter was half secured, so she said with a smile, "It is my nephew from my maternal family. My nephew passed the Shodai examination last year, and is considered a talented scholar. With our familial connection, it would be a match made even closer by kin, perfectly suited for the princess." She spoke with great pleasure, feeling nothing amiss at all. Shěn Lí's expression grew increasingly strange. "Shodai, does Your Majesty know how many Shodai our dynasty produces each year? Just because he is the Empress Dowager's nephew, should he marry the princess? I fear this will not do." Hearing her say this, the Empress Dowager could not help but speak anxiously. "What do you mean by that, Princess Consort? What is wrong with being a Shodai? He earned it through his own ability. Do you think it would be better for the princess to marry into someone else's family? Princess Consort, think about it. If the princess marries into another family, how difficult would it be to get along with her parents-in-law and sisters-in-law? It would be far better to marry into a family whose background is well known and trustworthy." Shěn Lí found this Empress Dowager quite amusing. It would be entertaining to come and listen to her speak on occasions when she had nothing to do, but this was too ridiculous, and she could not help but laugh. Ha ha ha, your majesty's words. I originally did not wish to laugh, but now I simply cannot restrain myself. The Empress Dowager naturally knew she was being mocked, and for a moment her expression was quite strained. Shěn Lí laughed on her own for a while, laughing until the Empress Dowager's expression could barely hold. Then she spoke with a smile. Your Majesty, it is fine to say such things to me in private. Although I laughed at most, I would only tell the prince. However, if these words were to spread, I fear your Majesty would lose all face in the future. Shěn Lí, feeling thirsty from laughing, picked up her teacup, took a sip, set it down, and then continued. Kangol is a princess. No matter which family she marries, and as she remains a princess. The imperial palace and the prince are her backing. What sisters-in-law or parents-in-law? If they are difficult to get along with, then simply do not get along with them. Kangol will have her own mansion. The consort will merely reside there alongside the princess. Why would Kangol need to trouble herself with maintaining such relationships? The Empress Dowager, hearing this, also felt confused, but thinking of her nephew at home, she continued, but marrying into another family is also not good. It's not as reliable as our own family who know everything about us. Shěn Lí retorted bluntly, but their family holds a higher noble title and their wealth is substantial. There's no need for the princess to marry in and subsidize her husband's family. These words made the Empress Dowager lose face considerably, for her natal family had risen to prominence through her lacking both substantial wealth and high noble titles. However, she persisted, we can just be granted the title of duke for my natal family along with additional rewards. Wouldn't that suffice? Then the princess wouldn't suffer hardship when she marries in. Watching the Empress Dowager lost in her fantasies, Shěn Lí laughed aloud. Should I also bestow a mansion upon your natal family? That way there'd be no need for a princess's residence when she marries in. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager was overjoyed. Is that possible? That would be ideal. Sensing she might be coming across as too mercenary, she adjusted her sleeves and demurely replied, ideally a 7-courtyard mansion would be granted. That way the princess could occupy one courtyard for herself, avoiding any cramped conditions. Upon hearing her genuine desire, Shěn Lí laughed again. Your Majesty, you think very well of yourself. We would be sending a princess to marry into your family, yet instead receiving a mansion, silver, and noble title in return. If you're so eager, then in the future, whenever your family lacks anything, you'll come to us for it. And if we refuse, the princess residing with your natal family would likely face considerable subtle hostility. She smiled and said, your calculations are quite shrewd. I can almost feel the abacus beads flying toward my face. The Empress Dowager's expression had already turned quite ugly upon hearing this. What does the princess consort mean by this? Who said anything about bullying the princess? We're all one family. We'd be only too eager to dote on the princess. Shěn Lí waved her hand and said, I think it's unnecessary. There are many ways to show affection for the princess. Your Majesty could simply provide additional trousseau when the princess marries out. There's no need whatsoever to marry her off to your natal family that has nothing to offer. As she spoke, she rose to her feet. Enough? I've listened long enough here at your Majesty's hands. I should return now. The prince is waiting for me at home. Thinking of Xie Chen's clingy nature, she couldn't help but sigh. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager's expression grew even more grim as she replied stiffly, Princess consort, the princess is not your own younger sister, nor is she the prince's own sister. As long as the consort is suitable, I think you shouldn't be too picky about the family background. She lifted her chin and continued, besides, I am now the Empress Dowager. Who could be more noble than an Empress Dowager? My natal family has produced an Empress Dowager, and what harm is there in wanting to marry a princess into it? You would do well to think carefully, princess consort. Shěn Lí simply waved her hand, feeling no desire even to take action against her, and smiled. No need to think about this matter. Having produced an Empress Dowager is already more than enough for your family. Don't entertain thoughts about the princess's marriage. Your Majesty should instead focus on enjoying your wealth and privilege within the palace. Though the princess is not our own younger sister, she is still the late emperor's daughter. Naturally, we must be cautious about her marriage. We would not allow a princess to marry into an ordinary family. As she spoke, she turned and left directly, which made the Empress Dowager extremely furious. She slapped the table heavily and exclaimed in anger, What do you mean by an ordinary family? My family has produced an Empress Dowager. How can that be considered an ordinary family? Shěn Lí is truly being too oppressive. She was furious, but no one dared to agree with her. Knowing Shěn Lí's power, even her closest personal maid dared not echo her words, and could only tremble and whisper softly, "Your Majesty, please do not harm your health with anger." The Empress Dowager grew even more enraged. If it were anyone else, she could have dealt with them freely, but since it was Shěn Lí, she didn't even know how to proceed. Perhaps if she took action, the consequences might fall upon herself. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. After Shěn Lí returned, she told Xiechun about what the Empress Dowager had said. However, Xiechun looked at her with a hint of resentment, remaining silent for a long time. Shěn Lí immediately knew he was throwing another tantrum, wondering how a mighty god of war prince could be so fond of such childish behavior. But she rather enjoyed this side of him, and she had also become quite adept at coaxing such Xiechun. Watching his pouting expression, she had to admit, it was quite different to see such a handsome face directed at her in such a manner. After appreciating his tantrum to her satisfaction, Shěn Lí prepared to coax him. Opening her arms and smiling radiantly, she said, "Come here, let me hug you." Xiechun paused for a moment, then the resentment in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by growing joy. Before long, he couldn't wait to stride forward, abandoning all pretense of reserve. Shěn Lí quickly soothed Xiechun and continued, "Kangle's marriage is now being watched not only by the Zhang family, but also by the Empress Dowager's natal family. Though we don't worry about them causing trouble, we should still be cautious. I think it's best to settle Kangle's marriage as soon as possible." Having successfully been coaxed, Xiechun was now thoroughly satisfied, resting his head against Shěn Lí's neck and gently inhaling her scent, his eyes half closed like a well-fed cat. "For Kangle's consort, I have someone in mind." Shěn Lí paused, looking down at him. "If you had someone in mind, why didn't you say so earlier? Making me run around like this. Do you find it amusing?" Xiechun felt wronged. Looking up, he saw Shěn Lí's red lips and kissed them boldly, earning a gentle scold from her. He smiled and said, "I was watching you run around happily, so I hadn't had the chance to tell you yet. Isn't it the same now? Don't be impatient. I'm telling you now, aren't I?" Shěn Lí narrowed her eyes. "Speak quickly. Who exactly do you want as your brother-in-law?" Seeing Shěn Lí was getting annoyed, Xiechun spoke seriously, though he still hadn't moved an inch away from her. "What do you think of the Zhengguo Duke's mansion?" Shěn Lí paused. The Zhengguo Duke's mansion. She thought carefully about this suggestion. Xiechun gently urged her from beside her, saying, "Yes, the Zhengguo Duke's mansion. You've had a relationship with them since childhood. I think the old madam treats you well. Nowadays, a consort can also hold official positions, so there's nothing wrong with it. Although Kangle's mother had a lower status, she is still a princess. Since she is a princess, her marriage would naturally bring benefits to the Zhengguo Duke's mansion. This way you're also repaying a favor to the Zhengguo Duke's mansion, isn't it?" Xiechun smiled, and unseen his phantom tail swayed back and forth. Shěn Lí didn't notice his wagging tail. She thought carefully and found the proposal quite reasonable. Kangle is a princess, and the Zhengguo Duke's mansion is also a ducal residence. I think this is indeed quite good. But who is the suitable candidate you mentioned? Xiechun's insubstantial tail wagged even more cheerfully as he looked at Shěn Lí, and said, "Since Kangle is a princess, it is only natural that she should marry a legitimate son. Wouldn't it be improper if she were to marry a concubine's son? The other legitimate sons of the Duke Xingguo's mansion are already married with children, so the only one left is the sixth son, Su Xian." Xiechun stared intently at Shěn Lí, unwilling to miss even the slightest expression on her face. "What do you think?" Shěn Lí thought carefully for a moment and said, "It's fine. I also think sixth brother Su is a good match for Kangle." As she spoke, she lowered her head and saw Xiechun gazing at her with an almost greenish glint in his eyes. Shěn Lí was speechless. "What are you doing?" Hearing Shěn Lí praise another man, Xiechun felt as if he were about to turn sour with jealousy. But when he realized she was referring to Su Xian as a match for Kangle, he barely suppressed his bitterness, raised his hand to rub his nose, and said nothing. "Since you also think Su Xian is suitable, we can settle this marriage." Shěn Lí hesitated. "Isn't this too fast? Should we inform the Duke Xingguo's mansion first?" Xiechun, however, worried that delays might lead to trouble. He had not forgotten that Su Xian had once harbored feelings for his wife, and even though he was not yet married, who knew what schemes he might still be plotting. Therefore, he was determined to cut off Su Xian's retreat. Since they could not be husband and wife, let him be a brother-in-law instead. Thinking this, Shěn said to Shěn Lí, what need is there to inform them? Both thunder and favor come from the sovereign. Besides, we are not harming them. We are merely giving them a princess. What could be wrong with that? I think we should just settle this matter as it is. Shěn Lí thought for a moment and said, all right. Then I'll tell Su Yao to pass the word to her family when she has time. Shěn did not insist further and nodded at her. Fine, I'll follow your lead. Do as you see fit. After all, the decision to arrange Kangle's marriage had already been made, he need not concern himself with the details. Shěn Lí quickly summoned Su Yao. Now that Su Yao had the backing of her own family and her close friend had become a princess consort, her life was quite enjoyable. As soon as they met, she could not help but share her household affairs with Shěn Lí. You have no idea. My husband was previously thinking of taking a concubine, but now that you are a princess consort, he fears you might seek revenge on my behalf. Even when my mother-in-law urged him to take a concubine, he refused twice, saying she was trying to ruin his future. Su Yao covered her mouth with a laugh, her brows and eyes brimming with satisfaction. Before, he was quite smitten with young and beautiful women. Now I finally understand. Being sincere to a man is useless. What matters is having a reliable family and a capable best friend. As she spoke, she glanced at Shěn Lí, the implication clear. This way, no matter how old I grow or how my looks fade, I won't have to worry about my husband straying. Shěn Lí found it amusing. At your age, you already think you're growing old. Su Yao replied, just saying. I'm still in my prime. Shěn Lí felt she was in a good state now. You are doing wonderfully. Men are not worth doubting yourself. Setting that aside for now, I called you today to talk about Kangle. Su Yao was taken aback. Huh? Kangle? The princess. What do you have to say about her to me? Shěn Lí said, didn't you once want a sister-in-law? Aren't I sending you one now? She said it so matter-of-factly that Su Yao was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but speak. What I meant back then was, recalling her sixth brother who had been focused solely on the imperial examinations, she felt a pang of sorrow. The reason she had told Shěn Lí she wanted her as a sister-in-law was because her sixth brother liked her. But now it seemed they were truly fated not to be together, otherwise the marriage would not have failed twice. Moreover, Shěn Lí was now the princess consort of the regent prince, so it was best not to bring up such matters. For Shěn Lí to think of them and marry the princess into the duke's mansion was the best possible outcome, a great favor to their family. She smiled and said, is there really such a good thing? Then I must go back and tell the old lady so she can be happy. You don't know. These days my sixth brother is only busy with his examinations and has no interest in marriage. Now that the princess consort is granting a marriage, it's the best solution. It will also relieve my grandmother and mother. Shěn Lí beamed. If that's the case, then it's settled. Go back and inform the old lady. I will send someone to read the decree shortly. Su Yao nodded with a smile. All right. It had to be so. After all, Shěn Lí was now the princess consort, and it seemed the prince had no intention of making a mistake. Most likely there would be no divorce in this lifetime. Her sixth brother could not wait forever. So she returned and told the Dowager Duchess of Jinghua. The old lady was stunned for a moment before sighing. Fate plays tricks on people. Yet she did not say much else. She said to Su Yao, I think this is a good thing. Your sixth brother is not young anymore. Your mother has urged him to marry many times, but he never listened. Now that the prince and princess consort are granting a marriage, and to a princess he will have no way to refuse. She looked at Su Yao kindly. Go tell your mother, and let her inform your sixth brother. Su Yao understood that her grandmother had once again missed the chance to have Shěn Lí as a daughter-in-law, so she could no longer interfere in these matters. Thus, she went to inform the Duchess of Jinghua. The Duchess was overjoyed. Even the lines on her face radiated happiness. The princess consort has been truly kind to our family, always thinking of us. I heard that the lake viewing banquet last time was held to select a consort for the princess. Now it seems she has chosen our family. This is also her way of remembering you and the old lady. I understand. I will inform your sixth brother. Thinking of her sixth son, the Duchess felt a bit frustrated. After Su Yao left, she had someone summon Su Xian. Su Xian came and respectfully bowed. Mother. The Duchess looked at her elegant son, temporarily suppressing her pent-up frustration, and smiled as she inquired about his studies. I know you are focused on the imperial examinations and eager to become an official soon, but you must also take care of your health. Don't ruin it for the sake of these things. Su Xian nodded. Yes, mother is right. He did not refute the Duchess's words, but later he would still go his own way. That was what truly frustrated the Duchess. She knew her son had grown into a man, and there were matters beyond her control. Yet as a mother she could not help but worry. Deciding to speak plainly, she opened her mouth directly. Your sister has brought back a message from the princess consort. Her Highness Princess Kong Lu has come of age, and the prince and princess consort intend to select a consort for her. The previous banquet was held in honor of the princess. However, no suitable consort had been chosen for the princess at that time. The princess consort thought of you and had your sister relay the message. An imperial decree will be delivered shortly. She finished speaking and fixed her gaze intently on Su Xian's face, determined not to miss the slightest expression. Su Xian was first stunned, then surprised, and finally unable to accept it. Mother, I wish to focus on the imperial examinations first and consider other matters later. I have no other thoughts at present. Zheng Guogong's wife had anticipated this response, and her expression darkened immediately. Looking at Su Xian, she said, What nonsense is this? Do you think I am discussing this with you? This is an imperial marriage decree from the palace. The princess consort extended this invitation only because of her affection for our family. Do you truly believe such an offer can be withdrawn? Do you think this is something you can refuse, eh? That is a princess, not an ordinary noblewoman's daughter. You have no say in the matter. Remember this well, when the princess marries into our household, you will be her consort. Abandon these unrealistic notions. Su Xian stood there, his back straight, his eyes clouded with darkness, lips pressed tight in silence. Su Xian had always been diligent and exemplary. By the time Zheng Guogong's wife became aware of his feelings, it was already too late. Shěn Lí had already been betrothed to the War King. No matter how much she wished to intervene, she was powerless. But now the two belonged to different worlds entirely. For the sake of the family's future, she could not allow her son to continue down this path. How could she not ache for her son? She walked over to Su Xian, took his hand, and led him to a chair. Sitting down, she spoke with heartfelt urgency. Xianer, I know your hardship, and I know your heart is heavy. But the past is gone. Do not dwell on it. One must look forward, is that not so? Su Xian lowered his eyes to the hand he was holding, remaining silent. Zheng Guogong's wife sighed. What is not meant for you will never be yours. I know you suffer, but this is how things are. You must accept it. You must understand the princess consort's decision to bring the princess into our Zhenguo residence is a sign of favor upon our family. You are well aware of how powerful the regent is. Would you truly jeopardize your entire family for your own desires? Su Xian's eyelids trembled, his throat bobbing as he forced the words out. Mother, I simply do not wish to marry the princess. I fear I cannot give her the happiness she deserves. Zheng Guogong's wife's eyes filled with tears. Looking at her son, her heart ached as though being squeezed. She patted his hand and said, Xianer, what are you thinking? The princess will naturally be happy. A woman's life is not defined solely by romance. There are countless matters within this household that require your attention. Simply focus on your own duties. Hearing this, Su Xian fell silent for a moment, then replied, Yes, I understand. Just as Shěn Lí had said, Su Yao had relayed the matter to the Zhenguo residence, and the imperial decree arrived shortly thereafter. As Su Xian knelt to receive the edict, a vision surfaced in his mind. A young girl with twin coils of hair, her eyes curved in a gentle smile, her voice soft and delicate. Sixth brother. At this I received the decree. As the herald's voice rang out, the image of her charming smile dissolved like flowers reflected in water, or the moon in a mirror, vanishing without a trace. Su Xian weakly closed his eyes and raised his hands. Su Xian receives the decree. Kong Li's marriage was thus decided with ease. Xiechun considered a major burden lifted. After all, Su Xian could be described as Shěn Lí's childhood companion, and the sooner this was resolved, the better. However, if he resorted to more sinister means, Shěn Lí would hardly be pleased. Therefore, granting him the title of consort proved the most suitable solution. With this arrangement, Su Xian would never again compete with him for Shěn Lí. Xiechun felt his strategy was truly brilliant. Having resolved Kong Li's marriage, Shěn Lí finally had time to visit that Zhang Taopin who had pushed her own daughter into a dire predicament. Zhang Taopin had not eaten for several days, though she drank plenty of water each day. No one obstructed her. Although her family was not wealthy, she had lived quite comfortably in the palace over the years. Such days of starvation had never occurred except when she hoped the late emperor would come to visit her. After days without food, she had not died, but she was far from thriving. When Shěn Lí arrived, Zhang Taopin lay too weak to rise from her bed. The maids were also starving, but upon seeing Shěn Lí approach, they happily told Zhang Taopin, "Your Highness, the princess consort has come. She will surely stand up for us." Upon hearing that the princess consort had arrived, Zhang Taopin stirred in bed. Her attendants helped her sit up. Seeing Shěn Lí, she immediately knelt, tears flowing freely without need for pretense. "Princess consort, you must right this wrong for me. I nearly starved to death." Shěn Lí raised an eyebrow in puzzlement at her tearful appearance, thinking, wasn't I the one who ordered her to go hungry? Why is she coming to me with complaints? Zhang Taopin continued, "The Empress Dowager. She must harbor ill will toward me because I have a favored daughter. Now that my daughter has grown, she seeks to starve me to death." The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt. Looking at Shěn Lí, she choked out, "Princess consort, you must seek justice for me. Even if not for my sake, then for the princesses." Shěn Lí observed her foolishness and suddenly understood. "Looking at you now, I finally understand why you acted so recklessly." Zhang Taopin looked utterly bewildered, not understanding what she meant. Shěn Lí asked her, "Has Chuier returned?" At the mention of Chuier's name, consort Zhang was startled into recollection, suddenly remembering that one of her maids had not yet returned. These past few days she had been so famished that she had no time to dwell on such matters. Speaking of Chuier, her face paled, and her gaze toward Shěn Lí grew evasive, as if she feared Shěn Lí had discovered something. Shěn Lí shook her head. "If you hadn't given birth to a daughter, I wouldn't even bother to cast a glance at someone as foolish as you." Consort Zhang's heart tightened as she heard Shěn Lí say, "Bring them in." At her command, several eunuchs escorted 2 people inside. Both were disheveled and haggard, yet consort Zhang instantly recognized who they were. "Chuier, Howard, what happened to you?" The eunuchs released their grip, and the 2 immediately collapsed to the ground, clearly having endured great hardship. Zhang Hao lay prostrate, his face contorted in agony. Sensing something amiss, consort Zhang stammered to Shěn Lí, "Princess, what is this? Why have you arrested them?" Shěn Lí looked down at her and asked, "You don't know?" Consort Zhang shook her head, about to protest her ignorance, but then she suddenly recalled her own near starvation over the past days and the miserable state of the 2 before her. It was hard not to suspect that Shěn Lí already knew everything. Consort Zhang swallowed nervously and said to Shěn Lí, "Princess, this is my nephew from my maiden family and my personal maid. Why have you arrested them?" Shěn Lí smiled. "It seems you intend to play dumb while knowing full well the truth." Consort Zhang gritted her teeth. "I don't know what you're talking about." Shěn Lí, still smiling in a way that betrayed no hint of the violence she was capable of, said, "Consort Zhang, do you know how you came to hold this position? Do you know why you receive more than the other consorts? It's because you have a good daughter. She shares her own allowance with you, making your life more comfortable than others. But clearly you are not satisfied with such a life, are you?" Consort Zhang realized that Shěn Lí indeed knew everything. Meeting her gaze, she retorted defiantly, "I am well aware of my virtuous daughter. That is why I wish for her to find a good match. Is that not permissible?" Shěn Lí's expression turned even more peculiar as she glanced at Zhang Hao, who lay on the ground like a corpse. "In your eyes, is this what you consider a good match?" Consort Zhang, who doted on her nephew, was irked by Shěn Lí's belittling remark. "What do you mean by this? I know that in many people's eyes Howard may not be handsome, but a man like him knows how to cherish a woman. He is steady and won't be distracted by other women. He will surely treat Kangol well. Moreover, Kangol is my own flesh and blood. As her mother, I should have some say in her marriage, shouldn't I?" Her words left Shěn Lí speechless for a long moment. Truly, Shěn Lí could not tell whether she was naive or simply foolish. After a pause, Shěn Lí said, "Since when does a mere consort have the authority to decide a princess's marriage? The Empress Dowager and I oversee such matters. When did you ever have the right to speak?" Her words were exceptionally harsh, and Consort Zhang's face turned pale. Shěn Lí continued coldly, "A man's worth is not determined by his face. Even the ugliest man can harbor endless schemes. How can you in your foolishness guarantee that your nephew is any different? Furthermore, Kangol is a princess, not an ordinary woman. She has the entire palace as her support. What need has she for a doting husband? If her husband mistreats her, my husband and I will intervene. What is there for you to worry about? Consort Zhang's face grew even more ashen. I am her biological mother, and she herself agreed to this marriage. How can you, princess, belittle my nephew so? Shěn Lí realized that reasoning with her was futile. Her expression hardened. I had intended to deal with these two earlier, but I was occupied with finding a suitable husband for Kangol. Now it's convenient to settle this in your presence, so you will harbor no further misguided thoughts. She waved her hand. Then she walked out herself. Consort Zhang, bewildered, watched as a eunuch produced a dagger, while another removed Zhang Hao's trousers. Before she could comprehend, Zhang Hao's masculine instinct made him scream, "No, don't. And save me. Save me. I don't want to become a eunuch. I don't want to become a eunuch." Hearing this, Consort Zhang's face turned deathly pale. She rushed forward to stop the eunuchs. "What are you doing? He is the only male heir of our family. What are you doing?" But these eunuchs obeyed only Shěn Lí. They paid no heed to a disgraced consort. One eunuch pulled her away while others held Zhang Hao down. It was only then that Consort Zhang understood the true purpose of Shěn Lí's visit. Yet she could not allow this to happen to her nephew. She crawled to the doorway, only to be blocked by two guards. Prostrating herself, she repeatedly kowtowed. "Princess, have mercy. You cannot do this. He is the princess's cousin. If you do this, will you not incur her hatred? Princess, you cannot do this." Shěn Lí sneered. "The princess hates me." She narrowed her eyes. "You seem to misunderstand the situation. Do you think I fear the princess's hatred? Even if I annihilate your entire Zhang clan, if she wishes to enjoy her wealth and glory, she will have to obey me obediently. Understand?" Consort Zhang's face turned ashen as she finally realized the caliber of the person she was dealing with. This couple was utterly powerful and beyond reason. Then she heard a scream, Zhang Hao's voice. He would never be a man again. Shěn Lí smiled contentedly at concubine Zhang and said, "Very well. Send the person back to their family home. They should not come out again in the future. After all, this is quite humiliating." She narrowed her eyes and added, "By the way, that Chuyer, her heart is so vicious. I decree she be beaten to death with a staff. I hope she learns not to be so foolish in her next life." Concubine Zhang trembled all over, unsure how she as the mastermind would be punished. Shěn Lí merely glanced at her and instructed the guards, "Let her witness the execution. This way she'll remember not to repeat her mistakes." For now, Shěn Lí had no intention of killing concubine Zhang, who was the princess's birth mother. She would simply be confined to the palace. After all, it was Kong Lu who had been harmed, and Shěn Lí had no desire to involve herself in matters that would only bring blame upon her. After returning, she grew listless, which frightened Billion greatly. She immediately summoned the imperial physician to take her pulse. Xiechun, having just returned from attending to state affairs, strode toward the sleeping quarters. Upon entering, he found Shěn Lí sitting dazedly on the bed as if stunned. Panic seized his heart, and he hurried over to pull her into his embrace, saying, "It's all right, it's all right. Whatever has happened, we will face it together, my dear wife." At his voice, Shěn Lí gradually came back to her senses. After a moment of speechlessness, she guided his hands to rest gently on her lower abdomen. "We're going to have a child." Xiechun froze. "What?" His hands remained still, then suddenly went rigid. He stared at Shěn Lí with a dazed expression, as though he had not comprehended her words. Seeing his stunned expression, Shěn Lí couldn't help but laugh. She leaned into his chest of her own accord, wrapping her arms around his neck, and said with a smile, "We'll have a child of our own now. From this moment on, you need to start thinking of a name." Xiechun carefully stroked her still flat belly, still in a daze. He touched it and asked, "Wife, you're not teasing me, are you?" We're already having a child." Shěn Lí looked up at him and glared. "Do you think I would lie about something like this? If you don't come up with a good name for our child, don't blame me for being harsh with you." As a 5-element ability user, she usually indulged Xiechun's whims, but if it came to a fight, 100 Xiechun's wouldn't be enough for her to play with. From that day forward, Xiechun spent his days searching for the perfect name for their child, all while constantly dealing with his wife's hormonal fluctuations. His life was truly happy and sweet. During Shěn Lí's pregnancy, Wang Du returned victorious from battle and was appointed general who pacifies the distant lands. Next came the princess's marriage. It's worth mentioning that concubine Zhang had gone mad after witnessing the beating to death, and every day she feared she would be beaten to death herself. So she did not attend her daughter's wedding. After seeing the princess off at her wedding, Shěn Lí had nothing else to do and spent her days waiting for her own child to be born. After 10 months of pregnancy, the time came for delivery. Shěn Lí labored for a day and a night and gave birth to a boy and a girl, twin siblings, a sign of great fortune. Shěn also produced the names he had been searching for over 10 months. He named the children Xie Yunxian and Xie Xingxiao. The brother's childhood name was Yuan and the sister's was Yuning. Shěn Lí felt quite satisfied, with the only exception being the Empress Dowager, who constantly feared that Shěn Lí and Xie would use their child to overthrow her own son and place their own son on the throne. Although Shěn Lí and Xie did harbor such thoughts, their son was still too young, and they had not yet asked for his opinion, nor were they prepared to act on it. However, the Empress Dowager had gone too far, repeatedly attempting to harm their child. Although Xie did not particularly enjoy the children competing for Shěn Lí's attention, he equally did not wish for them to come to harm. After all, childbirth was far too painful. If these children were lost, they would have to try again, meaning Shěn Lí would suffer once more. This was absolutely unacceptable to him. Without hesitation, he sent the Empress Dowager to her death, deposed the emperor, and granted him the title of prince and placed their 2-year-old son on the throne. Xie and Shěn Lí would once again serve as regents from behind the scenes. As the legitimate son of the principal wife, it was entirely appropriate for his son to ascend the throne. Coupled with his command of the army, the deposition and enthronement proceeded with little difficulty. The true challenge lay in waiting for Xie Yunxian to come of age. After more than a decade, Xie finally felt secure enough to step back, no longer concerned with how the 16-year-old emperor would shape the realm. He set out with Shěn Lí to wander the world. With power and wealth at their disposal and a large retinue in tow, they lived in leisure and ease. They encountered landscapes unseen in the capital, and their days were simply delightful. The mountains and rivers stretched vast and wide. Looking back, there was the warmth of mortal life. Shěn Lí leaned into Xiechen's embrace, her heart overflowing with contentment. Though her previous life had been difficult, at least in this one, she had someone by her side.